To pay off their debts, my parents sold me overnight to a wealthy young mistress who suffers from bipolar disorder and extreme auditory hypersensitivity. Everyone knows that. Anyone who meets her must crawl on their knees, fearing that even the slightest noise would provoke this living Yama. A servant who accidentally broke a cup before was thrown behind the mountain to be eaten by wolves. Hearing that, my heart leaped into my throat as I tightly gripped my medicine box. At that very moment, the Guanja turned back and stared at me coldly. Making any noise is strictly forbidden. Any high-volume sound will make the young mistress feel extremely uncomfortable. Then he raised his hand, pointing toward the dark staircase. You are absolutely not allowed on the third floor. That place is a forbidden zone. No matter what you hear, do not go up there, unless you have a death wish. That warning sent a chill down my spine, colder than any threat it ever heard. I nodded hastily. I understand. Then the Guanjia led me into a room. The guest room as cold as a morgue. I was so afraid the sound of the water would be too loud that I didn't even dare to take a hot shower, and could only manage a quick sponge bath. I changed into my soothing pajamas and curled up under the covers, shivering uncontrollably. I could only keep reassuring myself it would be okay. Muge, once the debt is paid, you can leave. Little did I know, thunder and lightning began to roar outside, making it impossible to sleep peacefully. Suddenly, a massive crash erupted in the dead of night without warning. The sound was like something heavy slamming into a wall, carrying a force that seemed ready to destroy everything. I woke with a start, my heart racing wildly. A piercing shatter followed, as precious porcelain broke into 1,000 pieces, coming from right above me, the forbidden third floor. In the next second, a woman's violent scream pierced through the floor. Get out! All of you, get the hell out! The voice was hoarse and filled with agony, like a cornered beast losing its mind. Immediately, the entire villa lit up, and in the corridor the sound of chaotic but suppressed footsteps echoed. I wrapped my blanket tightly around me, finally realizing that this was the legendary high society. Young mistress everyone spoke about. The sounds of terrified sobbing maids drifted in from outside my door, along with the Guanjia's urgent shout, "Where are the sedatives? Go find the doctor, now." The young mistress is having another episode. Guanjia, no one dares to go up there. Going up there is a certain death sentence. You must go even if you die. Otherwise, we'll all be dead. In the midst of the chaos, the faint scent of blood began to drift through the air. My knuckles turned white as I gripped my medicine box. I had a terrible premonition that tonight the sky over Singyuan was about to fall. The hallway was a complete mess. I pushed my door open, just in time to see the maids, pale as ghosts, huddling by the stairs. The medicine bowls in their hands clinked with every tremble of their bodies. Who dares to take it? The young mistress has a knife. I'm not going. When Zhao Ling went in last time, her head was split open. The maids push one another. None of them dare take a step onto that hellish path to the third floor. At that moment, the old Guanjia's dark gaze swept across the crowd, and locked onto me like a target. In that instant, a spark flickered in his lifeless eyes, the look of someone who had found a sacrificial lamb. Mugi! The Guanjia strode toward me, giving me no time to react. He snatched the tray from a maid's hands and thrust it straight into my chest. The bowl was scalding hot, making my fingers wince from the heat, but I didn't dare let go. Now that you're in a new house, you must learn its rules, and you must understand the family laws here. The Guanjia's voice was cold and rigid, leaving no room for doubt. The young mistress's headache has returned. This is a sedative and soul-calming soup. Take them up. I could hardly believe my ears. But you said the third floor was forbidden. That was for a normal day. The Guanjia interrupted me directly, his cold gaze making it clear. He took a step closer, lowering his voice, Mu-ji. You know exactly why the Mu family sent you here. If anything happens to the young mistress tonight, do you think the Mu family will ever see their money? His words were like a brutal slap, right across my face. I understood instantly that I was just a debt payment. It didn't matter what happened to me, but nothing could happen to that young mistress. I bit my lower lip and turned pale as I looked toward the pitch-black staircase entrance. I understand, I said, my voice trembling, but I had to keep moving. There were no lights on the third floor. The moment I stepped in, I felt as if I'd entered another world, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Just then, a flash of lightning sliced through the sky outside, briefly illuminating a corner of the room. I sucked in a cold breath. This was supposed to be a study. It looked more like a tornado had just swept through. Priceless Ming Dynasty porcelain lay shattered all over the floor. The expensive mahogany desk was overturned, and books from the shelves were torn to shreds. But the woman was nowhere in sight, and my heart pounded erratically. I tiptoed forward, planning to drop the medicine and run. However, just as I was about to set the tray down, a tiny crack echoed through the dark, silent space. My whole body froze, as a stray piece of porcelain beneath my foot was crushed in half by my shoe. To Xingyao hypersensitive ears, that sound was like a thunderclap right next to her. The breathing from deep within the shadows suddenly stopped. My scalp prickled with fear, and the feeling of being hunted by an apex predator instantly enveloped my entire being. "Who?" A voice, hoarse to the extreme, echoed from the darkness. Then a spark of red flared in the night, a burning cigarette, being crushed in the palm of long, slender fingers. Before I could even see clearly, a gust of wind carrying the stench of blood hit me full in the face. The tray was knocked away and the bowl shattered. Before I could even scream, a cold hand clamped down, tightly around my throat. I was slammed against the wall with immense force, the bone-deep pain and suffocation turning my vision dark. By the light of the lightning, I finally saw her delicate face, which was now consumed by pure aggression. There was no sanity in those eyes, only a terrifying blood-red hue, madness of someone whose reason had utterly collapsed. At this moment, Xingyao was no longer human, but an Ashura crawling out from the depths of hell. "Who gave you permission to come in here?" She stared at me, her voice raspy with murderous intent. "Do you want to die?" As soon as she finished speaking, the hand around my throat tightened even more. The hand was long and slender but incredibly strong. The fierce thorn tattoo on the back of it looked as if it were coming alive and writhing. My face turned red instantly, as my feet were lifted off the ground and the air was squeezed out of my lungs, bit by bit. The fear of death overwhelmed me, and involuntary tears began to flow. A warm tear rolled down from the corner of my eye, landing right on the back of her cold hand. However, that tear didn't bring Xingyao back to her senses. On the contrary, the warmth on her hand only further stimulated the nerves that were already strained like bowstrings. The red in her eyes deepened, and her fingers continued to tighten around my neck, as if she intended to snap it right then and there. My vision started to blur, the oxygen in my lungs completely depleted, and survival instinct urged me to scream for help. But at that very moment, the Guanjia's malicious warning echoed in my mind. "Making any noise is strictly forbidden, or you will die." I couldn't scream. Screaming would only make me die faster. I bit my lower lip hard, forcing myself to swallow the scream, even if it meant drawing blood into my suffocating chest. My trembling right hand reached into my pajama pocket, finding my last lifeline. A Suhi Shang pill sealed in beeswax, an ancient remedy left by my grandmother, specifically for treating hysteria. I had only ever managed to make this one pill, so I always kept it with me for protection. Feeling the cold wax coating, I used the last of my strength to crack. I decisively crushed the wax shell, and a refreshing, cool herbal scent, mingled with a strange, milky sweetness, began to spread powerfully. Without another thought, I held up the pill, pressing it right under Xingyao's nose. At the same time, my hand found its way to her stiff neck, and following years of medical training muscle memory, I pressed firmly on the throbbing An Mian point behind her ear. A pained groan escaped Xingyao's throat, but I didn't dare stop, putting all my strength into it, forcing the scent into her nose, pressing her temples for 1 second, and then 2, the miracle happened. That unique herbal scent powerfully dispelled the smell of blood in the room, like a gentle net, instantly enveloping her heart, and the nerves that were exploding in her brain. Her previously tightening fingers seemed to hit a pause button, stopping abruptly. In those blood-red eyes, manic killing intent began to dissolve, replaced by confusion and intense struggle, like a drowning person, taking their first breath of fresh air. The soul-crushing noise in her mind miraculously went silent. Xingyao's lips quivered, and her voice came out raspy, the pain that had long tormented her finally receding, and in its place came a sense of comfort that made her soul tremble. "This scent is so wonderful. I want to get even closer." In the next second, the grip on my throat vanished completely as Xingyao let go. Then the woman who had just been like a Sula demon suddenly seemed to lose all strength, her tall frame collapsing forward without warning. I had only just managed to take a breath before her weight knocked me off balance. I fell back onto the carpet, and the young mistress was now clinging to me. That noble head was buried deep in the crook of my neck. "Mistress Xing," I said, frozen with fear, my hands hovering in the air, not knowing whether to push her away or hold on to her. I could feel Xingyao's body was terrifyingly hot, but at this moment she was strangely docile. The bad woman who usually slept with a knife was now like a kitten craving touch, continually rubbing her cheek against my smooth neck. She was searching for the source of that scent, a crushed pill on my hand, mingled with my post-shower scent, becoming the most addictive drug she had ever encountered. Don't move. Xingyao's hand tightened unconsciously, wrapping around my waist and pressing me closer. She took a deep breath, her nose against the throbbing vein in my neck, letting out a sigh of pure contentment. The scent made my scalp tingle, and I didn't dare move a single finger. I waited for several seconds, but the anticipated outburst of rage never came. Instead, I heard her breathing gradually become steady, and eventually quite heavy. She had fallen fast asleep, right in the study she had just destroyed, in the arms of the stranger she had nearly strangled to death. This young mistress, who suffered from severe insomnia, and hadn't closed her eyes for 3 days and nights. The woman had fallen asleep in an instant. Early the next morning, wakened by a weight on my legs, I groggily opened my eyes, my whole body aching as if I'd been run over by a truck, and my legs completely numb. The moment the memories flooded back, I let out a sharp, cold breath, and my body instantly tensed up, because there was a head resting on my lap. It was Xingyao, the notorious young mistress whom everyone feared by name alone, now lying on her side on the carpet, with her head resting on my knees and her face buried in my abdomen. She was sleeping soundly, her breathing steady and calm. The face that had been demonically fierce last night now looked somewhat sickly and remarkably docile. If you ignore the wreckage around us, this scene would have looked as beautiful as a painting. But I didn't dare move, as I realized that one of Xingyao's hands was gripping the hem of my pajamas. Was this the skin hunger they talked about? I swallowed hard, carefully trying to pry my pajamas from her ghostly hand. I moved my fingers slightly, intending to loosen her grip. However, the moment my fingertips touched her hand, her closed eyes snapped open without warning. There was no post-sleep grogginess. Those eyes were bloodshot and deep, like two bottomless ancient wells, staring directly at me. But the redness had faded slightly. They were now filled with a dark, penetrating quality that made my heart stop. My hand hovered in the air, too afraid to pull away. You're awake? My voice shook uncontrollably, fearing that this madwoman would choke me again in the next second. But Xingyao said nothing, remaining with her head on my lap, not moving an inch. Her eyes were fixed on my face, scanning the fear in my eyes, down to my straight, delicate nose, and stopping on my pale lips. My legs were unbearably numb, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I instinctively tried to shift back. Who allowed you to move? A husky voice spoke, easy from having just woken up, but carrying an unmistakable tone of dominance. Xingyao frowned slightly, clearly displeased that her source of warmth was trying to leave her. The next moment, she reached out and grabbed my wrist, pulling me forcefully toward her. Caught off guard, I leaned forward, my face nearly colliding with the tip of her nose. Xingyao ignored my panic. Instead, she pressed her nose to the skin of my inner wrist, as if inspecting a mark on her prey. She took a deep breath, right where I had crushed the Su Heixiang pill last night. Even though the night had passed, the cool herbal scent combined with my own still lingered on my skin. This scent was the only thing that could bring peace to her mind. Xingyao's gaze darkened instantly, and she no longer hid the terrifying possessiveness in her eyes. It really is you, she whispered, her voice like gravel rubbing against my heart, carrying a dangerous hint of pleasure. Muge. In the midst of this ambiguous and extremely dangerous atmosphere, click, the heavy study door, carefully pushed open from the outside. Quietly now, is the body bag ready? The old Guanjia's lowered voice drifted into the room. Then, he entered on tiptoe, followed by the private doctor and 2 bodyguards. They had all mentally prepared, assuming that I had long since perished. However, when they stepped around the screen and saw the scene in the room, everyone stopped dead in their tracks. The old Guanjia's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly hitting the floor, while the doctor's stethoscope fell with a thud. What on earth were they looking at? In the middle of the debris, their fierce and tyrannical young mistress, who killed anyone who touched her, was now like a clingy big cat, lazily nestling in a young man's arms. She was holding my wrist with one hand in an intimate pose as if I were her personal pillow, and the person who was supposed to be dead was blushing, looking bewildered as he stared at the group like they were ghosts. Just then, the lazy woman raised her eyelids. Seen enough? Get out! The Guanjia was so terrified that cold sweat poured down, and he rushed the group out faster than they had entered. The door closed, leaving only the 2 of us in the room. I felt like I was being roasted on an open fire, so I tried to withdraw my hand and pleaded softly, Mr. Xing, they're gone. Could you please take your head off my lap? It's really gone completely numb. Hearing this, Xingyao let me go, slowly sitting up and gently rubbing her temples. The bone-deep pain from last night had vanished, and for the first time in 3 years, she had managed to sleep for 5 full hours. Then her eyes settled on me once again. Because of the lack of circulation, my legs were still trembling slightly, appearing fragile but filled with intense vitality. That's right, I was her medicine. In the next second, Xingyao reached out with a pale finger, playfully touching my bangs. "Are your legs numb?" She smirked, her gaze terrifyingly deep. "Since they're numb, you don't need to go anywhere." I suddenly snapped my head up, my face filled with horror. "What?" "Muga, I gave the Mu family their chance." Xingyao's fingers slid down to my cheek, stopping at the finger marks on my neck last night, as gentle as if she were cradling a precious treasure. "You were the one who walked into this room, so from today on, you will live in this room." She declared my fate word by word. "You are not going anywhere." The air suddenly felt frozen. With that, Xingyao stood up, walking barefoot over the debris on the floor, as elegant as a queen. She picked up a cold, white jade Bodhi bead bracelet and wrapped it around her wrist. In an instant, the dark, clingy madwoman had completely disappeared, replaced by a noble Guan Yin, cold and aloof. If it weren't for the mess in the room, anyone would have thought last night was just an illusion. I struggled to stand up, clutching a wooden cabinet, my legs tingling as if bitten by 1,000 ants, and seeing the woman before me, seemingly a different person. The chill in my heart only grew deeper. Taking a deep breath, I gathered the last of my courage. "Mistress Xing, I've delivered the medicine. May I leave now?" Xingyao paused while adjusting her sleeve and turned back around, her eyes flashing red as she stared at me. "Leave?" She repeated the word, amused, then asked as if it were a joke. "Where would you even go?" I clenched my fists. "That's none of your concern, as long as I pay off the debt." Before I could finish, Xingyao reached into a pile of documents and pulled out a thin piece of paper. My eye twitched, knowing it was the debt agreement my stepfather had signed, my bill of sale for tens of millions of yuan, weighing on me like a mountain. Xingyao held the paper between 2 fingers, waving it nonchalantly. "When the Mu family brought you here, they gave this to me. Mu Ge, as a medical student, you should understand the principle of equal exchange, right?" My heart tightened at her words, and a bad feeling welled up inside me. Just then, with a sharp click, Xingyao produced a silver lighter and flicked her thumb, igniting a bright blue flame. The flame danced, reflecting in her deep, dark eyes. My pupils dilated. "What are you doing?" But Xingyao didn't answer, simply acting right in front of me. She held that multi-million yuan debt agreement into the flame. The fire immediately consumed the paper, and in the flickering light, her face half-lit and half-shadowed, was radiant, yet bewitching. "No!" I instinctively lunged forward to grab it, but it was already too late. The only proof that could buy my freedom was turning to ash right before my eyes. When the last spark finally died out, Xingyao opened her hand, and the black ashes drifted down onto the carpet, like a fall of black snow descending. Tens of millions were burnt to ash in the blink of an eye. I stood frozen on the spot, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. "It's over." Xingyao brushed her hands off, nonchalant as if she were only chatting about the weather. "Now the Mu family no longer owes me any money." I stared in shock at the ashes on the ground. My mind went completely blank. No more debt. Did that mean I was finally free? I suddenly looked up, my voice trembling uncontrollably. "What do you mean? Can I leave now?" To my surprise, Xingyao let out a soft chuckle. Immediately after, she strode forward with her long legs, approaching me step by step. I instinctively backed away, until my back hit the cold wall. With nowhere left to run, at that very moment, Xingyao stopped right in front of me. She suddenly leaned down, bracing both hands against the wall on either side of me. A dominant wall slam trapped me firmly within her arms. "Mugi, have you studied until you've gone senile?" Her eyes locked onto mine. I burnt the promissory note, because I don't care about that bit of pocket change. But that doesn't mean you're allowed to leave. My breath hitched, forced to look up at her. "Then, is your headache gone?" Xingyao interrupted, her ice-cold finger slowly rising, placing it on the red marks where she had strangled me last night. Those marks stood out clearly on my fair skin, looking incredibly striking. And also incredibly intimate. There were thin calluses on her fingertips, gently caressing those red marks, making me unable to suppress a shiver. To a sick person, you are the only specific cure. Xingyao's gaze was deep, the corner of her mouth curling into a twisted smile. How could medicine grow legs and run away? My entire body stiffened. A chill shot straight from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Instinct told me that she wanted to possess me. I gritted my teeth, voice trembling. "Miss Xing, I am a human being, not medicine. My name is Mu Ji. I know. Xingyao's finger slid upward, lightly pinching my soft earlobe like a toy. The name Muji, uttered from her thin lips, sounded truly lingering. A very nice name. The person matches the name. Soft and very pleasant to touch. With that, Xingyao immediately retracted her playful air, her gaze turning cold and undeniably dominant. From today, you belong to Xing Vian. Your only mission, to cure me. The butler will move your things to the 3rd floor. From now on, you'll be staying right next door to my room. My eyes widened. Isn't the 3rd floor a forbidden zone? Xingyao turned and walked away, her back standing tall and proud like a pine tree. As she reached the door, she slightly tilted her head and told me, "For others, it is. But for you, it is a cage." She suddenly gave a cold laugh, a sound that made me feel as if I had fallen into an ice cellar. "Remember, when I call, you must appear immediately. If I have a headache and you're not there, I won't mind making the move family. Spit back those tens of millions, both principal and interest." With a thud, the door was slammed shut. I leaned against the wall in a daze, my legs feeling weak, staring at the mess and the pile of ashes on the ground, wanting to cry but unable to make a sound. Crazy. She really is a total lunatic. Not only did I fail to escape, but I was also upgraded from free range to being kept in a cage, having to live right next door to this volatile female tyrant. And so I was forced to move into the forbidden zone of Xing Vian. The stairs leading to the 3rd floor were covered with a long piled, dark gray carpet, looking like a tongue leading down into an abyss, swallowing all sound. The whole process was eerily silent. A servant, like a actor, carried my pathetically small pile of luggage, their movements as gentle as if they were cradling fragile foam. I walk at the very end. With every step, the nerves in my heart tightened a bit more, until the moment I stepped onto the 3rd floor hallway, where a suffocating, vacuum-like feeling hit me. The decor here was even more gloomy and cold than on the 2nd floor. The walls were paneled with dark soundproofing cotton. On the floor was a several-inch thick wool carpet. Even the windows were tightly covered by black velvet curtains, without a single gap. This place was like a giant soundproof box, or more accurately, a cage for a monster. "Mr. Mu, this is your room." The butler pushed open a heavy mahogany door. The room was very luxurious, but the color scheme was still a cold gray and white. What bothered me most was the thick wall on the left, because on the other side of that wall was Xingyao master bedroom. The butler seemed to see right through me, a profound look of warning appearing in his cloudy eyes. "The young mistress is right next door. Though this wall has the highest level of soundproofing, the young mistress's hearing is many times sharper than a normal person's." With that, he turned around, took a pair of white cotton slippers from a tray, and placed them at my feet. The soles were made of a special soft rubber, lined with a very thick layer of cotton. They looked light as air, but felt like a set of invisible shackles. These are specialized, soft-soled shoes. Wearing them is mandatory when moving around on the 3rd floor. The butler lowered his voice, as if proclaiming a sacred decree. "Please remember the rules for survival on the 3rd floor. Footsteps, closing doors, the sound of picking things up, even the sound of you swallowing water." He suddenly raised 2 skeletal fingers, signaling a number that inspired despair. "Everything must be kept under 20 decibels. 20 decibels. That's no louder than a needle hitting the floor." I stared at the slippers, my throat tightening. The chill ran up from the soles of my feet. What if I accidentally exceed that?" The butler's face remained expressionless as he dropped a cold remark. "The maid who accidentally made noise before was carried out, and since then, no one has seen her again. You're the young mistress's medicine. She might spare your life. But physical pain will likely be unavoidable." Having said that, he waved his hand, and the servants retreated quickly like ghosts. The deathly silence in the room immediately swallowed me. There was no sound at all in my ears, only myself. The sound of blood flowing in my veins was magnified infinitely. I took a deep breath, put on those soft-soled slippers, and stepped onto the carpet. As expected, I didn't make a single sound, just like a ghost. I walked to the window, intending to open it for some air, but the moment my hand touched the curtain, my movement suddenly froze. If I pull the curtain, will the sound of the sliding track exceed 20 decibels? I didn't dare gamble, so I could only look out through a tiny gap. From here, all I could see was Xing Vian's towering outer wall and the electrified barbed wire fences. At this moment, I realized with terrifying clarity that I had truly become a bird in a cage. I slowly crouched down, opening my worn-out suitcase. There were no designer labels inside, just a few changes of clothes and some ancient traditional Chinese medicine books, and a marble mortar and pestle set, a relic left to me by my grandmother. Holding it in my hands provided a reassuring weight. I took out the mortar and pestle and hugged it tightly. This was my only weapon, and my only means of protecting my life. I knew very well that the sleeping dragon next could wake up at any time, so I had to be ready to use my incense art and my medicine to trade for a glimmer of hope for survival. I lowered my eyes, fingers caressing the cool pestle, a flash of determination in my gaze. As long as she doesn't kill me, I will definitely find a way to tame her. However, lunchtime arrived quickly. I sat in the absurdly large dining room, but it felt like an execution ground. This was Xingyao requirement, that she must have someone accompany her for meals. Yet she said nothing and didn't even spare me a glance. I sat 2 meters away from her, yet I could still feel the low pressure radiating from her. The entire meal was submerged in a deathly atmosphere. I held my silver chopsticks, being extremely careful with every single grain of rice, terrified that the chopsticks would clink against the bowl. Just then, Xingyao suddenly spoke up, her voice full of impatience. "Pour the water." A young maid hurried forward, her face filled with tension. She held the glass pitcher, her hands trembling uncontrollably. My heart instantly leapt into my throat, instinctively holding my breath, praying there would be no sound. But, as fate would have it, the moment the pitcher's spout neared the rim of the glass, the maid's hand gave a shudder, and a faint clink rang out as the lid hit the side of the glass. The sound actually wasn't loud, but in a dining room so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, it was as sharp as a blade, immediately tearing through the deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze, and the maid was even more frightened out of her wits, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Miss. She trembled, about to kneel and beg for mercy, but she no longer had the chance. Xingyao, who had been cutting her steak, suddenly stopped her movements. I saw with my own eyes the veins on the back of the hand holding the knife, bulging intensely, a violent, murderous intent exploding from her. To me, it was just a light clink. But to someone with hearing as hypersensitive as hers, it was like tens of thousands of steel needles stabbing into her brain. A cringing sound of twisting metal rang out, as the pure silver dinner knife in her hand was actually crushed into a deformed shape by just 2 of her fingers. Next, she didn't even bother to look at the maid once. She simply closed her eyes tightly, her face clearly showing pain and disgust. Then she coldly waved her hand once, as if shooing away a fly. The next second, 2 black-clad bodyguards appeared like ghosts, one locking the maid's arms, the other using a black cloth to gag her mouth. The maid's eyes widened as she struggled desperately, throwing a desperate look at me as a final plea for help. But I could do nothing. I could only sit motionless in my chair, watching helplessly as a flesh-and-blood human being was quietly dragged out of the dining room. In less than 10 seconds, the dining room returned to its deathly silence, as if that person had never existed. These are the rules of Xingvian. This is that lunatic's game. A chill ran down my spine and shot straight to the top of my head. I looked down at the silver chopsticks in my hand, my fingers trembling violently beyond control. That was just a pitcher clinking. If my chopsticks accidentally hit the bowl while eating, would that fate of being dragged away be my tomorrow? While I was in the midst of extreme terror, a cold voice suddenly rang out from above. "Why have you stopped eating?" I startled, looking up, only to meet Xingyao bottomless, deep eyes. She let go of the ruined dinner knife, then took a napkin, leisurely wiping each finger, her expression indifferent, as if she had just ordered someone to throw away a bag of trash. I opened my mouth to speak, but my voice kept trembling. Xingyao tossed the napkin aside carelessly, leaning back in her chair, the corner of her mouth curling into a cruel arc. Scared. Her gaze rested on my trembling hands, her tone dismissive yet dangerous. "Mugi, I kept you because you have utility value. But if you were just like a piece of trash who only knows how to make noise." She didn't finish the sentence, but the cold intent in the depths of her eyes said it all. I gripped the chopsticks tightly, nails digging deep into my palms, using the pain to force myself to stay calm. I couldn't waver, and I certainly couldn't make a mistake. Staying beside this lunatic was a tightrope walk, a gamble with my life. However, after the maid was dragged away, Xingyao's frustration didn't subside at all. That clinking sound from before was like a nail driven straight into her head. Her auditory nerves were twitching incessantly. It was as painful as countless drills boring into her temples. She irritably shoved the plate in front of her away, the sound of porcelain scraping against the table, making her frown even more deeply, the violence in her eyes flaring up again. The next second, she suddenly turned her head, her dark gaze like a sharp blade pinning me down. I was so scared my whole body froze, my chopsticks hovering in midair, absolutely not daring to lower them. Seeing my trembling, terrified state, the turmoil inside Xingyao grew even more intense. "What are you holding those chopsticks for?" Her voice was ice cold, containing an extreme level of suppressed fury. Do you also want to make a bit of noise, so the bodyguards can drag you out too? This was clearly taking her anger out on me. I shrunk my shoulders in fear, the chopsticks almost falling onto the table. I knew this lunatic was on the verge of losing her sanity. If I didn't explain, I would be the next one in trouble. But how could I explain? Opening my mouth would make sound. Staying silent would be seen as admission. Driven by a strong survival instinct, I could only risk speaking up, trying to keep my voice as low as possible. I didn't. Miss Xing, I leave very quietly. I won't disturb you. After saying that, I braced myself for the coming rage, instinctively closing my eyes and ducking my head. However, none of what I imagined happened. The dining room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Xinyao's fingers, which had been rubbing her temples, unexpectedly froze without warning. Her eyes, which were always filled with violence and gloom, now rarely showed a hint of a daze. It was just now, the moment my voice reached her ears. That sound wasn't like a drill, nor was it shrill. It was soft, sweet, mixed with a hint of a moist tremble, like cotton candy, or like a feather. It gently brushed past her strained, auditory nerves, causing no pain, instead bringing a pleasant sense of numbness and tingling. It was as if a pair of gentle little hands were smoothing out the exploding wrinkles in her mind. Her temples, which had been throbbing intensely, miraculously began to ease. Xingyao slowly lowered her hands, her gaze completely transformed, locking onto me, her sight sliding from my trembling eyelashes down to my pale pink lips. That look was no longer one of disgust, but a dark, searching gaze as if she had just discovered a new territory. Why did the voices of everyone else make her want to kill, while I alone was an exception? I waited for some time, and when nothing happened, I sneakily opened one eye, only to collide directly with the gaze of her staring eyes. My heart skipped a beat in fear, and I hurriedly tried to apologize. "I'm sorry." "Shut up." Xingyao suddenly cut me off. Immediately after, she leaned back in her chair, her fair fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Come here." My heart went cold, but I could only put down my chopsticks and slowly walk to her side. Just then, Xingyao suddenly raised her hand, pinching my chin firmly with her fingertips, forcing me to look up. Xingyao narrowed her eyes, her gaze inspecting my face like a drill sergeant, as if she wanted to see right through the structure of my vocal cords. Just what is the difference? Suddenly, her Adam's apple moved slightly, her voice low and husky, carrying a compelling sense of command. The sentence from just now. Say it again. I immediately stood there in a daze, my mind going completely blank, completely unable to keep up with the logic of this lunatic. The sentence from before. Was it I didn't or am sorry? In my extreme state of tension, I could only utter a single syllable by instinct. Yes? That sound was short and soft, containing pure bewilderment. But when it reached Xingyao's ears, it was like a piece of gummy candy bouncing off her eardrum, not painful, but rather a bit sweet. Xingyao's tightly knitted brows suddenly relaxed completely. Her finger, which was holding my chin, unconsciously gave a gentle stroke. The violent red in the depths of her eyes finally vanished completely. It truly wasn't an illusion. I am indeed her medicine. Not just the scent of my skin, but even my voice is the sedative that heaven custom-made for her. Idiot. Xingyao scolded softly, but there was no anger in her tone at all. On the contrary, it carried a lazy quality that made one's face turn bright red. She let go, her mood suddenly becoming unusually good. Sit down and eat with me. She picked up her cutlery again, her movements elegant and calm, with no trace of the earlier tyrant left. I stood rooted to the spot, my face full of confusion. Just what exactly happened just now? I looked in the direction where the maid had been dragged away, and looked at the woman who had suddenly returned to normal in front of me, feeling only a chill down my spine. This lunatic is even more volatile than I ever imagined. In the afternoon, inside the study, Xingyao sat in her office chair, with a pile of documents as high as a mountain in front of her. But she couldn't read a single word, as the aftermath of bipolar disorder swept through her nerves like a tide. The letters in her eyes turned into a swarm of ants crawling around, causing her temples to throb violently, the violent rage once again nearly uncontrollable. If this had been before, this stack of billion-dollar documents would have been shredded by her long ago. But today, she had a new way to vent. "Call them in here." Xingyao pressed the intercom, her voice bone-chillingly cold. In less than 2 minutes, the study door was pushed open, and I quietly slipped in like a small kitten. "Miss Xing, did you call for me?" I stopped when I was still 3 meters away from her, ready to run at a moment's notice. Xingyao slightly raised her eyes to look at me, her brows furrowing slightly. Why are you standing so far away? Afraid I'm going to eat you? She picked up a financial report written entirely in English, tossing it hard onto the corner of the desk, making a dry thud. Come here. I had no choice but to trudge over and sit down. She jerked her chin toward a small round stool beside the desk, which was topped with a soft cushion, looking completely out of place in this cold study. The next second, she pointed at the report and said briefly, "Read." I was stunned picking up the file. The dense technical terms immediately made my head spin. Read this. I'm a traditional medicine student. This is all Greek to me. What else? Scripture. Xingyao leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes and urging irritably, "Louder! Don't mumble like you haven't eaten." I didn't dare resist. Taking a deep breath, I began reading haltingly. Risk assessment report for the acquisition of Huanvian Group. Estimated value of assets. My voice carried tension and trembling, stumbling whenever I hit a difficult word. Normally, she would have ordered someone to throw me out long ago. But now, as that warm and soft voice echoed in the quiet study, Xingyao tightly knitted brows, miraculously began to unfurl. My voice was very low, lacking the strength and decisiveness of a business elite. When I read about asset liquidation, it sounded as if I were saying, "The weather is lovely today." When I read about hostile takeovers, it sounded like I was reading a bedtime story for children. Those ruthless commercial terms, when coming from my mouth, became bedtime stories, without any shred of aggression. The more I read, the more fluent I became, my tone gradually stabilizing. As for Xingyao, she leaned back, with her legs crossed, her whole body relaxing in an unprecedented way. She wasn't listening to the report at all. She had already memorized those numbers long ago. What she was really listening to was my voice. That voice was like a clear stream flowing through her parched eardrums, becoming the most wonderful white noise. The painful ringing in her head suddenly vanished. Even the rage to destroy everything was calmed. It felt as if a gentle hand was stroke by stroke, soothing and comforting her soul. I don't know how much time had passed, but I had read until my throat was parched. I cautiously stopped to check on her, softly calling out, "Miss Xingyao." As soon as the sound stopped, Xingyao's eyes immediately flew open. Her gaze was completely alert, without a hint of sleepiness, only a look of dissatisfaction at being interrupted. "Why did you stop?" She tilted her head, lowering her gaze to look at me. Clutching the documents, I said, "I'm thirsty. I'm a human reading machine, after all, not some automated repeater." Xingyao stared at me for a second, then suddenly reached out, pushing her glass of warm water toward me. I froze, completely stunned, unable to believe my eyes. For me to drink? But this is her glass. You think it's dirty? Xingyao raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with danger. No, not at all. How would I dare to complain? I hurriedly picked up the crystal glass and took small sips. Xingyao watched my puffed-out cheeks as I drank, her finger lightly tapping the armrest, her mood becoming unexpectedly pleasant. It was a fresh feeling. In this workspace that was usually gloomy and lifeless, there was finally a breath of life. I set the glass down and Xingyao closed her eyes again, regaining the authoritative aura of a queen. Thin lips slightly parting. Now that you've finished, continue. Read that overseas market development plan as well. Looking at that fixed stack of plans entirely in English, I suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. I felt like I wasn't here to repay a debt, but to be a nanny, specializing in coaxing this giant child to sleep. After reading continuously for 2 hours, my throat felt like it was on fire. Even though I had drunk some water, my vocal cords were so dry I wanted to cough, but I didn't dare, fearing I would irritate the sensitive nerves of this young lady. I've finished reading this page. I closed the folder, my voice now hoarse and exhausted. Xingyao leaned back in her chair, her finger tapping lightly on the desk. After listening to bedtime stories for 2 hours, the ringing in her head had indeed subsided significantly, and her irritability was temporarily suppressed. She flicked her lashes up, glancing at me as I secretly rubbed my neck, looking as withered as a frostbitten eggplant. All right, take a break. Xingyao rarely granted such a mercy, and I felt like I'd been pardoned, breathing a sigh of relief. But I didn't dare leave, so I just sat there blankly in the office. Just then, my gaze fell on the cloth bag by my feet. Inside were the tools of my trade. If her mood is stabilized, I might as well do some actual work. I took a chance, carefully taking the green jade mortar out of the bag, along with the small pestle. I took out a few small paper packets containing soothing herbs, agarwood, silk tree bark, and sour jujube seeds, this specially prepared incense. The scent is most effective when freshly ground. If I could make the scent in the room a bit stronger, maybe she wouldn't be so prone to anger. Thinking this, I poured the herbs into the jade mortar. Then, gripping the pestle firmly, I took a deep breath and pressed down gently to test it. A dull thud from the impact echoed suddenly in the quiet office. Although the sound wasn't piercing in this profound silence, it was crystal clear. My heart tightened and my movements instantly froze. I instinctively held my breath, carefully looking up at the woman behind the desk. Damn, did I go too far? This was a noise-free zone, where a single small sound could get you thrown out. Sure enough, Xingyao's hand, which was signing, stopped, the nib creating a small ink blot on the paper, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. My palm holding the pestle was drenched in cold sweat, my mind already picturing guards rushing in, to toss both me and the mortar out. I'm sorry, my voice trembled, intending to put the mortar away. What was that sound? Xingyao suddenly interrupted me, not looking up but slightly tilting her head, as if trying to distinguish the sound. I swallowed hard and confessed honestly. It's the sound of me grinding, it making soothing incense. Xingyao finally looked up, her deep eyes settling on the green jade mortar in my lap. Strangely, she didn't seem to hate it. That dull thud just now wasn't as jarring as breaking glass, nor as grating as metal clashing. It had a quiet, heavy, primitive rhythm, much like a steady heartbeat. Continue, Xingyao said, withdrawing her gaze. She lowered her head again, her casual tone leaving me dazed. Xingyao clicked her tongue impatiently. I told you to continue. Don't you understand me? I didn't dare ask more, hurriedly gripping the pestle, carefully began to grind again. Thud, thud. At first, my movements were stiff, for fear of using too much force. But as the pestle fell steadily, the dull, rhythmic sound began to echo throughout the room. Gradually, a pure herbal fragrance slowly wafted out with each of my movements. The pen in Xingyao's hand moved slower and slower, this monotonous, repetitive sound, a sound that was entirely non-aggressive, surprisingly had a magical hypnotic power. Each beat was like an ancient metronome, slowly bringing Xingyao's chaotic heartbeat back into a relaxed rhythm. It was so quiet, the world seemed to hold only this sound, her eyelids beginning to grow heavy, a long, absent sleepiness enveloping her as gently as the incoming tide. Unnoticed, sunlight filtered through the window, and in the office, a scene that was both strange and harmonious unfolded. The young lady holding a trillion-dollar empire in her hands was leaning back in her chair, the fountain pen having fallen without her noticing. Her eyes half closed, her breathing becoming steady and deep, and right at her feet, I was like a hard-working little rabbit, diligently grinding medicine with utmost seriousness. Not until half an hour later, with my hands aching, did I secretly stop to shake them out for relief. However, the moment the sound ceased, the woman in the chair immediately let out a dissatisfied hum, her eyebrows instinctively knitting together. Without even opening her eyes, her lips slightly moved, her voice hoarse and lazy, filled with thick sleepiness as she commanded, "Don't stop, keep grinding for a while longer." I pouted. Some high society young lady she was. This was clearly a difficult ancestor to please. I regretfully picked up the pestle again, sitting right next to these $100 million contracts, continuing my role as the wretched medicine-grinding boy. Thud, thud. The sound of grinding continued steadily. I sat in a corner about 3 meters from the desk, a safe distance I had carefully calculated, far enough to avoid her cold aura, close enough for her to hear the sound. But very quickly I realized something was wrong with the atmosphere. Xingyao, who had calmed down, seemed to show signs of restlessness and irritability again. She slammed the fountain pen onto the desk, her brows slightly furrowed, her mind seemingly far away. Not enough, it's still not enough. Xingyao felt the beast called the craving for touch inside her, beginning to wake up. Though the sound was soothing and the herbal scent calming, she still felt like something was missing, that hollow feeling, gnawing at her veins like ants, making her hands itch, because she was yearning to hold something truly tangible. So she looked up, her dark gaze piercing through the air, falling directly onto my small figure huddled in the corner. Too far, that warm and vivid feeling is completely out of reach. Xingyao suddenly spoke, her voice slightly raspy. I jumped, my hands instantly stopping their work. I looked up in confusion. Is something wrong? Am I making too much noise? Too far, Xingyao said, tossing her pen aside. She leaned back, staring at me. I can't hear a thing. I looked at the 3-meter gap between us, then at the room that was so silent. You could hear a pin drop. Weren't these the godlike ears that could hear water being poured in the next room? Xingyao, Miss Xing. I was about to explain when she cut me off. Come here. Xingyao didn't care to listen, her fair, slender finger pointing to the space right next to her desk. Her tone brooks no refusal. Sit here. That spot was right next to her executive chair, right beside her long legs. My heart held 1,000 reasons to refuse, as it was no different from sitting next to a tiger's mouth. It was extremely dangerous. But under Xingyao's increasingly dark gaze, I could only yield. So I hugged the mortar, picked up the small stool, and slowly approached like a snail, step by step, until I was right by her feet. Xingyao seemed very pleased with this distance, the tension in her brows relaxing slightly. I had no choice but to sit down. This position was truly too close, so close that I could feel the warmth radiating from her body, and the cold scent of cedar enveloping me overwhelmingly. Sitting on the low stool, my eye level was right at her thighs. This immense contrast in size and height made me feel like nothing more than a small pet raised at its master's feet. Gritting my teeth, I continued to grind the medicine, my body tense, wishing I could shrink into a ball. Xingyao picked up her stack of documents again, but this time she stopped twirling her pen, her free left hand naturally dropping down. At first, her fingertips just mindlessly tapped the armrest, but gradually that hand seemed to have a mind of its own, gliding down along the armrest, searching for the source of heat right beside her, me. I was focused, staring intently at the mortar. Suddenly my scalp tingled, as a cool hand was abruptly placed on top of my head. I was about to cry out when Xingyao whispered, "Don't move." She didn't even bother to look up, saying casually, "There's a white hair here." How is that possible? I'm only 20 years old. Before I could protest, that hand slid down from the top of my head, fingers as white as jade, threading through my short, silky black hair, as if cherishing the finest silk. She idly twined a strand of hair around her finger, letting it go, then twining it again. Movements so gentle and capricious, yet exuding an intimacy that was chilling. My whole body was as stiff as a stone, as I could feel that the hand had no intention of stopping. After playing with my hair enough, those chilly fingertips accidentally or intentionally brushed against the rim of my ear. My ears are extremely sensitive, and just a light touch from the thin calluses on her fingers was enough to make them flush as if burned by fire. Why are they so red? Xingyao finally looked away from the documents for a moment, glancing down at me, seeing me trembling under her touch. My ears, red as if bleeding, made me look like a little rabbit, and a flicker of malicious amusement shone in her eyes. The skin-to-skin contact brought a sense of satisfaction that immediately filled the hollow void in her heart, calming her boiling blood. So soft. Soft and warm. The next second she pressed further, her fingertips gently pinching my burning earlobe, kneading it with just the right amount of pressure. I couldn't help but let out a small whimper, trying to pull away, only to be held in place. Focus on your work. Xingyao even had the audacity to shift the blame, her voice lazy. Your grinding rhythm is off. I really wanted to punch her. How could anyone focus like this? On one hand, she was approving documents that decided others' fates, while on the other, her hand beneath the desk was kneading and playing with my ear and hair as if I were a cat. I realized I wasn't her medicine at all. I was just a toy for this maniac to relieve her stress. Miss Xingyao, could you please let go first? It's a bit ticklish. Endure it. Xingyao didn't budge at all, her fingertips even sliding from behind my ear, down to the slender, vulnerable nape of my neck, gently caressing that soft skin. Who told you to be my medicine? She let out a soft chuckle, her voice betraying a sickly satisfaction. Touching this small creature shed locked in her domain felt truly wonderful, so much so that she thought keeping me by her side for the rest of her life didn't seem like a bad idea at all. At that moment, the strangely quiet atmosphere in the room was shattered as the tablet on the desk suddenly vibrated, signaling a secure international video conference request. Xingyao glanced at the screen. She had no intention of telling me to hide, simply withdrawing her mischievous hand with lazy ease and pressed the answer button. Then she lightly kicked my calf with the tip of her toe, signaling that I wasn't allowed to stop. Keep grinding the medicine. I had to press myself against the massive desk, trying to hide in the camera's blind spot. The video call connected, and on the other side of the screen, several solemn faces immediately appeared. High-level executives from the Xing Corporation, along with some young elites from high society. Greetings, President Xing, Sister Xingyao. Everyone was visibly tense, their eyes filled with clear fear. Rumor has it that during the last meeting, just because of a faint drilling sound, Xingyao had smashed her tablet to pieces and fired the person responsible on the spot. So this time, everyone had retreated into soundproof rooms, not even daring to breathe heavily. Get straight to the point. Xingyao leaned back in her chair, returning to the Yama-like persona that terrified all of high society. The meeting began, managers cautiously reporting on financial situations, the office remaining very quiet, save for the occasional sound of papers flipping and the extremely faint, dull thud of me grinding medicine under the desk. Those on the other end of the line couldn't hear this strange background noise at all. Until my knees grew stiff from kneeling for too long, and I intended to secretly shift my position, only for my arm to accidentally hit the desk leg as I moved, causing the pestle in my hand to slip. Clang, clang. A series of sharp, jarring sounds rang out, amplified by the mic and transmitted directly to the other end, sounding just like a thunderclap. The video call immediately fell into a deathly silence, the managers on the other side turning pale with terror, their reports instantly cutting off. It's all over. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Someone made a noise. The young lady is about to lose it. They could already imagine Xing Yao flying into a rage, smashing dishes, and kicking every single one of them out. I was also stunned by fear, scrambling to pick up the pestle, my heart pounding like a drum, fearfully glancing up at the woman above. I mouthed, "I'm sorry," without making a sound. Xing Yao's gaze indeed darkened, as she slowly lowered her head to look down at me, this little troublemaker, while everyone else thought she was about to explode. And while I thought I was about to be thrown out to the wolves, this woman, who normally never tolerated noise, merely gave a faint frown. Then, she actually reached her hand under the desk, in a complete blind spot for the camera, and gently grasped my freezing hand, using her fingertips to massage my reddened knuckles. She let out a soft sigh, her voice completely devoid of anger, instead carrying a hint of helplessness, a pampering tone that made one's hair stand on end. "Gently now," she said, looking into my panicked eyes, her voice unusually low and tender. "Doesn't your hand hurt?" On the other end of the video call, everyone was petrified. Senior managers exchanging bewildered looks, doubting their own hearing. Could the person using that gentle tone to coax a child really be their decisive, ruthless, and volatile President Xing? Furthermore, who was she talking to? Someone under the desk? Gently. "Does your hand hurt?" The looks on the faces of the socialite heiresses instantly became quite a sight, filled with unspeakable shock. There's a man hidden in her room, and not just any man, but one, who could make noise while this maniac was in a meeting, and instead of being beaten to death, was asked if his hand hurt. President Xing," a vice president stammered, "should we step away for a moment?" Xing Yao looked up, her gaze returning to the screen, and in an instant the tenderness on her face vanished without a trace, immediately replaced by an emotionless, stone-cold expression. Step away for what? One of her hands was still tracing my fingers under the desk, while the other tapped on the desktop, her voice icy. "Continue reporting those figures from before, and if you get even a single comma wrong, go to HR and hand in your resignation yourself." The vice president trembled as he complied, and though the meeting proceeded, everyone's mental state had completely collapsed as they fearfully reported on their work while desperately guessing what kind of deity could actually tame this mad dog of high society. Under the desk, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because Xing Yao was still gripping my hand tightly, with no intention of letting go. Just like that, she maintained an expressionless face as she listened to reports on multi-billion-dollar projects, while beneath the desk, she spitefully kneaded each of my knuckles. It felt as if she wanted to press her seal onto every inch of my skin. The dinner atmosphere was bizarre to the extreme. The woman known as the female Yama across from me seemed to be in an excellent mood, but I felt like I was sitting on hot coals, because just a few hours ago, she had been in a trillion-dollar project meeting, while playing with my fingers under the desk. Suddenly, a low voice broke the air, "Eat more." Right after, a piece of sweet and sour rib appeared in my bowl, placed there personally by Xing Yao. This action caused the butler, who had served her for 20 years, to startle violently beside her, as if he'd just witnessed the apocalypse. I looked at the rib and felt like I was about to meet my end. I whispered a small thank you, and just as I put the rib in my mouth, Xing Yao's scrutinizing gaze swept over my wrist, her voice casual, "Too thin." "Holding your hand." Then she announced a decision. "From now on, my soothing incense will all be made by you." I nodded instinctively, thinking that using a grinder for incense would be convenient, but the next second, she crushed my hopes. "No machines." I froze on the spot, hearing her say in a voice that left no room for argument, "Things made by machines have no soul. I want you to do it by hand, using that green jade mortar to grind it bit by bit." Hearing this, I began to curse inwardly. If Xing Yao used such a large amount of incense each month and I had to grind it by hand, would this hand of mine even survive? Just as I was about to protest, Xing Yao's eyes instantly turned icy. "What is it? Did you think you came here to live in comfort? Mugi, don't forget your place." That single sentence dragged me back to harsh reality. I was only here to repay a debt. I could only bow my head and accept my fate, while cursing her in my heart as a bloodsucker. However, I didn't know that. She didn't care about anything like a soul at all. She was simply infatuated with the sight of me sitting by her side and working hard just for her sake. That was a privilege reserved solely for me. I thought that was already the limit. Little did I know, this woman's peculiar tastes were far from over. At 10 p.m., I had just finished bathing and was ready for bed when a knock suddenly came at the door. "Mr. Muge, the young mistress invites you to her room." "Why go there so late?" With a restless heart, clutching my precious medicine mortar, I pushed open the door to the master bedroom next door. There I saw Jing Yao leaning against the headboard reading. Hearing the noise, she only slightly raised her eyes to look, then patted the rug beside her bed. I walked over, holding the medicine pot, full of caution. "Miss Jing Yao, it's so late, are you still reading?" Unexpectedly, Jing Yao closed her book and pointed at the pot in my arms. "Grind the medicine. Why are you just standing there in a daze?" I glanced at the wall clock. It was already 10:30. At that moment, I suspected I had misheard. Wasn't she planning to sleep? Instead, she casually slipped under the covers, adjusted her position, and closed her eyes. Precisely because I must sleep. I want to hear that sound to fall asleep. That sound makes it easier to sleep. My mind was in a complete mess. Using the sound of grinding medicine as a lullaby. What kind of perverted hobby is this? Just then, Jing Yao opened her eyes unhappily, her voice raspy with drowsiness. "Why are you still dazed? Begin. Do not stop until I tell you to." I looked at her. I am the master face, took a deep breath and reminded myself she's the creditor. She's a lunatic. I could only accept my fate and sit down. Thump, 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 the dull thuds echoing in the bedroom. To me, this sound was tedious hard labor, but for Jing Yao, it was the ultimate indulgence, because I was right there within her reach, immediately working for her. This sense of control was more effective than any sedative. Half an hour later, my arm was about to break, and my eyelids began to droop. I stole a glance. On the bed, Jing Yao breathing was steady. "She seems to have fallen fast asleep like a little squirrel, hasn't she?" I muttered under my breath. Just as I was about to stop and sneak away, however, less than 3 seconds after the sound ceased, that woman fast asleep on the bed suddenly reached her hand out from under the blanket. In the next second, she gripped my wrist tightly. Planning to slack off? Jing Yao didn't even open her eyes. Not only did she not let go, but she also pulled my hand next to her pillow, her cheek rubbing against the back of my hand. "Don't stop. Keep going." She mumbled and pulled the blanket, pinning down my entire hand. Now I was forced to sprawl by the edge of the bed, one hand pinned by her, while the other still had to struggle grinding the medicine. This wasn't romance at all. This was clearly an evil landlord oppressing the poor. The poor medicine grinder, accompanied by my sighs, lasted throughout the small hours of the morning. However, after several days of being forced to read together and grind medicine late at night, the atmosphere on the third floor became strangely harmonious. The servants noticed that the temperamental young mistress' frequency of outbursts had significantly decreased. As for me, the one who deserved the credit, treatment improved remarkably. The kitchen would make snacks for me. The butler was incredibly respectful toward me, and even Jing Yao allowed me to read books for leisure. This illusion of peaceful years caused my tense nerves to gradually relax, even leading me to harbor a bit of improper wishful thinking. One afternoon, in the bright sunlight, Jing Yao sat behind her desk handling business matters, her profile looking a few degrees less sharp. While I was sitting on the sofa, my gaze couldn't help but drift toward her. Over these past few days, her tolerance toward me had been unbelievably high, so a dangerous question arose in my heart. Where exactly did her boundaries for me lie? Was it because my voice and scent were irreplaceable, or did she actually feel toward me personally something slightly different? If it was the former, I was just a tool, but if it was the latter, perhaps I had gained a bargaining chip to negotiate terms. I lowered my eyes, looking at the glass in my hand. I decided to take a gamble. I stood up, carried the water glass over to her, and said softly, "Miss Jing Yao, the water is cold. Let me get you a fresh glass." Jing Yao didn't even look up, giving a casual, I took her glass, refilled it, and returned to the desk. At the very moment I set the glass down, I slightly loosened my fingers, and the thick bottom of the glass slammed hard onto the tabletop. This loud, dull thud felt like a hammer blow in the quiet study. Water splashed everywhere, even blurring the document she had just signed. Time seemed to freeze for a split second, and my heart leaped into my throat. I watched her intently, without blinking. If she only frowned and scolded me, it would mean I was still safe. However, Jing Yao didn't scold me at all. Her hand holding the pen froze in midair. She slowly raised her head. In those eyes, there was no violence, as I had predicted, nor the indulgence I had hoped for, but only a bone-chilling coldness. That gaze was too sharp, as if it could pierce through my flesh and see through every petty calculation in my heart. I felt a chill down my spine. immediately overwhelmed by fear. I was wrong. I never should have tried to pluck a whisker from a sleeping tiger. Did your hand slip? Jing Yao set her pen down, her voice terrifyingly calm. I swallowed hard, forced to grit my teeth and continue the act. I'm sorry, I didn't have a firm grip. Is that so? Jing Yao chuckled softly. Muga, do you feel I've been treating you too well lately? My whole body stiffened. Instinctively, I wanted to back away. I didn't mean to. Come here. Those two words cut off all my excuses. I didn't dare move. My legs felt rooted to the spot. In the next second, Jing Yao suddenly reached out and locked onto my wrist. A tremendous force pulled me, and I cried out as I lunged forward. While my world spun, I was actually pulled into her embrace and pressed down onto her lap. I had always wondered why a woman's strength could be so great. The distance instantly vanished. I struggled in a panic, but my waist was gripped tightly. I couldn't move. Miss Jing Yao, what are you doing? Jing Yao raised her hand, placing her index finger on my lips. She bowed her head, her beautiful, charismatic face drawing close, nearly touching the tip of my nose. Muga, take back those petty thoughts of yours. What are you testing? Testing to see if it have the heart to touch you, or testing to see if you can overturn this world. My pupils constricted. She knew. She knew everything. My clumsy acting skills were just a farce in her eyes. I didn't. This time I was truly afraid. Jing Yao's fingers slid down, squeezing my slender neck, gently caressing the throbbing vein there. You let go of that glass on purpose. She hit the nail on the head, her tone absolutely certain. You wanted to see if I would do anything to you over a little noise, right? The shame and fear of being exposed made me tremble uncontrollably. Jing Yao felt the tremors under her palm. A flicker of cruel pleasure flashed in her eyes. She suddenly leaned close to my ear, her hot breath fanning my earlobe. Mu Ji, you must remember this clearly. I dote on you. Allow you freedom of movement because you are good. You are my medicine, but that doesn't mean you can use that to be arrogant and walk all over me. The fingers around my neck tightened slightly. The pressure made me gasp, but not enough to hurt. This is the first time, and also the final warning. There won't be a next time. Jing Yao tones suddenly turned cold, exuding a sinister air. If there is a next time, if I catch you intentionally making noise again, beneath Jing Yuan, there is a completely soundproof room. No light, no sound, even the air is stagnant. I will lock you in there. Even if you scream until your throat rips, not a single sound will be heard outside. By then, you will truly never be able to make another sound for the rest of your life. My face instantly went as white as a sheet. I heard the servants talk about that basement. They said anyone who went in came out insane. She released the hand from my neck. As long as you're obedient and act as my medicine, that place will never be for you. Understand? I nodded frantically. I understand. I truly understand. She was a lunatic, a tyrant. Her favor was sugar-coated arsenic. I only had the right to obey, not the standing to test her. Good boy, Jing Yao curled her lips in satisfaction. She leaned down and kissed my eyes. Then she loosened the arms holding me tight, resuming her lofty, superior demeanor. Now that you understand, clean the table. And this too, she pointed at the file, read it once more. I scrambled down from her lap, wiped the water stain off the desk, my hands still shaking uncontrollably. I saw Jing Yao leaning back, filling with her beads. Her expression was as cold as a Buddha's. In that moment, I realized everything. The peaceful years were all an illusion. A vicious dog is still a vicious dog. Even wagging its tail doesn't change its predatory nature. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. I could clearly feel the atmosphere at Jin Yuan had changed. Or rather, everyone's attitude toward me had undergone an earth-shattering shift. Before, the servants looked at me with pity, as if at a sacrificial lamb. Now their gaze was one of awe, even carrying a hint of flattery. Mr. Muji, here is the osmanthus lotus root the kitchen just finished, and your medicinal herbs have been dried. I walked down the stairs. The servants all bowed respectfully, as if they wished they could worship me as a saint. The reason was simple. Everyone had discovered an ironclad rule for survival. As long as I was there, that temperamental female Yama would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled. Thus, I became Jing Yuan's only fire extinguisher, the protective charm for the entire household. That morning, while I was sitting on the sofa reading a medical book, the old butler approached with a look of deep concern, beads of sweat on his forehead. Mr. Muga, he whispered, his voice full of plea. Could you please come to the study for a moment? I closed the book and looked at him warily. What happened? The manager of the southern branch just caused a major problem. The butler wiped his sweat while glancing fearfully upstairs. Lost over 300 million yuan in bad debt. The young mistress is in a towering rage. She's already smashed an entire tea set. I pursed my lips. That was Miss Jingyao business matter. I'm afraid it's not very convenient for me to go in. I was just warned a few days ago. I really didn't want to go at all. In this dire situation, Mr. Mu Ji, I'm begging you. The usually stern butler now bowed deeply before me. If the young mistress truly takes action, things will be beyond saving. Right now, only if you go in will the mistress's anger be halved. I looked at the butler's graying hair, then heard the shouting drifting down from upstairs. Finally, I sighed helplessly. I understand. I got up and went to the kitchen to fetch a cup of herbal tea. These past few days, I seem to have grown accustomed to this role. Accustomed to being her medicine, being her fire extinguisher, the only soft spot in this cold mansion. This habit is truly terrifying. Terrifying. As I approached the study door, I already heard a violent, cold laugh from inside. 300 million yuan. If you threw it in the sea, it would make a sound. Taking it to gamble, I think you're tired of living. Jingyao's voice was bone-chilling. This was followed by the sharp sound of shattering porcelain. The woman kneeling on the floor shook like a leaf, her forehead slamming against the shards. Blood flowed freely, yet she didn't even dare utter a plea for mercy. The pressure in the room was at its limit. Amidst this stifling, deathly atmosphere, 2 rhythmic knocks suddenly sounded. The noise wasn't loud, yet it was extremely abrupt. Everyone was stunned, thinking, who could be so senseless as to come here and throw their life away now? However, Jingyao, sitting sharply in her chair, upon hearing the sound, slightly twitched her eyebrow. She said nothing, only glancing coldly toward the door. A second later, I walked in carrying the tea tray, intruding into this space thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Miss Jingyao, I looked straight ahead, as if oblivious to the pool of blood on the floor. I walked straight to her desk and gently set the herbal tea down by her hand. Young mistress, please have some tea to soothe your anger. My voice was low and somewhat soothing. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the female demon's outburst. Jingyao tensed jaw upon smelling that familiar scent, visibly relaxed. She glanced at the tea, then at my obedient and gentle appearance. Drag her out, she said, picking up the cup. Though her tone remained cold, the thick murderous intent from before had vanished. Follow the rules. Cut off one hand and take her to the police station. The person on the floor felt as if she had been granted amnesty. Even if she lost a hand, at least her life was spared. The executives retreated as quickly as a tide. Before leaving, everyone couldn't help but steal a glance at me. Their eyes were filled with the look of a living bodhisattva. The study quickly regained its silence. Jingyao took a sip of tea and reached out, habitually pinching the fingertips of my hand hanging by my side. Did the butler tell you to come? I didn't deny it. I thought perhaps the mistress was thirsty. Jingyao chuckled softly, without exposing my lie. Fine, stop standing there in a daze. She set the cup down. Go and change your clothes. I was stunned. Change clothes? I need to go out for a while. Jingyao walked over to the mirror, picking up a silk scarf, but looked at me with deep eyes through the reflection. What are you still doing there? She turned around, her chin slightly raised, looking both mobile and completely natural. Come tie this scarf for me. My fingertips trembled slightly, tying a silk scarf. How could she say such an intimate act so naturally? But seeing her gaze that forbade refusal, I could only step closer. Standing extremely close to each other, I could smell the cold fragrance on her, and her hands suddenly leisurely rested on my waist, like a silent act of possession. Done. I finished tying an elegant bow. Just as I was about to step back, Jingyao tightened her grip on my waist, not letting me move. She curled her lips in satisfaction. Deft hands you have. Saying that, she let go and went upstairs to get her coat. Jingyao tilted her head back as she walked out, a meaningful glint in her eyes. Come with me. Blanked out. Where to? I'm taking you to a banquet. Jingyao stood in the dim light, fiddling with her beads, her voice casual, yet carrying an unquestionable dominance. I kept you hidden for so long. If those people out there still haven't learned their place, then my doorstep at Jingyuan will be trampled to pieces. That night at 8 p.m., the night was as black as ink. Black Maybach slowly drove into the most elite private club in the capital, Orchid Pavilion. A Suzhou-style garden hidden in a deep alley. Even the lanterns at the entrance exuded a sense of coldness. The next second, the car door was respectfully opened. A refined black high heel first stepped onto the blue stone. Jingyao stepped out of the car, wearing a black trench coat, looking like a blade about to be unsheathed. But she didn't leave immediately. She stood by the door, her eyes fixed on the interior of the car, Following that, a pair of white soft-soled leather shoes. Stepped cautiously outside, and then I stepped out of the car too. I stood beside her, feeling completely out of place. Jing Yao saw my shoulders hunch slightly. "Cold?" she asked casually. I shook my head quickly. "Not cold. I'm just a bit scared. The atmosphere here is too stifling." Jing Yao chuckled at my words. With one hand in her pocket, she leisurely fiddled with her beads. "With me here, no one in this capital dares to touch you." With that, she strode forward. I didn't dare delay and hurried after her in small steps. Passing through the corridor, several servers in tang suits, upon seeing Jing Yao, immediately bowed 90 degrees. That posture wasn't like welcoming a guest. It was more like welcoming a queen. I had never seen such a scene. As an introvert, I immediately felt uneasy. That tall, slender figure ahead became my only anchor. Just then, at a corner, several tipsy women approached from the opposite direction. The moment they saw me, their gazes became blatant. Instinctively, I reached out and gripped Jing Yao trench coat sleeve. "Miss Jing Yao." Jing Yao's steps came to a sudden halt. She lowered her eyes, her gaze falling on my hand clutching her sleeve. "You should know, before this, anyone who dared touch her clothes would have their hand cut off. But now, looking at my hand, the irritation in her heart fell strangely silent. What is it?" She didn't shake me off. Instead, she looked at me with a faint smile. "Can't even walk anymore?" I was about to let go when she said, "Give me your hand." Jing Yao suddenly interrupted me, directly extending her left hand with the prayer beads. Before I could react, she impatiently turned her hand and locked onto mine, her cold hand instantly encircling my wrist. The beads pressed against my skin, bringing a tingling, trembling sensation. "Stay close," she said as we walked. "This place is full of mazes. If you get lost, I won't come looking for you." As I was pulled along, I screamed inwardly. "You're obviously walking too fast, and fine, don't look for me then. But why must you hold on so tightly? This grip is clearly because you're afraid I'll run away." Very quickly, we reached the Heaven's Grace VIP room. The bodyguard immediately pushed the large doors open. "Miss Jin Yao has arrived," an announcement rang out. The noisy private room suddenly fell silent. Led by Jin Yao's hand, I stepped over the towering threshold. Inside, the air was thick with smoke. About 7 or 8 women were sitting there, each accompanied by an exceptionally handsome man. As everyone's eyes simultaneously turned toward us, the entire hall fell into a stupor. What on earth were they seeing? The legendary Jing Buddha, who had a severe germophobia and a profound loathing for men, was actually holding a man's hand. And it wasn't just a casual link, but a domineering, tight grip on my wrist. "Oh, is the sun rising from the west?" A woman in a floral shirt was the first to react. She stubbed out her cigarette, her gaze full of mockery. "Jing Yao, from which house did this little piece of fresh meat come?" But Jing Yao completely ignored everyone's scrutinizing gazes. She led me straight to the center of the sofa. Waving off those who tried to approach with drinks, she pressed my shoulder to make me sit beside her, then sat down herself with a regal air. The other woman hadn't given up yet. She leaned in and whispered, "Is this the one who cures your headaches? He looks quite decent." Hearing that, Jing Yao suddenly looked up, glancing coldly at the woman. "What are you looking at? Have you no more need for those eyes?" That woman was instantly silenced. Awkwardly rubbing her nose, "Fine, I'll stop looking, okay? Geez, you're guarding him like your own eye." Xing Yao didn't spare her a glance. The next second, she suddenly turned toward me. She reached out her hand, naturally tucking a stray lock of my hair behind my ear. Her fingertips deliberately brushed against my earlobe. "Be a good boy and sit there. Don't run off and don't let your eyes wander. If I let them steal you away, they'll be very angry." The air in the private room was chaotic. I sat quietly by her side. Just then, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Tian, sitting opposite us, spoke up. "Xing Yao, I heard you've been staying at Shen Yuan lately, cultivating your soul, hardly showing up at the office." But her murky eyes began to wander restlessly. Xing Yao's expression remained calm. "I'm just recuperating." "Recuperating?" Zhao Tian sneered, her gaze fixed on me with raw intensity. "I think keeping a toy boy is more like it." That stare made my spine go stiff, and I instinctively huddled closer to Xing Yao. My shoulder ended up brushing against her arm. Xing Yao paused for a beat, but instead of pushing me away, she took the opportunity to raise her arm, resting it directly on the back of the sofa behind me. It was a posture of absolute possessiveness and protection. She lifted her eyelids, her voice turning several degrees colder. "Xiao Zhao, let's get to business." But Zhao Tian was already too drunk, completely oblivious to the warning. She picked up a glass brimming with red wine, stumbled around the coffee table, and pointed it straight at my face. The pungent smell of alcohol wafted up. "Come on, Little brother, I'm offering you a drink. I stared at the swaying wine, feeling my stomach churn. I couldn't drink at all, and I was allergic to alcohol. I hurriedly backed away to refuse. I'm sorry. Refusing me. Zhao Tian's face darkened instantly. Fueled by liquor, she reached out to grab my wrist. What's wrong with just one sip? It's not drugged, don't be afraid. Seeing that hand about to touch me, with a sharp smack, a fair hand shot out into mid-air, firmly blocking her path right in front of me. The back of Xingyao's hand directly stopped the glass. Her cold prayer beads clinked against the glass rim, making a dull thud. He doesn't drink. A second later, Xingyao looked up, her eyes devoid of any warmth, as if she were looking at a dead person. Zhao Tian froze on the spot, but the alcohol soon surged to her head, making her even more agitated. Dared to openly mock Xingyao. This ruins the fun. Is this toy boy you brought along that precious? Can't he even have a single drink? The moment she uttered the words toy boy, the air in the room instantly froze. Though I knew my place well, those words still felt like a slap, striking me hard across the face. Xingyao sensed my emotions, and her hand resting on her knee suddenly clenched. The thorn tattoo on the back of her hand seemed to come alive, yet she somehow managed to restrain herself. Not just because that land plot was important, but because she didn't want me to witness a bloody scene. That would give me nightmares. Suppressing the fury in her eyes, she explained patiently, he's allergic to alcohol. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tian had no sense of tact, turning her embarrassment into anger instead. Allergy my foot, that's just an excuse. She slammed the glass down on the marble coffee table, hitting it with great force. Crash. A piercing sound rang out. Red wine splashed everywhere, like a glaring pool of fresh blood. This loud noise acted like a rusted saw, grating harshly against Xingyao's skull. A deafening ringing exploded in her ears, and her sanity fractured at that very moment. Xingyao's face turned as white as a sheet, but she didn't move. She only gripped the glass in her hand, her knuckles turning white, veins on the back of her hand throbbing incessantly. Less than greater than. The Bodhi beads on her wrist. Less than greater than. Trembled violently from her tensed muscles. She was enduring, using immense willpower to hold back, to suppress, urge to crush the head of the fool in front of her. Yet Zhao Tian was still shouting, courting death. You must drink this glass today. Not drinking it means you're looking down on me. It was all just noise. Xingyao closed her eyes, cold sweat trickling down her temples. A voice in her head screamed, frantically, kill her. Shut her up. At this moment, I, who was always by her side, suddenly realized something was wrong. I saw the bulging veins, the pale complexion, and the endless agony seeping from beneath those tightly shut eyes. In the whole hall, only I noticed. As a traditional medicine student, instinct kept my eyes glued to her face. This wasn't right at all. It was highly abnormal. I noticed her breathing had changed, no longer steady and deep, but shallow and rapid, like a patient on the brink of death. And the most terrifying part was her eyes. Those eyes. The pupils were contracting violently, eventually narrowing into a pinprick red dot. In the whites of her eyes, blood vessels were spreading at a visible speed, branching out frantically. This was the sign that her auditory hypersensitivity was losing control. I was all too familiar with this state. On that stormy night, before she strangled me, her eyes looked exactly like this. Right now, in Xingyao world, everything was warping. Zhao Tian's voice was magnified infinitely, becoming a deafening drill. The clinking of glasses sounded like thunder. Even the air conditioner's hum was like a piercing buzz. The horrific ringing in her ears was like a tsunami drowning her mind. Her final thread of sanity snapped. Kill her. Just smash this glass in your hand into the temple of this fool. Then the world will be quiet. Xingyao's fingers twitched slightly, the crystal glass being squeezed until it deformed as she slowly lifted it from the table. Killing intent surged in an instant, and at this hair-trigger moment, a gentle touch suddenly came from beneath the table. Xingyao's whole body went rigid. It was an intimate and warm contact. The hand hanging by her side, without anyone noticing, had reached out, hidden from view. A pinky finger extended like a blade of grass, tentatively hooking onto Xingyao's pinky. Immediately after, gently scratched her burning palm, over and over again. That light tickle was like an electric current, instantly piercing through her noise-blocked senses, bringing a sense of numbness and clarity. Her near-exploding brain, just like the sound of grinding medicine in an earthen mortar, was painless yet magical. It made her heart itch, and the red alert screaming in her head suddenly halted for a moment. The urge to destroy everything was forced to pause. She slowly lowered her head, shifting her gaze from Zhao Tian to meet mine as I looked back at her. In this noisy, chaotic world of status and vanity, Only I heard the ringing in her head. Only I saw through her pain. I didn't say a word, only silently mouthed, "Don't be angry." Under the table, my pinky gently hooked hers again, with a clumsy attempt to please and plead. Xingyao clenched jaw, finally relaxed a little, and the terrifying red dot in her pupils slowly faded. Her breathing grew heavy. She said nothing, only turning her hand over. The hand that had intended to strike released the glass, catching my playful hand under the table, like a drowning person clutching their only lifeline. With a clack, the wineglass was placed back on the table. Xingyao leaned back into the sofa. The redness in her eyes hadn't fully cleared, but the killing intent was gone. She spoke, her voice incredibly raspy. "CEO Zhao, I'll drink this glass on his behalf. But after I finish this, profit margin for this contract." Cruel smile played on her lips, her eyes sharp as knives. "I want another 3%. Walking out of Lanting Club, the night wind brushed my face. I took a deep breath. The tension from earlier had left my limbs weak, but Xingyao walked beside me with a steady gait. Aside from her face being even paler, she looked no different than usual. Only I knew that she was squeezing my wrist so hard it felt like it would break. Her hand was burning hot, yet it was trembling uncontrollably. The moment the bodyguard opened the car door, a sarcastic, mocking voice suddenly rang out from the shadows of the parking lot. "Xiao Xing, leaving so soon?" I felt the hand gripping my wrist suddenly tighten. A middle-aged woman, dressed in a gray suit, approached us. It was the eldest miss of the Gu family, Gu Cheng, a lifelong enemy of the Xing family. Xingyao stopped and turned. "Xiao Gu." Xingyao's face was utterly indifferent. "Is there something?" But Gu Cheng approached with a smile, her eyes like a venomous snake. "Nothing. Just heard that Xiao Xing was quite upset tonight." She lowered her voice, laughing maliciously. "Xingyao, with your condition, it's best you stay in more often. I heard you've been taking medicine more frequently lately. Don't go down the same path as your mad father." A cruel curve appeared on her lips, as she enunciated every word, digging into Xingyao's most painful wound. Back then, he jumped from the 28th floor, leaving his brains splattered all over the ground. If you follow right after him, then this high society will lose, another laughingstock to watch. I felt my head buzzing. I looked at Xingyao in horror. That was her father. An absolute pain no one was allowed to touch. The bodyguards' hands all moved toward their waists, waiting only for a look from Xingyao. But the expected rage didn't come. Xingyao smiled, a perfect, flawless smile. She spoke gently, yet it made one feel as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar. "Anku, you're joking." She paused for a moment, even stepping forward to help Gu Cheng adjust her collar, her tone tender. "After all, if I were to die, who would be left to see off the Gu family?" The smile on Gu Cheng's face froze instantly, and before she could react, Xingyao patted her shoulder, pulled me along in my dazed state, got straight into the car, and ordered the driver to leave. The moment the car door slammed shut, the smile on Xingyao's face was torn away like a mask, vanishing in an instant. Replacing it was a deathly, suffocating silence. She rasped, "Back to Shen Yuan." Then she pressed a button, and the black, soundproof partitions slowly rose, turning the back seat into an enclosed space, a narrow black cage. Inside that cage, there was only me and a wild beast on the brink of collapse. I shrank into the corner, not daring to breathe loudly. The car lights were off. By the light of the street lamps rushing past the window, I saw Xingyao leaning against the seat back, her head tilted back, eyes closed. One hand gripped the armrest tightly, her nails digging deep, the other pressed against her temple, veins faintly bulging. The pain was erupting. She was enduring, using her last shred of reason to keep anyone from seeing her struggling state at this moment. I watched her agony, my heart squeezing in my chest, tried to reach out, wanting to grab her sleeve. "Don't touch me." She didn't open her eyes, but her voice was cold and trembling, pushing people 1,000 miles away. "Don't talk. Don't look at me." She feared that if she opened her eyes, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to draw blood. In this narrow space, even with me, her only medicine, the partition was fully closed, plunging the car interior into darkness and absolute silence. Only her suppressed, ragged breathing remained, like a time bomb about to explode. The Maybach sped through the late night, the front and back seats becoming isolated islands. Amidst the deathly stillness, only one sound was being magnified infinitely. Click, click. It was the sound of friction between her cold white hand and the Bodhi beads, the noise generated by their collision. Xingyao leaned into the corner, eyes shut tight, but her hand on her knee was spinning the beads frantically. The prayer beads spun at an extreme speed, the sound no longer soothing, sharp and jarring. as if bones were grinding against each other. I huddled in the corner, under the flickering dim light, heart pounding as I stared at her hand. That hand was pale yet powerful, the knuckles showing a sickly pallor. Those priceless prayer beads now looked like a prisoner being executed, seemingly on the verge of being crushed to dust by her grip. She was holding back. I could clearly feel the desire for destruction radiating from her. I knew Gu Chang's words were a curse, and right now, a storm was raging in her mind. As a physician, I knew she was in great danger. As her medicine, I instinctively wanted to do something. Finally, I mustered all my courage and leaned forward. Miss Xing. But as soon as my voice sounded, the woman in the darkness was like a dragon whose reverse scale had been touched. The wild beast suddenly became extremely tense. Shut up. 2 words hissed through her teeth, cold and violent. I was instantly stunned into silence, my outstretched hand hovering awkwardly in midair. I didn't give up. But I see you. I told you to stop talking. Xing Yao suddenly turned her head, and by the passing light, I finally saw her face clearly. Her eyes were shut tight, her brows deeply furrowed, her temples throbbing incessantly, cold sweat drenching her entire face. She wasn't looking at me, not because she didn't dare, but because I realized the string in her head was stretched to its limit, feared that the moment she opened her eyes, she would be able to control the brutality within her, and she would tear me apart. This was her final struggle before losing control. Using her last bit of sanity for fear of hurting me. Turn away, she rasped. Look out the window, don't look at me. My heart gave a sharp, painful throb. I understood the warning, and even more the restraint behind it. This woman was about to go insane, yet she was still trying to protect me. My eyes suddenly burned, and I silently withdrew my hand, immediately turning away. The only sound left in the car was the beads rubbing together faster and faster. Half an hour later, the car lights stopped. Xing Yao pushed the door open and rushed out, without giving me a single glance. Like a cold wind, she swept into the villa. The butler hurried to greet her, but was driven back by her terrifying aura. Get out, all of you. Don't come near me. She roared, pushing past the servants and running straight to her second-floor study. Bang! A loud noise erupted, followed by the sound of the door being locked from the inside. From the study came the sound of heavy objects hitting the wall, her way of venting her agony. I had just gotten out of the car, and the rosewood door slammed shut right in front of me. Immediately after came the sound of a bookshelf collapsing, books being torn apart, then the sound of glassware shattering to pieces. A one-sided destruction was happening inside. This is bad. This is really bad. The old butler stood at the door in a panic, his face filled with dread. Now only the butler and I remain on the second floor. How did it come to this? My face was pale. At the club, she was clearly still holding it in. It's because she's held it in for too long. The butler let out a heavy sigh, lowering his voice. Mr. Mu, the miss hates it most when people mention the old master. It's her inner demon. That beast from the Gu family provoked her on purpose. The butler glanced at me, hesitating before continuing. The miss didn't act, because she didn't want to show weakness to outsiders, and also because she didn't want to scare you. My heart suddenly tightened. I remembered how in the car she'd rather crush her beads than let me see even while roaring at me to turn away. It turns out that even then she was already on the verge of collapse. She locked herself away, not because she was throwing a tantrum, but to gnaw away on her own, at the agony that was about to explode. Shh. Another loud noise. The butler jumped, his aged face turning white. This is not good. This commotion isn't normal. Usually, once the miss vents by breaking things, she quiets down. But this time, he pointed a trembling finger at the door. This time, the miss is seeking pain. Seeking pain? I didn't understand. When the episode reaches its peak, she needs physical pain to divert her attention. The butler choked up. If someone doesn't stop her, the miss won't stop today until she sees blood. The words, see blood, pricked my ears like needles. I remembered those hands, the hands that had blocked the wine for me and served me food. Was she really going to torture herself in there? Do you have a spare key? I spoke up suddenly, my tone absolute and firm. The butler was dazed. Mr. Mu, give me the spare key. I held out my hand, my eyes full of resolve. I am a doctor, and I am her medicine. Are we just going to wait for her to kill herself in there? The butler hesitated, but hearing uncontrollable sounds from within, he grit his teeth and took out a key, handing it to me with trembling fingers. Mr. Mu, you must be careful. I took the key, the cold metal feeling heavy in my hand. I walked to the door. Through it, I could almost hear her heavy gasps, like the final tragic cries of a cornered beast. I took a deep breath, hesitated no longer, and inserted the key into the lock. Click, click. The lock turned, and the study door was pushed open. I expected to see a raving lunatic, but it was deathly silent inside. Thick curtains blocked out all light, making the entire study feel like a massive, dark cavern. Dust lingered in the air, mixed with the smell of iron-rich blood and thick cigarette smoke. Miss Xing. The hand holding my medicine kit trembled slightly. No one answered, only a suffocating silence weighed on my heart. I swallowed hard, and used the dim light from the hallway to step inside. Beneath my feet were shards of porcelain and torn book pages, each step producing a jarring crunch. Finally, in the deepest corner of the study, I saw a glowing red ember. Xing Yao was sitting on the floor, leaning back against a bookshelf. She sat there in silence, like a soulless plaster statue. Between her slender fingers was a half-burnt cigarette. Smoke curled upward, blurring her deathly pale face. My heart constricted violently. I had never seen Xing Yao like this. No anger, no coldness, only a bottomless emptiness and numbness. Just then, she seemed to hear my footsteps and slowly lifted her eyelids, but her eyes lacked any focus. They were just pitch black, like a stagnant pool. She numbly stared at the red ember at her fingertip. Then, lifelessly, she raised her hand. I saw on the back of her left hand the fierce black thorn tattoo. The next second, she performed an action that scared the soul out of me. She actually took the glowing end of the cigarette, slowly, without a hint of hesitation, aimed it at the tattoo on the back of her hand, and pressed it down hard. The movement was so slow, as if she were performing some divine ritual, without trembling, without doubting. I almost heard the sound of burning flesh, and a pungent, scorched smell instantly filled the room. Yet she didn't even knit her brows once. She even tilted her head, her gaze empty, watching the cigarette tip sink into her flesh, watching the skin turn black and shrivel up, as if that hand didn't belong to her at all. This scene was so terrifying, so tragic, that my pupils constricted violently. All the blood in my body rushed to my head. At this moment, with the instincts of a doctor, combined with the heartache of being silently protected by her, my fear of her status was completely shattered. Forget the big sister of the Golden Circle. Forget being a creditor. In my eyes right now, she had only one identity, a patient who was destroying herself. Xing Yao, I let out a heart-wrenching cry. It was the first time I had ever called her by name. The medicine box in my hand fell to the floor with a clang, but I didn't care about it anymore. Despite everything, I rushed straight toward her. You're crazy. I lunged in front of her. Without a second thought, I knocked the cigarette from her hand. The hot embers splashed onto the back of my hand, but I didn't feel any pain at all. My hands were trembling as I lifted her left hand, which was mangled from the burns. Amidst the once exquisite thorn tattoo, there was now a deep, charred crater, surrounded by red swelling and blisters, looking absolutely horrific. The stench of burnt flesh hit my nose, making me nauseous, like a sharp blade cutting through the final defense in my heart. I couldn't hold it back anymore. A choked sob escaped my throat. How could you treat yourself like this? Don't you feel the pain? It was only then that Xing Yao, whose cigarette had been knocked away, gradually regained her senses, blinked slowly, her gaze slowly focusing, and met my face, which was sobbing uncontrollably. She was stunned, not understanding why I was crying. Clearly, she was the one in pain. But why did I look even more pained than she did? At that moment, my crying, like a powerful force, dragged her out of that world filled with frantic noise. She slowly moved her eyes, her gaze resting on my small, tear-stained face. The fear in my eyes was still there, but even more prominent was a deep sadness and pity that were about to overflow. Pity? The corner of her mouth twitched into a forced smirk, as the pleasure of self-destruction was interrupted, causing a surge of violent fury to rise within her. A second later, she growled, "Who gave you permission to come in here?" Her voice was hoarse, raspy like rusted pieces of iron grinding against each other. She tried to pull her hand away, but I held it tight and wouldn't let go. Immediately, her gaze turned cold, staring at me gloomily. Muga, I told you to get out. Before I change my mind and decide to strangle you, this isn't an idle threat. Her sanity was on the brink of collapse, and the seeds of violence in her body were still screaming. She was afraid she would lose control, tear this weak little creature apart. Anyone else would have fled in terror long ago, but not me. I looked straight into her empty eyes and the layer of thorns she had deliberately built around herself. Instead of letting go, I tightened my grip even more. I don't care. I am your doctor. If I leave, what will happen to your hand? Do you want it to be useless forever? I actually dared to scold her. Someone like me, I who usually didn't even dare to speak loudly, actually dared to raise my voice at the queen of the Golden Circle. Xing Yao was instantly stunned and while she was still in a daze, I hurriedly pulled the burn ointment from my pocket, twisting off the cap with trembling fingers and squeezing out a large amount of ointment. "Don't move, please, don't move." My slightly cool fingertips, coated in ointment, carefully applied it bit by bit to the edge of the wound. That cooling sensation miraculously quelled the bone's searing pain. Xingyao, tense muscles unconsciously relaxed. She lowered her eyes, looking at me kneeling before her, my face drenched in tears. I was shaking. I was terrified. I stubbornly held her injured hand, as if I were cradling a priceless treasure. After applying the ointment, I leaned my head close to the wound and gently blew on it. I blew and coaxed her, soothing a child who had taken a painful fall. "The pain is gone, one blow and it's all better. Xingyao, please don't be like this anymore. I will heal you. Don't hurt yourself anymore. It will hurt." These 3 words were like a heavy hammer, smashing the ice that had frozen at the bottom of Xingyao's heart. For over 20 years, from childhood to adulthood, no one had ever asked if she was in pain. No one had ever sobbed over her injuries like this. Xingyao's throat tightened, aching with a bitter pang. The chaotic noises in her head forcing her to end it all miraculously vanished at this very moment, replaced by my choked sobs and my clumsy yet gentle blowing. This sound was so pleasant to hear. Xingyao's empty eyes gradually regained focus, the focus slowly coming together and finally settling on my reflection. The ointment was applied, the bone-deep burning pain temporarily eased, but Xingyao still wasn't any better. On the contrary, as the intense pain dissipated, an even more terrifying reaction set in. She was shivering. At first, it was just her fingertips trembling, then her arms, and finally her entire back was shivering violently and uncontrollably. Xingyao felt as if she had been thrown into an ice cellar. It wasn't a superficial cold, but a freezing despair seeping out from the very marrow of her bones. This was a physiological collapse caused by the sudden drop in adrenaline following her manic outburst. In the quiet space, I could even hear her teeth chattering. She hung her head, her messy white hair obscuring her eyes. She wanted to stop this humiliating shivering, but she couldn't. She was like a broken machine, gradually falling apart piece by piece. "Miss Xing." I knelt before her, lifting her injured hand. The feeling from her palm was as cold as a 1,000-year-old block of ice. I could clearly sense her helplessness and vulnerability. The once proud queen of the Golden Circle, the same Xingyao who had just threatened to strangle me, was now as fragile as a sheet of paper. "Are you cold?" Xingyao didn't answer. She just mechanically tried to pull her hand away. She wanted to retreat into that dark corner. "Don't look, don't look. This miserable state of mine is too ugly." I watched her attempt to shy away, my heart surging with a choked bitterness. She wasn't a monster. She was just a patient with no one to pity her. And not going anywhere. A second later, I took a step forward on my knees, ignoring the shards of porcelain cutting into my knees. I didn't stop. I came before her, opening my arms wide, like a small bird wanting to warm the frozen woman. Without hesitation, I held her waist tightly. Xingyao's violently trembling body suddenly went stiff. What is this? A warm hug, soft and filled with fierce vitality. A hug that used every ounce of my being to warm her. I pressed my cheek against her cold chest, listening to that heart beating frantically in panic. So fast and yet so frail. "Miss Xing, don't shiver anymore." I closed my eyes, tightening my embrace, only hoping I could transfer all my warmth to her. "Don't let it hurt anymore, okay? I'm here." Xingyao sat motionless, her hands hovering in the air, not knowing what to do. A voice in her head urging her to die suddenly went silent. The whole world now only held me. "You told me to get out, but I am your medicine." I looked up. There wasn't a hint of disgust or fear in my eyes. Such sincerity made her very soul tremble. How could I possibly leave? "I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere." These simple words were like a ray of light, tearing through the dark fog that had accumulated in her for over 20 years. At that moment, Xingyao felt something sprouting in her withered heart. Bone-chilling cold was gradually disappearing, replaced by a surge of hot energy. I didn't despise her at all. I had seen her maddest and most pathetic side, yet I still chose to embrace her. "Mugi." Xingyao softly called my name in a hoarse voice. Her eyes were terrifyingly red, but this time she didn't push me away. Her hovering hands trembled, slowly lowering to rest on my back. The moment my back felt the light touch of her fingertips, a long-absent, vibrant body temperature rushed wildly into her body. In 25 years, this was the first time Xingyao, at her most pathetic state of illness, wasn't avoided like the plague, nor had anyone stabbing her with sedatives, and certainly no one looking at her as if she were a monster. Only me, despite the floor being covered in glass shards, kneeling before her, pulling this dirty and broken body into my arms. Don't hurt anymore. I'm here. My words seemed to have opened Pandora's box. The ash-like emptiness in Xingyao's eyes collapsed quickly, replaced instead by a madness sufficient to incinerate all remaining logic. Cravings, it's still not enough. Just hugging like this isn't enough. Every cell in her body was screaming. It was the violent resistance of a skin hunger, suppressed to the absolute limit. She had been cold for too long. Now, having just seen the light, she only wanted to carve me into her body, never letting go. Muge. Xingyao called my name in a raspy voice, like the growl of a beast. A split second later, she suddenly acted, tightening her arm with a strength that was shockingly powerful, as if she wanted to break my waist. I let out a startled cry. Before I could react, the whole world began to spin. Xingyao held the back of my neck with one hand, her other arm tight around my waist, violently pulling me into her embrace. All distance finally vanished, and my entire body was practically embedded into her chest. Miss Xing. I was a bit panicked. Her strength was suffocating me. But Xingyao heard nothing anymore. Her logic had snapped. What was controlling her body now was an instinct called greed. She lowered her head, her exquisite face buried deep in the crook of my neck. That wasn't a kiss. It was a plunder. She was like a hungry beast, frenziedly nuzzling and sniffing my neck. Cold tip of her nose pressed against my warm skin, making me shiver uncontrollably. She whispered entranced words, her hot breath puffing against the back of my ear. Immediately after, I felt a hot dampness as her lips caressed my skin. Not only that, she even opened her mouth, using her teeth to gently nip the flesh on my neck, just to feel the life pulsing beneath those blood vessels. A stinging, numb sensation shot straight to the top of my head. Xingyao, please be gentle. My pleading only stimulated Xingyao further. Not only did she not stop, but she became even more aggressive. She forcefully threaded her fingers through my short hair, forcing me to tilt my head back, exposing my vulnerable neck for her to plunder at will. It was as if she wanted to reclaim all the warmth she'd missed for over 20 years at this very moment. The study fell into a deadly silence, with only the sound of the woman's breathing becoming heavier, more immersed. Xingyao closed her eyes tightly, pressing her cheek close to my carotid artery, listening to my heart pounding strongly. Her frantic, uneasy heart miraculously finally found a place to rest. This is life. This is warmth. This is the Muge who belongs to her. A long time later, she finally stopped, but she didn't look up, instead keeping her head buried in the crook of my neck. Her voice was hoarse to a pathetic degree, carrying an obsession, full of terror. You came here yourself. Once I've embraced you, don't ever dream of letting go in this lifetime. I was squeezed to the point of suffocation by her, stupidly listening to this vow that sounded like a curse. I still didn't know then that I had opened the beast's cage with my own hands, turning myself into the sacrifice to be trapped in that cage forever. Just when my legs were so numb they felt like they'd snap, I finally couldn't help it anymore. Miss Xing, it's cold on the floor, can we stand up? To my surprise, Xingyao didn't move at all. She just rested her chin on the top of my head, rubbing the tip of her nose gently against my hair. A lazy, hoarse hum escaped her throat, but the arms holding me didn't loosen by even a millimeter. Then let go of me first. I tried to explain. Let me tidy up the medicine box. Your hand still needs to be bandaged. Before I could finish, the woman who was just as silent as a large cat suddenly frowned. She suddenly inhaled a cold breath, an undisguised look of pain appearing on her face. My heart tightened, my doctor's instincts immediately making me tense. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Xingyao immediately lowered her eyes, raising her burned left hand, shaking it in front of me. Hand hurts. Her voice was hoarse, but it carried a reasonably aggrieved tone. It stings so much. I looked at that gruesome wound, my heart softening instantly, just about to say it'd blow on it. Unexpectedly, Xingyao raised her right hand, rubbing her temples, her brows tightly knit. My head hurts too, like someone is sawing it. Before I could even speak, she placed her hand over her left breast, looking at me with a distant gaze. It hurts here too. I was stunned for a moment. Chest pain? Is it angina? Or a complication? I hurriedly went to check her pulse, but Xingyao avoided my hand. Her deep eyes stared intently at me, her tone both plaintive and dangerous. If you leave, then I will hurt everywhere. My hand froze halfway. Now I understood clearly. This was no complication. This was clearly playing a game of feigning injury. The decisive queen of the Golden Circle was now taking advantage of being a patient, blatantly demanding my attention. I'm not going, I sighed helplessly, coaxing a child. Let me help you to your room to rest. Xingyao stared at me for a few seconds, finally mercifully loosening her grip slightly, but still holding my wrist firmly. Support me. She extended her hand as if it were a given, and I accepted my fate as a crutch, struggling to help her stand up from the floor. Xingyao put nearly half her body weight on me, and we both stumbled out of the study, pushing open the heavy double doors of the master bedroom next door. The scent of cold cedarwood hit my nose. This was the first time I ever entered Xingyao bedroom. Lie down and rest. I helped her to the bedside, and just as I was about to turn away, my wrist was suddenly seized. A surge of power followed, pulling my entire body down onto that large, soft bed. Before I could crawl back up, a hot body pressed close to me, long arms reaching out, putting both me and the blanket into her embrace. Miss Xing. I was scared out of my wits, flailing my limbs to crawl out. This is your bed. I have to go back to my room. Don't move. Xingyao held me tight from behind, her domineering long legs pinning mine down, locking my entire body in her arms. Sleep here tonight, she whispered in my ear, her breath puffing against the sensitive area of my neck. This is against the rules. Men and women should keep a distance. You are my medicine. Xingyao directly cut me off, with a very grand reason. If you're not by my side, what if the illness flares up in the middle of the night? Do you want me to die in pain? But, no buts. Xingyao buried her face in the crook of my neck, inhaling the scent of my body deeply. Sleep. She closed her eyes, her voice carrying a look of fatigue and ultimate satisfaction. I won't do anything to you. As if I believe you. You really aren't doing anything to me. But right now you're using both arms and legs to wrap around me like an octopus. What's that about? She domineeringly pinned my legs down, making it impossible for me to move. I was like a human body pillow, plundered by her to be her private property. I lay motionless in the darkness, my back pressed tight against her hot chest. Heaving breaths echoed in my ear, beat by beat, my heart racing from tension, somehow gradually synchronized with her breathing. She had fallen fast asleep, and only then did my rigid body slowly relax. I slightly tilted my head, and under the moonlight watched her sleeping face behind me. That face, usually so dark and cold, was now completely defenseless, her long eyelashes drooping, looking surprisingly somewhat obedient. She really treats herself like a baby, I whispered softly, the fear in my heart also unconsciously dissolving. Never mind, considering how she hurt herself today, I'll just pretend to be a body pillow for one night. I let out a sigh, and in that woman's warm embrace, smelling the faint scent of cedarwood, also accidentally drifted off to sleep before I knew it. But just as I fell asleep, the woman who was supposed to be sound asleep slowly opened her eyes. In the darkness, Xinyao's eyes were completely alert, without a trace of sleepiness. She looked at me curled up in a ball in her arm, the corner of her mouth lifting in a meaningful curve. She tightened her hold, holding me even tighter. I've caught you. Don't even think about escaping me in this lifetime. Early the next morning, I woke up feeling suffocated, as if I were being squeezed. Dimly opening my eyes, what met my vision was a flat, firm chest, behind a thin layer of black soap pajamas, radiating an intense heat. My mind instantly went blank. Last night, I had been forcibly kept here by Xingyao, acting as her body pillow all night. I cautiously shifted a bit, wanting to escape the embrace that was making me feel smothered. However, as soon as I moved, the strong arm draped across my waist instinctively tightened, dragging me right back into her embrace. What are you fussing about? Above my head, the woman's lazy, hoarse voice sounded, carrying that charm of someone who just woke up, making me instantly go stiff. Looking up, Xingyao didn't open her eyes at all, her chin resting on the top of my head, like an aristocratic big cat, exuding a sense of lazy ease. This was the deepest sleep she'd had in years. Miss Xing, it's morning, I whispered as a reminder, trying to wake the woman who was pretending to sleep. It's time to change the medicine on your hand. Hearing the words change the medicine, Xingyao finally opened her eyes slowly. A flash of dissatisfaction at being disturbed crossed her eyes, but when her gaze settled on my face flushed from sleep, her mood miraculously improved. She let go and rolled onto her back, pulling the blanket up to cover my bare shoulders, while she lazily extended her injured left hand toward me. Her posture was just like a queen waiting to be served. I sighed helplessly. With my hair messy, I ran to the next room to grab the medicine box. Under the sunlight, the wound on that hand looked even more horrific. The once exquisite black thorn tattoo had a charred black crater in the middle that had scabbed over, but the surrounding blisters had popped, leaking clear tissue fluid, with a large area swollen and red. I knelt beside the bed, carefully using a cotton swab soaked in red antiseptic, cleaning the wound bit by bit. As the disinfectant touched the wound, Xingyao's fingers trembled slightly. Her brows immediately knit together. Does it hurt? I instantly became gentler, leaning close to the wound and blowing softly on it. I'll be gentler. Please bear with it a bit. My warm breath swept across the back of her hand. Xingyao lowered her eyes to watch my focused face. My expression was concentrated and serious, my eyelashes like two small fans, gently fanning ripples of emotion into her heart. Done. I reapplied the burn ointment, then gently wrapped gauze around it once for her. Looking at that hand, which was as beautiful as a work of art, the pure white gauze wrapped around the wound. I felt a bit of a lump in my throat. "Miss Xing," I said while packing up the fragrance box, unable to stop myself from speaking. My voice was gentle but carried a hint of reproach. "Don't do this ever again." Xingyao leaned against the headboard, staring mindlessly at her own hand. Like what? Not hurting myself. I looked up, my eyes full of seriousness. This wound will definitely leave a scar later. Leave a scar? Xingyao raised her left hand, examining it under the sunlight. Isn't leaving a scar good? Her counter-question left me speechless. Of course it's not good. It's ugly. I think it's great. Before I could finish my sentence, Xingyao suddenly spoke softly, her stunningly beautiful face abruptly drawing close to mine. The next second, she reached out with her bandaged hand, using her fingertips to gently caress my flushing cheeks. The rough texture of the gauze made me instinctively shrink back. Mugi, she stared into my eyes, her voice low and husky, as if it held a hook for the soul. This scar was given to me by you. I was completely bewildered. It was clearly because she burned herself. It's because of you that it has meaning. Xingyao's eyes darkened, her finger sliding down my cheek, stopping at the corner of my lips. Keep it, so that every time I see this scar in the future, I'll remember. She paused for a moment, a flicker appearing deep in her eyes, of obsession that was almost pathological. Remembering that you took the initiative to hug me last night. Remembering that you cried in my arms. Remembering that you said you were my medicine. I never expected in a million years that she would use this way to remember such moments. In her eyes, this ugly cigarette burn wasn't a testament to pain at all, but rather a medal of love and salvation that she paid for by harming herself to exchange for from me. You're just making up excuses. I closed the medicine box. I'm going to decoct medicine for you. Saying that, I grabbed the medicine box and ran away as if being chased by a ghost. After I left, Xingyao leaned back against the headboard, watching my panicked retreating back, then looked down at the gauze on the back of her hand. She even felt a bit of regret. If she'd known doing this would make me throw myself into her arms, maybe she should have made the burn a bit deeper. The second day after the scar incident, the atmosphere in Xingyuan underwent subtle changes. In the study, Xingyao was different from usual, not approving any documents, but frowning in deep thought. The butler asked tremblingly, "Miss, is it because the soothing incense isn't working?" I held the medicine jar, my expression also full of worry. "Is your head hurting again?" Hearing this, Xingyao slightly raised her eyelids and looked at me from afar. It's not that I can't sleep, but that I've developed a tolerance to the medicine. Medicine tolerance? I was stunned. As a doctor, I naturally understood drug resistance, but I'm a human being, developing resistance to my voice and scent. Is this even scientific? Right after that, Xingyao leaned back in her chair, tone as serious as if she were discussing a billion-dollar project. Before just hearing the voice, smelling the scent could relieve the pain. But lately this trick no longer works. The butler said anxiously, "Then what should we do? Should we change the incense?" No need to change the incense. Just then, Xinyao's gaze locked onto me, as if examining her own private property. We just need to change to another therapy. She reached out with her bandaged hand, pointing straight at me. From now on, we're switching to tactile therapy. I was completely dumbfounded. Xingyao leaned forward, staring at me with eyes full of pressure, declaring word by word, "Just hearing isn't enough. Just smelling isn't enough either. I must be able to feel, to touch. Only then will I feel at ease. Starting today, whether eating, working, or sleeping, you must always be within my reach. We must maintain physical contact. Even a second's interruption will give me a headache." My mouth hung open, speechless from the shock. This wasn't any kind of medicine tolerance. It was clearly giving her an inch and she's taking a mile. But in this place, Xingyao, word was the imperial decree. Thus, I was forced to begin the tragic life of a human-shaped ornament. At noon in the restaurant, I was forced to move from across her to sit by her side. My left hand was held tightly in her palm. I protested softly, "Ms. Xing, how can I eat like this?" As a result, she remained nonchalant, sipping soup with one hand while saying, "Don't you use chopsticks with your right hand? Your left hand is free, so let me hold it for treatment. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this position is so awkward. Awkward. As soon as the words were spoken, Xingyao expression immediately changed, showing pain. But the moment I let go, the blood vessels in my head feel like they're about to burst. Do you want to let me die of pain? This trick again. I knew full well she was faking it. But seeing the burn on the back of her hand, my heart suddenly softened. Fine, fine, you can hold it, you can hold it. I gave in, pushing my hand into hers. Hold on tight. Don't let it burst. Hearing this, a triumphant smile flashed deep in Xingyao's eyes. Not only did she not let go, but she also interlaced our 10 fingers, her thumb gently caressing the back of my hand. She even picked up a piece of fish for me. Be good. Eat more, you're too thin to touch comfortably. After lunch, the battle shifted to the study. With tactile therapy as her ultimate authority, Xingyao didn't even bother acting anymore. She pointed to the executive chair. Wide enough for 2. Sitting over there is too far. Sit here. I looked at that chair representing supreme power. Waving my hands frantically. This isn't right. That's your seat. If I tell you to sit, then just sit. The next second, Xingyao reached out and actually pulled my entire body over. But she didn't let me sit alone. She pressed me straight down beside her legs, right up against her thigh. On one side was a contract worth tens of millions of yuan, but on the other side, her hand naturally rested on my waist, sometimes lightly squeezing my waist, sometimes stroking along my spine up to my short hair. I froze instantly, only able to clutch a stack of documents to hide my face, unable to read a single word. The body heat and fragrance of the woman completely surrounded me. The worst part was when I tried to move away a bit to breathe. Xingyao immediately stopped her pen. She turned her head, looking at me with eyes like a small abandoned cat, quietly watching me. Without saying a word, I understood the meaning in her eyes. Her head felt like it was about to explode. So I could only resignedly move closer, pressing tightly against her once again. Ms. Xing, can you really focus on work like this? The corner of Xingyao's mouth curled into an enchanting curve. Efficiency has doubled. She was telling the truth. With me as her ornament beside her, the speed at which she processed documents was actually twice as fast as usual. The next second, Xingyao tightened her embrace, pulling me deeper into her arms. Her chin rested on the crook of my shoulder, taking a deep breath of the medicinal scent on me. I'll take you with me everywhere from now on. Muji, prepare yourself mentally. Once you're my medicine, you must have the awareness of a pendant. Looking out the window, feeling the hand placed on my waist, I could only sigh helplessly. Soon, night fell. In the study, Xingyao had just finished a 4-hour transoceanic meeting, her face full of exhaustion. I immediately brought over a glass of warm water. She took a sip, lightly massaging her temples, her voice clearly revealing her fatigue. Go get the original files for the West Suburb land plot. I asked softly, where is it? Xingyao slightly tilted her chin toward the massive black safe in the corner of the room. In there. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wasn't that Xingyao private safe? It was the vault of the core secrets of the entire Xing family commercial empire. Even the butler who had been with her for decades didn't dare to step within half a pace. I nervously clutched the hem of my shirt. Ms. Xing. That's a safe. I can't open it. Besides, I shouldn't touch it. I only wanted to pay the debt, not get involved in wealthy family secrets. However, Xingyao acted as if she didn't hear my concern. She sank deep into the sofa, not bothering to open her eyes, her thin lips slightly opening. To recite a sequence of numbers. 9, 9, 0, 3, 1, 8. I froze on the spot. This sequence, 9, 9, 0, 3, 1, 8, was exactly my birthday. No, it must be a coincidence. While I was still doubting, Xingyao opened her eyes, her tone lazy. I've given you the code. Go open it. I felt my limbs go numb. She actually gave me the code. This meant that she had exposed her entire hand for me without any reservation. I took a deep breath, walked up to the safe, and entered the code. The safe door popped open. I pulled the door open, and my pupils instantly contracted. At the very top were secret documents and seals. In the middle were rows of neat gold bars and a few cold black guns. And in the most prominent position was a craft paper bag. The bag wasn't sealed, and with just a glance, I recognized the handwriting as my own familiar script. It was the deed of sale the Mu family had signed years ago, along with deadly evidence of my father's wrongdoings. Just by taking these things, I could ruin the Mu family at any time. Even, I only needed to take a business secret and sell it to a rival, cause Xingyao heavy losses. Does she really trust me this much? My fingertips trembled slightly, But I didn't touch those vulnerabilities, nor did I glance at the gold bars even once. I focused only on finding that one file, then quickly closed the safe door. The click of the safe locking rang out. I breathed a long sigh of relief. I took the folder and walked toward the sofa, Ms. Xing. But Xing Yao didn't take it. Her deep eyes quietly observed me, her tone half smiling and full of probing. Aren't you taking anything else? Like the rotten debts of the Mu family, or maybe grabbing a gold bar and running away. I placed the file on the coffee table, looking at her seriously. I'm a doctor, not a thief. You trusted me. I can't betray that trust. The smile in Xing Yao's eyes immediately deepened. She certainly hadn't misjudged him. This puppy might be shy, but his character was incredibly resilient. The next second, she reached her hand toward me, lightly patting the spot beside her. Come here. I obediently went over and sat down. To my surprise, as soon as I was settled, the tall woman leaned over. Her noble head rested heavily on my steady shoulder. My shoulder was pressed down, so I instinctively straightened my back. Ms. Xing, are you tired? Her voice shed all defenses, feeling an unprecedented vulnerability and fatigue. At this moment, she was no longer the Yama of high society, nor the temperamental lunatic. She was just like a child who had returned from battle, completely exhausted. Mugi. She nuzzled into the crook of my neck, her warm breath puffing against my skin, with a hint of coquettishness. Massage my head. It hurts so much. My heart suddenly went soft. She had cast off all defenses, exposing her most vulnerable nape to me, convinced that I wouldn't harm her. It was absolute trust and a silent reliance. I let out a sigh, raised my hand, and my cool fingertips lightly pressed against her nipples. Is this pressure okay? She let out a groan of satisfaction. A bit harder. I remained silent, increasing the force, bit by bit soothing her strained nerves. Outside there was a drizzle. Inside the room was bathed in soft yellow light, as if time were slowing down. But I had no idea that she already held something, even more effective than any weakness. My soft heart. As long as I was still prone to pity, she could imprison me forever. In this cage called trust. The following days at Xingyuan were warm and quiet. I became almost inseparable from Xing Yao, working with her by day, serving as her body pillow by night to help her sleep. Xing Yao hadn't had a headache for 3 consecutive days, until a phone call burst this bubble. That afternoon, while I was arranging flowers, the phone suddenly vibrated violently. Xing Yao, who was reading documents, frowned slightly, giving a displeased glance that made my heart leap. I hurriedly picked up the phone. On the screen, it showed advisor. It was a call from school. I carefully answered the call. Muga, do you actually want to graduate or not? The moment it connected, the professor's angry roar rang out from the other end. The thesis draft is due next week. Where are you? You asked for 1 week off, but it's already been half a month. If you don't come back to school tomorrow, then prepare to be suspended. Sir, I was just about to explain, but the other end had already hung up. The long dial tone was like a wake-up call. That call immediately woke up my reason that had been immersed in this false sense of peace. I was a top student at the medical university. Doing medicine was my lifelong dream and my only hope to escape the Mu family's control. I absolutely couldn't ruin my own future just by serving as medicine for Xing Yao. I gripped the phone so hard my fingertips turned white. I took a deep breath and turned to look at the woman. But Xing Yao didn't even bother to look up, as if the call just now didn't exist at all. Ms. Xing, I have to go back to school. Her finger, which was flipping the page, suddenly stopped. Xing Yao slowly raised her head, her eyes instantly turning cold, like a deep, bottomless pool of frigid water. What did you say? Say it again. I shrank back, terrified by her gaze, but thinking of my studies, I still took a risk and spoke up. The professor is urging me. I must go back to complete the experiment. Otherwise, I won't be able to graduate. Then forget about graduating. Xing Yao slammed the folder shut, her tone arrogant to the extreme. Can't the Xing family afford to keep you? The next second, she stood up and closed in on me step by step, pushing me into the corner. Or do you want to run away? She looked down from above, her gaze sharp. I've just started getting addicted to this intimacy, and now you tell me you want to leave? Not even back to school. She couldn't bear me leaving her sight, even for a single second. I'm not trying to run away. My back was pressed against the wall, looking up at her, my eyes brimming with tears, but stubbornly refusing to let them fall. I'm a human being, I have my studies. I can't be locked in this cage for my whole life, just to be a shadow serving as medicine for you. Right after that, I seized upon the weakness she had revealed last night. Miss Xing, you said you trusted me. I'll go to school by day and return by night, okay? I promise to be there whenever you call. Xing Yao stared at me for a long time. She understood that if she forcibly locked me up, My body would remain, but my heart would wither away. Besides, an open cage door didn't mean the bird could fly away. As long as the tether was in her hand, no matter how far it flew, it would have to return obediently. Going back to school is fine. She suddenly relented. My eyes lit up, and just as I was about to say thank you, Xingyao turned the tables. She took a sophisticated black velvet box from her pocket. But you must wear this. She opened the box with one hand. Inside lay an extremely thin silver necklace. The pendant was a small, exquisitely carved silver ball. What is this? A safety charm? Xingyao took out the necklace, and without giving me any chance to refuse, looped her hands around my neck, personally putting it on me. A small click sounded. The cold metal touched my skin, making me shiver slightly. Xingyao finished fastening the clasp, her fingertips gently caressing that small silver ball, then smoothly stroking the sensitive skin on the back of my neck. I had absolutely no idea that inside that tiny silver ball was a micro GPS device and a world-class high-definition eavesdropping device. Wherever I went, whatever I did or said, whoever I met, everything would be transmitted directly to her phone. This was the invisible shackle she had created for me. Very beautiful. Xingyao curled her lips in satisfaction, then leaned down to plant a kiss on my forehead, her tone terrifyingly gentle. Muga, remember this clearly. Whether at school or at Xingyuan, whether day or night, never take it off. She whispered in my ear with a light laugh. If I find out it's left your neck, I will break your legs. So you can never leave me for the rest of your life. My entire body froze, and I had to endure this possessive kiss. That silver necklace was like an invisible yoke pressing against my collarbone. But anyway, Xingyao had agreed. Tomorrow I could return to school. Thank you, Miss Xing. I touched the small silver ball, suppressing the discomfort in my heart. Then I'll go back to my room to pack a bit, and I'll head to school early tomorrow morning. Saying that, I turned to walk out. I longed to return to the small guest room next door, even if only for one night. I just wanted to separate myself from this suffocating oppression, to find freedom again. But just as my hand touched the doorknob, I froze, as her lazy but non-negotiable voice rang out from behind. I stopped and turned my head back. Xingyao was leaning back in her chair, her deep eyes observing me, as if she were calculating something. She slightly raised an eyebrow, her voice nonchalant. Back to your room to pack? Which room? I was stunned. The guest room next door. No need to go back there anymore. Xingyao stood up, her long legs striding toward me. The next second, she directly grabbed my shoulders, spinning my whole body around to face the double black doors at the end of the hallway. That was her master bedroom. Starting today, move your things in there. She pointed to the door that symbolized the ultimate forbidden zone of Xingyuan, her voice as calm as if talking about today's weather. Hi. I started to panic. We're right next to each other, just separated by a single wall. I can run over immediately whenever needed. This was ridiculous. That was the master bedroom. I'm just a medicinal debt slave. How could I stay in there? Did she think of me as someone to serve her in bed? Facing my protest, Xingyao acted all reasonable again. Her eyes even showed a look of, why don't you understand? Anything at all. The room next door is too far. I looked clearly confused. The two doors are less than 3 meters apart, yet you call that far? What if in the middle of the night, my condition flares up and my head hurts like a hammer? Xingyao waved a finger in front of my face and started spouting nonsense with a straight face. You have to crawl out of the next room, put on shoes, open the door, run over here, and then push open my door. This process takes at least 15 seconds. She took a step closer, her tall figure completely looming over me. Muji, do you know the pain when bipolar disorder relapses? Every passing second feels like being flayed alive, being 15 seconds late. She gave a cold laugh. Her fingertips lightly touching my forehead is enough for me to suffer through agony on the bed. My mouth hung open, speechless. What kind of crazy logic is this? Just to save those 15 seconds, I have to sacrifice myself. But there were no buts. Xingyao lost her patience and snapped her fingers. The butler behind her immediately led 2 maids and pushed open my guest room door. Xingyao coldly uttered a single word. As a result, the moving process was incredibly fast. In less than 10 minutes, all of my belongings had been moved completely into that room. The master bedroom was thick with a feminine scent. When I was forced to stand on the carpet of the master bedroom, my whole body was as stiff as a board. Absolute darkness, in that extremely cold atmosphere, lingered Xingyao's unique scent. Her overbearing presence filled every inch of the space. But at this moment, within this cold and oppressive color tone, a very out-of-place color suddenly appeared. On that large black bed, big enough for 3 people, sat a blue checkered pillow. On the nightstand, there also appeared a blue fish-shaped medicine bottle and several ancient books on Eastern medicine, along with a water cup printed with a cartoon bear. Black and blue, cold and soft, this strong visual contrast looked both mismatched and strangely suggestive, like a white rabbit lost in a wolf's den, forced back to the nest by the alpha wolf. Not bad, Xingyao glanced around, her gaze stopping on that blue checkered pillow. For 2 seconds, a flash of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. She turned around, looking at me standing there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. "What are you just standing there for? Go take a shower." She turned her head, her gaze slowly sweeping over me, as if implying something. "Wash yourself thoroughly. Don't bring that tense scent from earlier onto my bed. I want to have a good night's sleep tonight." The bathroom door closed, and the sound of water started. I stood alone before the giant black bed. I looked at my blue checkered pillow, looking so pitiful, and wanted to cry, but no tears came. I finally understood. What convenient treatment. What saving 15 seconds. This was clearly an excuse to live together. My nights now belong entirely to this madwoman. The night fell deeply, and only the dim yellow light from the bedside lamp remained in the master bedroom. After showering, I stood before that large black bed, struggling with my thoughts for a long time. The bed was very wide, and Xingyao had already lied down, leaning against the headboard, flipping through an English book. Under the light, she lost some of her daytime sharpness, adding a touch of homestyle laziness. "What are you standing there for?" Xingyao didn't even bother to look up, her voice indifferent. "Are you waiting for me to invite you up?" I swallowed and sluggishly crawled onto the bed, but I didn't dare look at the center of the bed. Instead, like a gecko, I clung to the outermost edge of the bed and lied down. Half of my body felt like it was hanging in mid-air between the two of us. It was a boundary I had unilaterally drawn. I clutched the corner of the blanket, my voice tense. "Miss Xing, sleeping posture isn't very good. At night, I often kick the blanket and grind my teeth. I think it's best if I stay at the edge of the bed." Xingyao page turning stopped. She closed the book, leaned over, propping her head up with one hand, and looked at me meaningfully. "Bad sleeping posture?" She raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. "When I fell asleep in the study the other day, weren't you very well behaved?" My face flushed, and I took a risk and lied. That was only during the day. At night, I often sleepwalk and practice martial arts. Xingyao chuckled, her laugh carrying an amused tone as if she had seen through everything. Fine, she didn't expose me. Instead, just absent-mindedly reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. Click, the world instantly plunged into darkness. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this obstacle was finally cleared. However, at that exact moment, the rustling of fabric rubbing sounded in the dark, and immediately after, a long, burning, and powerful arm reached out without any warning, wrapped tightly around my waist with pinpoint accuracy. The next second, Xingyao pulled her arm back, dragging me from where I was cowering at the edge, body blanket and all, toward the inside. "Miss Xing, what are you doing?" I struggled in a panic, my hands against her trying to push away. "Don't move." Xingyao's voice sounded right in my ear, low, husky, and carrying a hint of sleepiness. She gave me absolutely no chance to escape, like an overbearing octopus, using both her arms and legs. In an instant, she completed a smooth, locking maneuver. A pair of slender legs pressed down on mine, one arm tightened around my waist, and the other arm slid under my neck, serving as a pillow for me. It was so tight that there wasn't a single gap left. My whole body was embedded against her chest, forced to become her exclusive body pillow. "Xingyao, I can't breathe like this." Hearing that, instead of letting go, Xingyao pressed closer and lowered her head further. She buried her face deep into the crook of my neck, like an addict greedily inhaling the light herbal scent from my body. It was the only antidote that could calm her brain. Feeling me still squirming, Xingyao tightened her grip, whispering a dark threat in my ear. "Move again, and I'll throw you to the wolves behind the mountain." My entire body froze, not daring to move even a centimeter. I knew very well how fierce the barking of the Tibetan mastiffs behind the Xing family mountain was. The person in her arms finally settled down, and she smiled softly, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of her lips. But her embrace carried a sense of cherished care, like a wicked dragon guarding a newly stolen gemstone. Surrounded by the scent of medicine, with her body temperatures merging, the irritability that had tormented her for over 20 years miraculously vanished at this moment. "Good night, Muji," she murmured in the darkness. Her breathing quickly became deep and steady. While I was forced to be a human pillow all night, listening to the calm heartbeat behind my back, only able to weep silently in my heart. "You call this treatment? She's clearly treating me like a giant doll." I slept very deeply, but also very exhaustingly. In my dreams, I was like a small boat in the ocean, tightly wrapped by warm but heavy seawater, with no way out. 7 a.m. My biological clock woke me up on time. The first sensation upon waking was intense heat, followed by a suffocating feeling of being bound, as if being coiled by a giant python. In a daze of discomfort, I tried to turn over, but found I couldn't move at all. I struggled to open my heavy eyes, only to see a patch of snow-white skin. Immediately, memories of last night flooded back, being forced onto the bed, being locked against her chest, being used as a body pillow. I woke up completely, instinctively wanting to retreat, but as soon as I moved, I realized with shock just how bold my posture was right now. This is truly outrageous. Last night, I was the one being unilaterally pinned by her, but now I was like a koala, clinging to Xingyao with all my limbs. One leg was draped boldly across her waist, both arms were tightly hugging her neck, and my cheek was pressed firmly against her chest too. Where's the coercion in this? And clearly the one throwing myself into her arms. It's over, I screamed internally, breaking out in a cold sweat. Last night I said my sleeping posture was bad, that I sleepwalk and practice martial arts, but the result is that I've turned into an octopus. How devastating. If this clean freak madwoman finds out, I might get thrown straight off the bed. I have to retreat while she's still asleep. I held my breath, my movements extremely gentle as I slowly tried to pull my leg back. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters. Just as I cautiously raised my head to check if Xingyao had been woken up, my gaze unexpectedly met a pair of fiery eyes, hers, as deep as an abyss. Boom. My mind felt like a firework had exploded. Xingyao is awake. No, to be precise, she had been awake for a long time. She was leaning against the headboard, one hand behind her head, while the other hand still rested on my waist. Those long, narrow phoenix eyes weren't the least bit relaxed. On the contrary, they radiated an alarming sense of joy. She just stayed silent like that, staring at me intently, who knows for how long. 1 minute? Or an hour? In the morning sun, her gaze was deep, as if observing a prey that had fallen into her trap. Time seemed to freeze at this very second. I lay stiffly on her chest, our faces only a few centimeters apart, our breaths intertwining. Extreme shame and fear caused my brain to start overthinking. What is she looking at? Is she angry because I'm overstepping? Or did I suddenly remember something? Instinctively raising my hand, frantically wiping the corner of my mouth. Oh no, it's over. I was sleeping like a log just now, with my face against her chest. Could I have drooled? This is a high society heiress, with a severe obsession with cleanliness. If I accidentally got drool on her pajamas, I wouldn't be able to pay her back with 10 lives. Seeing my foolish, frantic wiping of my mouth, the deep darkness in Xingyao's eyes finally rippled with a hint of emotion. A soft, vibrating laugh came from her chest, treading directly to my eardrums. Xingyao didn't push me away, nor did she show any disgust or wipe her clothes. Instead, she lifted the hand resting on my waist and let it glide up my spine, running through my messy hair. Finally, her slightly cold fingertips gently touched my cheek, still lingering with sleepiness. Her movements were slow, carrying a hint of indifferent teasing. Good morning. Right after, Xingyao gave the flesh on my cheek a light pinch, soft sensation delighting her so much she didn't want to let go. Her gaze kept wandering over my face, finally, stopping at my fair and delicate neck. That look wasn't aggressive, but it made me shiver instinctively. It was a dark kind of possessiveness, like someone who had been starved for a long time, staring at the tastiest piece of meat on the plate. She was evaluating, savoring, and considering exactly where to bite for the best taste. Mugi, she caressed my cheek, her thin lips moving, uttering a sentence that made me flush. See, I told you that you were my medicine. Holding you like this, I don't even have nightmares anymore. I was forced to look up and endure her touch and her gaze. Miss Xing, I didn't mean to. Just sleep, it's fine. Xingyao cut me off immediately. Her fingertips slid down, pressing against my carotid artery, which was thumping rapidly. She was in a very good mood, not just because she slept well, but also because upon waking, finding me clinging to her like a small animal, this feeling of being completely relied upon had immensely satisfied her morbid sense of possessiveness. Since you're awake, Xingyao finally let go of me but patted my head, as if ordering around a puppy. Go get my clothes. I have an early meeting today. Pick out a tie for me. Feeling like I'd been granted amnesty, I scrambled off of her. As I rolled off the bed, my shaking legs nearly gave out. I didn't dare look back and rushed straight into the bathroom. I'm going to wash up. Xingyao leaned against the headboard, watching my fleeing back as I ran for my life, the smile in her eyes gradually fading, returning to that dark depth. She brought her hand to her nose, taking a soft breath, her fingertips still carrying the warmth from my cheek. This faint herbal scent was so pleasant. Xingyao licked her dry lips, her breathing faltering for a split second, unnoticed by anyone. This puppy seemed to be captivating her more and more, not just simply wanting to hold him while sleeping, but she was even starting to greedily want more than that. The third day of sharing a bed, and I felt like I was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I thought after overcoming the fear of the first night, I would gradually get used to it, but reality proved that trying to get used to an aggressive woman who clings to me like an octopus every night was truly too great a challenge for my willpower. Not to mention our body heat was too high when embracing, even with the air conditioner on. Her body pressed against my back was still as hot as a heater. It was now 11 p.m. The room was submerged in quiet darkness. Xingyao hugged me from behind as usual. Her arm was draped across my chest, with her hand resting casually on my lower abdomen. Her chin rested on the top of my head, and her warm breath brushed against the back of my neck. Every single breath felt like a feather lightly grazing my heart. It was itchy and hot, making me as stiff as a log, not even daring to breathe heavily. Because I discovered that, with just a slight movement, I would touch the firm and soft curves of the woman behind me. That feeling was too real, too suggestive, making my mind a complete mess. I could hear my heart beating wildly, so fast it felt like it might jump out of my chest. Oh no, I suddenly remembered, Xingyao has sound hypersensitivity. In this dead silent middle of the night, with my heart thumping like a drum, would it be too noisy for her? Would she think I have bad intentions toward her? No, I must calm down. I closed my eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and forced myself to divert my attention. I started reciting the driest, most obscure contents in my memory. The Yellow Emperor's inner canon, the heart, the monarch's official, from which spirit brilliance emerges. The lungs are the assisting officials, from which governance and regulation emerge. I kept reciting the difficult ancient texts over and over, tending to use the dryness of academia to extinguish the fire burning in my heart. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. That is a patient. That is a creditor. That is a madwoman, not a woman. Just as I was engrossed in reciting, and my heartbeat had somewhat stabilized, the woman behind me, who should have been fast asleep, suddenly moved. A hand resting on my abdomen actually started moving upwards slowly, finally stopping accurately right over my chest. Through the thin pajama fabric, the intense beating inside was clearly felt. I was startled, my entire body instantly tensing like a bowstring. What are you reciting? Xingyao's voice suddenly rang in my ear. Her lips were almost touching the rim of my ear. Her voice was low and husky, carrying the tone of an awakened monarch. I see your mouth moving incessantly. Are you reciting a curse against me? I felt my scalp tingle, quickly denying, no, I wouldn't dare curse you. Then what are you doing? Her hand not only didn't leave, but also used her fingertips to lightly press on my left chest, as if checking my heart rate. Your heart is beating so fast. Surely you're doing something shady. My face showed clear helplessness. To cover up those difficult thoughts of mine, I had to seriously tell a lie. In memorizing medical books, Xingyao raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting this answer. I gulped, trying to act professional. Eastern medicine believes the heart governs the spirit. I was feeling a bit restless just now, so I recited the inner canon, calm down so I could sleep easier. Exactly, just to sleep easier. If I recite until I'm sleepy, I won't feel stressed. However, Xingyao chuckled in the dark. She could easily sense my stiffness and tension. That shyness blended with the herbal fragrance, causing something to ignite within her. Reciting medical books? How interesting. You're truly an adorable and clumsy fool. Is that so? She moved even closer, her nose almost touching my cheek. What medical book is so magical? Next, her fingers slid down from my cheek, casually pinching my earlobe, playing with it with her fingertips. As it happens, I can't sleep either. A second later, she leaned in and ordered. I was stunned while Xingyao calmly said, "Didn't you say it helps with sleep? Since it's your medicine, then share it. Read it out loud for me." But that stuff is really boring. Just one word from her silenced all my resistance. I had no choice but to start stuttering through the text in her arms, in the middle of this hormone-heavy night. The Yellow Emperor asked, "I have heard that in ancient times there were true men who grasped heaven and earth and held yin and yang in their palm." My voice trembled with tension. The ancient texts, originally serious and dry, when coming from my mouth, suddenly took on a different flavor, like the rains in Jiangnan, both clear and soothing. Xingyao closed her eyes, her chin resting in the hollow of my shoulder, listening for a while, and the corner of her mouth curved up even more. This didn't seem like reading medical books anymore. It was clearly more like whispering passionate, sweet words. My voice grew softer and softer as I read. because I realized that the woman behind me's breathing had become more regular and steady. It seemed she had really fallen asleep. The hand playing with my ear also gradually stopped. I let out a soft sigh of relief and stopped the recitation. But just when I thought the storm had passed and was about to sneak away a bit, the hand on my waist suddenly tightened. The woman still didn't open her eyes, only murmuring something as if talking in her sleep. The heart governs the spirit. Muga, are you my spirit? I was instantly stunned, not even having time to react. She buried her face a little deeper and fell into a deep sleep, leaving only me in the dark night with a heart beating wildly like thunder. In the blink of an eye, autumn had arrived in Jingcheng. A pitch-black Maybach slowly pulled up in front of the University of Medicine, attracting countless curious stares. This luxury car with a license plate of 5/8 always emitted an aura that made others afraid to approach. The next second, the car door opened, and I stepped out with my backpack. The long, familiar school atmosphere filled my chest, blending the scent of green grass with the sounds of lively laughter. There was no longer the suffocating oppression of Xingyuan, nor the bitter smell of medicine enclosing the room. At that moment, I even had the illusion that I was truly free. However, the phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. I took it out to see a short message. Don't take it off. Be obedient. 4 simple words like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the joy that had just begun to spark in my heart. Instinctively, I reached up and touched my collarbone. Under my collar, the cold silver necklace is still pressing tightly against my skin. That exquisitely carved silver sphere is like a soulless eye, coldly observing me through the fabric of my clothes. This isn't just jewelry. It's a dog collar, the mark that Xing Yao has stamped onto me. A constant reminder that even if I fly away from Xing Yuan, I'm still just a toy in the palm of her hand. I take a deep breath, trying to suppress the feeling of suffocation. The early autumn weather isn't cold at all, yet I'm wearing a beige scarf around my neck. This outfit makes me look out of place in the crowd, but I have no other choice. That necklace is far too conspicuous. If I don't hide it, someone realizes there is a micro-device hidden inside. The consequences would be unimaginable. I tighten my grip on my backpack straps, bow my head, and walk quickly toward the dormitory. A moment later, I push open the door to dorm room 302. The chatter in the room suddenly dies down. A rich young master decked out in designer brands. Ling Shan glances at me through the mirror, his tone dripping with mockery and sarcasm. Isn't this our great male god, Mu Gi, our missing person of interest? We thought you dropped out to become a son-in-law to some wealthy family. I pause for a beat, then force a smile. There were some things at home. I offer a brief explanation and walk toward my bed, starting to tidy up my things. Family business, huh? But Ling Shan turns around, his eyes scanning me like spotlights. Finally, they stop at that out-of-place scarf. Mu Gi, that Maybach downstairs just now dropped you off, didn't it? I saw everything. Hearing that, my other 2 roommates also look over. Their gazes immediately turn complicated. I was once the school's pure male god, but that car is worth at least tens of billions. I vaguely explain it's a relative's car. Relative? Ling Shan snickers. He stands up and walks straight over to me. He reaches out to touch the scarf. Which relative is so generous? Why are you wearing a scarf in this weather? Are you hiding something on your neck? Don't touch it. I react violently, suddenly taking a step back, clutching my neck tightly. My movement is so abrupt, the atmosphere instantly becomes awkward. Ling Shan's arm freezes mid-air. His expression darkens. It's just a scarf, isn't it? Why are you acting so guilty? At that moment, because I moved too sharply, a corner of the scarf unexpectedly slips down. A section of the silver chain and the exquisite silver sphere are exposed just like that. Although it's only for a fleeting second, Ling Shan manages to see it clearly. He stands there stunned. He's a worldly young master. One look and he knows that necklace is no ordinary piece. The unique silver material and top-tier craftsmanship suggest it's definitely a high-end custom piece. Mockery in his eyes immediately turns into envy and scrutiny. Muji, this relative of yours treats you incredibly well. This necklace is probably enough to pay for 4 years of tuition for our entire dorm room, right? The surrounding air suddenly turns heavy, filled with intense envy. All the suspicious and judgmental gazes feel like needles pricking my skin. I tightly cover the small silver sphere. It's radiating a faint heat in the palm of my hand. I don't dare speak, because I know all too well that terrifying woman is wearing headphones. On the other side of the city, she is coldly listening to everything. I can only bow my head and lie with a trembling voice. This is a fake. Just bought it at a roadside stall. Cover up a scar. After saying that, I run desperately into the bathroom and slam the door shut. Inside, the sound of Ling Shan's tempestuous sneer immediately rings out. What's with all the drama? I hear Lingshan's mocking words from outside, and my weak body slides down against the door. I reach up and touch the cold necklace. They all envy my luxury cars and expensive jewelry, but they don't know that this isn't a better life. It's clearly dancing on the edge of an abyss while wearing chains. And the woman holding the other end of that chain, currently hiding in the shadows, monitoring my every move. Scene cuts to the medical university's lab building. The faint smell of disinfectant is, to me, the breath of a freedom lost long ago. Wearing my white lab coat, I focus intensely on the microscope. Right then, a clear female voice calls out, "Muga, look at this data." It's Senior Hua from my research group, a well-known, talented woman on campus. She naturally approaches with her notebook, pointing at the computer screen. The activity response here is higher than expected. The core argument of your thesis is now established. Really? My eyes light up, and I immediately lean in closer. Focused, our heads are pressed close together. I don't notice at all that our shoulders are almost touching. Fantastic. I look at the perfect numbers and smile happily from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Nuna. Thanks for keeping an eye on things for me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Pure and radiant laugh, carrying the warm breath of a young man. Hua looks at the smiling face right next to her, her cheeks blushing slightly. It's nothing. Just treat me to milk tea some other time. The atmosphere is harmonious, even flickering with a hint of youthful romance. But the moment I'm about to nod in agreement, the phone in my pocket suddenly vibrates violently without warning. That vibration is like a frantic alarm bell, instantly shattering the beautiful moment. The smile on my face freezes instantly. I take out the phone. There's no name saved on the screen, just a dark string of numbers etched deep into my mind. It's Xing Yao. My heart tightens painfully. It's 3:10 in the afternoon. She's usually in meetings right now. Why is she calling all of a sudden? Sorry, Nuna, I need to take this call. I take the phone and walk quickly to the corner, then cautiously press the answer button. Hello, Miss Xing. I deliberately lower my voice. However, there is only a suffocating, deathly silence on the other end. It's not until 3 seconds later that a cold voice, void of any warmth, echoes through the earpiece, making the blood in my veins turn to ice. A woman? I shudder violently, and the phone nearly slips from my hand. How does she know? I just answered the phone. How does she know? The person I was just talking to is a woman. I instinctively reach for the small silver sphere between my collarbones. The moment my fingertips touch it, I feel the metal ball slightly heating up. Eavesdropping. This is a high-resolution, real-time listening device. She hasn't been resting at all. She's wearing headphones, monitoring every sound on my end. My conversation with Senior Hua, my laughter, and even her breathing have all been transmitted directly into her ears, not missing a single word. It's a senior. My throat feels dry, and my voice is trembling uncontrollably. We're just discussing experimental data. Get away from her. Xing Yao cuts off my explanation immediately. Her tone is very calm, but the underlying violence in that composure sends a chill down my spine. 3 meters? No, make it 5. She issues ridiculous commands from the other end. Now step back immediately. I don't dare disobey, like a puppet on a string. Holding the phone, I take a few stiff steps back, until my back hits the cold wall. I whisper, I step back. I feel so helpless. Is this what she meant by returning to school? My body might be out, but my soul is still chained to her side. I try to fight for myself, for a bit of normal social freedom. Miss Xing, we were really just looking at data. Muga. Xing Yao voice carries a hint of extreme disgust and irritability. It's a sign that her auditory hypersensitivity is flaring up. It's not that I'm forbidding you from talking, she snickers on the other end, offering a morbid reason. It's that woman's voice. It's hideous. That sugary, flirtatious tone sounds like nails scratching a chalkboard. She pauses for a moment, her voice tinged with pain. It's so noisy it makes my eyes ache. I'm instantly speechless. Senior Hua is a campus radio announcer. Everyone agrees her voice is beautiful, but to this lunatic, every sound besides mine is just noise pollution. Not to mention it's the voice of another woman, making her feel threatened. Tell her to shut up, or get the hell away from her. Xing Yao says coldly, if I hear her laugh even one more time, I'll have someone come and tear her tongue out. Beep beep. The call ends. I lean against the wall, my limbs ice cold. Muga, what's wrong? Seeing my pale face from a distance, Senior Hua starts to walk over to check on me. Don't come over, I shout, stilling her. Seeing her stunned expression, my heart is filled with guilt and helplessness. I can't let her get close, because that lunatic isn't just listening. She might even be watching. I feel a bit tired. I lower my head, clutching my collar to hide that terrifying necklace. Just keep working. Please just mind your own business. With that, I hurry back to the lab bench like a fugitive. This is my life. No privacy, no social rights. I'm like a doll fitted with a surveillance device. Every gesture and action must be within the bounds allowed by that wealthy heiress. Just one step out of line, and that maniac will destroy everything around me. The late autumn night wind carries a chill. I walk quickly out of the school gates. That black Maybach conjures the illusion of returning to a steel cage. I slide into the back seat. The car here is running warm, emitting a familiar cold cedar scent. Xing Yao is sitting in the shadows, a laptop on her lap. I greet her, "Miss Xing, I'm back." But the moment the car door closes, Xing Yao's fingers typing on the keyboard suddenly stop. She doesn't look, but her nostrils flare slightly. Suddenly, she knits her brows tightly. "What's that smell on you?" She turns her head, her eyes sweeping over me with intense disgust. I'm taken aback and lift my sleeve to sniff it. There's no strange smell, just the smell of school. The smell of school? Xing Yao snickers, suddenly pressing close to me, meticulously analyzing the scent like a tracker dog. The pungent smell of disinfectant, the oily stench of cheap food. Her face darkens further, finally stopping at my collar. A violent flash of disgust flickers in her eyes. And there's another smell, sickeningly sweet industrial fragrance. That's the classic perfume Ling Shan wore, which must have rubbed off on me earlier. But to someone with hypersensitive senses, who has a morbid dependence on the herbal scent on me like Xing Yao, this is nothing short of a disaster in her eyes. It's as if her most precious antidote has just been tossed into a filthy dye vat, soiled and completely tainted. "Stop the car," Xing Yao suddenly barks. The driver hurries to pull over. "Miss, should I open the windows?" Xing Yao shifts to the side, as if I'm a source of infection. She rolls down all the windows, letting the freezing night wind rush in, trying to blow away the mixed stench that's giving her a headache. I awkwardly huddle in the corner of the seat. The cold wind makes me shiver uncontrollably. "Miss Xing, that's my room perfume." "Shut up," Xing Yao rubs her temples, her face full of irritation. This smell is making me throb. Her blatant disgust stings my pride. I bow my head and say nothing more. Even carrying a trace of a normal person's breath is a crime. I must always maintain absolute purity, solely to serve her possessiveness. The Maybach speeds down the road and returns to Xing Yuan. As soon as the car stops, Xing Yao quickly steps out and heads straight to the third floor. Follow her silently. Upon entering the master bedroom, she grabs my wrist. "Miss Xing," before I can even react, and dragged into the bathroom. Slam. The bathroom door is locked from the inside. Xing Yao lets go of me, turns around, and takes an emerald green bottle of body wash from the shelf. It's her personal brand, a high-end custom Cold Mountain cedar scent. "Take it." She thrusts the bottle into my arms, so hard it makes my chest sting. "Go take a shower." Xing Yao points toward the shower stall, looking down at me from above. Her gaze is terrifyingly overbearing. "Wash away all those chaotic smells on your body. Scrub yourself clean for me. The disinfectant, the grease, and that damn woman's scent, and that perfume. Everything must be gone." I clutch the bottle and bite my lower lip. I was planning a shower anyway, then take a long one. Xing Yao takes a step closer, pinching my chin. Her eyes are predatory, as if she wants to tear me apart. "If you come out after your shower, and I smell even a hint of something else." She leans in close to my ear, whispering a fierce threat, "Then don't even think about getting into bed tonight. Go sleep on the floor on the balcony." With that, she turns and leaves. Only the hazy steam remains. I have no other choice but to turn on the shower and let the hot water pour over my body. Half an hour later, I change into clean pajamas and step out. The lights in the bedroom have been dimmed. Xing Yao is leaning against the headboard, her eyes glued to the bathroom door. Seeing me emerge, she sets her book down. "Come here." She beckons me over, as if calling a puppy that just had a bath. I obediently approach and kneel beside her. A second later, Xing Yao can't wait any longer and pulls me into her arms. She buries her head in the crook of my neck, taking a deep, forceful breath. This time, there's no pungent disinfectant, no cheap fragrances, only the warm, milky scent of my body, mingling with her dense, cold cedar aroma. My whole body is saturated with her essence. That familiar sense of peace instantly soothes all her irritability. Xing Yao's rigid body relaxes completely. She closes her eyes, nuzzling my neck, a morbid smile playing on her lips. This is how it should be. She tightens her embrace, locking me against her chest. Her voice becomes hoarse and languid. "Uji, remember this scent well. You are mine. From now on, you're not allowed to bring anyone else's smell back here. I don't like it. I lean against her chest, smelling our 2 scents intertwining. A sense of desolation rises in my heart. I have been scrubbed clean. Inside this cage, I have finally returned to being a dose of medicine, pure and perfect. 2 in the morning. Outside the window, a fierce wind howls. While I'm sleeping in a daze, I suddenly feel the heat beside me shifting. Xing Yao is trembling. At first, it's just slight shivers, but very quickly, trembling becomes violent and uncontrollable, shaking the entire large bed. Miss Xing. I startle awake, instinctively reaching out to touch her arm. Where my hand touches her, she feels damp and cold. She's covered in cold sweat. The woman who was so warm just moments ago is now like an ice block pulled from freezing water. Don't. From the darkness, her choked, broken murmurs ring out, filled with absolute terror. Don't, father, don't. My heart feels like it's being squeezed. I clearly hear her screaming, don't. It's rumored in high society that on Xing Yao's 10th birthday, her father died right in front of her eyes, in an accident at the Xingxi Group building. That nightmare has haunted her whole life, the source of her loneliness and madness. And now she's dragged back to that tragic afternoon once again. A sound escapes Xing Yao's throat, a groan like that of a dying, wounded animal. Her hands flail wildly in the air. Her knuckles crack. She wants to grab the falling figure, but she can't catch him. In her dream, there's only the howling wind, only painful memories, and the final, desperate gaze of her father. That feeling of helplessness and fear seems to tear her apart. Seeing her face contorted in pain, a deep sense of pity rises within me. At this moment, she isn't the powerful heiress anymore, but just a pitiable girl trapped in a nightmare, weeping and begging her father not to leave this world. Xing Yao. I sit up abruptly and, regardless of everything, pull her trembling shoulders into a tight hug. Wake up. Xing Yao, wake up. This is the first time I've called her by her name. My voice isn't loud, but it carries a firm strength. I hold her tight, patting her back rhythmically, trying to soothe her like a frightened child. It's just a dream. None of it is real. Don't be afraid. The next second, Xing Yao snaps awake. In the moonlight, I see her usually overbearing eyes now empty and soulless. Her pupils are dilated and bloodshot, filled with terror and vulnerability, like a piece of shattered glass. Muji. She stares at me for a long time. Only then do her eyes slowly find their focus. Her voice is so raspy it's unrecognizable. It's me, Im, right here. I answer quickly, using my sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. You just had a nightmare. It's okay now. Xing Yao gasps for breath, her chest heaving. But she sees clearly now. There's nothing scary in front of her. No tall buildings, no silhouettes. Only a young man with messy hair, looking at her with deep concern. He is so warm, a real person of flesh and blood. Moments later, Xing Yao seems drained of all strength and collapses forward. She buries her head deep in my chest, pressing her cheek against its firm warmth. Her ear is pressed right where my heart is beating. It's my heartbeat, steady and strong. This warmth is more effective than any soothing music. Xing Yao wraps her arms tightly around my waist. She's no longer trembling, but clinging desperately like a drowning person. She greedily inhales the herbal scent on me. It's the only medicine that can banish her inner demons. Don't move, she whispers in my arms, her voice choked with barely perceptible vulnerability. Just let me stay like this for a while. My whole body is stiff, but then I gradually relax. I don't push her away, but simply hold her, gently stroking her sweat-dampened hair. It's all right. I'm not going anywhere. I soothe her gently, my chin resting on her head. Go to sleep. I'm right here. That night, Xing Yao doesn't show any signs of possessiveness. She just curls up in my arms, like a child desperate for safety, listening to my heartbeat, smelling my scent, comfort her trembling soul. Before, I was just a body pillow to her. I am your medicine. But on this freezing winter night, I am your lifebuoy, the only light you can cling to in this dark and hopeless world. Until the horizon brightened and the dawn flickered, I stayed in that position all through the night. Half of my body went numb, but I refused to let go. The woman in my arms finally found peace through my soothing touch and fell into a deep sleep. Fast asleep, yet the hand gripping my hem never loosened its hold even for a moment. A late autumn night, the chill grew more piercing. The medical university library was still brightly lit. Finished my essay on time, I stayed until the very last half hour before closing. At that moment, a hot latte was suddenly placed on my table. Overusing your brain can take a toll on your health. Have something hot to stay alert. A gentle, elegant female voice spoke from above me. Looking up, I met a pair of smiling eyes. The newcomer was my senior from the traditional medicine department, Gu Qing, also the school's famous intellectual beauty. Senior Gu Qing? I said, a bit surprised. Hurriedly declining, there's no need, I'm about to head out anyway. Why so formal? Gu Qing sat down opposite me, her smile like a spring breeze. Are you stuck on a point in the treatise on cold damage? I happen to have some limited edition notebooks. I'll bring them for you next time. She was very composed, knowing when to push and pull. Her way of talking was very pleasant. Compared to that unpredictable madwoman, they were total opposites. My heart warms slightly, and my tense nerves relaxed a little. Then, thank you, senior. But Gu Qing's gaze suddenly stopped at the necklace on my collarbone. This necklace. Gu Qing pushed her glasses up, a hint of admiration in her eyes. It's very special. It looks like an exquisite little cage. It really suits your aura. My hands, just having picked up the coffee, suddenly shook. Words little cage were like a needle, accurately piercing the peace I tried so hard to maintain. I reflexively covered the hollow silver sphere, palms instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Gu Qing was only complimenting it, but she didn't know. She had accidentally spoken the cruelest truth. This is indeed a cage, and the one who created it might be on the other end, coldly listening to everything. This is just an ornament. My face turned pale as I stood up in a panic. My movements clumsy. Senior, it's late. I have to go. Gu Qing noticed my odd behavior and stood up too. It's so late. Let me walk you back to the dorm. No need, really. There's no need. I refused hurriedly, my voice straining. I didn't dare let her walk me back. If that madwoman found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can go by myself, goodbye. I grabbed my backpack and practically fled the reading room. Downstairs, the night wind was bleak. As the cold wind hit me, my racing heart and trembling legs finally calmed down a bit. I immediately pulled out my phone to check. No missed calls, no messages, and the listening device seemed quiet. I thought hopefully maybe Xing Yao is busy and didn't hear that conversation. I bowed my head and prepared to walk toward the dorm, but after just a few steps, I froze in my tracks. In the shadow of a corner in the square, under a large sycamore tree, a black Maybach sat looming. The car's body merged with the night. Only that arrogant license plate reflected cold light. Standing by the car was the figure of a tall woman, Xing Yao. Her fair fingertips held an unlit cigarette, leisurely twirling it between her fingers, as if playing with a scalpel. The blood in my veins seemed to freeze. She had arrived, and I had no idea when. Behind me, Gu Qing, feeling uneasy, had followed me out. Why are you standing here like a statue? My whole body was stiff. I wanted to tell Gu Qing to run, but I couldn't make a sound. Hearing a female voice, Xing Yao, who was standing by the car, finally moved. She slowly looked up, her deep black eyes piercing the night, brushing past me, to look directly at Gu Qing behind. Even the streetlights couldn't penetrate the thick darkness in the depths of her eyes. Come here. Xing Yao finally spoke, her voice low, but sounding like the call of the Grim Reaper. My legs went weak as I stiffly dragged myself to her side. The next second, Xing Yao reached out, pulled me by the waist, and drew me into her embrace. Then she lazily raised her eyelids, looking at the astonished Gu Qing. Her fingers snapped the cigarette, letting the tobacco fall, her lips curling into a smirk. Cruel. Having a pleasant chat upstairs just now. Her gaze landed on Gu Qing's face with a sneer. This schoolmate? She emphasized those last two words very heavily. It was clearly a question. It's so full of danger. It felt like she was asking how I wanted to die. Gu Qing was completely stunned. Seeing my pale face, she instinctively felt the danger. You are. Xing Yao put a finger to her lips, cutting her off. She didn't want to hear this woman's voice. It was both noisy and shrill. The next second, she turned to me, touching the necklace on my neck, squeezing the silver sphere. A cage? She whispered in my ear, repeating Gu Qing words, sickly excitement flashing in her eyes. She's right. This is a cage. And you. She suddenly looked up, giving Gu Qing a dark glare. She pulled me to open the car door, leaving behind a spine-chilling remark. Stay away from my cage from now on, or I won't mind locking you in there too to feed the dogs. Saturday morning, the sun was bright. After last night's scene, I thought Xing Yao would go mad, but besides scaring Gu Qing, she didn't punish me at all. I even had the illusion that maybe she wasn't so unreasonable after all. At the dining table, Xing Yao was leisurely sipping coffee. Seeing me dressed up to go out, her fingers paused. Where to? I want to go to the shopping mall. I tentatively asked for leave. The seasons are changing. I want to buy some warmer clothes. Plus, my class president asked me out for milk tea. I felt this was a very valid reason. But Xing Yao set her cup down, porcelain hitting the tray with a sharp ding. You can't. Those two words were final. I was stunned, my smile freezing. Why? It's the weekend today. I know it's the weekend. Xing Yao leaned back, her long fingers tapping lightly on the table. Her deep eyes stared at me, like a capitalist calculating the books. Muga, let's settle the accounts. I was bewildered. What accounts? There were 5 days this week, and you spent 50 hours at school. While by my side, the quality time while awake was less than 30 hours. 50 versus 30, Muge. Do you think that's fair? I was completely dumbfounded. What kind of bandit logic is this? I was at school, not out playing. How could she even calculate that? There is a severe deficit in companionship time. Xing Yao didn't bother listening to my explanation. She just handed down the sentence. Considering you were out for too long this week, the accuracy of your therapy has been severely compromised. Then she stood up, came behind me, placed her hands on my shoulders, and leaned in close to my ear. Her voice low and dangerous. So you're not going anywhere this weekend. Repay the time you owe me, with interest. Just like that. Long-awaited plans were ruined. I was grounded just like that. The place of confinement was her office, thick with the scent of cedarwood. For 2 days, the servants were shocked to find that the usually tense office was as peaceful as a painting this weekend. In the room, Xing Yao handled work and video meetings while I was seated on a small sofa right next to her. Less than half a meter away, I read, ground medicine, and organized notes, but no matter what I did, one of Xing Yao's hands never left me. While reviewing documents, her left hand toyed with my hair, while thinking, she'd take my hand, kneading my fingertip, or rubbing my palm. When tired, she'd push her computer away, pat her lap, and tell me to sit so she could hug me to recharge. No arguments, no fear, no conflict, only a warmth so thick it was suffocating. At sunset on Sunday, finishing the last jar of calming incense, I rubbed my sore wrist and reflexively turned. Miss Xing, it's done. Before I could finish, I realized Xing Yao had already fallen asleep. She leaned against the chair, her hand still clutching a lock of my hair. The sunset glow hit her face, gilding her with a soft golden edge. I looked at her, and my attempt to pull my hair back froze. I turned to the window, seeing birds gliding freely through the sky. When I first arrived, I would have been full of rage, resentment, and a desire to escape. But now, in the sunset of these 2 days of confinement, I realized with a shock that seeing the freedom outside didn't cause a single ripple in my heart. I looked back at the sleeping woman, then at the jar of medicine in my hand. I've gotten used to it. Used to being kept by her side, used to her touch, used to this stubbornly pampered life. Even while she slept, I had instinctively turned the pages of my book more quietly. This is the most terrifying part. Not violence or threats, but this habit, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. She is wearing down my edges, eroding my will, turning me from someone who looked to the sky into someone who voluntarily stays in a cage. A chill ran up from my feet, and I suddenly yanked my hair back. Xing Yao was disturbed, her eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. In those deep eyes was a daze. Seeing me, she instinctively pulled me into her arms. Sit still. So good. I leaned into her embrace stiffly, my heart heavy upon hearing that gentle praise, feeling the weight of it. I can't go on like this. If I don't run now, I'll never be able to leave. 2 p.m. on Monday. The office curtains were drawn, the air was suffocatingly oppressive. Xing Yao, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a Bluetooth headset, was in a meeting with global executives. As her fingers tapped the keyboard, the managers on the other end trembled in fear. I sat on the sofa with a book, but I couldn't read a single word. The pressure was too intense. Xing Yao exuded an aura while working, as if she wanted to crush anyone in her way. To get some air, I quietly set my book down, pointed to the door, and mouthed, "I'm going downstairs for a bit." Xing Yao's eyes didn't leave the screen, her index finger tapping the table in permission. Feeling like I'd been granted amnesty, I clutched the medicine jar and crept out of that high-pressure chamber. In the back garden, the early autumn sun scattered over the grass, finally dispelling the coldness on my body. I took a deep breath, my lungs finally feeling clear. I crouched in a corner of the medicinal garden, where large patches of mint and perilla grew. Xing Yao has been restless lately, so I thought about crushing some fresh mint leaves, mixing them with borneal to help calm her down. I'll pick a few more, to make her a sachet tonight. I uttered, my fingers nimbly plucking the mint sprigs, carefully placing them in the basket. But that tranquility didn't last long. The arrogant roar of an engine tore through the quiet afternoon, followed by the screech of brakes. Startled, the scissors in my hand almost stabbed my finger. I frowned and turned around to see a gaudy red Ferrari. Ignoring the guards, barging through the main gate, then swerving to a stop in front of the main building. The car door opened. A foot in studded boots stepped out, followed by a young woman with flaxen-colored hair, wearing a flashy floral shirt. The newcomer was Xing Yao's cousin, the notorious playgirl, Xing Tham. This Xing Manor is the same as always, looks just like a funeral home. Xing Tham took off her sunglasses, looking around with a look of disgust and a mocking tone. The old butler's face darkened as he blocked the steps. "Miss Tham, the mistress is in a meeting and is not seeing guests. Please move your car outside." Xing Tham sneered, waving a folder. "I'm here on Grandpa's orders, to deliver documents to my cousin. You want to stop me too?" She hated Xing Yao most. Why did Xing Yao get to manage a trillion-dollar empire while she had to live according to others' whims? Hearing that Xing Yao hadn't stepped out lately, she used the document delivery as an excuse to see if she could find any dirt. The mistress ordered that no one is to disturb her. The butler didn't budge. Stubborn old man. Xing Tham's face fell, but she didn't dare barge in out of fear of Xing Yao. She turned away in boredom, her eyes scanning the garden, then suddenly stopped. In a corner not far away, a very striking figure stood amidst the greenery. Xing Tham's eyes lit up. Since when has Xing Manor been hiding a man? And looking at that back, he's definitely not one of the servants. Who is that? Xing Tham licked her lips, a disgusting glint of lust in her eyes. The butler was startled and hurriedly tried to block her view. "That's a new gardener. Please leave, Miss Tham." "A gardener?" Xing Tham laughed, a malicious smile. "A gardener at Xing Manor wearing a shirt of that fabric. Who are you kidding?" She had long heard that Xing Yao brought the son of the Mu family back for a debt, country boy, who acts as a medicine vessel for that madwoman. She didn't expect the vessel to look so appetizing. "Move!" Xing Tham shoved the butler and headed straight for the garden. "If my cousin is busy, then I won't bother her. Let me help her. Check out the goods." She stared at my back, lust in her eyes almost overflowing. The sun was warm, but as that person approached, I felt the air around me suddenly turn murky. I had just cut a sprig of mint when a shadow loomed over me. The pungent smell of perfume mixed with cigarette smoke dispelled the fresh herbal scent. I frowned, instinctively clutching the pruning shears as I slowly stood up. In front of me was the woman in the flashy floral shirt, a thick gold chain around her neck, her slanted eyes flashing with undisguised greed, scanning my body like an X-ray. Xing Tham circled me halfway, clicking her tongue mockingly. No wonder. Cousin hasn't bothered stepping out lately. It turns out she's keeping a pretty boy in the back garden. Her eyes stared unreservedly at my fair neck and slender waist, her tone flirtatious. I thought that piece of old iron would never bloom, and had truly cut off all romance, but she has decent taste, hiding a boy like this. That gaze gave me goosebumps, though it never met her. Seeing her bossy attitude, I guess she was a lady from a branch of the Xing family. I stepped back to gain some distance, trying to stay calm. Speaking up. "I'm the fragrance specialist, invited by Miss Xing. She's in a meeting upstairs. Please wait in the living room." Xing Tham snorted as if she heard a joke, letting out a sneer. Instead of backing away, she took a step closer. "Fragrance specialist? Aren't you just the debt collateral sent by the Mu family?" She directly poked at my awkward status. My face went pale, my fingers tightening around the rim of the bamboo basket. What, did I hit a nerve? Seeing me silent, Xing Tham thought I was scared and became even bolder. She reached out to tilt my chin up, her tone arrogant. "Pretty boy, stop pretending. What's good about following that madwoman Xing Yao? Who knows, when she has an episode one day, she might just strangle this delicate little body of yours." Hearing the words madwoman, a flame of anger flared up in my heart. Though Xing Yao is unpredictable, but she is my patient. No one but me is allowed to speak of her like that. Please have some self-respect. I firmly avoided her hand, my eyes full of fury. Miss Xing is the head of the Xing family. Please watch your words. So you even know how to protect your master. Missing her mark, Xing Tham's face darkened. Refusing the easy way and choosing the hard way, are we? Xing Tham sneered, the malice in her eyes no longer hidden. She suddenly reached out, no longer aiming for my chin, but directly grabbing my slender waist. "You're just a toy. What does it matter who plays with you? Why don't you come with me? I'm much more experienced in romance than that frigid madwoman. I'll make sure you..." Snap. A sharp metallic sound cut through Xing Tham's filthy words. Her reaching hand froze in mid-air. Less than a centimeter from her fingertips, a pair of sharp pruning shears glinted with a cold light. If her hand had moved a fraction further, her fingers would have been the ones cut. Xing Tham's pupils constricted, a cold sweat breaking out down her spine. She looked at me in disbelief. I, who usually seems so timid and weak, was now clutching the shears of both hands, the sharp points aimed straight at her chest. My face was pale, and my hands were shaking slightly, but my gaze was colder than ever. Don't touch me. I glared at her. My voice wasn't loud, but every word was like ice. This is Xing Manor. I took half a step forward, the shears in my hand radiating a cold aura, my tone resolute. Miss Xing is still upstairs. Just try touching me and see. Overwhelmed by my intensity, Xing Fam instinctively took half a step back. This brat dares to point shears at me. You little brat, you dare point a blade at me. Once she recovered, Xing Fam instantly became enraged from the humiliation. I know the necklace on my neck. That wiretap is active. I'm taking a gamble. Gambling that the obsessively possessive woman is hearing everything right now. Betting that the crazy woman will absolutely never tolerate someone else touching what belongs to her. Just you try me. I glared at her, emphasizing every word. Let's see if you're faster or if my scissors are. Or, I looked up at the closed window on the 3rd floor. Or if Miss Xing comes down faster. The atmosphere in the garden was as tense as a snapping string. Though the scissors in my hand were sharp, and someone as ruthless as Xing Shen, I was still too weak in the end. You dare compare your speed with my knife? Xing Shen was provoked. The humiliation of being threatened by a mere toy made her face contort with rage. She swung her arm violently, a movement fast, precise, and lethal. A sharp strike landed on my wrist. Clang, a piercing pain shot through my wrist, and the scissors went flying. My only weapon was gone. You brat, you chose the hard way over the easy one. Xing Shen's eyes flashed with brutality, and she took a step forward. Suddenly, a sound came from the floor above, sending chills down everyone's spine. Thump, thump. It was the sound of leather boots pounding on the wooden stairs, neither fast nor slow, yet like a heavy hammer, striking accurately at everyone's heart. Instantly, the entire living room felt like it had been muted. Xing Shen's hand about to grab me froze mid-air. A wave of cold air surged from behind, like a venomous snake staring at the back of one's neck. I saw it then. The figure walking down was Jing Yao. She walked very slowly, each step carrying the weight of a supreme ruler. And her right hand, her long, slender hand was stained with black ink. The ink flowed down her fingertips, dripping onto the carpet like stains of dried blood. She stood there, looking down from the top of the stairs, her gaze piercing through the hall, coldly falling upon the person by the sofa. In those deep eyes, there was only a deadly void, as if she were looking at a cold corpse. Jingxin heard herself gulp, fear from deep within her veins, making her blood run cold. She stiffly turned her head bit by bit, and when she met Xing Yao's frozen gaze, her arrogance vanished instantly. Xing Shen's legs gave way. She couldn't even stand, collapsing directly onto the floor by the sofa. Cousin, she stammered, her voice trembling and breathless, forcing an ugly smile. It's a misunderstanding. I was just joking with my brother-in-law. However, Xing Yao said nothing. She didn't even bother to acknowledge the plea, calmly taking out a pure white handkerchief and elegantly wiping the ink from her fingertips. Then she strode down with her long legs, descending the stairs step by step. As she approached, the pressure in the living room dropped to an extreme low. Everyone knew the quieter the eldest miss was, the more catastrophic the consequences would be. Today, the floors of Xingyuan would likely see blood. Xing Yao walked up to the sofa, her tall figure casting a shadow, completely eclipsing the trembling Xing Shen on the ground. Cousin, I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. Xing Shen shook like a leaf, cold sweat drenching her floral shirt. She tried to grab Xing Yao's legs to beg, but that terrifying aura of death forced her to pull back. Xing Yao ignored her pleas entirely. She didn't even blink, as if the person at her feet was just a disgusting bag of trash. Right after, her gaze fell precisely and coldly onto Xing Shen's right hand. It was this hand that had just struck my wrist, this very hand that had tried to tear my clothes, and this hand that had almost touched my waist. In the next second, Xing Yao leaned down slightly, her movements incredibly elegant, as if inviting someone to dance. Her long, slender fingers even gently squeezed Xing Shen's right wrist. The wet ink on her fingertips stained the woman's wrist, looking like a mark of death. Xing Shen was stunned for a moment, thinking she had been saved. A spark of hope appearing in her eyes, she tremblingly opened her mouth. Thank you, cousin. However, before she could finish, a cold flash crossed Xing Yao's deep eyes, and her seemingly pale, weak hand suddenly exerted force. Snap! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed through the room. Then came an agonizing scream like a slaughtered pig. Xing Shen's eyes rolled back, and her face immediately swelled and turned purple. I stared wide-eyed at her right wrist, twisted at a gruesome 90-degree angle, dangling limply. My bone. It's broken. My hand. Xing Shen rolled on the floor in agony, her face covered in tears and snot. But Xing Yao had already let go, her face expressionless, as if she had just snapped a dry twig. She softly uttered one word, "Dirty." The butler immediately offered a hot towel. Xing Yao took the towel, calmly cleaning each finger until they turned red, before carelessly throwing the wet towel onto the wailing Xing Shen's face. The pure white towel looked like a shroud. "If you can't control this hand," Xing Yao's voice was calm without a ripple, "then there's no need to keep it." In the vast living room, no one dared to look at Xing Shen again. After disposing of the trash, Xing Yao turned and walked toward me. I was so scared my whole body trembled, knowing she did it to save me, but such brutal methods made me instinctively afraid. "Miss Xing." To my surprise, seeing the fear in my eyes, Xing Yao paused. She stepped in front of me, kneeling on the sofa to look me straight in the eye. Then she raised her hand, her left one, and on that pale, strong wrist, cold string of white jade Bodhi beads was wrapped. I suddenly remembered this was the Xing family heirloom, and the token that never left Xing Yao's side. Legend said these beads suppressed her murderous aura. If the beads remained, so did she. If they broke, she would perish. Yet at this moment, before so many witnesses, Xing Yao impassively removed the beads representing her sanity and power from her wrist loop by loop. Then the 108-round jade beads made a clear clinking sound in the air. "Give me your hand." Xing Yao's voice was low and dark, allowing no resistance. Stunned, I instinctively reached out my left hand. Next, Xing Yao grasped my fingertips. Her palm was hot, while my hand was as cold as jade. She held the Buddhist beads and slowly slipped them onto my wrist. The beads were loose on my wrist, but Xing Yao didn't care. Patient, as if performing a sacred ritual, wrapping them around my wrist once. Still loose, she wrapped them again. Still loose until the third wrap. The heavy, cold, white jade beads were finally secured around my wrist. "It's too big." I panicked immediately, feeling the sheer weight of her power. "Miss Xing, this is too precious." "Wear it." Xing Yao cut me off directly, her fingertips tracing the jade beads, finally pressing against my throbbing pulse. Then she slowly turned her head, her pitch-black eyes coldly scanning everyone in the living room, her gaze finally returning to me. "Mu Ge." Listen carefully. Her voice wasn't loud, but it struck everyone's ears with the weight of iron. "These beads are my life. From today onward, they belong to you." As she finished, she suddenly gripped my hand adorned with the beads, raising it high as if declaring ownership. From now on, in this high society, seeing these beads is the same as seeing me. The entire room was shocked. The butler looked up sharply, his eyes full of disbelief. Seeing the beads is seeing the person. This wasn't just a gift. It was clearly a protective talisman, a pardon from death itself. This meant that Xing Yao had handed over half her life and absolute authority to me without any reservation. Anyone who dared touch even one of my fingers would be slapping Xing Yao's face, challenging the entire Xing clan. Xing Shen on the ground fell into total despair upon hearing this. She finally realized this man wasn't a toy, but a precious treasure Xing Yao held close to her heart. "Do you understand?" Xing Yao looked down at my bewildered face, her tone softening slightly, carrying a faint tenderness and stubbornness. "Wear it. It's a lock and a shield. As long as you wear it, all the demons and ghosts in this world will have to make way for you." I looked at the Buddhist beads on my wrist, feeling her lingering body heat upon them, a warmth that burned deep within my soul. Immediately after, the screams in the living room ceased, as bodyguards dragged Xing Shen away like a dead dog. But Xing Yao didn't let me look again, leading me by the hand into our room. The heavy door slammed shut, sealing out all the noise. Xing Yao sat on the sofa holding me, her arms around me like she was holding a child. "It's okay now. The trash has been cleaned up." But I remained silent. Until this moment, the extreme fear finally washed over me like a tide. My body began to shake uncontrollably. Xing Yao's hand, stroking my hair, suddenly stopped. She looked down, observing me in her embrace. My face was pale, my eyes unfocused, and I was trying to shrink back. This fear wasn't because of Xing Shen, it was because of her. I wanted to distance myself from Xing Yao, afraid of the woman who just, for my sake, had snapped someone else's arm. Her image just now was too brutal, no different from a Rakshasa demon crawling out of hell. I closed my eyes, my mind filled with that crisp, snapping sound. If I'm not good one day, will she snap my neck just like that? "Muji," Xing Yao suddenly spoke, her voice low. I jumped, trying to leap from her lap. "Miss Xing, I want to take a shower." "Don't move." Xing Yao's arms tightened immediately, locking me in like iron shackles. But she wasn't angry, In those eyes was a flicker of understanding and helplessness. "Are you afraid of me?" she asked bluntly, giving me no chance to hide it. I didn't dare answer, but my trembling body had already betrayed me, afraid of how I acted, or afraid of the sound of breaking bones. Xingyao reached out, with the same hand that had just been so violent, and slowly pressed it against my cheek. I instinctively flinched. Xingyao gaze darkened for a moment, but she didn't pull her hand away. "Mugi!" She leaned her chin against my forehead, her voice husky and magnetic. "You are my medicine, the person who must stand by my side. So you must learn to get used to scenes like this." I snapped my head up, looking at her in disbelief. "Get used to it. Get used to violence and blood." Xingyao looked into my terrified eyes, her lips curling into a cold, self-mocking smile. Outsiders call me Xing Guanyin, thinking I wear these beads to seek goodness. She chuckled softly, touching the jade beads on my wrist, her tone both cruel and sincere. "But I've never been a bodhisattva. I'm a rakshasa from a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. If I'm not wicked, I'll be the one who dies." This was the first time she dissected her darkness in front of me. She was a madwoman, a tyrant, a female shura with blood-stained hands. Next, Xingyao suddenly grabbed my hand. She guided my trembling hand, slowly pressing it against the left side of her chest. Through the fabric, I felt her steady, powerful heartbeat. I'm a lunatic, that's true. Xingyao stared into my eyes, all her bloodlust receding, leaving only a bottomless obsession. "But this hand of mine," she raised the hand that had just broken another's bone, and gently covered the back of my hand. "This hand can kill, it can destroy everything, but it will never, ever be used against you. Unless," she paused, suddenly leaning close to my lips, her voice soft as a sigh, "unless it's in bed, when I want to hold you tight." I was completely dazed. She left all her brutality for the world, reserved all her tenderness, and the only exception for me. Xingyao lowered her head, gently kissing the top of my head. "As long as you stay obediently in my arms, all the malice in this world, I will block out for you. Even if the Grim Reaper comes, he'll have to ask for my permission first." The day after Xingxin's hand was broken, the atmosphere in Xingyuan had completely changed. In the morning, I went downstairs as usual, and as I prepared for breakfast, I sensitively noticed a strange shift in the surrounding air. Before, the servants at Xingyuan were polite to me, but it was a cold, distant, and formulaic politeness. In their eyes, I was just a medicinal shadow who could be replaced at any time, or a mere item used to pay off a debt. But today, "Good morning, Master Mu." The servants cleaning up immediately stopped upon seeing me, treated to the wall and bowed deeply, their heads lowered, not even daring to meet my eyes. That attitude wasn't just politeness, it was awe and fear. I instinctively reached for the railing, and the white jade Buddhist beads, wrapped thrice around my wrist, slid down with gravity, softly clinking against the handrail. Crisp clack. Everyone below shuddered, their very breath hitching. I suddenly looked down, staring at the 108 beads on my wrist. This wasn't just some string of beads. Xingyao words, "seeing the beads as seeing me," suddenly rang in my ears. This was clearly her imperial seal. From this moment on, I was no longer a medicinal shadow to be bullied, but a co-master of the clan, representing Xingyao herself. Right after that, the butler respectfully brought breakfast. "Master Mu, the young lady noticed you're too thin, so she specifically ordered bird's nest soup for you." But looking at the lavish spread, I had no appetite. Because in my heart, I knew this wasn't a protective charm, but a hot potato. Xingyao had personally hung me, her weakness, on the most obvious target. This stifling feeling lasted until late at night. In the bathroom, amidst the thick steam, I stood before the mirror, wanting only to remove these cumbersome beads. Wearing them every day was truly too inconvenient, so I carefully unwound each loop, intending to take them off. But just as the beads were about to slip from my fingertips, click, the bathroom door suddenly opened. I was so startled my hands slipped, and the beads slid right back onto my wrist. At the door, Xingyao was leaning against the frame, her deep eyes piercing through the steam, staring fixedly at my hand. "What are you doing?" Her voice was cold, thick with displeasure. I instinctively hid my hand. I was going to shower. At that, Xingyao approached step by step, pinning me against the vanity. Then shower. She forcefully pulled my left hand out, fingering the cold beads. "Why take it off? It's inconvenient to shower with it." Before I could finish, she snapped, "Don't you dare take it off." Her gaze was obsessive, her domineering tone allowing no doubt. "Muge what I've given you, unless I die." must never leave your body. The next second, she leaned down again, her hot breath brushing against my ear. Wear it while showering, wear it while sleeping. Her hand slid suggestively up my arm, sending a shiver through me. Even when we're doing that, keep it on for me. Having said that, Xingyao gave a cold laugh and stepped back. Her gaze swept over me without restraint, like admiring a collectible marked for private ownership. Go shower, I'll check on you when you're done. Then she pointed to the beads on my wrist, a malicious smile on her lips. If I find you've taken these beads off, if a single bead is missing for even a second, I'll let you taste what all 108 of them feel like. I immediately understood her implication, trembling from head to toe. I gripped my wrist tightly until she turned and left. After showering, I stepped out. But the lingering murderous intent on Xingyao's brow immediately enveloped her when she saw me. Come here. She tossed a tube of ointment onto the bed, her voice husky. I obediently went over, knowing she was bothered by the fact that Xing Shen had touched me today. For a lunatic with such spiritual purity, that was more unbearable than death itself. Take off your clothes. She looked up, her tone allowing no refusal. I gripped my collar, hesitating. I've showered. Am very clean. I said take them off. Her patience vanished instantly, her eyes filled with agitation. Don't make me say it a third time. I want to check. I could only tremblingly undress, my clothes sliding down, revealing the rose thorn scratches on my back. These were the marks from when Xing Shen grabbed me. Xingyao's eyes darkened as if they could drip shadow, the marks left by that damn hand she had broken. No matter how much I washed, they wouldn't go away. She squeezed out some ointment, her fingers seized with it, rubbing it in forcefully as if venting. I winced in pain and shrank back. Endure it, she said coldly, her fingertips moving roughly over the bruises, as if scrubbing away a stubborn stain. Remember this pain. Next time someone dares to you, just take a knife and stab them. If they die, I'll take the blame. Having finished my back, she pulled me toward her with one hand, straddling my lap. The position was incredibly dangerous. I rested my hands on her shoulders. Is it finished? Not yet. Her eyes were fixed on a faint red mark, on my collarbone. It was where Xing Shen's fingernail had grazed. Here. Her voice was so dark it made me shudder. She touched you here, too? Then, she reached out and rubbed the red spot forcefully, almost tearing the skin. It hurts. Nuna, don't rub anymore. You'll break the skin. Better if it breaks. An extreme hidden fire surged in her eyes. Scrub this layer of skin away. Once new skin grows, it'll be clean. This was her logic. Better to destroy it than to leave another's trace. After rubbing for a while, she finally stopped. Because merely rubbing could no longer satisfy her desire to cleanse me. Since it couldn't be scrubbed away, then she would cover it, using a deeper mark of her own to bury it completely. Next, Xingyao forcefully grabbed the back of my neck, her thin lips pressing accurately onto that red mark on my collarbone. I let out a gasp of surprise. This wasn't a kiss at all, but a gnawing. Her teeth ground against my skin, a sting of pain mixed with numbness, making my whole body tremble. Until she tasted blood in her mouth, until the skin turned a deep purple. Only then did she slowly let go. Xingyao raised her head, using her thumb to wipe the moisture from the corner of her lips, admiring her masterpiece with satisfaction. Xing Shen's faint red mark had completely vanished, replaced by a hickey. Dark purple, fierce and suggestive. It was her brand. Now it's clean. She chuckled softly, her voice rasping and thick. She leaned in close to my ear, her hot breath tickling my ear canal. Mugi, do you remember it clearly? Her tone was gentle, yet it felt like a curse etched deep into my mind. This body, from the tip of your hair to your heels, belongs only to me to touch. If I see another person's mark on you again, she bit my earlobe, it'll lock you away. You can't go anywhere ever again. The high society of the Xing group was in an uproar. The crazy eldest miss of the Xing family, for a man, personally broke the wrist of her cousin Xing Shen. News spread through all the major families overnight. Immediately, every eye turned toward the mysterious man, me. Countless greedy gazes were lurking behind high walls, watching me. Meanwhile, I was in my room packing my backpack. Though Xingyao had agreed to let me return to school for 2 days, she forced me to wear a string of prayer beads, and even made me wear a long-sleeved, high-neck shirt just to hide that dark purple hickey. Right at that moment, my phone suddenly vibrated. A call came from an unknown local number. I hesitated, then answered, "Hello. Is this Muji? It's Ling Shan." On the other end was my roommate. His sharp, probing tone full of envy made my hand freeze. Is something wrong? Nothing major. Ling Shan, on the other end, chuckled. I just heard you're staying at a relative's place. He deliberately emphasized the word relative. Then he lowered his voice, with undisguised malice. I heard from my dad last night that something big happened at the Xing house, apparently because of a man. Mugi, that relative of yours isn't from the Xing family, is it? My fingers immediately tightened around the phone. Indeed, no wall can block the wind. This probing was a dangerous signal. You're overthinking it. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I'm just working as a tutor. I'll be back soon. After saying that, I hung up. Looking at the dark screen, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. My peaceful school life might be gone for good. Who was on the phone? A cold voice suddenly rang out from behind me. Xin Yao had walked in without me noticing. She was about to head to the old family estate to cut off those hands that were reaching out too far. This trip would take at least 2 days. Just a telemarketing call. I stuffed the phone back into my pocket, not daring to mention Ling Shan's call. Xin Yao didn't expose my lie. She walked up to me, her gaze stopping on the cold, white jade prayer beads on my wrist. I have to go on a business trip for the next 2 days. Xin Yao reached out to adjust my shirt, her fingertips seemingly brushing against that hickey. Even though I won't be here, the bodyguards will be following you closely. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her eyes. If anyone at school is blind enough to cross you, don't hold back, just take these beads and smash them in their face. Whatever breaks, put it on my tab. My heart skipped a beat. Even though she was always forcing and controlling me, times like this, she was the only one who would step up to protect me, unconditionally. I understand. Whispered, you stay safe too. Xing Yao raised an eyebrow, seemingly quite pleased with this concern. She leaned down and gave my lip a light bite. Muga, you better be a good boy these next 2 days. She let go of me, her thumb caressing my cheek, a suggestive glint sparkling in her eyes. Wait until I'm back. I'll take you somewhere wonderful. I was stunned. Where? Xing Yao just smirked. You'll find out when the time comes. Place that will let all of Jingcheng know who you are. With that, she turned and strode away. I touched the cold beads on my wrist, listening to the engine starting downstairs, yet the unease in my heart only grew more intense. I had originally thought that Xing Yao business trip would give me a few days to breathe. Tuesday noon, under the bright sunlight, my roommate Zhao Mi and I had just walked out of the cafeteria, getting ready to go back to the dorm for a nap. Not having to always be on edge, trying to please that temperamental woman, I felt like even the air tasted a bit sweeter. Zhao Mi put his arm around my shoulder and asked, Mugi, there are no classes this afternoon. Shall we go sit in the library? I was about to nod when suddenly, the crowd around us seemed to hit the pause button, then erupted in uncontrollable, startled cries. Oh my God, whose car is that? It's a Maybach S680. What kind of tycoon is this? My heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition immediately surged. I gathered the courage to look up, and saw right under the men's dorm, that incredibly arrogant black Maybach, like a silent predator, its pitch-black body emitting a cold glint, carrying an aura that warned strangers to keep away. Students were swarming all around. Ling Shan was standing not far away, staring at the car with a complex gaze. My footsteps froze on the spot. Didn't she say she'd be gone for 2 days? It's only been 1 day and 1 night. The next second, a bodyguard in black strode toward me, bowing respectfully. Mr. Mu, the young miss is waiting for you in the car. The surroundings immediately fell into a terrifying silence. Countless eyes like spotlights shone directly on me. I felt my scalp go numb, and before I could even explain to Zhao Mi, I lowered my head, and under everyone's astonished gazes, quickly slipped into the luxury car. Thud! The car doors slammed shut. The air pressure inside the car was terrifyingly low. Xing Yao was sitting in the shadows of the back seat, looking in a very bad state, her brow clouded with an impending explosion of violence. Miss Xing, seeing her like this, my heart tightened. Did something happen? Before I could finish, Xing Yao suddenly opened her eyes, those bloodshot, red-veined eyes locking onto me. The next second, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the back of my neck, dragging my entire body toward her. Before I could react, my head bumped against her chest. Her arms, like iron clamps, tightened around my waist, pressing me firmly against her. Immediately after, she lowered her head, burying her face deep into the crook of my neck. She greedily took a deep, powerful breath. The fresh herbal scent mingled with my body heat, acted like a potent sedative, instantly dousing the mania screaming in her mind. Her tensed muscles finally began to gradually relax. She closed her eyes, rubbing her cheek against my warm skin, a satisfied groan escaping from deep within her throat. Her voice was raspy, as if mixed with gravel. I'm alive again. She was squeezing me so hard I could barely breathe, and I asked awkwardly, "Miss Xing, what happened?" "Xing Shen's matter is settled." Xing Yao spoke lethargically, her tone dripping with disgust and annoyance. Those old geezers were loud enough to kill. Turns out she had been at the old estate for a full day and night, where the elders from the branch families had been acting superior, incessantly arguing about Xing Shen's broken hand. The piercing cries, the criticisms, the fake pleas almost, felt like they were piercing through her eardrums. Without me by her side, those sounds were amplified infinitely, giving her a splitting headache, making it completely impossible for her to sleep. Even hearing my breathing through the necklace didn't help one bit. The anxiety of seeing but not being able to touch only made her more violent. So she stayed up all night signing every document, kicked those people out, and immediately drove back just to take a whiff of this Muji. Xing Yao looked up, resting her chin on my forehead, her eyes filled with an extreme, possessive desire. I regret it. I was blank. What? Xing Yao long fingers lightly rubbed the necklace around my neck, her voice turning dark and gloomy. I shouldn't have let you go back to school. Just hearing your voice isn't enough. I want to hold you. I want to kiss you. I want to be able to touch you. Anytime, anywhere. A bad feeling surged in my heart. Miss Xing, we had an agreement. The rules have changed. Xing Yao cut me off directly, like an unreasonable tyrant, unilaterally tearing up the treaty. Starting today, except for when you're in class, for all the remaining time. She leaned close to my lips, declaring every word. You must stay by my side, not leaving for a single step. Even when I go to meetings at the company, you have to come with me. My eyes went wide. To the company? How is that possible? That's your workplace. Why not? Xing Yao raised an eyebrow, claiming her lazy yet overbearing demeanor, and once again pressed me into her embrace. She closed her eyes comfortably. In the boss, I decide. Keep nagging and I'll have someone cancel your entire class schedule, so you don't even have to go to school anymore. I immediately shut up, hopelessly leaning into this madwoman's embrace. It's over. This time I've truly turned into a human accessory, the kind you can't shake off. New City's CBD central area, where the Xing Group's skyscraper stands. This skyscraper symbolized the unshakable dominance of the Xing family. 2 p.m. The atmosphere in the first-floor lobby was both solemn and busy, until the revolving door reserved for the CEO slowly began to move. Xing Yao strode inside. The lobby today suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The phone in the receptionist's hand fell onto the desk with a thud, and a manager walking by nearly slipped and fell. Because they saw, the fairy of the Xing family, who usually kept men at a distance, was actually holding a young man's hand. I was forced to walk beside her. Xing Yao noticed I was trying to shrink back, and slightly annoyed, she gave my palm a light squeeze. Why are you keeping your head so low? My voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Everyone is staring, their gazes are so intense. They were filled with astonishment, scrutiny, and sparks of curious gossip. I felt like a rare animal, being put on exhibition. Let them look. Xing Yao snorted coldly, instead becoming more overbearing by interlocking her fingers with mine, pulling me closer to her side. Are you afraid to be seen? Hold your head high and puff your chest out for me. She led me by the hand, under the watch of hundreds of eyes about to pop out in shock, casually walking straight toward the elevator, reserved for the CEO. The elevator doors closed, cutting off the gossip that had just erupted behind us. The top floor was the CEO's office. This place was the brain of the Xing Group and the most sensitive hub for business intelligence. No one working here was anything less than a top-tier elite. Hello, CEO Xing. The chief secretary and assistants lined up to welcome her at the elevator, but when they saw me, their standard professional smiles instantly froze on their faces. However, Xing Yao just nodded casually, and not only did she not let go of my hand, but she didn't even bother to give a single introduction. That posture was just like a queen leading, her favorite male concubine along, as she toured her territory, needing no explanation to anyone. Because as long as she was there, I was the rule. Not until we entered the heavy office doors did the secretary's office outside erupt like a beehive. Is this the legendary medicine? My God, CEO Xing is actually carrying his bag. Am I seeing this right? CEO Xing really is holding that backpack. This was my first time entering the place that controls hundreds of billions in assets. This place was vast, incredibly spacious. Both sides had massive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a full view of Jingcheng's prosperity. But in here, the black sofas and the massive solid wood desk, every corner exuded an air of cold, heartless austerity. This was Xing Yao private battlefield. But now a strange little corner had appeared on this battlefield. Xing Yao closed the door, casually tossed the pink backpack onto the sofa, and pointed next to the desk. I followed her finger and immediately froze. Right next to the desk that symbolized absolute power, a set of furniture that looked completely out of place had appeared. It was a milk white beanbag chair, with a cute little white round table beside it. On the table, there were no documents, but instead plates full of peeled grapes, sliced cantaloupe, and even some expensive imported snacks and yogurt. Beside the snacks, my half-read traditional medicine books were neatly stacked. This was clearly a corner for a pet, a luxury VIP version at that. I pointed to the corner, stammering, Is that for me? Who else? Did you think it'd sit there? Xing Yao walked around the desk and sat down, speaking as if it were obvious. If you're too far, I won't be able to hear you breathe. Feeling uneasy, she then pointed to the plush chair, using the same overbearing tone she used for subordinates when signing billion-dollar contracts, to give me her order. Just sit there, you can read. Sleep or eat. She suddenly looked up, her deep eyes locking onto me, her voice full of an irresistible, possessive desire. But until I'm off work, you're not going anywhere. I looked at this cozy and comfortable cage, then at the woman who had started flipping through documents, but still looked up occasionally, confirmed my position, and could only sigh helplessly, clutching my book as I walked over. 3 p.m. Xing Group's meeting room number 1. This was a top-level strategic decision meeting. Along both sides of the 10-meter-long conference table sat the core senior executives of the group. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like you could wring water from it. Is this the proposal you've been planning for the past half-month? From the head of the table, Xing Yao expressionlessly flipped through the files. With a rip, she threw the thick proposal straight away. Fake data, weak arguments, risk assessments, it's all just garbage. Xing Yao leaned back in her chair, her gaze sharp as a blade. Xing Group spends tens of millions a year to support you, just so you can come here and tell me stories. The marketing director broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling. CEO Xing, I'm very sorry. Well, revise it immediately. The entire meeting room was dead silent, everyone wishing they could bury their heads in their chests. However, these trembling senior executives couldn't have imagined in their wildest dreams that right under this table representing dignity and power, hidden behind the heavy layers of the tablecloth, an utterly ridiculous scene was taking place. I was sitting right next to Xing Yao. Because the conference room chairs were very high, Xing Yao had specifically ordered someone to adjust the angle, and since the executives didn't dare look around, no one noticed that in the spot that should have been empty, I was sitting there, huddled up. I sat upright and serious, holding an ancient book. Nhưng thực tế tôi chẳng thể lọt tai được chữ nào, because my left hand had been kidnapped. Xing Yao's right hand was clearly still on the table, tapping her fountain pen against the wood, exerting ruthless mental pressure on her subordinates. Yet her left hand was hanging under the table, overbearingly clutching my hand. She wasn't just holding it, but caressing and playing with it, as if she were thumbing the beads on that expensive cold white jade string. Her fingertips slowly slid along the back of my hand, caressing the smooth skin, bit by bit from the wrist down to the palm, then weaving through every finger, interlocking them. This part, and this part too. Redo it all for me. Xing Yao pointed coldly at the slideshow on the screen, her voice extremely stern. Yet right under the table, the hand that was just commanding the business world was now wickedly kneading my soft fingertips. She squeezed the soft flesh neither too hard nor too light, her nails occasionally grazing my palm, sparking a numb, itchy sensation. My whole body stiffened. This was so embarrassing. On an occasion like this, in front of so many people, with such a solemn atmosphere, she actually dared to play with my hand under the table. Right then, Xing Yao suddenly used her thumb to press hard on the web of my thumb. The pressure was a bit strong, and I couldn't help letting out a very faint moan from my throat, though the sound was small. In this pin-drop silent meeting room, it was like a clap of thunder. A female vice president, sitting closest, twitched her ears, and even looked up with a suspicious expression. I was scared out of my wits, instinctively wanting to pull my hand back. But the moment I moved, Xing Yao's hand tightened, locking me in like an iron clamp. At the same time, what are you looking at? Xing Yao narrowed her eyes slightly, her sharp gaze shooting directly toward that female vice president, as the air instantly dropped to freezing point. Is there a proposal on my face? The vice president was so startled she jumped, hurriedly bowing her head. No, ma'am. Only then did Xing Yao snort coldly and look away. Immediately after, she punished me by squeezing my palm hard under the table, her fingertip tracing circles on my palm lines, with a warning. Don't you dare move again. I really wanted to cry, but had no tears. Surprisingly, Xing Yao seemed to have become addicted to this game. As she listened to reports, she absent-mindedly flexed each of my fingers, then closed them again. It was itchy. Not just my hand, but my heart was trembling incessantly too. I could only peek back at her. "Miss Xing, stop playing!" Xing Yao felt my gaze, glanced over, and watched my expression from the corner of her eye. That was a sight only she was allowed to see. Her frustration with her subordinates was suddenly completely soothed. A discreet smirk played on her lips. Then she did something even more outrageous. She let go of my hand, but followed my wrist, sliding deep into the sleeve of my oversized hoodie. Her warm fingers pressed against the sensitive skin on the inside of my arm, slowly gliding upward until they gripped my elbow. My whole body shook violently, nearly jumping out of my seat. All right at that moment, Xing Yao suddenly cut off the executive giving the report. She withdrew her hand from my sleeve and placed it back on the table, turning to her cold, arrogant expression. "That's all for today's meeting." She stood up, looking down at the room full of senior managers who were sighing in relief, her voice cold. "I want a new proposal by tomorrow morning. Meeting adjourned." With that, she turned and pulled me, whose legs were already like jelly, along as she strode out of the meeting room. Only when we were back in the office with the door closed could I let out a long sigh, my whole body slumping onto the sofa. "Xing Yao, you've gone too far." I was so angry I called her by her full name, holding up my hand that had been kneaded red. It was a meeting. There were so many people. Xing Yao walked over to the sofa, leaning down to trap me between her and the couch. Seeing me bristle like that, the laughter in her eyes was finally undisguised. Too far. She took the hand she had been tormenting for half an hour and brought it to her lips for a kiss, her tone carrying a charming roguishness. "But if I hadn't held your hand, and that folder earlier wouldn't have slammed onto the table, it would have slammed straight into that idiot's head." "Mugi." She leaned her forehead against mine, letting out a soft chuckle. "You just saved his life. This is what they call earning good karma." The afternoon in the CEO's office was flooded with sunlight, but I felt incredibly bored. Ever since I became her human accessory, Xing Yao work efficiency has been terrifyingly high. I can only be like an elementary school child, immediately working overtime alongside her. Right at that moment, her cold voice suddenly rang out, immediately making that living Yama look like a soldier standing ready for orders. "Is something wrong?" I thought it was a headache. But Xing Yao looked up from her documents. Her gaze was fixed directly on what was in front of me. It was the sweet tangerines on the fruit plate. "I want tangerines." She spoke as if it were a matter of course, her tone as calm as if she were issuing a billion-dollar business mandate. I stood frozen, then just eat them. Do you even have to report trivial things like this? To my surprise, Xing Yao raised both hands, her left hand holding a contract, her right hand holding a fountain pen, waving them before me. No hands. She lowered her eyelashes, then gestured toward the fruit plate with her chin, signaling with her eyes, "Peel it and feed me." The corner of my mouth twitched incessantly. Is this person's arm broken, or is she just incapable of self-care? I tried to reason. "Miss Xing, you can put the pen down first." "I can't." Xing Yao leaned back in her chair, starting to act stubborn with a serious face. "This multi-billion-dollar project requires every second. If you don't peel it, I'll go hungry. If I'm hungry, to the point of a stomachache, you'll be responsible for..." I was caught between laughter and tears by this absurd logic, so I resignedly picked up a tangerine, peeling off the golden skin, and even meticulously removed every single bit of white pith from the segments. I handed over the cleaned tangerine segment. "Here, it's very sweet." However, Xing Yao only looked down at my hand held out in front of her. She didn't even reach out to take it. Hands are dirty. Xing Yao frowned slightly, giving an even more ridiculous reason. "I just finished signing. There are bacteria." I took a deep breath, telling myself 3 times, "She's a patient. She's a patient." "Then what do you want?" The next second, Xing Yao leaned forward slightly, opening her beautiful thin lips, and in her eyes behind those glasses, a mischievous yet expectant light flickered. "Feed me." My hands suddenly began to tremble. This was far too intimate. But seeing her expression as if she'd wait, with her mouth open until the end of time if I didn't feed her, I could only compromise. I coaxed her like a child, separating a segment, and cautiously brought it to her lips. Open wide, Xing Yao was very cooperative, taking a bite of the juicy tangerine segment. "Is it sweet?" I asked expectantly. She chewed twice, her deep gaze fixed on me. "It's all right. Another piece." And so a strange scene unfolded. The legendary queen of high society, enjoying my care, like someone who couldn't take care of herself. Until the very last segment, I was a bit distracted. Pushed it in a bit too deep. As a result, the moment Xing Yao closed her lips, she didn't just take the tangerine segment, but my thumb tip was pulled in along with it. Warm and moist sensation immediately enveloped the tip of my finger. Instinctively, I tried to pull back, Miss Xing my hand. But Xing Yao didn't let go. Not only did she not release it, but she instead used her tongue on the fair fingertip that had accidentally wandered into her domain, giving it a soft lick, gliding over the sensitive flesh. In an instant, a jolt of electricity shot straight to my brain, making my legs feel weak. Immediately after, Xing Yao's teeth applied a bit of pressure on that soft fingertip. She wasn't gentle at all, but gave it a deliberate nip. It was both a punishment and a flirtation. I trembled. Let go of me quickly. A flash of satisfied triumph crossed Xing Yao's eyes, and she finally, mercifully, loosened her mouth. But her eyes remained fixed on my drenched finger. Her throat bobbed slightly. And sure enough, she licked away the tangerine juice at the corner of her lips. Her voice low and raspy. This tangerine isn't as sweet as you. Just as the atmosphere became so thick it felt like it might melt, there were 2 rapid knocks on the door. Then the office door was pushed open forcefully. President Xing, this emergency document needs your... Xing Yao's special assistant, Xu Yang, clutching a stack of files, rushed in frantically. The next second, she witnessed a scene that almost ended her career right then and there. Behind the massive desk, their haughty and cold President Xing had moisture lingering at the corner of her lips, and a gaze as fierce as a wolf's or a tiger's. In front of her, I was still holding the tangerine peel. My finger, having just escaped, President Tin's mouth was still hovering in midair, still glistening wet. It had clearly just undergone an unspeakable baptism. The silence was eerie. Xu Yang's feet were frozen in place, her mind a total blank. Her hands shook, and with a rustle, the priceless trade secret documents scattered like snow across the floor. "Am dead. I think I just ruined the boss's good time." Xu Yang stammered, wishing she could pluck her own eyes out. I didn't see anything. This tangerine is so white. Wait, no, these documents are so sweet. What on earth was she babbling about? The smile on Xing Yao's face vanished instantly. She slowly took a tissue to wipe her lips, then looked up, her eyes as cold as daggers shooting toward the door. "Xu Yang." Her voice was cold enough to freeze the air, emanating a fury at having her mood interrupted. "Do you want to go to Africa to dig mines?" Xu Yang shivered, her survival instinct kicking in. "I'm sorry, President Xing. Leaving now." She awkwardly gathered the files and vanished from the office like a gust of wind, not forgetting to thoughtfully close the door. The room returned to its quiet state. I buried my face in the sofa, letting out a desperate groan. I can't show my face to anyone anymore. Xing Yao looked at my ostrich-like behavior, and her mood suddenly improved strangely. She reached out to pull me from the sofa, hugging me again. "What are you afraid of?" She squeezed my finger, which still bore her tooth marks, placed it on her lips for another kiss, and declared boldly, "I'm taking my medicine. Who dares to have an opinion?" Xing Yao clearly didn't intend to work any longer. "Let's go." She stood up and buttoned her blazer, restoring her elite appearance without a single flaw, as if that robed person from just now wasn't her at all. I followed silently close behind her, and as we stepped out of the office, the outside was deathly silent. Countless eyes, like radar stations, scanned me incessantly. Especially Xu Yang, who had just caused trouble, was so scared she buried her head deep into her keyboard. The CEO's private elevator arrived. Xing Yao took my hand and walked inside, and as the metal doors slowly closed, all gazes were completely shut out. There were only the 2 of us in the elevator now. The elevator began its descent. Watched the jumping red numbers, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I could finally leave this suffocating place. Before that breath was even finished, the silent woman beside me suddenly turned around and pulled me into a hug. I let out a soft cry, my back hitting the cold elevator wall hard. With a thud, I was pinned against the wall. Xing Yao propped one hand by my ear, trapping me in the narrow corner. "Miss Xing." My heart nearly stopped in terror. I was completely stunned. Wasn't everything fine just now in the office? Why the sudden change of heart? But Xing Yao didn't say a word. She only tilted her head slightly, and in those deep eyes, an underlying flame called jealousy was swirling. Her gaze swept over every inch of my still flushed cheeks and the fingers she had just held in her mouth. "Just now, that person," she finally spoke, her voice thick, carrying the heavy, irrational scent of jealousy. "They were looking at you." I was instantly taken aback. "Xu Yang, isn't it normal for her to take a look?" But Xing Yao narrowed her eyes, her tone frighteningly dark. "She stared at you for 3 whole seconds, like her eyes were about to fall out. The next second, she reached out to grab my chin, forcing me to look up. Mugi, when your face was that red just now. You looked. Her throat vibrated slightly. She didn't utter the word beautiful. That look was meant only for her eyes. Yet that damnable person dared to see it. Did she think you were very beautiful? The more Xingyao thought about it, the angrier she got, the rage in her eyes seemingly no longer suppressible. Was she thinking in her heart that you're easy to bully? I listened, my mouth agape with astonishment. What kind of divine logic was this? Miss Xing, please, can you be a bit reasonable? Secretary Xu was scared out of her wits. She looked at me like she was watching a horror movie. There's no way she thought I was beautiful. She was just afraid you'd silence her. I don't care. Xingyao completely refused to listen to explanations. There is no logic in a madman's mind. Only possessiveness. If she looked at you, it's just not okay. She suddenly lowered her head, her nose tip lightly touching mine, our breaths intertwining. You are mine. Beautiful or not, only I am allowed to know. I'm at a loss. I was completely speechless. Before I could soothe this jar of sour vinegar, Xingyao suddenly glanced at the elevator display. 35, 34, 30 seconds left. She dropped a completely cryptic sentence. I hadn't even regained my senses yet. Time to collect some interest. With those words, Xingyao kiss descended fiercely. This time it was no longer mere teasing, but a deep kiss full of punishment, violent, hurried, and predatory. One hand pushed hard, the other gripped the back of my neck, leaving me no way to retreat. Her thin lips forcefully parted my teeth, edging straight inside, sweeping through every corner at will. I was forced to endure the cold behind my back, while the front felt as hot as burning fire. The elevator plummeted rapidly, weightlessness mixing with the dizziness of oxygen deprivation. 20, 10, 5. The numbers were counting down, but Xingyao seemed to have no intention of stopping, even making sounds that would make anyone flush with embarrassment. It was as if she wanted to take all my edges that had been ogled by others and swallow them all back through this kiss. The air grew thinner. I was on the verge of suffocating. In the final 2 seconds before the doors opened, Xingyao finally let me go, but she didn't step back. She leaned close to my swollen red lips, her thumb pressing hard against the faint moisture at the corner of my mouth, her eyes frighteningly dark. Remember this, she panted. Her voice so raspy it was barely recognizable. From now on, only I am allowed to see you like this. The elevator doors opened. The bright lights of the first-floor lobby flooded in. Several managers were waiting outside to report work to their boss. The moment the doors slid open, what they saw was their proud and cold President Xing, standing with her back to them, slowly adjusting her clothes. And behind her, leaning against the wall, was a person with swollen lips and a dazed look. The managers looked at each other in confusion, unable to move forward or back. Right then, Xingyao turned around. All tender expressions on her face vanished instantly, turning to being the cold, distant living Yama of the conglomerate world. She coldly uttered 2 words, "Move aside." Then she gripped my hand tightly and strode out of the elevator majestically, leaving only a faint scent of tangerines behind in the elevator. However, the peace of the CEO's office was soon shattered by a pungent men's cologne. 3 p.m., break time. A knock sounded at the door. The person who entered was a strange face, a man wearing a form-fitting suit, with quite a handsome and young face. He was the newly transferred chief secretary, Jiang An. Relying on his prestigious degree and his good looks, he was always confident he would be an exception to Xingyao. After all, she's a woman. Who doesn't crave beauty? What's so good about that pale little boy hiding in the corner? Jiang An carried a tea tray, stepped in his shiny leather shoes, and confidently strode in with elegance. His gaze went right past me as I sat on the sofa reading. In his eyes, I was merely a toy kept in a cage, not even a bit of a threat. His target was the woman behind that desk, President Xing. Jiang An lowered his voice, deliberately making it sound masculine and charming. "Secretary Xu is busy. Here is the black coffee you requested." He didn't set the coffee down immediately, but circled the desk, approaching Xingyao directly. As he drew near, a scent of strong, suffocating men's perfume immediately filled the air. Xingyao eyebrows furrowed in deep annoyance, her pen scratching a long line across the paper. Before she could even speak, Jiang An's foot suddenly slipped. "Whoops!" he cried out, his whole body falling towards Xingyao. The coffee cup in his hand tilted along with him. According to his script, President Xing would surely catch him, allowing him to create some suggestive physical contact. Never in a million years did he expect that. The moment the coffee splashed, Xingyao wouldn't just not catch him, but would react as if she'd seen a plague, pushing her chair back and retreating a great distance. Moving so fast it was like she was dodging a demon. Clash. The coffee cup fell to the floor, the hot liquid splashing all over Jiang An. As for Xingyao, except for a few drops on her hem, She remained completely spotless. President Xing. Jiang and lay on the floor in a mess. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me help you wipe it. He reached out, intending to touch Xing Yao's leg. Don't touch me. Xing Yao spoke coldly, the words sounding as if they'd been fished out of an ice cellar. Yang An's arm froze mid-air. Xing Yao stood up, looking down at him from above, her face showing no attempt to hide her absolute disgust. She covered her nose and mouth with her hand, brows tightly knit. Did you fall into a jar of perfume until it fermented? Her voice was gloomy and mocking. This cheap industrial fragrance is even more horrible than the smell of a sewer. Jiang An's face immediately turned as red as a pig's liver. President Xing, this is a limited edition. I don't care what edition it is. Xing Yao had zero interest in hearing his babble, feeling physically nauseated by the smell. It is offensive to my sense of smell. The next second, Xing Yao pointed toward the main door, her voice showing no mercy. Get out! Go to HR right now. Take your pay and leave. Never let me smell this again. Yang An was completely dumbfounded. His carefully prepared seduction plan had failed miserably due to a bottle of men's cologne. Still not gone, a flash of violence appeared in Xing Yao's eyes. Do you want me to call security to throw you out? Jiang An was so terrified by that gaze he began to shake, scrambling to his feet and fleeing the room. The office finally fell quiet again, but that pungent smell still lingered in the air. Xing Yao stood there motionless, her expression extremely unsightly. Every cell in her body was screaming, filthy, so disgusting. Right at that moment, I emerged from the corner holding a jar of herbal medicine. I had witnessed the entire scene. Far from thinking Xing Yao was cruel, I actually wanted to give her a round of applause. I spoke softly, Miss Xing. Just then, Xing Yao whipped around. The moment she saw me, her clouded eyes finally regained their focus. Immediately, she strode over, grabbed my wrist with a firm tug, and pulled me close to her. In the next heartbeat, like an addict in withdrawal, she hurriedly lowered her head, burying her face into the crook of my neck. Her hair tickled me slightly, but she took a deep breath against my neck, her nose pressed against my warm skin, inhaling that pure, clean scent, a fragrance blended of medicinal herbs and morning sun. The repulsive cologne was finally chased away, and the tension in her brain gradually eased. So pleasant, she whispered against my neck, like a large dog that had just been bullied outside, constantly nuzzling against me for comfort. You still smell the best. Mugi, how can you smell so good? I was held tightly in her embrace, feeling her reliance and vulnerability, something she only showed when she was with me. So I raised my hand and gently patted her back. Previously, I thought Xing Yao's extreme cleanliness and her hyperacusis were truly perverted, a punishment meant to torment. But today, seeing her drive that man away without mercy, and hearing her say only I smell the best, the corners of my mouth somehow became uncontrollable and quirked up into a slight smile. I suddenly realized that this madwoman's germophobia sometimes actually provides a very strong sense of security, at least in her world. Except for me, everyone else is just trash. This absolute favoritism turned out to be quite refreshing. Friday, the Xing Group encountered a rare stock market fluctuation. Due to a sudden change in foreign market policies, Xing Group's stock price, within 30 minutes of opening, took a vertical, unbraked plunge. This was enough to trigger a full-blown manic episode in Xing Yao. Pressure in the CEO's office was low enough to seemingly turn everything to ice. Xing Yao, expressionless, slammed down the internal phone, her force nearly shattering the receiver. Her eyes were streaked with terrifying bloodshot veins, murderous aura surrounding her that made Secretary Tu's legs tremble violently. Get out. Xing Yao closed her eyes, rubbing her throbbing temples. Her voice raspy. If a plan isn't ready in 10 minutes, the entire risk management department can pack up and get out. Secretary Xu fled in a panic. In the vast office, now only the sounds of rapid breathing remained, along with the thick scent of gunpowder in the air. Sitting on the sofa, I couldn't absorb another single word I was reading. I watched Xing Yao, who was on the verge of snapping. If it were before, I would have shrunk into the corner like a frightened quail long ago, afraid of inviting trouble upon myself. But through our recent days together, I had faintly discovered a pattern. This madwoman Xing Yao, when facing me, seemed to have a distinct response system. As long as a certain stimulus was provided, it would produce a corresponding result. My gaze rested on Xing Yao's hair. It looked a bit messy, but must be very soft. Should I give it a try? After all, the worst outcome would just be getting scolded, and I was already used to that. So I took a deep breath and set my book down. I stood up and walked quietly toward the desk. Xing Yao was drowning in a violent headache, along with a frantic desire for destruction. Sensing someone approach, she suddenly opened her eyes, the vicious look in them not yet retracted. The word "get out" was about to escape her lips when a warm hand took a gamble, placed itself gently on top of her head. Xingyao words caught in her throat, her whole body stiffening instantly as her pupils contracted. That was her head, the territory of a fierce tiger, the untouchable scale of a wicked dragon. Aside from her late father, no one had ever dared to place a hand on her head like that. My heart was also pounding incessantly, the feeling under my palm incredibly soft. Miss Xing. I resisted the urge to pull back, gathering all my courage, and stroked along the strands of her hair. From the top down to the nape, I gave it a gentle rub, like soothing a large cat with its fur bristling. Don't be angry anymore. My voice was very gentle, carrying a tenderness like coaxing a small child. The stock prices will go back up. Being angry, to the point of a headache, really isn't worth it. Once, then twice, my fingers ran through her hair, my fingertips lightly massaging her tight scalp. Xingyao, once stiff back, miraculously went limp. The piercing alarm bells in her head seemed to have their mute button pressed by this gentle contact. That feeling was like a hand stroking along her spine, smoothing out all the bristling fur on her body. It was so pleasant, a relaxation surged from the depths of her soul, leaving her feeling light and comfortable. The redness in Xingyao's eyes gradually faded, placed by a faint misty layer. Surprisingly, she didn't brush my hand away at all, didn't get angry at all. On the contrary, she slowly closed her eyes, leaning her body back, even taking the initiative to rub her head against my palm. That appearance. There wasn't a trace left of that female Yama who wanted to eat people alive just a moment ago. She was clearly like a large feline, purring for more affection after being stroked comfortably. A lazy, low hum vibrated from her throat, her voice husky, filled with a hint of longing. A little more to the left, rub it twice more. I looked at the woman before me, eyes closed, showing such a blissful expression, so shocked my eyes nearly popped out. Does it really work? It turns out that the violence and madness that terrified everyone else, with me, could be settled with just a few head rubs. I looked at my own hand, then at Xingyao, as obedient as a large cat. In this moment, I suddenly realized. I used to see myself as a bird in a cage, toy at her beck and call. But now I realize I was wrong. In this feverish, morbid relationship, I am not the weak one. I hold Xingyao remote control in my hands. She's a mad dog, a vicious dragon, a weapon of mass destruction, but I am the only one who can engage the safety catch on that weapon. If I wanted to, I could even make this dragon kneel at my feet, wagging its tail and acting cute. Rub it a few more times. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl up, a mischievous glint flashing in my eyes. So I increased the pressure, massaging her with just the right amount of force. Miss Jing, does this feel good? I asked softly. Xingyao gave a lazy hum in response, even reaching out to wrap her arms around my waist, burying her face in my lower abdomen. I want more. I looked down at her. This time there was no fear in my eyes, only a sense of taming. It was the ease and confidence of looking at one's own pet beast. It turns out that taming a high society heiress isn't as hard as I thought. I just have to go along with her. The sun began to set, casting a golden glow through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Xingyao remained holding my waist, her face still buried in my stomach, breathing steadily. The half-hour head massage had completely relaxed the nerves that had been tense all day. I looked down at the woman in my arms. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xingyao right now was like a lioness who had eaten her fill, feeling extremely content after being pampered. If I don't make my request now, when will I? I took a deep breath, quickly organizing my thoughts. From a few days of observation, I had learned a truth. Confronting Xingyao directly is useless, and playing the victim doesn't help either. The only effective way is to make her feel that this is for her own benefit. Miss Jing. I lowered my voice, my fingers gently kneading the pressure points behind her ear. Do you feel better now? Does your head still hurt? Xingyao gave a lazy grunt in reply, tightening her arms around my waist, as if expressing satisfaction. It's all right. Keep going. I obediently continued the massage, then let out a thoughtful sigh. Actually, I've been thinking about something lately. I feel that my medical skills are still too shallow. My tone was full of sincerity, radiating self-reflection, and a worry that was all for her. Although a simple massage like this can temporarily soothe your pain, it only treats the symptoms, not the cause. Your bipolar disorder and sensitive hearing are chronic conditions. Relying on medication and massage alone makes it hard to cure completely. Xingyao finally opened her eyes. She slowly sat up, her deep eyes narrowing slightly, observing me. And? I knelt down, looking up, so I would like to continue my internship at the affiliated hospital. As soon as the words left my mouth, Jin Yao's face visibly darkened. The warm atmosphere we just built vanished instantly, replaced by her familiar coldness. You want to leave? She sneered, grabbing my chin. Muga, was this your goal in flattering me just now? It's not leaving, it's for advanced study. I didn't wait for her to get angry, but immediately blurted out my prepared reasons. Did you know? The traditional medicine department at the affiliated hospital recently welcomed a senior expert. He possesses the lost 13 needles of the Ghost Gate technique. It's specialized for neurological disorders and chronic headaches. I started talking nonsense, though not all of it was fabricated, because it was actually true. That acupuncture technique requires clinical practice to master. If I can learn it, maybe, just maybe, I could completely cure your headaches. It might even lessen your auditory sensitivity. I immediately grabbed her sleeve, my eyes sparkling with sincerity. I'm doing all this for you. Miss Jing, I want to cure you. I want you to stop suffering from that pain. If I just stay in the office all day, peeling oranges and acting as your pillow, my medical skills will wither away. By then, I'd really just be a useless living medicine. I want to be a doctor who can truly help you, not a pet who only knows how to use his looks to please others. These words were truly heartfelt and logical, with no holes in the reasoning. After saying this, I held my breath, anxiously awaiting the verdict, but the room fell into a deathly silence. Jing Yao said nothing, only observing me quietly. Her pitch-black pupils were like two deep wells, making it impossible to read her emotions. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Just as I thought my acting had failed and was about to give up, a very clear, soft chuckle suddenly escaped Jing Yao's throat. It wasn't cold or mocking, but carried a hint of surprise, a bit of playfulness, and even a touch of admiration. Right after, Jing Yao reached out, her slender fingers lightly brushing my cheek. Muga. The next second she leaned forward, her exquisite face close to mine, the tip of her nose almost touching mine. Her eyes, usually so sharp, were now sparkling with tiny glints, like a child who had found a new, strange toy. Why didn't I realize it before? This little mouth of yours is so silver-tongued. I felt a pang of guilt, my gaze avoiding hers, and telling the truth. Really? Jing Yao raised an eyebrow, looking at me with a half-smile. A single sentence pierced my secret motive. Are you doing this to cure me? Or because you don't want to stay here and keep me company? Or perhaps... Her fingers slid down my cheek, lightly squeezing the vein, pulsing rapidly with tension in my neck. Do you think I've pampered you too much lately, and now you've learned how to play tricks on me? My whole body stiffened. I had been seen through. In front of this veteran of the business world, my little tricks were like child's play. I was about to explain. Jing Yao blocked my lips with her finger. Jing Yao wasn't angry at all. Looking at me, who was still trying to match wits, even though I was terrified, a strange sense of excitement rose within her. The old Mu Gi only knew how to cry and tremble. Now I knew how to think and calculate, how to exploit her weaknesses to get what I wanted. I had become more vivid, even carrying a bit of slyness that fascinated her. Playing tricks, huh? Fine. Jing Yao let go and leaned back in her chair, her voice lazy yet dangerous. Since you want to learn that Ghost Gate needles or whatever. She paused for a moment, her eyes scanning my expectant face, finally curving her lips into a cunning smile. I can agree to that. My eyes immediately lit up. Don't be so quick to celebrate. Jing Yao raised her hand, slowly letting out the second half of her sentence. I am a businesswoman, and I never make a losing deal. You want to go back to your internship, to leave my sight and go to the hospital. Her gaze was profound, the look of a hunter toward a trapped prey. Fine, but you must pay the corresponding price. The last rays of the day sank below the horizon. My heart leapt to my throat again. A price. I instinctively clutched my collar, warily eyeing the calculating old fox standing before me. I don't have any money to pay right now. Intern wages are very low. Jing Yao looked at my miserly, slave-like expression and chuckled. Who wants your money? She sat up straight, her slender fingers tapping on the rosewood table, as if finalizing the last terms of a contract. What I want is after-sales service. After-sales? I was bewildered. I can let you go to the hospital for your internship, to learn that nonsense acupuncture technique. Jing Yao's eyes were deep, raising a single finger, her tone domineering. 5 p.m. every day. No matter what you're doing, unless someone is dying, you must be downstairs at the company on time. I don't wait for anyone. I immediately nodded vigorously. No problem. 5 p.m. is exactly when work ends. I'll definitely be there on time. As long as I can go out, never mind 5 p.m. I might even run back by 4:30. Second, Jing Yao leaned forward. Every night when you return, I must inspect you. I was stunned. Inspect what? Inspect my work journal? Jing Yao gave me that look again as if to say, are you really stupid or just pretending to be? She glanced at me, then reached out, her fingertips sliding along my collar in an extremely suggestive way, stopping on my slender collarbone. To check if you've brought back any scents you shouldn't have on. She recalled the scent of disinfectant on that day, along with the scent of that female classmate, and a flicker of darkness crossed her eyes. A hospital is a chaotic place with people coming and going. There are many germs, too. I must confirm if you are still clean. If you still smell like me. If I catch even a trace of someone else's scent. She slightly curled her lips, her smile wicked. You know the consequences. I'll throw you in the bathtub, and I'll scrub you myself until a layer of skin comes off. I shuddered violently, remembering that dark green bottle of body wash from that night. I understand. I'll be careful. And Jing Yao's finger didn't move away, but instead squeezed my chin. I also need to check your heart, to check if your mind wandered during the 8 hours you were away, or if you got distracted, to check your heart rate. The next second she pressed close to me, our noses almost touching, our breaths mingling, and to check if you missed me. I felt so helpless. This was too cheesy, clearly a perverted desire for control. How could anyone even check that? Seeing my bashful expression, the smile in her eyes deepened. That's my business. She withdrew her hand and leaned back, regaining her lofty, superior aura. You just need to cooperate obediently. Well, do we have a deal? I grit my teeth. Even though the conditions were harsh, this was already a giant leap forward. For freedom, for the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, I'll risk it. Deal. I nodded repeatedly, fearing she would change her mind. Then it's decided. I'll report to the hospital tomorrow. After saying that, I turned to run off. Wait, Jing Yao called me back lazily. My footsteps halted, and I turned around. Is there something else? The contract is signed. Shouldn't you pay a little deposit? Jing Yao sat in the executive chair that symbolized trillion-dollar power, resting her head on one hand, and with her other index finger she lightly tapped her own perfectly shaped thin lips. Her intention was crystal clear. My eyes widened. A deposit? Jing Yao raised an eyebrow and said confidently, I have to collect some interest too. Comfort my aching heart, since you're about to leave me. Now come here and pay the deposit. Looking at this clearly powerful woman, who loved to play the victim, since we were in the office, I could only accept my fate, slowly walking over, rounding the desk to stand before her. Jing Yao didn't move, only watching me leisurely, like a queen waiting for tribute. I took a deep breath, leaned down, closed my eyes, and lightly brushed her lips. Is that enough? Jing Yao narrowed her eyes again, clearly dissatisfied with such a perfunctory deposit. Mugi, she sneered, are you brushing off a beggar? You call this interest? This isn't even enough for the small change of the principal. Before the words were finished, she suddenly reached out, locking her hand behind my neck and pulling me down. Before I could even think of escaping, I was forced to lean down again, with absolutely no chance to retreat. Jing Yao looked up, her forceful thin lips pressing forward, sealing my mouth with precision. She pried open her tongue invading deep inside, with a ferocity that seemed to want to devour me, filled with an overwhelming desire for possession. She ravaged my mouth, stealing all my breath, till I was almost suffocating from a lack of oxygen. Jing Yao finally let go, but she didn't release me, instead resting her forehead against mine, her thumbs stroking my swollen, wet lips, looking at my hazy expression, and my dazed eyes in which Jing Yao's gaze burned with the flames of desire. This is what a deposit looks like. Her voice was raspy, carrying a lingering trace of unsatisfied flirtation. It's been stamped and approved. Now go, my Dr. Mu. And so, with Jing Yao's stamp of approval, finally resumed my life as an intern, commuting between school and the hospital. Although at 5 p.m. every day, I had to be as punctual as Cinderella, rushing back to the Jing Corporation to report. And at night, I had to endure those full-body inspections that made my face turn beet red. But for me, it was a rare breath of freedom. However, I soon realized that this freedom came with a price. Wednesday morning at the hospital, I was wearing my white lab coat, a stethoscope around my neck, following my instructor on clinical rounds. Right then, whispering voices drifted from the hallway. A few nurses and interns were pointing at my back. Look, that's him. The one who comes to the internship in a Maybach. Quiet. I heard his sugar mommy as someone terrifying. A woman harassed him once, and she ended up with a broken arm. My steps faltered slightly, my fingers tightening around the medical chart. Over the past few days, I had heard far too many similar rumors. Jing Yao, flamboyant Maybach. Pick me up every day, rain or shine. making it impossible to stay low profile. Just like that, from a top student, I became, in the words of others, someone kept by a gang boss, raised like a pet dog, and even by harsher labels, like Mu Ge, the high-end gigolo. Don't pay them any mind. Senior Sister Shu from my group stepped forward and comforted me softly. They're just rumors. They'll die down after a while. I took a deep breath, my expression calm. I know. Thank you, Senior Sister. I didn't want to explain. The more I explained, the messier it would get. Plus, from a certain perspective, they weren't wrong. I was indeed being kept by that madwoman, and I really was relying on her power. At noon, in the school cafeteria, I had just gotten my food and sat down, when my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a WeChat message from my roommate Zhao Mi. Mu Ge, have you seen the school forum? Someone is targeting you. Look quick. My heart suddenly constricted. I immediately put down my chopsticks and opened the screenshot. It was a screenshot from a school forum, a post with a bright red title pinned to the top, accompanied by a very flashy icon, exposing the promotion history of a certain male student M, cold top student by day, a rich person's toy by night. Photos included. My fingertips felt a bit cold. I opened the original post to read. Inside were thousands of maliciously woven words saying how I seduce powerful people and use my body to climb the ladder. But the fatal blow was several high-definition hidden photos below. The first photo showed Jingyao Maybach parked under the dormitory, with my silhouette leaning into the car. The second photo showed the window half down, with a hand wearing Buddhist beads grabbing my chin, seemingly forcing a kiss. Although the woman's face was blurred, that aggressive posture and the luxury car background were enough to ignite everyone's imagination. The comments section had completely fallen. Isn't this Mu Ji from traditional medicine? You can know a person's face but not their heart. Usually looks so aloof and noble. Turns out he's so depraved behind our backs. No wonder he suddenly disappeared for half a month. He was just off serving his sugar mommy. Disgusting. How can someone like this study medicine? Malicious comments flooded in, each one like a poisoned blade, stabbing into me. Not far away, Ling Shan was holding his phone, a triumphant cold sneer on his lips, clearly enjoying his own masterpiece. I stared at the words. Boy, selling oneself on the screen. How repulsive. If this were before, seeing these things would have definitely left me flustered and scared, because my reputation was something I always cherished, my last bit of self-respect. But now, I just sat calmly in the middle of the noisy cafeteria, quietly observing the phone screen, and my hand didn't even tremble once. Instead, I calmly closed the post and placed my phone face down on the table. I let out a soft breath, lowered my head, and slowly took a sip of soup. Then, I rolled up my sleeves, revealing the cold white Bodhi beads hidden deep within my sleeve, emitting a cold luster under the lights. I reached out with my fingertips, lightly touching those warm, smooth beads. They felt cool to the touch, but they brought more peace to my heart than ever before. They thought I was weak, thinking a few rumors could destroy me, but they had no idea that current me was no longer the easily bullied orphan from before. I held the royal seal of a high society queen in my hand, and I me was the woman who terrified the entire city. Jing Yao had said, seeing these beads is like seeing me. She also said, if anyone dares to touch you, strike back. If anything breaks, put it on my tab. I slowly looked up, a hint of ruthlessness even lingering in my gaze, learned from that very woman. Since you all love a good show, and since you consider me a kept toy, then let me show you if this bird in a cage can make your eyes sting. I picked up my phone and sent a message to the account with a black profile picture pinned to the top. Miss Jing, someone is bullying your medicine. Sent. I smirked slightly, my eyes cold. Within a single night, the sky here seemed to have changed. I had fallen from my pedestal as a distant scholar god, becoming a pariah everyone avoided like a street rat. Early Thursday morning, I walked into the lecture building. I could feel the strange tension thick in the air. The crowd that was buzzing in the hallway fell into a sudden hush the moment I appeared. Immediately after, countless eyes were fixed on me like glaring spotlights. Look, that's him. He looks so innocent. Who knew he was actually so devious? Those whispers buzzed around me like annoying flies. Hiding the prayer beads on my wrist, I didn't look left or right, back straight. As long as I wasn't embarrassed, it would be the others who felt awkward. This was the first survival rule I learned while being by Jing Yao's side. However, when I pushed open the lecture hall door, the classroom that was just bustling immediately fell into a deathly silence. Over 200 pairs of eyes turned toward me at once, filled with curiosity and malice at someone else's misfortune. My gaze cut through the crowd, stopping at the blackboard in front, where someone had used bright red chalk to scrawl offensive and vulgar words. The elite's little toy. How much for a night? Get out of the medical university. Every letter was large and vicious, as if trying to swallow me whole. Ling Shan, sitting in the front row, went even further by taking his phone out to photograph the board, even shouting out loud, "Oh wow, our school's great idol is here. Everyone make way. Hey Muka, these questions on the board. Aren't you going to give us some answers?" Malicious jeers rang out from all sides. Everyone thought I would definitely lose my temper. However, I just stood at the door, staring at the vulgarities covering the board, without a single trace of emotion on my face. I gave Ling Shan a nonchalant glance, then strode forward, walking with firm steps up to the podium. The mockery in the room gradually quieted down, as everyone watched my actions in confusion. They saw me walk to the blackboard, pick up the eraser, and stroke by stroke, patiently wipe away those bright red lines. White chalk dust fell in flurries. "Boy, how much money? Get out." Those vicious words were slowly vanishing under my hand until they were completely gone. The entire process lasted exactly 2 minutes, and not one of the 200 students said a word. Everyone was intimidated by my eerie sense of calm. Finally, the board was clean again. I put the eraser down, dusted off my hands, then turned around to face the crowd, with their varied expressions below. At that moment, I thought of Xing Yao, of the messy office during that stormy night, of her madness during her episodes, wanting to press a cigarette into my skin, of the suffocating near-death sensation when she was strangling me. So these childish scribbles and pathetic taunts before me were nothing more than preschool games, utterly naive and boring. With 3 minutes until class, I spoke up. This period is traditional Chinese pharmacology. The professor has a bad temper. She hates seeing a dirty blackboard most of all. I looked at the girl who had been the most enthusiastic follower, my gaze indifferent. If you don't want to fail the course, you better shut up right now. After saying that, I didn't look at anyone else. Walked straight to the middle of the first row, sat down quietly, and opened my textbook. The whole room was silent for 3 seconds. Then that girl silently returned to her seat, and the whispering died down significantly. Ling Shan gritted his teeth, staring at my straight back, clutching his pen as if he were about to snap it. He couldn't understand how, even after being trampled into the mud, I could still maintain such an arrogant demeanor. I kept my head down, looking at the book, but my hand secretly slipped into my sleeve, clutching those cold Buddhist prayer beads. With her behind me, these petty demons and ghosts couldn't hurt me in the slightest. The first long lecture finally ended. As soon as the female professor left, the previously gloomy atmosphere immediately turned noisy. I closed my book and was about to go get water, only to find the aisle blocked. Ling Shan was holding a cup of hot latte, standing there with a few lackeys, laughing mockingly, casting occasional glances my way, clearly up to no good. I didn't want to deal with it, so I clutched my books and tried to walk around them. However, just as I passed by Ling Shan, oops! Ling Shan gave a sudden exaggerated cry, tripped his foot, and lunged straight toward me without warning. The lid on his latte conveniently loosened, and splashed the entire cup of hot, dark coffee, spilled directly onto me without missing an inch. The scalding liquid immediately soaked my shirt. The room fell silent, everyone waiting for the drama to unfold. The heat made me hiss through my teeth. The sticky fluid clinging to my skin was incredibly unpleasant. Ling Shan feigned surprise, but his eyes were full of malicious glee. "Oh, my bad, great idol Mu." He looked me up and down, staring at my ruined clothes, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But it probably doesn't matter, right? After all, your sugar mommy is so rich. Who cares if this outfit gets dirty?" Ling Shan took another step closer, whispering in a vicious tone. "Go home and serve your sugar mommy well, so she'll buy you another one. For you, it's just a matter of bending over anyway." Suppressed snickers erupted around us. Everyone thought I'd run away in shame, or explode in a furious argument. But I didn't run. I didn't even bother to wipe the stain. I just stood there quietly, looking down at my soaked clothes, then slowly raised my head. Those eyes, now like a bottomless pool of freezing water, coldly locked onto Ling Shan. In that moment, Ling Shan actually saw a trace of Xing Yao within my demeanor, that superior gaze that looked at others like they were trash. Finished laughing. I spoke, my voice wasn't loud, but it was frighteningly calm. Ling Shan felt uneasy under my stare, but still tried to save face, upset over a few words. It wasn't intentional. At most, it'll pay for your dry cleaning. Is a few dozen yuan enough? As Ling Shan spoke, he pulled a 100 yuan bill from his wallet, tossed it at my feet like charity for a beggar. But I didn't even glance at the money on the ground. Instead, I took my phone out of my pocket, opened the payment code, and shoved it in Ling Shan's face. This suit is a custom-made piece from Italy, entirely handcrafted. My voice remained flat, as if stating a perfectly mundane fact. It's not available domestically. It was shipped via air freight. I don't recall the exact price, so let's just count the loose change. I stared at Ling Shan's increasingly rigid face, my thin lips parting to utter a number. 38,000 yuan. Alipay or WeChat. Instantly, the students who had been snickering widened their eyes and gasped in unison. 38,000 yuan. For an ordinary-looking outfit like that. Are you blackmailing him? Ling Shan shrieked. 38,000 for a piece of clothing. Are you money mad? You're definitely extorting me. You're free to check. I suddenly stepped forward, encroaching on Ling Shan's space. My frame was slender, but my presence was terrifyingly powerful. This was an aura forged by spending a long time beside Xing Yao. It was the air of a superior. And another thing, I pointed to the large stain on my chest, my gaze cold. The coffee is soaked in. This suit is ruined. It won't wash out. It's trash now. Ling Shan, you were the one who said you'd compensate me. I shook the QR code on the phone in my hand. Its black and white pattern stark and jarring. Give me a time frame. If you don't pay, I'll call the police immediately. We can go to the station for a formal damage appraisal. Ling Shan was in a complete panic. Only now did he take a close look at the material and sheen of the fabric. It definitely wasn't cheap market stuff. 38,000. His monthly allowance was barely over 10,000. This amount was definitely not small to him. More importantly, my calm, which suggested a deep familiarity with such luxury, had completely intimidated him. If I wasn't truly used to wearing such clothes, how could I be so composed when they were destroyed? This kind of poise couldn't be faked. I don't have that much money on me. Ling Shan's bravado instantly vanished, and his voice began to tremble. That's your problem. I put my phone away, my expression indifferent. I want to see the transfer by tonight. Otherwise, I mimicked Xing Yao tone, leaving a cold threat. My lawyer will be in touch. With that, I didn't bother looking at Ling Shan's pale face any longer, turned to grab my bag. And under the awed and complex stares of the whole class, I walked proudly out of the classroom. Not until the moment I stepped outside the school gates did my tense shoulders finally relax a little. I looked down at the suit and my heart ached. Actually, this suit didn't just cost 38,000. It was over 60,000 yuan. But I didn't regret that comeback just now. I touched the beads in my sleeve, and a self-deprecating smile touched my lips. So this is what it feels like to use influence to bully others. I have to admit, it's quite satisfying. Having just gone through that compensation battle, I felt physically and mentally exhausted. The cold, wet fabric clung to my body, mixed with the sickly sweet smell of coffee, making me extremely uncomfortable. Noon at the school gates, I was planning to buy some casual clothes to change into. Just as I reached the gate, a stir broke out. Look at that. Another luxury car. This time it's not a Maybach, it's a Bentley. A long wheelbase black Bentley, slowly pulled up by the curb, exuding a classic noble aura. The door opened, and the person stepping out wasn't the driver, but an elegantly dressed elderly woman with silver hair and white gloves. It was the Xing family's butler, Di Zhang. Di Zhang was carrying a red sandalwood box. Her eyes swept the crowd and quickly locked onto me. Mr. Mu. Di Zhang walked quickly toward me, bowed a perfect 90 degrees, and spoke with immense respect. Miss heard you were startled at school. Worried you lose your appetite. She specifically asked me to bring some medicinal soup made by our home chef. I was immediately overwhelmed by the favor. Di Zhang, why did you have to come all this way yourself? It's only right. Di Zhang looked at the coffee stain on my chest, her eyes showing a mix of pity and anger. Oh dear, how did this happen? Miss will be so heartbroken when she sees this. She waved her hand, and the female driver behind her immediately brought over an elegant paper bag. These are the new clothes Miss asked us to bring. Go change quickly before you catch a cold. My heart suddenly felt warm. Even though Xing Yao was a madwoman, the people around her, from Di Zhang to the bodyguards, so I took the food box and the bag, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Di Zhang, and please thank Miss Xing for me as well." However, this heartwarming scene looked entirely different to the onlookers. Luxury car, old lady delivering food and clothes, coupled with respectful and intimate attitude. Instantly, several students taking secret photos from afar. Got so excited their fingers started to shake. Did you get it? It's crystal clear HE. God, so that's Sugar Mommy. It's actually an old lady. Look, her hair's completely white. She must be at least 70, right? How can he stand that? That's a really hardcore preference. Click. The malicious shutter sound was drowned by the noise. Di Zhang remained completely oblivious. She continued her diligent instructions. Mr. Mu, Miss said she will pick you up at 5 p.m. With that, she bowed respectfully once more, then got into the car and left. However, just 10 minutes later, the medical university forum completely crashed. Explosive posts shot straight to the top of the trending list, with an even more shocking title. Case closed. Irrefutable proof. The sugar mommy behind the idol is actually her. 4-5 posted the full set of photos from the school gate. In the photos, Zhang with her white hair was maliciously interpreted as having a doting expression while handing me the food box. And my grateful look was twisted into a romantic gaze toward the old woman. The accompanying comments were vicious to the extreme. Guys, can anyone believe this? The actual sugar mommy is an old woman, old enough to be his grandmother. Luxury car pickups, food deliveries, gifting clothes. This old lady really cares for her little lover. It's disgusting. What are you after? After an old hag who doesn't bathe? After a geriatric? This is your idol's true face, gnawing on a coffin lid just for money. While, in a corner of the cafeteria, I had just opened the red sandalwood box, finding steaming bird's nest porridge inside. But before I could even take a bite, my phone was bombarded with messages. The moment I saw that post, I nearly spat out the porridge. I looked at the kindly Zhang in the photo, then at those harsh comments, and was completely speechless. Sugar mommy old lady, they actually mistook the Xing family's butler for the one sponsoring me. Their imagination is just too wild. Just then, a few guys carrying trays walked past, looking at me with disdain. Can you still eat, Muka? That's the love lunch your grandma gave you. Do you catch a whiff of that geriatric scent? My hand holding the spoon froze. I really wanted to take this bowl of bird's nest and dump it over their heads, shouting in their faces that this was a gift from Xing Yao. But Xing Yao cold, superior, queen-like face suddenly appeared in my mind. If that proud queen found out that in others' eyes she was being called a silver-haired old lady in her late 70s or 80s, I shuddered at the thought. She'd probably tear this whole school down. Besides, Zhang was so good to me. If she got dragged into this scandal, she'd definitely be a target of her anger. Whatever. I took a deep breath and silently put my phone away. Let them misunderstand. It's better than letting that crazy woman storm in here on a killing spree. Looking at the exquisite medicinal meal, I could only manage a bitter smile. The more these people cheer while insulting me now, the harder they'll be slapped when the truth comes out. After all, Xing Yao hates being called old more than anything. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Xing Group, Xu Yang, special assistant, felt like his career was probably about to end. He carried the tablet, trembling in front of the desk, not even daring to breathe heavily. This is the post, ma'am. Behind the desk, Xing Yao tapped her fountain pen, her voice frighteningly calm. Yes, President Xing. Xu Yang's voice shook uncontrollably. The PR department is already on it. Xing Yao said nothing, reaching out to take the tablet, her slender fingers scrolling across the screen. In front of her was the exposé on the so-called grandma-grandson romance, with thousands of cruel comments below. Old bag, coffin lid, sick taste, each word like a poison-dipped cocoon, spraying directly at the boy she held dear in the palm of her hand. Xing Yao's expression grew darker, the air pressure around her dropping so low it felt like it might freeze, until her gaze stopped at the irrefutable proof photo and the top-liked comment. That old lady looks at least 70 or 80. Mukad is so desperate to climb that it even endures someone with one foot in the grave. Respect, truly respect. The sugar mommy mentioned in the photo turned out to be Zhang, her butler, while she, Xing Yao, the legitimate, queen of high society, 25 and in her prime, was being treated as a non-existent corpse by these idiots, with an old woman taking her place. A cold laugh escaped Xing Yao's throat. In the next second, that six-figure Mont Blanc fountain pen, used for less than 2 hours, was snapped in half between her fingers, ink splattering onto the back of her hand, blooming into a dark flower. Assistant Xu Yang was so terrified his legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the floor. An old lady. Xing Yao stared at the screen, her eyes swirling with intense fury and murderous intent. She suddenly looked up, the cold light in her eyes capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. They dare call me a 70 or 80-year-old bag, and say Muka is after coffin money? Xu Yang explained tremulously. President Xing, that's Zhang. They just misunderstood. Those sightless students. Misunderstood? Xing Yao slammed the tablet onto the desk, the screen shattering instantly. She stood up from her chair, loosening her collar, the rage within her becoming uncontrollable. Striding out, she barked a cold order. To the medical university. They'll show those blind fools. exactly who the old lady is. Is she going to kill someone? No, she's going to destroy the whole school. Just as Xing Yao was about to step out of the office, unleash a storm, ding. Her personal phone chimed in her pocket, a special notification sound. Instantly, Xing Yao's steps halted. She pulled out her phone, a new message flashing on the screen. From Little Monster, simply saying, "Miss Xing, someone is bullying your medicine." Immediately after, I guessed she'd be furious at the post, so I quickly sent a second message. "Don't come, I'm begging you." As expected, the wealthy heiress, Xing Yao, replied with skyrocketing rage. "Why won't you let me come? They dared call me an old lady. I want to kill someone." I looked at the screen, then typed firmly, "Because you are the trump card. The trump card must be played last. I want to handle this myself. This Friday at the university's fragrance competition, I will take first place and personally throw this dirt back in their faces, slapping them all across the face." Seeing my bold words, Xing Yao was momentarily stunned in her office. It was as if she could see me gritting my teeth with a stubborn look in my eyes. I wasn't asking for protection. I wanted to fight my own battle. In the next second, Xing Yao's tight lips curled into a ruthless smile. Interesting. She held her phone, pressing the record button, her voice lazy yet carrying an undeniable dominance. "Fine. If you want to play, go ahead and play." But her tone shifted, suddenly becoming cold, a final warning for me, but also the strongest support. "I'll give you 1 week. If you don't win, or if you let yourself be wronged, I'll level that pathetic school and turn it into a playground for your amusement." But this wasn't the end. Putting the phone down, Xing Yao gave a new order to the secretary behind her. "Investigate that fragrance competition for me. If you were going to slap their faces, well, make it sting." Dangerous sparks flashed in her eyes. "Sponsor the organizers with another 20 million yuan. On the day of the finals, I'll personally be a judge. I'll let those blind fools see with their own eyes what the person they called Sugar Mommy Old Lady actually looks like." In the blink of an eye, it was Friday at the registration for the fragrance competition. To me, this was the perfect chance to prove myself. But just half an hour before the registration deadline, something unexpected happened. Holding my registration form, I stood in the main hall, but Sister Hua, who had promised to team up with me, was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a timid voice spoke up from behind. "Muga." I turned back and saw Sister Hua. Behind her stood several female students, waiting to mock me. Sister Hua didn't dare look into my eyes, her hands tightly clutching the withdrawal form. Her face flushed red. "I'm sorry, I can't be on your team for this competition anymore." My heart sank, but I maintained a calm expression. Sister Hua bit her lip and lowered her voice. "The professor already spoke to me. He said if I stay on your team, it will affect my scholarship." Rumors again. These malicious, invisible knives striking once more. She then glanced at Ling Shan standing nearby, her voice becoming even softer. "Besides," Ling Shan said, "if I want to be slandered on the forum too, then I should just stay with you." I understood completely now. This was a group punishment. Ling Shan was forcing everyone to isolate me, leaving me with no way out. Looking at Sister Hua's cowardly and evasive behavior, I wasn't angry, and I had no intention of begging her to stay. I just gave a slight nod. "Fine, I understand." In the next second, Sister Hua looked as if she'd been pardoned and quickly hurried away. And just like that, I was left all alone in the middle of the great hall. At that moment, the noisy crowd around me suddenly fell silent. Countless eyes turned toward me. Some with mockery, some with pity. Then, Ling Shan, wearing polished leather shoes, stepped forward like a victorious fighting cock. "Our school's divine Mu, how does it feel to be abandoned?" He theatrically covered his nose, then shouted loudly to the people around him. "Who would dare team up with a kept man like him? This competition is a sacred academic hall. How could we let someone like him defile it?" "Exactly. Just get out of our sight. Don't get in our way," shouts rang out from everywhere. Everyone was certain that this time, I was destined to lose. However, I stood in the eye of this malicious storm without even bothering to glance at them. I only looked down at the registration form in my hand, the partner column still blank. But the rules stated that, in principle, this competition was for teams of 2. I suddenly remembered what Xing Yao once said, that the strong don't need to depend on others. In the next second, I took a deep breath, picked up a pen, and solemnly crossed out a line on that registration form. Then I turned and walked toward the registration desk, slamming the form onto the table. "Sir, I'd like to register." The teacher in charge of registration frowned. "Muji, where is your partner?" I stood tall, my voice cold and unwavering. "I have no partner, am competing alone." At those words, the whole hall buzzed. Is he crazy? doing two people's work by himself. Ling Shan laughed even louder.
Muga, who do you think you are?
A reincarnated divine physician? Facing a mountain of doubt, I just casually glance around at everyone, pulling up my sleeve to reveal the cold white jade Buddhist beads. In my eyes, fire of absolute determination burned. Whether it can be done or not, you'll have to wait and see on the field. I looked at the teacher, emphasizing every word. The rules only say two people in principle. It doesn't say competing alone is forbidden. I have these two hands, that's enough. I am a team all by myself. The teacher was stunned by my aura and finally stamped the form. Competition team, Muga independent. Seeing that red stamp, everything became clear in my heart. So what if I was isolated? If no one dared stand beside me, then I would stand alone and carve out a bloody path for them all to see. However, on the morning less than 48 hours before the final, disaster struck once again. I arrive at the laboratory building very early, preparing to take out the decisive weapon it prepared for the match, those precious medicinal ingredients that I had bought with the allowance Xing Yao gave me. But as I walked up to my locker, my right eyelids suddenly began to twitch incessantly. I inserted the key into the lock. It clicked open, the door swung wide, and a nauseatingly strong smell of chemical ink immediately rushed into my nose. My heart tightened, and my body froze as I pulled the locker door open. In the next second, the sight before me made my blood run cold. Inside was a total mess. The century-old agarwood powder carefully sorted and packed. The top-grade saffron, the natural musk, everything was now drenched in thick black ink. The black ink dripped down slowly, browning those precious ingredients until they were unrecognizable. Even on the inside of the locker door, someone had used red paint to write a line. Does a thief really deserve to compete? I stared blankly at the ruined heap. This was blatant malice, clearly intended to cut off any chance I had. Ruined common ingredients would be one thing, but these herbs were the core of the ancient formula. They couldn't be bought off the shelf. And even if they were ordered from elsewhere, it would take at least 3 to 5 days, while the competition was the day after tomorrow. Without these key ingredients, what was I going to compete with? Right then, a few mocking chuckles came from not far away. I didn't need to turn around to know that Ling Shan and his group were hiding in the corner to savor my look of despair. They wanted to see me break down, wanted to see me withdraw in disgrace, just to label me as a useless pretty boy. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, the panic in my eyes had been replaced by a cold, sharp calm. In the next second, I decisively pulled out my phone and called the number pinned at the top of my list. It only rang twice before someone picked up. What's wrong? From the other end came the lazy, yet magnetic voice of Xing Yao. Hearing her voice, a part of my hardened heart suddenly softened. Miss Xing, someone is bullying me. In the CEO office of the Xing Group, Xing Yao's hand froze mid-signature, the pen tip leaving a blotch of black ink on the paper. She looked up, her eyes instantly turning dark, the surrounding temperature seemingly dropping below zero. She only asked one word. Who? I'll send people over now. You don't need to come. I looked at the ruined pile and said, my experimental materials have been destroyed. They're all covered in ink. Not a bit of it is usable anymore. The competition is the day after tomorrow. I can't buy new ones in time. Unexpectedly, when Xing Yao heard this, another emotion suppressed the anger in her heart. This feeling of being needed by me made her extremely satisfied. She leaned back in her chair, corner of her mouth curving into a meaningful smile. So, what do you want me to do? I bit my lip, recalling the museum-like collection of medicinal herbs in the basement of Xing Mansion. So I lowered my voice, as if discussing some secret. Miss Xing, could you lend me some items from the warehouse? Just a little agar wood and musk. Those things are expensive. Consider it a debt to you. I'll pay it back over time. Lend? Xing Yao chuckled and interrupted me. Muga, do you have some misunderstanding about your status as the male master of Xing Mansion? She looked out the window, her voice low but domineering. All of Xing Mansion is your cage, so everything in that cage, what of it isn't yours? Just make a list of what you need. Xing Yao paused for a moment, then continued arrogantly. If the old ones are ruined, then change to better ones. I'll have the highest grade items in the warehouse delivered to you. She narrowed her eyes, a trace of ruthless indulgence flickering in them. We must let them open their eyes and see what a true elite family looks like. Just 58 minutes after hanging up, the peace of the school campus was broken by the low roar of car engines. A fleet of glossy black cars slowly rolled into the school, led by 4 pitch-black Range Rovers, with 3 specially marked refrigerated transport trucks in the middle. These trucks were usually reserved for transporting high-end fresh food and sophisticated equipment. The formidable convoy drove straight to the laboratory building and came to a steady halt. My God, look at this display. Is the cafeteria importing high-end seafood? Look at the logo on the cars. That's the elite transport unit of the Xing, used only for auction-grade wines. While everyone was buzzing with excitement, the car doors opened simultaneously, and over a dozen bodyguards in black suits with white gloves quickly jumped out, setting up a security perimeter, as if they were protecting an atomic bomb. Then the rear doors of the transport trucks slowly lifted. Thick white mist from the refrigeration billowed out. The bodyguards carefully carried out each custom-made black thermal container. On every container was a prominent label with gold-plated text, "Private Supply." Ling Shan stood in the crowd and sneered. Some idiot must be showing off, just putting on an act. But in the next second, his smile froze, because the lead bodyguard, holding his signature sheet, marched straight toward me. "Mr. Mu." The bodyguard captain stepped before me, bowed respectfully, and announced loudly, "Miss Xing ordered us to bring you takeout. It's all here. Please inspect and accept the delivery." I looked at the mountain of containers before me, my mouth twitching. Is this what she meant, lending a little? I only asked for a few pieces of agarwood. Did she plan to empty out the entire Xing mansion warehouse? I muttered under my breath, "This is way too much." The captain maintained a stern expression. "Miss Xing said if you use it, you must use the best. The quantity must be abundant, and if it's not enough, there's more." As he spoke, he waved his hand, opened the containers for inspection. Immediately, the lids were opened, and a rich, pure scent of medicinal herbs instantly spread everywhere. An old professor from the traditional medicine department passed by, and when he saw what was inside the boxes, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he rushed over. In the first container was a piece of dried wood as thick as a forearm, Kainam agarwood, a century-old specimen. Just this piece is worth a luxury villa in the capital. The second box contained top-grade Iranian saffron. The third box was even more shocking, containing 2 wild purple lingzi as big as wash basins, along with natural musk, rhino horn, wild Changbai ginseng. These aren't just herbs. This is clearly a mobile medical museum. Under the overwhelming power of wealth, public opinion instantly shifted. Who said he stole anything? His family is filthy rich. There's no reason to steal scraps. I stood among the priceless herbs, feeling the wall. Surrounding gazes turned from contempt to awe. I reached out and picked up the piece of agarwood, worth an entire house, feeling much more confident. Then I turned around and looked at Ling Shan, whose face was pale. I lightly shook the agarwood in my hand, my tone indifferent. "Student Ling, didn't you say my materials were ruined? I have new ones now." I smirked slightly, my eyes cold, "and they're 100 times better than the old ones." Ling Shan nails almost broke from envy. Money can't even buy these things. He tried to save face, shouting out of jealousy, "Humph, only some 80-year-old women would like to collect these dry branches and rotten wood." He pointed at the herbs with a look of disgust. "Smells like old people." "Mugo, are you really just a toy boy for some old woman?" I looked at Ling Shan's clownish behavior without any anger. Instead, I only looked at him with pity. I thought, go ahead and curse while you still can. Curse a few more times, because when that old woman Xing Yao arrives in person, I hope your jaw will still be attached to your face. In a blink, it was Friday, the medical university's most important event of the year. Traditional incense competition final had officially begun. The 1,000-seat hall was packed. Every teacher, student, and industry expert was present. Under the brilliant stage lights, 10 teams stood in a horizontal row, each with sophisticated extraction machines before them, radiating a high-tech vibe. Only my table, tucked away in the corner, looked strangely empty. I wore a simple white lab coat, standing tall and proud. My table didn't have any flashy equipment, only a green jade medicine jar and several herb packets wrapped in craft paper, the top-tier ingredients that Xing Yao had sent 2 days ago. At the host's signal, the competition officially began, with a 2-hour time limit. Ling Shan, center stage in lavish attire, looked extremely confident. He swung his suitcase open. Grass rose essential oil, premium jasmine essence. Just one tiny bottle costs thousands, doesn't it? Awed gasps echoed from the audience. Ling Shan soaked up the attention, skillfully mixing the expensive essential oils. Everything about him screamed wealth. Soon, a rich, sweet rose scent filled the entire hall. Like 100 roses had just been crushed, an overwhelming fragrance. However, on the judges' panel, the bribed judges were all nodding approvingly. Ling Shan smugly lifted his chin, glaring at me provocatively. To him, I was just a country bumpkin clutching rotten wood. But I didn't even spare him a look. I stood quietly at my competition table, as if completely isolated from the world. I opened the green jade medicine jar. This was the very jar I had used countless times in the Xing Mansion's study. It even still carried a hint of the cedar scent from Xing Yao fingertips. My fingers brushed the warm jade, and my mind and body suddenly grew strangely calm. I whispered to myself, let's begin. Next, I placed a small piece of Kainam agarwood in the jar, added some saffron, corneal, and other calming herbs. No sophisticated equipment, no complex extraction process. I just gripped the nephrite pestle and began the most primitive, tedious task, grinding the medicine. The low thudding sounds were amplified by the microphone, sounding completely out of place in the fragrance-filled hall. Mocking laughter immediately erupted from below. What is he doing? Cooking rice? But I acted as if I heard nothing. My movements were steady and rhythmic, grinding each herb into a fine powder. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Then, at that very moment, the air that had been dominated by the rose scent suddenly underwent a subtle change. At first, it was just a faint ethereal fragrance, cold as midwinter's first snow, yet like the blue smoke of an ancient temple, quietly weaving into everyone's senses as if drinking a cup of iced plum soup. In the middle of a scorching summer, instantly clearing one's mind. Minds that had been sluggish with drowsiness suddenly became razor-sharp. What is this smell? It's so fragrant, smelling it makes all my troubles vanish. As I accelerated my pace, the scent grew even more intense, yet remained elegantly cool and meaningful. It had a hint of bitterness, but with a sweet aftertaste, both medicine and incense. This was the manhwa incense, the exclusive formula it refined hundreds of times to treat Xingyao bipolar disorder. If it could soothe the world's most ferocious beast, then it certainly could conquer these common people. Before long, mocking laughter in the hall had completely vanished. Lingshan heavy rose scent, faced with my elegant medicinal fragrance, seemed unbearably vulgar, like a powdered fop, meeting a divine lord who was untainted by the world. It's impossible. Lingshan stared at the essential oil in his hand, his face instantly turning pale. He couldn't fathom how the powder from those rotten pieces of wood could be more fragrant than his imported oils. Just then I stopped my movements, looking at the smooth, dark brown powder in the jar, a slight smile playing on my lips. I thought, this is Xingyao's favorite scent. I could even imagine that if she were here, she would be like a big cat, burying her head in the crook of my neck and whispering with longing, so fragrant. I suddenly raised my head, my voice ringing out across the hall through the mic. My incense is complete. This pure and powerful manhwa fragrance still lingered in the air of the hall, leaving a long-lasting impression. There wasn't a single doubt left in the audience, replaced by endless sounds of praise and awe. Even students who didn't understand the craft could sense the class of this scent. A top-grade fragrance truly can calm the soul. I stood on the stage, sweat beading on my forehead, but my eyes were incredibly bright. I looked toward the judging panel, waiting for a fair verdict. However, Professor Trong, the lead judge, had a terrifyingly dark face. He stared intensely at my jade jar and ingredients, with obvious greed, a flicker of desire in his eyes. Professor Trong suddenly slammed the table, creating a piercing noise. He stood up, pointing at me with a look of feigned agony. This is preposterous, Mugi. This is a school competition, not a place for you to show off wealth, and certainly not a place for you to run wild. I was stunned. Run wild? Professor, what do you mean? Still pretending? Professor Trong sneered, holding the piece of agarwood high. Everyone, this is top-grade Kainam agarwood, as expensive as solid gold. Muji, these ingredients on your table total at least several million yuan. The hall erupted in chatter. Several million yuan. Is he eating herbs instead of rice? Professor Trong glared at me, his tone overbearing. As far as I know, you're a poor student who has to borrow for tuition, so where did these priceless ingredients come from? I was about to say they were a gift. You can't afford these. Professor Trong cut me off, delivering a verdict on the spot. If you can't afford them, then their origin is highly suspicious. Are they stolen? Or obtained through illegal means? Once this major accusation is made, you'll be facing prison time. I was trembling with anger. I didn't steal. These are from a legitimate source. Right then, Lingshan saw his chance. He quickly stood up and snatched the mic, his voice high-pitched and excited. Professor, is an investigation even needed? Everyone knows he has a rich sugar mommy outside. Lingshan pointed at me with blatant contempt. Even if that old woman has money, she would never give millions of yuan worth of herbs to a useless waste like him, would she? Clearly, Muga has sticky fingers, selling them just to show off. Those words instantly ignited the crowd. My God, so he's a thief. How disgusting, get off the stage. The shouts from the audience threatened to drown me out. Professor Trong immediately took advantage of the situation, waving his hand. I hereby announce the disqualification of Muji. Security, drag him down. Seize all evidence and call the police. As soon as he finished, two large guards rushed toward me aggressively. They tried to seize the jade medicine jar, the medicine I had worked so hard to prepare for Xingyao. "Don't touch my things." I hurriedly threw myself over the lab table, desperately protecting the medicine jar and agarwood. "This is mine. I didn't steal it. This was a gift from someone else. On what grounds do you think you can just snatch it away?" Ling Shan stood nearby, laughing his head off. "Muji, if you're going to lie, at least prepare a better script. A gift worth millions of yuan. What kind of fool would give that to you? Is it that domineering female CEO from your dreams?" At that moment, the guards grabbed my arms tightly. They roughly dragged me away. "You're coming with us. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself any longer. Let me go." In that moment of desperate struggling, an unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over me. Why does no one believe the truth? I was clearly the winner, yet am branded a thief and kicked off the stage. The guard's hand was like a steel vice, clamping down hard on my arm. "Let go. This belongs to me." I clutched the jade medicine jar tightly to my chest. In the chaos, my strained sleeve suddenly slipped down due to my violent struggling. Clatter. A string of cold, translucent white jade Bodhi beads was instantly revealed under the spotlight. 108 beads, each as round as a full moon, wrapped around my wrist. This scene was perfectly projected onto the giant screen behind me. In the middle of the front row, female principal of the medical university, who had been resting with her eyes closed. The moment the beads appeared, her eyes snapped open. Bang. The elderly principal, as if seeing something terrifying, bolted upright, even knocking over her chair. She let out a piercing scream, her voice cracking with sheer horror. "Stop! Everyone stop right now. Don't you dare touch him." The guards were stunned by the shout, their movements freezing. Ling Shan and Professor Trong also flinched in surprise. Professor Trong was bewildered. "Principal, this student stole something. The evidence is undeniable." "Shut up. Do you have any idea whose property that is?" The elderly principal pointed at the beads on my wrist, her fingers trembling violently, her face as pale as a sheet. "White jade Bodhi. That is the token of the Xing family head in Kim Quinn. It's the treasure of the Xing Fozi." The Xing family, Xing Fozi. Those in the know among the audience gasped in unison. "How is this possible?" Ling Shan shouted. "His sugar mommy is an old lady. Maybe it's Miss Xing." Even Professor Trong was panicking. "Principal, surely you've mistaken it. There are plenty of fakes of these beads. Maybe he stole this too." Before he could finish, a thunderous bang shook the room. Tightly closed auditorium doors were kicked open from the outside. The heavy doors slammed against the wall, sending dust flying. The entire hall fell dead silent instantly. Everyone looked toward the door in terror, only to see against the blinding sunlight a tall, imposing figure marching in. A woman dressed in a bespoke pitch-black suit with a matching overcoat draped over her shoulders. Behind her were 2 rows of bodyguards in black. She slightly tilted her head up. An exquisite yet cold, ghostly face came clearly into everyone's view. Her phoenix eyes, from dozens of meters away, accurately locked onto the one bullying me on stage. Her voice was low and icy, carrying a sky-high rage, reverberating through the microphone held by her guard. "You say he stole something?" Xingyao strode with long legs, each step like tread everyone's heartbeats as she ascended the stage. She walked to my side, reached out, and pulled my trembling self into her embrace. Then she turned around, looking down at Professor Trong and Ling Shan, who were cowering on the ground. Her lips curled into an extremely ruthless smile. "I gave him those items. I protect this man." Xingyao scanned the entire hall, her voice suddenly turning sharp and cold. "Well, does anyone have an objection?" Under the stage lights, the woman who had just kicked the doors open was now standing right beside me. One arm was around my waist, the other holding the mic. Her shoulders were straight, her waist slender, and most captivating of all was that face. This woman showed no traces of time's passage, let alone a single strand of gray hair. Her features were sculpted, her eyes deep, her nose bridge high and straight. Noble and overwhelming aura radiating from her very bones made it impossible to look her in the eye. Yet the thousands of faculty and students who were just shouting "thief" now felt as if they were being strangled, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Is this the legendary old woman with one foot in the grave? Is this the 70 or 80-year-old dying grandmother he's clinging to? What kind of joke is this? This is clearly a top-tier goddess that every young master in the capital would die to marry into. Xingyao looked at the stunned faces below and let out a cold sneer. This laugh, through the microphone, pierced everyone's eardrums. Why the silence now? Then she nonchalantly toyed with the beads on my wrist, her cold gaze sweeping across the entire hall. Weren't you all cursing so passionately just now? She slightly tilted her head, her gaze landing on the still trembling Ling Shan. Her thin lips parted slightly. I heard that in your eyes. I am a 70 or 80-year-old woman, with half my body already in the dirt. I heard he's following me just to snatch my coffin money? These rhetorical questions were like fiery slaps, striking the face of every rumor monger, especially Ling Shan, whose face instantly drained of all color, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. How could this be? How could it be her? This is the person from Kim Quian, living Yama whose name alone strikes terror into hearts. Ling Shan's tongue was tied, absolute dread choking his heart. He actually dared to call her an old woman just moments ago. But Xing Yao didn't even bother to give Ling Shan another glance, turning instead to the sweat-drenched elderly principal. Xing Yao's voice was now bone-chilling and accusatory. The elderly principal approached tremblingly. Miss Xing, why have you come here in person? Xing Yao gave a chilling laugh, suddenly lifting my wrist adorned with the beads. If I hadn't come, my fiancé would have been treated like a thief and kicked off the stage by you all. As soon as the word fiancé was uttered, the entire hall gasped in shock once more. Not a toy, not a lover, but her fiancé. Immediately after, Xing Yao pointed at the cowering Professor Trong and the guards, her tone frigid, spreading slanderous rumors, and even publicly restraining him. She questioned the elderly principal, each word falling like heavy hailstones. The education at your school is truly eye-opening. Is this what a century-old prestigious institution looks like? Is this the caliber of people you cultivate? The principal's face turned as red as a beet. The Xing family donates several buildings to the school every year, and Xing Yao is an honorary board member. Now her man was being bullied by the entire faculty and student body on her own turf, which was like throwing the Xing family's dignity on the ground and trampling it. Miss Xing, this is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? A flash of tyranny crossed Xing Yao's eyes. She let go of my hand and took a step forward. That terrifying pressure forced everyone to instinctively back away. I don't want to hear explanations. I only look at results. She smirked, revealing a demonic smile. Today, not a single person who spread rumors or laid a hand on him will get away with it. The phrase, "no one will get away with it," wasn't just a threat. It was a death sentence. Were you the ones who grabbed him just now? Her gaze instantly locked onto the two guards. The two were so frightened their faces turned ghostly white, their legs shaking so hard they couldn't even hold their batons. Clang! A baton fell to the floor. Facing the terrifying aura of this living Yama of Kim, they instantly became like chicks targeted by a hawk. Miss Xing, we were only following the school's orders. One guard's voice shook like a leaf. Following orders? Xing Yao gave a chilling laugh, her sinister gaze scanning them. The hands that grabbed his arms. Does following orders mean you can be violent with my man? You enjoyed manhandling him just now, didn't you? She slightly tilted her head. The bodyguards behind her immediately stepped forward. They snatched the guards like they were handling chickens, forcing them both to their knees. Then Xing Yao looked down at them, her tone calm yet soaked in the scent of blood. I'll give you two choices. Whichever hand touched him, break it yourself, and we'll call it even. She nonchalantly adjusted her cuffs, a cruel glint flashing in her eyes. I'll let my own people handle it, but if my people do it, it won't be just a hand that gets broken. The whole hall broke into an uproar. How ruthless! This is a school. But looking at the two rows of black-clad guards, no one dared to doubt the truth of her words. The two guards instantly lost their wits, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Miss Xing, spare us. We're just employees earning a living. Don't want to choose? Xing Yao immediately lost patience, waving her hand in disgust. Take them away. Don't let them soil this place. The bodyguards immediately gagged them, as thousands of terrified eyes watched, dragging them out the back door like dead dogs. Very soon, muffled, agonizing screams echoed from outside. The hall sank into a terrifying silence. Right then, Xing Yao turned around, her gaze as sharp as a knife, sweeping toward the trembling Professor Trong. Professor Trong. She uttered the name with heavy sarcasm. A master role model, highly respected. Professor Trong's face was pathetic. I am a head judge. I have the right to question. This was for the sake of fairness and integrity. Fairness and integrity? Xing Yao looked as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. She reached out her hand, and her special assistant immediately handed over a folder. Xing Yao took it, too lazy to even open it, and directly swung her arm. A thick stack of documents slammed into Professor Trong's hypocritical face. Papers scattered everywhere. Is this your idea of fairness and integrity? Xing Yao pointed at the pile of papers on the ground, her voice resonant as thunder. Within a week, 500,000 yuan was added to your personal account. The sender was Lam Thi Construction Materials Company. She glanced at Ling Shan, owned by the mother of this student named Lam. Besides this 500,000, how much more dirty money have you taken? How many students have you suppressed? How many scientific research results have you stolen? With every question, Xing Yao took a step closer. Professor Trong was forced back step after step before stumbling to the ground. He frantically picked up the bank statements, message screenshots from the floor, stammering incoherently. No, this is slander. Whether it's slander or not, go tell the police. Xing Yao looked at him indifferently, as if he were a pile of trash. I've already sent the documents to the Ministry of Education and the Discipline Inspection Committee. The academic world has no room for trash like you. As soon as she finished, Professor Trong's eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. He was dragged away by school staff with looks of utter disgust. In a mere 10 minutes, guards were maimed and a professor was under investigation. As Xing Yao used lightning-fast methods to clear the scene, the eyes of everyone in the audience unanimously focused on me. They were all waiting for a virtuous protagonist like me to step up and say, just let it go. But I, watching the guards being dragged off, watching the fainted professor, watching my terrified classmates below, contained an indifferent expression on my delicate face. I didn't say a word, didn't plead for them, and didn't let any useless compassion arise. I just stood quietly beside that mad woman, letting her clear all obstacles for me. Because I understood better than anyone, if Xing Yao wasn't here today, if there was no such power to hold the fort, then the one being dragged away, disqualified from the competition, shamed by the entire school, and utterly ruined, would have been me. Being merciful to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. This was the lesson Xing Yao personally taught me. I slightly raised my eyes to look at Xing Yao. There was no fear in my clear eyes, only absolute trust and reliance. Then I reached out and gently gripped Xing Yao's sleeve. Xing Yao turned her head, murderous intent in her eyes vanishing instantly, replaced by a look of tenderness. What's wrong? Soft-hearted already? No. I shook my head, looking at the messy stage, my voice soft yet extremely clear. The trash has been cleared away. Miss Xing, I want to continue the competition. I want to win fairly with my own skills, not use power to reclaim the championship title that belongs to me. Unexpectedly, after the storm subsided for a moment, the elderly principal stepped forward, wiping away sweat, preparing to respectfully see off the great Buddha Xing Yao. Miss Xing, perhaps I should have someone escort you to rest first? However, Xing Yao didn't budge, but glanced at me instead. I looked at the jade medicine jar, the unextinguished fire still burning in my eyes. The competition isn't over yet. I haven't won yet. Xing Yao immediately understood the look in my eyes. Within her deep eyes, a fleeting, doting smile flashed. Resting? Xing Yao asked back before letting go of the hand holding me. To the amazement of the whole hall, she strode with her long legs directly off the stage, but her destination wasn't the exit, but the judge's table. There, the head judge's seat, left vacant by Professor Trong, was like a throne that had just been cleared. Xing Yao walked up to that spot and pulled out the chair with one hand. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor rang out harshly in the dead silent hall. She turned and sat down, her movements as fluid as water, naturally exuding a domineering aura. Why are you all just standing there? Xing Yao raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping across the host and the contestants standing frozen like statues on stage. The competition isn't over yet, right? Carry on. The whole hall was in an uproar again. Continuing? She was just arresting people and breaking hands, and now this god of death wants to sit and watch the match. The elderly principal couldn't guess her intentions. Miss Xing, your meaning is... Is my meaning that hard to understand? Xing Yao slightly frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. She looked up, her gaze cutting through the crowd, landing precisely on me on stage. Didn't someone say he stole something? Didn't they say he's relying on a woman to get ahead? In that case, let him finish the competition. I want all you blind fools to take a good look. The man that I, Xing Yao, have chosen, whether he relies on his face or his talent. She didn't just want to vent her anger for me. She also wanted to help me prove myself. She wanted to sit here, using her power and status to build an absolutely fair stage for me. She wanted to see with her own eyes me winning the championship of my own strength, so that everyone who doubted me would have to swallow their filthy words themselves. Understood? Xing Yao lightly rapped her knuckle on the table, producing a sharp, crisp thud. Understood. We understand. The host was so scared he almost dropped the mic, hurriedly shouting, "The competition continues. Continue. Restore everything to how it was. 30 minutes remaining." The competition was forced to restart. However, the atmosphere in the hall had completely changed by now. School-level competition instantly turned into suffocating examination before a monarch. At the judges' table, the remaining experts and professors were on pins and needles, They stole glances at Xing Yao sitting in the center. She was devoid of emotion, her powerful aura like a floating iceberg. However, a sharp sword hung in every judge's heart. With the warding example just dragged away, who would dare to score haphazardly? Who would dare to take dirty money again? Now they only wished they could bring out microscope and ensure the scoring was perfectly fair, fearing that if they were off by even 1 point, this young mistress would throw them out to be eaten by dogs immediately. At that moment, the host spoke with a trembling voice. Muji, please continue your presentation. On stage, I looked at the woman sitting in the middle of the judge's table. She was also looking at me. Those eyes, usually so possessive, were now profound and tranquil. She was holding the ground for me, telling me to do whatever I wanted. Even if the sky fell, she would be there to hold it up. I took a deep breath and picked up the jade pestle once more. This time my hands didn't tremble even a bit. In my world, there was only the medicine jar before me and the single spectator sitting below. The sound of grinding medicine rang out again, rhythmically beating against everyone's hearts. But who knew that when the timer restarted, these final 30 minutes for some would be nothing short of a long, agonizing torture. Ling Shan stood at his lab bench, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's. He didn't dare to look up at all, because the moment he did, he would see the woman who looked the Yama King. Ling Shan's mind was a mess, and as if possessed, he picked up a bottle of high-concentration synthetic musk oil. This fragrance is extremely invasive, usually requiring only a single drop, but Ling Shan's hands were shaking too much. Clatter, his hands slipped, and more than half the concentrated oil immediately spilled into the mixing bowl. "I'm doomed." Before he could salvage it, a scent so thick it was violent instantly exploded like a chemical bomb. It smelled like a cheap barbershop, where a load of vintage cologne and low-quality hair oil had been spilled, mixed with the scent of expired candy. It was absolutely pungent. It was so strong it made people choke, even causing a physical sensation of nausea. The judges in the front row instantly turned pale, unable to stop themselves from gagging. Even the audience members frowned. What is this smell? Is he making perfume or releasing poison gas? Ling Shan's face was ashen. The more he panicked, the more he messed up. He even accidentally spilled another bottle of rose oil. The two high-concentration scents mixed together, becoming a true olfactory disaster. In the center of the judges' table, Xing Yao's brow furrowed deeply into a sharp X shape. This low-quality industrial fragrance was nothing short of torture for her. Just as the entire hall was being dazed by this toxic fume, from the corner of the stage, I finally put down the pestle in my hand. My expression was incredibly calm, as I took out a small ancient incense burner and spread the incense ash. Then I used a silver spoon to scoop some dark brown powder, layering it over the ash in the shape of a seal script An, before striking a match to light the powder. A thin, extremely faint wisp of blue smoke slowly rose. At first, this blue smoke was lost amidst the thick industrial perfume scent, seeming utterly insignificant. However, after just a few seconds, that blue smoke, like an invisible sharp sword, carrying a cold, clear air with powerful penetration, instantly sliced through the murky air around it. The scent wasn't sweet at all, even carrying a hint of bitterness. But the moment it hit the nose, everyone felt a ringing in their heads, as if a cool mountain stream was poured from above, washing away the irritability and making the nausea vanish. Eerie, quiet, transparent. What kind of fragrance is this? The old professor, who had been covering his nose, suddenly took a deep breath, his eyes filled with astonishment and fascination. Mediocre chemical smell was completely suppressed. The entire hall instantly transformed into a tranquil herbal space. But right at this moment, in the center of the judges' seats, Xing Yao stirred slightly. Her brows, which had been tightly furrowed, the moment that green smoke drifted over, suddenly relaxed without any warning. She lowered her hand from her nose, slowly closing her eyes and leaning back against the chair. This is what has been with her every long night, for the past half-month, soothing the scent she had once encountered. This is the fragrance I personally prepared, bit by bit in her office. It is her sedative. It is her tranquilizer. It is the only salvation that belongs to her. Xing Yao's fingers, resting on the armrest, started tapping gently to the rhythm in the air. Tap, tap, tap. That's when she's enjoying it. And it's also her creating a wordless resonance with me on stage. Amidst the loud gasps echoing throughout the hall, the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile, but it carried an air of immense pride. Soon after, the green smoke grew even thicker. Thousands of teachers and students fell into a strange silence, their restless hearts suddenly soothed by an invisible hand. But right then, at the judges' table, a silver-haired elderly woman's expression suddenly became extremely moved. She is Madame Liu, a legendary figure in the world of traditional medicine. She suddenly stood up, striding to the edge of the stage, greedily inhaling the lingering fragrance. Madame Liu's voice trembled, her eyes sparkling with fanatical light. Agarwood as the sovereign, to lower qi and warm the center. Silk tree flower as the minister, to calm the mind and relieve depression. She suddenly looked up at me, her gaze like she was looking at a rare, priceless jade. Young man, this formula of yours, could it be the long-lost ancient formula? Improved version of Taiching Imperial Scenery Incense. As soon as those words were spoken, the knowledgeable professors immediately broke into a stir. Taiching Imperial Scenery Incense. Isn't that a legend? The Imperial secret formula that even 1,000 gold pieces couldn't buy. I only nodded slightly, my expression neither arrogant nor fawning. Madame Liu has a sharp eye. This is indeed an improved ancient formula. Very good. Madame Liu excitedly slapped her thigh. This isn't just making incense. This is clearly a divine medicine that saves people. This is the true inheritance of our national medicine. With the affirmation from such a grandmaster, the result of the competition was beyond any doubt. When it came to the scoring, the judges raised their boards one by one. A series of perfect scores appeared, culminating in a brilliant red 100. In the 10 years of the Medical University's incense-making competition, there had never been a perfect score like this. However, Xing Yao, sitting in the center of the judges' row, did not raise a board. She didn't need to give a score. Her mere presence was already the highest form of praise. She looked at the person shining on stage, her lips curving into a proud smile. This is her Mugo, not just divine dependent on her. I am a divine herb that can save lives. The next second, she faced the microphone and concisely uttered a single word, reward. A word full of domineering aura, meaning that besides the championship title, the Xing group would add an astronomical scholarship fund. The whole school erupted in thunderous applause, but amidst those cheers, Ling Shan looked absolutely miserable, his final score being a laughable single digit. I don't accept this. His mind completely collapsed. He screamed, interrupting the applause. On what basis? That thing of his is just the smell of medicine. It stinks to death. Mine is a real perfume. Hearing that, I turned around, holding the microphone in my hand, my gaze calmly fixed on the man who had lost. All control, Ling Shan. My voice was clear and elegant, resonating throughout the entire hall. Do you know why your fragrance lost? Ling Shan gnashed his teeth. Because you have a backer. I shook my head and walked up to him, pointing at his cloudy bottle of essential oil. Traditional medicine focuses on the sovereign, minister, assistant, and courier, and the balance of yin and yang. I looked at his face, which had become twisted, due to envy and rage. My voice indifferent, but every word pierced his heart. Your fragrance is too harsh and pungent. In your pursuit of intensity, you mindlessly crammed in ingredients just to win, carelessly destroying the balance. I looked at him with an aura as sharp as a knife, my words carrying a double meaning. Just like you, greedy for immediate gain, with a twisted heart. I looked at Ling Shan with disdain, delivering the final judgment. Appearance follows the heart. Since your heart is dirty, the incense you create is naturally foul, and it will surely backfire. As soon as I finished, these words were like an invisible curse, weighing heavily on Ling Shan's head. Stop playing God here. Ling Shan trembled all over with rage, a mix of extreme fury and shame. He wanted to rush forward and tear my face apart, to salvage the dignity shattered on the ground. But the moment he opened his mouth, about to let out a scream, a suffocating sensation of constriction suddenly choked his throat without warning. His shrill insults turned into a fit of violent coughing. Ling Shan suddenly clutched his neck tightly, terror appearing in his pupils. The low-quality essential oil he had accidentally poured too much of was now like a toxic miasma, madly seeping into his lungs. Ling Shan wanted to breathe, but he found that every breath felt like inhaling sharp thorns. Immediately after, bone-deep itch exploded from deep within his flesh, instantly sweeping across his entire body. He couldn't control himself and began to claw at his own neck and arms. Under the high-definition close-up lens on the big screen, thousands of teachers and students were horrified to see, on Ling Shan's originally fair face, rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, terrifying patches of red rash. This was a sign of acute anaphylactic shock. The irritation of concentrated chemicals combined with rising emotional heat had collapsed his immune system in an instant. The next second, with a thud, Ling Shan's legs gave way and he collapsed onto the ground. As he fell, his arm knocked over the essential oil bottles on the table. The bottles shattered, and the even more concentrated pure solution splashed directly onto his suit. Help me. Ling Shan lay on the ground, gripping his throat, his fingernails leaving long streaks of blood. His face rapidly swelled and turned purple, his body convulsing violently, his eyes bulging as consciousness quickly faded. The man who was just acting so arrogant and high and mighty had now turned into a puddle of mud, struggling in his final moments. This scene happened too fast and was too terrifying. 1 second he was cursing someone, and the next he was on the ground convulsing. What's wrong with him? Call the school doctor quickly. It's anaphylactic shock. It could be fatal. The scene immediately spiraled out of control. Yet amidst this chaos, Xingyao remained sitting as steady as a rock at the judge's table. She looked coldly at the stage, at the man writhing in pain, her brows furrowed slightly, and she raised a hand to cover her nose and mouth. So noisy. She whispered those words, without a single shred of pity in her eyes. To her, this was simply reaping what he had sown. Miss Xing. The old principal was frantic with worry. If someone dies here, it'll take at least 10 minutes for the school doctor to arrive. Given Ling Shan's condition, let alone 10 minutes, I'm afraid he won't even last 3. Must we really just watch him die right here on stage? The stage was now a complete mess of chaos. Ling Shan had stopped struggling, only rattling gasps coming from his throat, his entire face swollen beyond recognition. His eyes rolled back in despair. Move back. Don't crowd around him. The principal was drenched in sweat from anxiety. But fear spread like a contagious disease, and no one dared to move. Right at that moment, Xingyao from the judge's table coldly observed this farcical drama. She felt no empathy whatsoever for the person who dared to cause trouble on her turf. Ziyang. Xingyao frowned, her slender fingers tapping gently on the armrest, her tone chillingly indifferent. Have someone drag him out. Don't let him die here. It's bad luck. Xingyao words were bone-chilling, but the moment the female bodyguard was about to step forward, wait. My cold voice suddenly rang out, not too loud, but with a strange, piercing quality. I actually stopped the bodyguard. Mr. Mu. The bodyguard looked toward Xingyao hesitantly. Xingyao raised her hand, signaling her to step back, and then looked at me with great interest.
Curious to see what exactly I was going to do.
The next second, I crouched down, pulling a black cloth roll from my white lab coat pocket. With a flick of my wrist, the roll unfurled. Row after row of acupuncture needles glinting with a cold silver light appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. What is he trying to do? Acupuncture? Is that even useful right now? It's anaphylactic shock. Murmurs broke out everywhere, but I remained as calm as ever. I reached out with 2 fingers, decisively pulling out a 3-inch-long fine needle, not even bothering to sterilize it. Instead, directly stroking the tip of the needle, with the bit of manhwa incense powder remaining on my fingertips. Then, without hesitation, I struck, fast, precise, and sharp, piercing Ling Shan's renjong point right at the philtrum. Ling Shan, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, his body suddenly jolted. As for me, my face remained expressionless. I didn't even blink. Next was the second needle into the hegu point, the third into the kuchi point, and the fourth into the zhuahai point. My movements were a blur of speed. The hands that usually spent their time peeling tangerines were now as steady as a rock. Each needle stroke carried an undeniable control, clearing heat, cooling the blood, opening the orifices, and restoring the spirit. This was the thunderous method of traditional medicine emergency aid. As the final silver needle was placed, my fingers twisted slightly, quickly manipulating the needle. A miracle occurred. Ling Shan's constricted trachea suddenly felt as if it had been cleared. He took a sharp, deep breath of air into his lungs. The purple hue on his face visibly faded, and the terrifying rashes on his neck began to pale. His life has actually been saved. The entire hall went silent, everyone's mouths agape in astonishment. With just a few thin silver needles, he really pulled a person back from the brink of death. This is the power of our national medicine. The suffocating fear finally dissipated. Ling Shan sat up halfway, greedily gasping for large mouthfuls of air. He was back from the dead. But when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were my shoes. Looking up, he saw my expressionless face, looking down on him from above. It turned out that I was the one who saved him. This moment for Ling Shan was more unbearable than almost dying. How humiliating! He had just insulted me in front of everyone, and wanted to drive me to my ruin. Yet in the blink of an eye, like a dying dog, he had to rely on my charity just to survive. Gazes of those around him shifted from terror to contempt and mockery. He's certainly lucky. Luckily, Muga didn't sink to his level. Exactly. If it were me, I would never save such a malicious person. Those whispers and rumors were like needles stabbing into Ling Shan's ears. Ling Shan gritted his teeth, his voice raspy. Who asked you to meddle in my business? I don't need your fake kindness. But I didn't care about him at all, removing the silver needles one by one with an indifferent expression. The action was very gentle, yet it carried a cold rhythm. Having finished everything, I didn't leave immediately. Instead, I suddenly leaned down slightly, getting close to Ling Shan as he lay flat on the ground. We were so close that Ling Shan could smell the pure scent on me and see the deep, cold look in my eyes. You don't need me to be kind. I kept my voice very low so that only the two of us could hear. In Ling Shan's ears, this voice sounded like a whisper from hell. Ling Shan, you've got one thing wrong. I reached out a finger, gently touching the renjong point I had just pierced, where the stinging sensation of the needle still lingered. Then I ruthlessly declared every single word. I saved you so that you would have to live and suffer for your sins. Ling Shan's pupils constricted and his whole body shook. I smirked, that indifferent smile sending shivers down people's spines. Do you know? If traditional medicine can save lives, then naturally it can also kill. And what's more, it can kill without leaving a trace. My fingers slowly slid down, stopping right in front of his chest, my tone as gentle as if I were telling a bedtime story. The human body has 361 acupuncture points, including lethal points and paralyzing points. If my needle had been off by just an inch or gone a fraction deeper, I looked at Ling Shan's suddenly pale face, a flicker of malicious pleasure in my eyes. You might not die, but you'll suffer from random headaches, insomnia, or even full-body paralysis. No hospital will ever find the cause, and you'll spend the rest of your life in misery. This was truly the most terrifying curse. You wouldn't dare. Ling Shan was so scared his teeth were chattering. Tears and snot smeared all over his face. I gave a cold laugh and countered, Is there anything I wouldn't dare to do? I withdrew my hand and stood up straight, regaining my original aloof and ethereal appearance. I looked down at this completely broken opponent, leaving him with one final warning. Your life was granted by me. From now on, if I see your face at school again, or hear a single foul word from your mouth, I narrowed my eyes, casually adjusting my sleeves. I won't mind giving you another session with my needles. However, whether you'll wake up next time will depend entirely on your fate. Ling Shan's last line of psychological defense completely collapsed at that moment. He suddenly let out a piercing scream, as if he had just seen a demon. He scrambled backward on all fours, desperately trying to get away from me. Don't come over, stay away from me. I don't dare anymore, I really won't do it again. He cried heart-wrenchingly, and was so overwhelmed by fear that he lost control of his bladder and bowels on the spot. A foul stench immediately began to spread everywhere. The surrounding classmates were all stunned. No one knew what I had actually said. To make a wealthy young master this terrified. Quick, carry him out. The school doctor finally arrived, hurriedly directing them to carry the mentally broken Ling Shan away. As for me, I still stood tall in the center of the stage, calmly watching him being carried off. The next second, I pulled a wet wipe from my pocket, carefully wiping the fingers that had just touched him, then casually tossed it in the bin, killing the man's spirit after saving his body. Compared to physical pain, this bone-deep terror was the most fitting punishment for a bully. I turned around, facing every gaze in the hall. The corners of my mouth curled slightly. In this battle, I had won a decisive victory. This time, there was no more mockery and no more scrutinizing looks. Those who once called me a toy boy now had only the purest admiration in their eyes. I used a jar of incense to conquer a grand master, a few needles to save an enemy's life, and punished his very soul in the process. What toy boy? This is clearly a whole new Muga. But I didn't care for the praise at all. My gaze pierced through the crowd, staring directly at the judge's row. Right then, the living Yama, who had just been full of murderous intent, stood up. Xingyao didn't bother to look at anyone else, striding on her long legs toward the center of the stage. With every step she took toward me, the entire hall fell dead silent, everyone watching with bated breath, eager to see what this living Yama was going to do. To my surprise, she walked right up to me, handed me a coat, and wrapped it carefully around my tired body, not just blocking all the passionate gazes from below, but also covering the Buddhist beads on my wrist. How could she let others obble her treasure? Then she issued a command in a low voice. Wear it properly. I obediently let her arrange the coat, and in an instant I was surrounded by familiar sense of security. The nerves that had been strained like bowstrings all afternoon finally relaxed. Then Xingyao reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind my ear. She looked at me, her voice filled with boundless indulgence. Have you had enough fun? As if this breathtakingly dramatic competition was merely a game she and I were playing together. I looked into her deep eyes, knowing she was waiting to take me home. So I gave a firm nod. I've had enough. I vented my anger and slapped his face. And I've won the championship. It's time to go home. The next second, Xingyao lips curled up slightly, and she pulled me tightly into her arms. Let's go. Just like that, witnessed by thousands of eyes in the school, The top heiress of the high society embraced her little divine doctor who had just performed a miracle and strode away. The heavy doors slammed shut, leaving only a shocking impact in the hall. In the blink of an eye, the Maybach's door closed, and with a soft hiss, the black soundproof partitions slowly rose. The two were completely separated from the outside world, all noise vanishing. Inside the car was a peaceful space. Finally, I could lean back against the leather seat and relax completely. The nerves that had been taut all day long finally eased. As the adrenaline faded, a wave of exhaustion immediately hit me. Just then, the woman's cold voice echoed by my ear. Tired? But Xingyao didn't help me like she usually did. Instead, she took a lazy posture, toying with something between her fingertips. It was a silver needle glinting with a cold light, the very needle I had just used on my enemy. My heart tightened. Miss Xing, please don't play with it. Be careful not to prick your finger. To my surprise, Xingyao let out a soft chuckle, the needle pointing into empty air. When you were stabbing that man, why weren't you afraid of stabbing him to death? I pursed my lips. I knew what I was doing. He wouldn't die. As soon as I spoke, Xingyao suddenly leaned forward, her hand abruptly grabbing my chin, forcing me to look up. Do you know how you looked on stage just now? Her thumb stroked my lips gently, her voice husky. Very fierce, completely different from your usual self. My heart suddenly pounded, and for a moment I grew worried. Would she dislike this side of me? Was I too ruthless? Humph. Xingyao arched an eyebrow, the amusement in her eyes deepening, as she suddenly pressed closer, her warm breath fanning across my face. I like it very much. A man of my Xingyao should have the guts to pierce through the very heavens. Then, narrowing her eyes, she asked the most important question. Who taught you those soul-crushing words? Looking at the crazy, hidden fire in her eyes, I suddenly wasn't afraid anymore, and boldly reached out to take her wrist. Meeting her gaze, the corners of my mouth curled up. No one taught me. I learned it from you. Xingyao was momentarily stunned, followed by a burst of joyful laughter. Xingyao pulled me into a direct embrace, her forehead pressing against mine. Since you've learned so well, shouldn't there be a little reward? I blinked my eyes. What kind of reward? Unexpectedly, Xingyao let out a chuckle. Vulgar. She raised her hand, her index finger lightly touching her perfect lips. You performed very well today. I'll grant you a special privilege. The bitter bowl of medicine you were supposed to drink tonight is waived. My eyes immediately lit up. But then Xingyao's demeanor suddenly shifted. Her finger pressed lightly against my lips. You might skip the medicine, but the procedure is mandatory. She suddenly drew closer. Our breaths intertwined, allowing me to taste the sweetness directly. I was dazed. Where did the candy come from? Xingyao smirked slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, she tilted her head and kissed me. It was an incredibly gentle, lingering, and deep kiss. I closed my eyes, wrapping my arms around her neck, completely immersed. However, the storm had not yet subsided. Ling Shan had dropped out, leaving Jing Cheng in dejection. I thought life could finally return to peace, but I underestimated the darkness and envy of human nature. Early Wednesday morning, as soon as I walked into class, I felt something was wrong. The prying eyes around me were even more intense than before. Immediately after, I took out my phone and opened the school forum. A new post immediately went viral. National analysis. The stunningly beautiful benefactor from that day, was she real or just acting? I frowned and clicked to view. The content was very long-winded, but the core point was simple. That woman was a fake. Listen up, everyone. In the real upper class who isn't 40 or 50 years old, someone that young and beautiful, how could she possibly lead a trillion-dollar conglomerate? It's definitely an act. My friend said, there's a service called high-end girlfriend rentals, starting at $100,000 a day. So Muji spent all his savings to hire a top model to play the part. Looking at this nonsense analysis, I only found it absurd and ridiculous. Xingyao, a daily rental girlfriend? If she ever found out about this entire forum would definitely explode. Right at that moment, a male student in the front row suddenly turned around. He gave a fake smile. Hey Muji, why hasn't your fiancé come to pick you up? Or is she just too busy? That look was as if to say, stop pretending. Did you run out of rental money? I didn't even bother looking up, my voice indifferent. She's very busy. Busy scolding people in transnational meetings. Busy checking production lines for me. Unexpectedly, he curled his lip and muttered just loud enough to be heard. I knew it. He's bored after playing for 2 days. Yet he really thought he had climbed the social ladder. My fingers holding the pen immediately tightened. I wasn't angry, just tired. At Xingvian, I am the male master cherished by Xingyao, but at school, I will always be the kept fraud. No matter how hard I try, I can't shake off this label. I sighed softly, instinctively touching the prayer beads in my sleeve. I looked at the gloomy sky outside the window. Xingyao, when will you be finished? I want you to stand in the sunlight. Stand right beside me so these people can see what truly unattainable looks like. At 5 p.m. on Friday, that thought reached its peak. The school gate was crowded with people passing by. Happy laughter echoed everywhere. I alone felt the chill as the early autumn wind seeped through my thin clothes. I could only shrug my shoulders and grip the beads in my pocket,
wanting only to pass through the crowd quickly.
Unexpectedly, several figures suddenly blocked my path, obstructing my way. Oh, isn't this the great champion Mu Ji? Where are you heading in such a hurry? The leader was Ling Shan henchman, and a fervent supporter of the hired model theory. I frowned and tried to move around them, but they blocked me again. Move aside. My voice was cold. Don't be in such a rush. The guy chewed his gum, while looking behind me with great exaggeration. Well, why don't I see that Maybach today? He suddenly approached with malicious intent. Mu Ji, where is that fiancé of yours? Now that the play is over, did she just leave as soon as she got paid? The surrounding students immediately gathered.
I told you she was a rental.
100,000 a day. Who could afford to keep renting her? Whispers and rumors surged forward like a tide. I was disgusted to the extreme, not even bothering to offer a single explanation. She's busy. I coldly uttered those two words, then leaned over to squeeze past. I think it's because you found her too expensive. Anger flashed in his eyes, and he dared to give me a hard shove. What are you acting so high and mighty for? I'm not finished talking. Who gave you permission to leave? Caught off guard, I stumbled backward, a bone-piercing pain shooting through my ankle. I sucked in a breath of cold air. What are you shoving me for? Are you people crazy? But he pressed closer.
What if I did? You fraud, you probably returned that rental car long ago, right?
I told everyone it was just an act. The guy was still rambling incessantly, but his words choked in his throat before he could finish. A low, dominant roar of an engine immediately swept across the entire school gate. Everyone instinctively turned to look. In the next second, everyone's pupils constricted violently. At the end of the road, where the sunset was as red as blood, a fleet of jet-black luxury cars approached like a powerful torrent of black steel. The black torrent tore through the traffic, speeding directly toward me. Not one car, but 8 in total. 3 Land Rovers leading and 3 bringing up the rear, protecting a car in the middle with elegant lines.
Yet full of power, the Maybach S680.
It was like a black lion patrolling its territory. Surrounding private cars scrambled out of the way in fear. With the screech of tires, the motorcade performed an arrogant drift, stopping firmly right in the middle of the school gate. The powerful draft forced the boy who had shoved me to stumble back a few steps. Thousands of students present stood frozen like statues. Before I could even regain my composure, the doors of the 6 Land Rovers swung open simultaneously. Over 20 bodyguards in black suits moved in perfect unison, leaping out with cold, sharp gazes, quickly establishing a human perimeter, forcefully pushing everyone back 3 meters. That intense professional aura made the arrogant boys from before immediately turn pale with fright. Is this the legendary top model? What company could afford this kind of private armed force? Just then, the rear door of the Maybach slowly opened. Everyone's breath hitched for a moment. First, a polished black leather boot touched the ground, followed by a pair of long, slender, and straight legs. The woman stepped out of the car, leisurely adjusting her cuffs, her movements as elegant as if she were attending a state banquet. Sunset glowed upon her, but it couldn't melt her perennial cold aura. In the next second, she slowly raised her head. Those eyes as deep as an abyss pierced through the crowd, locking onto my face with precision. Xing Yao narrowed her eyes,
her gaze resting on my hair, messed up by the wind and my thin clothing.
After pausing for a second, the surrounding air pressure immediately dropped to freezing. Who gave you permission? Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a power that made people tremble, to block his path. Under the setting sun, she took long strides directly toward me. I watched blankly as she approached. Xing Yao stopped in front of me and looked up. Seeing my thin jacket and my lips turning purple from the cold wind, her dark eyes immediately narrowed with displeasure. Are you wearing this, little? Her voice lowered, her words carrying clear dissatisfaction and reproach. Before I could say anything, Xing Yao didn't hesitate to take off her coat and drape it over me. Warmth immediately enveloped me. Xing Yao. Her pale, nimble hands fastened each button for me. Then she slowly raised her hand to caress my face. Who upset you? I smiled. It's nothing. The wind is just a bit strong. It's just a bit chilly. A strong wind? Xing Yao smiled faintly, but a frost surged in her eyes, capable of freezing blood itself. She didn't expose me, but only tilted her head slightly. Her dark gaze, sharp as a razor, swept across the group of boys. They immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, shaking like leaves. Xingyao withdrew her gaze and looked at me once more. She lifted my face with both hands.
Her thumbs caressed my soft cheeks. Fine, let's say it's the strong wind. If the wind doesn't listen, then let the wind stop blowing. And if it's people who don't listen, Xingyao leaned in close, her forehead touching mine, as a terrifying obsession flashed within her deep eyes. Tell me his name, she whispered, lightly kissing my eyelid. Her voice was as gentle as a lover's whisper. I will make him disappear from Jingcheng. Those words, like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, froze all the noise at the school gate. Those guys were still hoping for a fluke. It's definitely an act, right? But just then, at the edge of the crowd, a wealthy girl, after seeing Xingyao profile clearly. Clack. The shoebox in her hand fell to the ground, her pupils trembling violently, her lips quivering. A classmate nudged her. Who is she? Do you know this model? Model my foot. The girl suddenly snapped out of it. Her voice cracked with sheer terror. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. That's not some model. She pointed towards Xingyao, her fingers shaking. That's the Sing family. One and only Sing family of the Kim Qian elite. That's Xingyao, the head of the Sing group. Rumored living Yama herself. Those words were like an atomic bomb, obliterating everyone's assumptions. Xingyao, that powerful name, a flashy-looking boy, collapsed to the ground in fear. Wasn't she supposed to be an old lady? Open your damn eyes and look at that license plate. That's the Xing family's exclusive plate. The wealthy girl was on the verge of tears. And look at those white jade prayer beads. Who in all of Jingcheng would dare to impersonate her? Panic and dread filled the air. Unbelievable. It turns out Muji wasn't lying at all. The old woman's story was just a baseless rumor. Support behind me was so incredibly high that no one even dared to feel envious. But Xingyao didn't even bother to blink. She only looked at me, who was dazed in her arms. She reached out and took my left hand, the one wearing the beads, since you've all recognized it. In the next second, she suddenly raised my hand with the beads, lifting it high, so that the thousands of people there could see it clearly. Under the setting sun, the white jade beads represented the supreme power of the Xing family. Those prayer beads were wrapped around my slender wrist, but a bigger shock was yet to come. Witnessed by thousands of eyes, filled with terror and awe, the living Yama of the elite placed her warm, thin lips firmly onto the beads on my wrist. Look closely. Xingyao looked up, her voice echoing through every corner. I personally placed these beads on him. Having spoken, she pressed my hand against her chest, her gaze domineering. She announced word by word to the entire school. This is my fiancé, the future male master of the Xing family. If before it was just a shock, now it was absolute despair for them. Xingyao cold gaze swept over the bullies. I can overlook what happened before, assuming you were blind. But from today on, she narrowed her eyes, emitting a chill that made the temperature plummet. Whoever dares to touch a single finger of his, Xingyao curled her lips into a demonic smile. I won't hesitate to personally cut out their tongue and chop off their hands to feed the dogs. With a thud, the heavy car door closed. The black acoustic partition rose slowly, immediately sealing off the commotion outside. The light inside the car was dim. I leaned back against the leather seat, my heartbeat still erratic. Everything just now felt like a dream. The title of future master of the Xing family was too massive. So big it felt surreal. I turned to look at the woman beside me who had just caused such a massive stir, but she had a calm expression, resting with her eyes closed. I couldn't help but speak up. Why were you so ostentatious today? Aren't you afraid of trouble? I asked softly, my heart full of worry. Hearing that, Xingyao finally opened her eyes. A glimmer of amusement flashed in her eyes. She let out a soft laugh, suddenly pulling my hand to her lips and giving it a light bite. Muga, you need to understand something clearly. In this city, I, Xingyao, am the biggest trouble there is. She sat up straight, holding the back of my neck, forcing me to look up at her. And as for why? Because I want all of Jingcheng to know. You belong to me. You are the one personally stamped by me, locked in and cherished at the very center of my heart. What's the point of hiding? That's for secret affairs. I want you to stand in the light, standing where everyone can see you, but never be able to reach you. Hearing those domineering and affectionate words, heart felt both aching and warm. But I still lowered my eyes, my voice soft. But I'm just a debt collateral. An equal status will make you. Lose face? What face is there to lose? Xingyao frowned. She was clearly dissatisfied with my lack of confidence. In the next second, she suddenly lifted my chin, her thumb pressing and caressing my lips, until they were red and alluringly swollen. She looked directly into my eyes and declared each word clearly. Muga, being able to be your support,
and being able to protect you is my honor." Those words completely shook me. The last bit of self-doubt and insecurity about my status, deep within my heart, vanished like smoke because of that one sentence. This woman had given me the best love in the world. An unprecedented impulse surged within me. I didn't want to back down anymore. At once, I suddenly leaned forward, gathering all my courage to get close. Under Xing Yao's slightly surprised gaze, I closed my eyes and placed a gentle kiss on her resolute chin. "Thank you," I whispered in her ear. Unexpectedly, Xing Yao suddenly stiffened. Warmth on her chin was like a spark that immediately ignited a hidden fire in her body. "You dare to take the initiative. Is this all it takes to be finished?" Her voice suddenly became hoarse. Dangerous undercurrents swirled in her eyes. "You light a fire and then try to run." Before I could even retreat, a pale hand forcefully gripped the back of my neck, not giving me any chance to escape. I let out a soft cry. My lips were fiercely covered. She didn't just want the chin. She wanted much more. She forcefully pried open my teeth and entered deep inside, with a ferocity as if she wanted to swallow me whole, frenziedly deepening the kiss. The air in the car suddenly became thin and scorching. I was kissed until my whole body went limp, able only to weakly cling to her shoulders, allowing her to occupy her territory to her heart's content. I don't know how much time passed. The Maybach slowly rolled into Xingvian. The night fell somberly, but the main building was brightly lit. However, a heavy atmosphere permeated the air. As soon as the car came to a complete stop, Xing Yao took my hand and stepped out of the car. Housekeeper Di Chung was already waiting at the door, but her expression today was extremely grave. "Something has been delivered." Di Chung bowed, holding an object with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Xing Yao. This was sent via express from the main house. It was an invitation card. A pitch-black card with a character for longevity embossed in gold. My heart tightened. This wasn't just an invitation. It felt more like an imperial decree. But Xing Yao didn't even bother to reach for it. She just lowered her eyes to glance at that glaring gold character, and the bit of tenderness in her eyes instantly vanished. In its place was her familiar gloom and coldness. That old woman finally couldn't sit still anymore. Di Chung lowered her voice. "The matriarch has heard about the incident at school. She is absolutely furious. She says if you've acknowledged Mr. Muck's status, then bring him back so she can see him for herself." Next week is her 81st birthday. All the major families will be present then. Di Chung paused for a moment, then added the decisive remark. The matriarch specifically mentioned this is a family banquet, and Mr. Mu must be there. Must be there. It was an order. I immediately realized that this invitation was actually a declaration of war. However, Xing Yao let out a cold laugh. She used 2 fingers to pinch the heavy invitation card. In the next second, she tossed it aside like trash, throwing it straight onto the entry table. With a thud, the card slid quite a distance. Her eyes were cold, her tone full of disdain. "She wants to see him?" She tugged lightly at her collar, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "I think she wants to set a trap, to show off her power and set rules for you, in front of the whole world." I understood immediately. Birthday banquet, family banquet, they were all just excuses. It was all a pretext. The goal was to gather all the powers, just to see me made a fool of. What awaited me there certainly wasn't the concern of an elder, but judgment, harassment, and even humiliation. It was truly a wolf's den, 10,000 times more treacherous than the school. At that moment, Xing Yao turned back to look at me, who was standing in silence. She reached out and lightly caressed my cheeks. "Mugi, this is a banquet of the Xing family, the most elite gathering of high society. You will meet many people. Some want to kill me, some want to see a comedy." She narrowed her eyes, her voice growing colder, "and even those who want to devour you whole." She stared into my eyes and asked each word, "Are you afraid?" But before I could even answer, she added another sentence, her tone filled with boundless indulgence. "If you don't want to go or if you're afraid," the next second, she gripped the gilded invitation, ready to tear it to pieces. "Then we won't go. As long as you don't want to, then no one in all of Jingcheng can force you." I looked at her, looking at that longevity character about to be shredded in her hand. I knew that if I just gave a single nod, she would truly do it. She would protect me in the most foolproof way. But if I hide for a moment, can I hide for a lifetime? As long as I wear these beads, as long as I stand by her side, murderous plots will never cease. I couldn't just keep hiding behind her, like a burden, a weak point. I took a deep breath. I remembered the honor of her backing me up, in front of the whole world. I couldn't let her lose face. In that instant, I suddenly reached out and firmly held her hand that was about to tear the invitation. "Lady Xing." I looked into her eyes. My gaze flickered with an unprecedented light. "Don't tear it." Goodness, just those few words echoed throughout the hall.
Xing Yao looked at me, my gaze no longer avoiding hers. Those eyes, always shimmering with mist, are now burning with a flame of courage. I have made up my mind. I took her hand, my voice low and firm. That is a bloody battlefield where people are devoured whole. Once you step in, there is no turning back. I know. I nodded slightly, a small smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. But Miss Xing, I am your medicine. I gripped her hand tightly, our fingers interlaced together. My voice was soft, yet it carried the absolute determination of one who bets everything. How can the medicine ever leave the patient? Since I've decided to become the master of the Xing family, I can't keep hiding like a coward. I want to stand by your side, so you can tell everyone that the person you chose is definitely not a weakling holding you back. Xing Yao stared at me in a daze, her throat moving sharply. In that moment, her heart surged with heartache, the shock mixed with a love that was growing passionately. Right. After a long silence, she pulled me into her arms, her voice becoming noticeably hoarse. If you want to go, then we shall go. I will make you the most radiant presence that night. She was a woman of her word. Early the next morning, more than 10 black business luxury vehicles drove in one after another. Those who stepped out were a world-class styling team Xing Yao had urgently summoned from Paris and Milan overnight. The empty dressing room was instantly transformed into a high-end runway with hundreds of this season's haute couture suits. Countless luxury watches and cufflinks were brought inside, so many they made one's head spin. A mustachioed French designer was eagerly presenting them to Xing Yao. President Xing, these are this season's flagship models. They haven't been released to the public yet. However, Xing Yao just sat leisurely on the sofa. Her eyes sternly scanned those suits worth an entire fortune. Finally, she pointed to a suit in the corner. Get that one for him to try on. 10 minutes later, the dressing room curtains slowly pulled back. I stepped out in an elegant pitch-black suit. Xing Yao's voice suddenly trailed off. I stepped forward a bit awkwardly. Is it a bit too plain? But Xing Yao said nothing, even forgetting to set down the coffee cup in her hand. Too handsome. I was still looking in the mirror, adjusting my collar, completely unaware that the eyes of the woman behind me were becoming increasingly dangerous. Get out! A bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. The designers were stunned. Xing Yao said, everyone, get out. Xing Yao set down the coffee cup, her voice suppressing a burgeoning irritation and possessive desire about to explode. Instantly, no one dared to touch this queen's sore spot. The designers retreated as quickly as the tide. Only the two of us remained in the vast dressing room. I asked blankly, what's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Why did you chase them away? Xing Yao didn't answer. She stood up, walked toward me step by step. The next second, she reached out. Her slightly cold fingertips touched my shoulder. It's beautiful. She leaned close to my ear, her voice low and suggestive. So beautiful that I want to kill someone. So to suppress this killing intent, I must start taking my medicine. Meanwhile, in the northern outskirts of the capital, Western Mountain Manor, the old residence of the Xing family, deep, sprawling mansion with a 100-year history. In the main hall, sandalwood smoke swirled, but it couldn't hide the atmosphere as tense as a bowstring. The Xing matriarch sat on the grand Tudor chair, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Though over 80, her sharp, hawk-like eyes still flashed with shrewdness and cruelty. Seated below her were several elders from the Xing family branches, and Xing Shen, with her arm in a cast, looking pale. Xing Shen's mother sobbed, Mother, you must get justice for Shen. Xing Yao, for some strange man, personally broke her own cousin's wrist. She even gave the prayer beads representing the family head's power to that man. The matriarch slammed her cane onto the floor, instantly silencing the hall. Useless thing. The matriarch glanced coldly at Xing Shen. Can't even handle one man, yet you have the nerve to come back here crying. Xing Shen shrunk back, angry but not daring to speak. The matriarch took a deep breath, a dark gloom flickering in her cloudy eyes. She didn't care about Xing Shen's arm, but she couldn't ignore those prayer beads. They were the symbol of the Xing family's power, and must absolutely not fall into the hands of a mere medicine vessel with no background. Xing Yao was showing off her strength. She wanted the whole clan to know. For this man, she was willing to discard her own relatives. A child named Mu Gi. The matriarch spun her jade ring, her voice raspy. I heard he's an orphan with no parents, a debt collateral sent by the Mu family, reeking of poverty. A paternal uncle immediately chimed in with a bitter tone. With that status, he's not even worthy of carrying Xing Yao's shoes. The matriarch gave a cold laugh. If Xing Yao has been so blinded by obsession, then let us help her wake up. She waved her hand, and the head housekeeper immediately brought forward a guest list. Tomorrow's birthday banquet is a good opportunity. The matriarch looked at a name on the list, calculating smile spreading on her lips. I've already sent someone to fetch the Song family boy.
At the mention of the Song family, everyone's eyes lit up. Song Ching, the only son of a high-ranking official family, Harvard graduate, both talented and handsome. He was the grandson-in-law the matriarch had her heart set on. He went abroad for studies 3 years ago, and now he has finally returned. Song Ching is proud and arrogant. If he sees that by Xing Yao's side stands a country bumpkin. The paternal uncle covered his mouth and snickered, gloating over the impending disaster. Then tomorrow night's play will certainly be spectacular. The matriarch folded the list, her voice indifferent, as if deciding the fate of an ant. There's no need to show face to Xing Yao tomorrow night. Let that Muji know the difference between heaven and earth. Make him back off and get out of the Xing family. Meanwhile, in the third-floor office of Xing Manor, the lights were burning bright. Xing Yao stood before a giant floor-to-ceiling window, her back as cold as an iceberg. On the desk behind her, a detailed architectural blueprint of the hotel for the banquet was spread out. Several locations on it were circled in red ink. President Xing, the guard posts. Xu Yang reported the latest news with a serious face. The matriarch has already welcomed back young Master Song Ching for tomorrow's banquet. He has been invited as your companion. Hearing this name, Xing Yao eyebrows didn't even twitch, as if he were just an insignificant passerby. Anything else? She asked nonchalantly. Also, the branch families have prepared quite a few stunts, intending to teach rules to Mr. Mu during the banquet. Xu Yang wiped away cold sweat. The so-called teaching rules is just public harassment, insulting his background. For someone like me who had never stepped into the world of fame and fortune, this soft knife humiliation is even worse than a direct physical beating.
This was clearly a meticulously planned Hongmen banquet. However, Xing Yao turned around. She walked to the desk and picked up a red pen over the blueprint. In the center of the banquet hall on the map, she slashed a heavy X. Teach rules? She gave a soft chuckle. A laugh so cold it gave one goosebumps. Good timing. It's been a while since I retaught those old folks the rules. Tossing the pen aside, she looked at Su Yang and gave the final order. Notify the secret guards. Tomorrow night, bring all first-class bodyguards and surround the hotel for me. Su Yang was terrified. President Xing, it's the matriarch's 81st birthday. Is it really okay to bring that many people? This isn't going to offer birthday wishes. This is clearly going for a coup. Xing Yao looked up, a frantic fire burning in her eyes. She stroked her empty left wrist, her voice gentle yet filled with destructive violence. What's not okay about it? I'm taking Mu Gi so they can recognize their master, not for them to bully him. She walked up to Xu Yang and lightly patted her special assistant's stiff shoulder, emphasizing every single word. Remember tomorrow night, if anyone dares to make Mu Ji frown or makes him feel uncomfortable. Xing Yao narrowed her eyes, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in them. Regardless of whose birthday banquet it is, just flip the tables for me. If anyone dares to talk too much, then cut off their tongue as a birthday gift for the matriarch. Xu Yang shuddered at her boss' frenzied state and bowed her head low. Understood. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 p.m. on Saturday. Night had long since fallen over the capital, and the city lights were just coming on. In the main hall of the Xing Manor, crystal chandeliers cast down light like a waterfall. The head housekeeper and Di Zhang led 2 rows of servants, waiting respectfully on both sides of the stairs, waiting with bated breath. Soft footsteps were suddenly heard on the stairs. Xing Yao stood at the top of the stairs, her head slightly raised. I reached the last step and paused. I looked at the woman reaching out her hand to me. In an instant, I recalled that stormy night when I first arrived at Xing Manor. I had stood before her just like this, all disheveled, trembling with fear, thinking I was about to fall into hell. But now, hell has turned into a palace, and the demon has become my guardian. Miss Xing. I gently placed my hand in hers. Xing Yao immediately gripped my hand tightly, looking at me with deep eyes. Are you ready? Xing Yao's voice was low, carrying a barely perceptible gravity. Muji, you must know. Once we step out of this door and get in the car, there's no turning back. She looked me straight in the eye, hiding nothing. Tonight's banquet is no ordinary social event. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold, bloodthirsty smile. It's a wolf's den. There are young masters who want to mock me, elders who want to trample me into the mud, and that man calling himself your fiancé lurking there. Looking at her, the woman who once terrified me, yet also the one who gave me this boundless confidence, I felt the weight of the prayer beads on my wrist. They were half of her life that she had entrusted to me. Having accepted her life, I must walk with her to the very end. I took a deep breath and gripped her hand even harder. Fingers interlaced, palms pressed together. I held my head high. Xing Yao, I called her name, my voice clear and full of inner strength. With you here, I am not afraid. Xing Yao was stunned for a moment. The gloom in her eyes vanished completely, transformed into a realm of deep love and endless arrogance. Good, she chuckled, taking my hand
and led me to face the grand entrance. And let's go, let those old folks see who exactly is the master of the Xing family. The next second, the doors swung wide open, and a blast of freezing wind hit my face. The black Maybach outside had been waiting for a long time. Dozens of bodyguard vehicles were lined up in a row, their headlights piercing the silent night. The bodyguard respectfully opened the car door. Xing Yao shielded me as I got into the car. As the car door slammed shut, the pitch-black motorcade slowly departed, like a sharp arrow piercing straight into
the illusory, prosperous night of the capital. Neon lights glittered outside the window, while inside, Xing Yao and I kept our hands tightly locked, never letting go. Prayer beads side by side, our heartbeats in sync. At the same time, Western Mountain Manor in the western suburbs had been brightly lit for a long while. It was the Xing matriarch's 81st birthday, pinnacle of high society. Tonight's scale was incredibly massive. Starting from the foot of the mountain, luxury cars were lined up in a long queue. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Maybachs now looked as common as vegetables at a market. Countless dignitaries moved about chatting softly, waiting for tonight's true protagonist to appear. I heard Miss Xing is coming tonight. She definitely is. She has to show some respect after all.
Have you all heard the rumors about Miss Xing's new lover? You mean that Eastern medicine student? Just a toy. Young Master Song is here too. That kind of low-class person. How could Miss Xing possibly bring him here? The chatter swirled like waves, but at this very moment, a low, powerful engine roar instantly pierced through all the noise. Everyone instinctively stopped talking and turned their heads toward the main entrance. In the darkness, a pitch-black Maybach emerged, escorted by 4 Land Rover defenders. Headlights tore through the air. A moment later, the convoy pulled up steadily at the end of the red carpet, and the entire venue fell silent.
Everyone's eyes were locked onto that car. A bodyguard hurried forward and respectfully opened the rear door. I stepped out, standing by the door and bowing slightly, palm facing upward, offering my hand to the person inside. Immediately after, a pale, delicate hand gently rested in my palm. A light like the full moon poured out from the car's interior. Among these well-dressed young nobles, I was like a radiant sun, an ethereal elegance radiating from my very bones, though somewhat out of place in this world of fame. Strangely, it overwhelmed all the vanity. Is that Muji? Someone in the crowd sucked in a cold breath. Prepared insults suddenly choked in their throats. Who said he was a country bumpkin? With this aura, if you said he was a prince from some country, everyone would believe it.
Leading Xing Yao by the hand, I felt gazes from every direction, practically trying to incinerate me, and I was incredibly nervous. My palms were sweating slightly, but I remembered Xing Yao words, "Don't lower your head." I took a deep breath, straightened my back, and raised my chin. But the moment I lifted my hand, the sleeve slid down. A string of cold, white jade stones was exposed before everyone without warning. It was a very long string of prayer beads, wrapped 3 times around my slender wrist. Each bead was perfectly round and full, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. That was Xing Yao's personal item,
the symbol of the ultimate power of the Xing family head. Oh my God. A young noble standing nearby couldn't help but cover his mouth, his pupils contracting sharply. That is. The Xing Buddha's beads are actually in his hands. The rumors are true. Seeing the beads is like seeing the owner. This isn't just bringing a companion. This is clearly bringing the ultimate authority. Instantly, the looks of contempt, scrutiny, and even the previous malice all turned into astonishment, caution, and awe. Xing Yao sensed the change in the surrounding atmosphere and glanced sideways at me. She slightly curled her lips. Her gaze was one of blatant indulgence and pride. Then she gripped my hand firmly, so that the prayers were visible to everyone more clearly. "Let's go," she said in a low voice. The 2 of us stepped onto the bright red carpet, walking step by step into this deep mansion. However, the moment Xing Yao led me into the hall, the noisy chatter suddenly fell silent. Immediately after, although a facade of liveliness returned, countless eyes were still secretly watching us. I instantly felt those gazes like sticky nets, clinging to my body, inspecting my suit, evaluating my worth, envying the prayer beads on my wrist. But Xing Yao remained expressionless, as if she were long accustomed to this, leading me through the crowd. Everywhere we passed, the guests, one after another, moved aside and bowed respectfully. "Miss Xing, are you hungry?"
Xing Yao lowered her head, helping me brush off a relative who wanted to approach. Her voice was gentle. "There's a dessert area over there. I'll take you." But before she could finish her sentence, an old dark figure like a vulture silently blocked our path. It was Di Fu, the Xing matriarch's trusted housekeeper. Her triangular eyes were full of malice and calculation. "Miss." Di Fu didn't even bother to look at me once, giving Xing Yao a fake smile. "The matriarch has been waiting for you in the study for a long time." Xing Yao's footsteps halted, a cold flash of impatience flickering in her eyes. We just arrived. Let grandmother wait a bit.
I'm afraid that's not possible. Difu not only refused to back down, but even took a step forward, lowering her voice. The matriarch says it's about the transfer. 5% core shares of the conglomerate. The board elders are all there. Only your signature is missing. Xingyao eyes suddenly narrowed. Stock transfer? That was the lifeblood of the Xing Financial Group. The matriarch is using the interests of the entire conglomerate as a gambling chip to force her away from me. Xingyao gave a cold snort. The old woman is very skilled with this tactic. She knew this was a trap. If she left, I would be abandoned alone. In this dangerous Xing family wolf's den, the consequences were predictable.
Tell grandmother we'll talk another day.
Xingyao gripped my hand tightly and turned to leave. Tonight I'm here for the birthday, not for business. Difu's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of a threat. Several elders are all there. If you don't go, I'm afraid tomorrow morning's board meeting. The atmosphere was tense. I stood to the side, watching Xingyao tighten jawline. I felt the strength coming from her palm. I knew what she was worried about. She was choosing me. She was giving up shares worth tens of billions for me. My heart felt incredibly warm, but my reason told me I couldn't let her do that. Couldn't become a stumbling block for her. Miss Xing reached out with my other hand and gave her arm a gentle nudge. Xingyao looked down at me, her eyebrows furrowed. Go ahead. I looked up and gave her a gentle smile. Business is important. The matter of the shares can't wait. And besides, I'll be fine. I pointed toward the nearby dessert area, my voice light. I'll have a bite to eat over there. I'll wait for you to come back. I promise I won't wander off. I won't pay attention to anyone who tries to talk to me. Is that okay? I shook the prayer beads on my wrist. The beads made a crisp, clinking sound. Plus, I have this. Who would dare bully me? Xingyao looked at me, looking into my clear and steady eyes. She knew I was trying to be strong,
trying to share the burden with her. After 3 seconds of silence, Xingyao finally agreed. All right. She turned around, her eyes like lightning, scanning the lurking crowd around us. Then, she coldly snapped her fingers in the air. 4 black-clad bodyguards instantly appeared like ghosts, standing neatly about 3 meters behind me. They were the Xing family's highest-ranking secret guards. Listen up. Xingyao stared intensely at those secret guards. Her voice wasn't loud, but it emitted a killing intent that froze people to the bone. I'll only be gone for half an hour. During this half hour, do not bother with any Xing family rules, and you don't need to show respect to anyone. She reached out, helping me adjust my coat collar, her fingertips lingeringly brushing against my cheek. Then she turned her head back, her gaze becoming fierce and brutal as she ordered, "Watch him closely. If I come back and find even a single hair of his missing, or if he suffered the slightest grievance." She curled her lips, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Then you'd better bring me your own heads." With those words, Xingyao let go of my hand. The moment her warmth left, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Wait for me." Xingyao gave me a deep look, then turned around. Guided by the butler, she strode toward the second floor. As her back disappeared, that suffocating pressure vanished instantly. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became lively once more. However, countless malicious intentions that had been suppressed for a long time. Eyes like sharks scenting blood locked onto me as their target, standing all alone. Standing by the dessert counter, holding a glass of orange juice. Behind me were 4 burly bodyguards, standing tall like iron towers. But that couldn't stop those who used the guise of socializing to surround me. After all, this was old Madame Singh's birthday banquet. Here, one could kill without a blade. Glances and smiles could all become razor blades cutting into me. Is this the Muji who's been causing a stir in the whole city? A playful male voice rang out, and the crowd parted automatically. 3 or 4 polished dandies, like a bunch of arrogant roosters, aggressively surrounded me. The leader was Ling Shan, the young master of the Ling family. He stepped in front of me, taking one more step closer. The overwhelming scent of expensive cologne wafted into my face, making me frown slightly in discomfort. Ling Shan didn't look at my face, but scrutinized me as if I were a piece of merchandise. His naked gaze swept from the top of my head to my heels. Finally, his eyes rested on the outfit I was wearing. This outfit. While swirling his champagne, Ling Shan smirked sarcastically. It's Armani. This year's haute couture model, right? There's only one in the entire world, so it ended up here. Ling Shan reached out a finger and pointed disdainfully at my side. Because Xingyao had been holding me earlier, small wrinkles had been left there. What a pity. Ling Shan sighed with exaggeration, speaking in a superior tone, as if lecturing a country bumpkin. Mr. Muge, perhaps you don't understand. This kind of high-end silk is very delicate.
When we wear haute couture, like this, we only stand, never sit. Look at you. He pursed his lips, his eyes full of contempt. Why did you let it get so wrinkled? What a waste of fine material. This was no different from pointing directly at my nose and scolding me, calling me a country bumpkin. A few sneers echoed around us. They were waiting to see me lose face. They thought I would blush, bow my head in awkwardness and shame. Yet I didn't hide the wrinkles, nor did I show the slightest bit of embarrassment. I just stood there quietly, holding my orange juice, looking at him with a calm expression. That gaze was so clear and piercing, as if I were watching a clown. Young Master Ling Shan is absolutely right. My voice was cool and steady. This is indeed silk, and the finest quality silk at that. Ling Shan was stunned, thinking I was giving in, and was about to look triumphant. But I suddenly changed my tone, taking a small sip of my juice. My tone was as calm as if I were stating common knowledge. Clothes are designed for people to wear. They are meant to serve the person. If you don't even dare to sit just because of an outfit, then in the end, are you wearing the clothes or are the clothes wearing you? I lowered my eyes slightly, letting my gaze sweep over Ling Shan and his perfectly flat but stiff-looking red suit. Moreover, young Master Ling Shan might not know that only natural silk and raw linen develop such wrinkles. That's the material's way of breathing and proof of its high value. I lifted my head, looking directly at Ling Shan with a sharp gaze, hitting back with a soft but firm attitude. As for those fabrics that never wrinkle no matter what, those stiff and coarse ones, I paused for a moment, my voice gentle. They are usually chemical fibers or polyester, otherwise known as plastic. Not just the guests, but even the bodyguards behind me almost burst out laughing. I was bluntly implying to Ling Shan that criticizing my wrinkles means mine is the real deal. Your suit is flat because you're wearing cheap plastic. Ling Shan's face changed instantly, turning blue and white in his spectacular display. He was driven mad with rage, his voice hissing. You dare say I'm wearing plastic? A traditional medicine peddler like you. What do you know about fashion? Just as Ling Shan was about to explode, a refined and lazy male voice, carrying absolute authority, rang out, suddenly coming from behind the crowd. That's enough. Why bother with an outsider who doesn't know the rules? Aren't you afraid of lowering your own status? Instantly, the dandies who were just acting all high and mighty now became like mice meeting a cat, immediately putting on fawning expressions and stepping aside. The man approached with ease, wearing a deep purple velvet suit that was exquisitely tailored and perfectly fitted. The material was thick and high-end. This color, which was extremely difficult to pull off, only served to highlight his noble, regal aura. Song Qing, the only son of the high society's Song family, a dual-degree master's from Harvard Business School, and the most favored future grandson-in-law of old Madame Xing. He was completely different from the nouveau riche like Ling Shan. He was a true favorite of heaven, and an intellectual who was arrogant to his very bones. Brother Song Qing, you're here! Ling Shan hurriedly rushed over like a servant. But Song Qing didn't even spare him a glance. He didn't even stop walking. From start to finish, his eyes were locked on me, the man Xing Yao had been protecting since we arrived. A second later, Song Qing stood before me. He was very tall, a full head taller than me. He used that natural advantage to look down on me condescendingly. I looked at this man who had just appeared, feeling an unprecedented pressure. It wasn't the bloody violence like Xing Yao, but one built on wealth, education, and family background. A wall of social class that left one breathless. Are you Muga? He swirled his wine glass gently, speaking without even bothering to offer a handshake. Not even a single word to introduce himself, because in his view, there was no one in this circle who didn't know him. Who is Song Qing? I gripped my glass of juice, nodding neither humbly nor arrogantly. That's me. May I ask who you are? But Song Qing didn't answer at all. He was like someone critiquing a painting in a gallery. His cold, scrutinizing gaze swept across my face. Finally, he gave a soft chuckle. Is this Xing Yao current taste? Song Qing turned his head, as if wanting to announce it to everyone. He certainly suits her recent state of mind. He looked back at me, with a humiliating pity in his eyes. 4 words of biting cruelty were uttered from his mouth. Your purity has turned into blandness, though it's hardly surprising. Song Qing took a sip of wine. The bright red wine stained his lips, looking like a streak of blood. With Xing Yao personality, her murderous aura is too heavy. Eating too much rich food makes it easy to get internal heat. He extended a finger, slowly pointing vaguely at my shoulder, his tone casual. Keeping a little TCM practitioner like you around to drink a bit of light herbal tea once in a while. Pause for a second, his lips curling into a meaningful smile. Cool her down. It's not a bad idea.
It's just for fun anyway, I don't mind. A burst of ridicule erupted all around. My face turned pale instantly.
Using herbal tea to cool her down.
Songqing didn't use a single vulgar word, but used the most polite manner, utter the most venomous insults. He likened me to Xingyao tool for cooling off, a piece of medicine dregs that could be tossed away at any time. This was an insult delivered with the air of a legitimate spouse. He wanted me to know that I was just a pastime that couldn't be brought into the light. But I took a deep breath, suppressing the fire of anger in my heart. I lifted my head, looking straight into Songqing's arrogant eyes. Not only was I not overwhelmed by him, but I even let out a cold smile. Whether I am cooling tea or not isn't for you to judge. There's one thing you got wrong.
I lightly shook the beads on my wrist, my voice icy. Miss Xing doesn't need to cool down. What she needs is peace of soul. And that peace, I looked at the wine glass in his hand, is something that the alcohol in your glass can never provide. The smile on Songqing's lips froze instantly. He narrowed his eyes, truly observing me for the first time. How interesting, you actually dare to talk back. This pretty boy isn't as submissive as the rumors say. Peace of soul, you say. Songqing snorted coldly, putting down his glass. If you're so confident. A second later, Songqing disdainfully withdrew his gaze. He suddenly turned and walked toward an oil painting nearby. Right after that, he opened his mouth and let out a stream of fluent Parisian French. French is so beautiful, isn't it? The dandies around him caught the hint immediately. They switched their language channel and began firing off rapid French. In the blink of an eye, they formed a circle, discussing Monet, talking about light and shadow, discussing art that only they could understand, while I was completely shut out. Songqing used the most arrogant method to carve out a deep chasm between our classes. He wanted to show everyone that we are discussing art, using the language of the nobility. Does a nobody like you with a Muse surname have the right to listen? While they chatted, they cast contemptuous glances my way. Their eyes were full of mockery, as if looking at a hoarse village woman who had stumbled into a palace. But my expression remained unchanged. I didn't feel embarrassed in the least. My attention wasn't on their unintelligible words, but on the air. A heavy scent of cologne kept wafting toward me. Right at this moment, Songqing suddenly stopped and turned around with ease. With a fake smile on his face, he looked at me. Oh, my apologies. He switched back to Chinese, his tone overflowing with nauseating superiority. I was so engrossed in the conversation, I forgot you were still here. Do you have any thoughts on this painting? This was a trap. Before I could even open my mouth, Songqing feigned surprise covering his mouth. I forgot. He appraised me from top to bottom. His gaze stopped at my slightly rough fingertips from years of preparing medicine. You study TCM, don't you? I've heard that with TCM, you spend all day in the mud digging up roots and catching insects. He had debased a 1,000-year-old heritage into the lowest form of labor. So you're just someone who plays with mud. It's only natural you wouldn't understand high art. A second later, he suddenly leaned in close, using a voice only the two of us could hear. Coldly uttered, "Lowlifes should stay in the mud." Suppressed laughter instantly exploded all around. That Lingshan fellow was laughing so hard he was doubled over. Songqing, don't make it so hard for him. He probably can't even tell the difference between Monet and Moni. But facing this pervasive humiliation, I didn't say a single word. I didn't resist, nor did I get angry. In Songqing's eyes, I was someone who was so ashamed I wanted to crawl into a hole. However, he never would have guessed that my silence wasn't out of cowardice, but because I was in the middle of a diagnosis. At the moment he leaned in earlier, the cologne's scent became even more pungent. But to my sense of smell as a master perfumer, I caught a strange scent that shouldn't have been there. A sour smell like fermenting rotten fruit. There was only one possibility. Songqing's expensive bottle of cologne was being used to hide some secret illness on his body. Not only that, I also smelled an ingredient called butterfly bush. Once this meets a high concentration of alcohol, it creates a very interesting chemical reaction. My gaze immediately landed on the wine glass in his hand. The next second, the corners of my mouth slowly curled into a meaningful smile. So what if I don't know French? If he likes acting so lofty, then I'll show him what a high-class counterattack from an expert looks like. Mr. Songqing, I finally spoke up, my voice calm but radiating a certainty that made people feel uneasy. I don't understand paintings, but I can smell. I suddenly pointed at his collar, my eyes clear and sharp. This cologne of yours has expired. The words "it's expired" were like an ice-tipped needle, stabbing straight into Songqing's most private pain. His hand holding the wine glass suddenly trembled. The perfect fake smile on his face instantly cracked. No one knew that this glamorous young master Song was actually tormented year-round by an unspeakable illness. Long-term medication had led to metabolic disorders, creating a distinctive body odor.
This was his biggest secret, but now it was being exposed by a mud player like me, who stripped it bare in front of everyone using only my sense of smell. Inspired? Song Ching quickly adjusted his expression, but the panic in his eyes didn't escape me. He gave a small laugh, trying to use an even, loftier air to hide his guilt.
Mr. Mugi is quite the joker. This is a classic formula. It's normal for a layman to think it. Smells spoiled. Supporting voices immediately rose from around. Iggly. What does a bumpkin know about classic cologne? Song Ching, this is a limited edition. I watched his attempt to act tough without daring to argue, only replying with a faint, "Is that so?" My gaze swept over the pulsing vein in his neck. Then let's just say I smelled it wrong. However, Mr. Song Ching, it will be very interesting when your perfume meets alcohol. Better be a little careful when you drink later. This well-intended warning falling on Song Ching's ears was clearly a provocation and a threat. This brat cannot be allowed to stay. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Song King's eyes, then vanished. Since verbal insults didn't work, he would make me lose face physically. So, using the motion of adjusting his collar, he tilted his head slightly, casting a cold glance toward a spot not far away where a young waitress was standing. The waitress was carrying a large tray of wine. After receiving Song King's signal, she gave an almost imperceptible nod. Her palms were soaked with sweat, for she was an insider long since bride by the Song family. Her mission was simple: ruin the clothes I was wearing and humiliate me in front of everyone. Oh, those desserts over there looked delicious. Ling Shan understood the hint immediately, leading several dandies to shift positions, intentionally or not, like a human wall, blocking every path for my retreat. Meanwhile, I was bowing my head to sip my juice, completely unaware of the waitress carrying the tray with such hurried steps. "Let me through, excuse me, let me through, please." Waitress spoke, but her feet moved faster and faster, even appearing to stumble. Just as she was less than 2 meters from me, the tip of her foot suddenly seemed to trip on something. "Watch out!" The waitress let out a faint cry of alarm. The next second, she lost her balance completely, lunging straight toward me with pinpoint accuracy. And the tray of wine with 5 or 6 brimming glasses traced a bright red parabola through the air, aimed directly at me. "Mr. Mugi, watch out!" The bodyguards in the distance sensed something was wrong, shouting and trying to rush over, but it was already too late. I suddenly turned my head, met with a spray of red liquid, surrounding me like a mouthful of blood. And Song Ching stood right there, his lips curling into a cruel smile. "Be ruined. Let that lofty face of yours be ruined, and this borrowed suit, let it all fall apart." Everything happened with extreme speed, but in my perception, it slowed down like a slow-motion film. When the waitress let out that fake cry, my body's instincts were even faster. I only needed to step back half a meter to the left to avoid it, but as my foot stepped back, my heel hit a wall that was both soft and hard. Oops. Ling Shan's dramatic cry rang out from behind. At some point, he had led others to block my every escape route. "Mr. Muji, you stepped on my leather shoes." Not only did he not move, but he also stuck his leg out to trip my ankle firmly. This trip completely cut off my last hope of escape. My body wobbled, forced to stand still. The full glasses of Bordeaux wine without mercy drenched me from head to toe. Wine glasses shattered on the ground. I only felt a cold, wet sensation piercing to my bones across my chest. I looked down at the priceless suit, now pathetically stained and mottled, spreading from the collar down my chest, flowing past my waist and finally exploding on my pant legs. The stains were like bizarre snowflakes, making my situation at this moment incredibly pathetic and disheveled. A few drops of red wine lingered in my hair, trickling down my cheeks, looking as if I were crying tears of blood. The banquet hall instantly erupted with exaggerated cries of shock. Those prestigious ladies and gentlemen said how tragic with their mouths, but their eyes were full of glee at someone else's misfortune. They looked at me, the one Xing Yao had just cherished in her palms. Now I was no different from a roasted chicken in the rain. The jealousy and bitterness in their hearts were finally relieved. A sparrow will always be just a sparrow. Even in dragon robes, he can never be a prince. He only deserves to be covered in filth. Song Ching stood not far away watching the scene. The smile at the corner of his lips finally became real. That's right, in this circle. No one will listen to my explanation. People will only remember this pathetic and dirty appearance of mine. And now my self-esteem has been torn to pieces by these glasses of red wine. A drenching of pungent red wine had completely shredded my dignity. The waitress who caused the disaster knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. But her eyes stole a glance towards Song Ching not far away. This was clearly a prearranged drama. The next second, Song Ching indeed walked over quickly, deftly shielding the waitress behind him. He took out a handkerchief, looking at me with a worried face. "Mr. Mugi, are you all right?" However, his hand movements were completely opposite to his words. He held the handkerchief as if touching a piece of trash. He pressed hard against the wine-stained fabric on my chest, with a look of disgust making the wine seep even deeper. What a pity. Song Ching withdrew his hand and slowly shook his head. Isn't this the Moonlight Flow haute couture outfit? The fabric alone costs 6 figures per meter. He looked up, his gaze resting on my pale face. A malicious smile curled on his lips. Xing Yao was willing to let you borrow this formal wear, but ruining such a precious item. He suddenly took a step closer, the pungent smell of perfume making one feel sick. I'm afraid that even if we sold you, you couldn't afford to pay for a single thread on that shirt. Sneers immediately echoed around us. I just stood there, letting the cold wine flow down my body, only silently gripping the beads inside my sleeve. Song Ching saw my silence and thought I was afraid, so he put on a magnanimous air like a host. How about this? I'm very close with the butler. He waved over a waiter nearby, then turned to me, eyes squinting in a smile, offering the pre-prepared insulting solution. Tell them to find a clean work uniform, and let him wear it for now. A work uniform, the clothes of servants, though it might not fit very well. At least it's clean. Song Ching looks at me from head to toe. A flash of malice glimmers in his eyes. He leans close to my ear and whispers with disdain, in a voice only the two of us can hear. After all, with your status, wearing those kinds of clothes would be much more comfortable, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be more like your true self? It's still better than your current pathetic state, making a fool of yourself here. As soon as he finishes, the young masters around us can't hold back anymore, breaking into bursts of piercing mockery. It feels as if they want to nail me down, to die upon the pillar of shame as a lowlife. Well, Mr. Mugi, why don't you hurry up and thank me? The surrounding laughter echoes sharply. Song Ching holds that hypocritical handkerchief, waiting for me to submit with a triumphant gaze. Yun này dưới ánh nhìn ác ý của mọi người. I slowly straighten my back. My fingers calmly brush away the drops of wine on my soap lapel, looking directly at Song Ching. Dirty clothes can be washed, and if they can't be washed clean, they can be replaced. I gently shake the prayer beads on my wrist, a mocking smile forming at the corner of my mouth. If all else fails, I'll just write an IOU to Xing Yao. I'll find a way to pay it back in this lifetime. Write an IOU. Song Ching sneers. It's not even about the money. It's about face. Face? I suddenly take a step forward, pressing close to Song Ching. I point a finger, aimed at the spot of his heart from afar, enunciating every word. Mr. Song Ching, dirty clothes can be washed clean. But if your heart is already filthy... A flicker of disgust passes through my eyes. Then no matter how much expensive perfume you spray, you won't be able to hide the stench coming from within. Those words, stench, pierce right through his dark heart. Song Ching's voice trembles. You dare insult me? But I simply say nonchalantly, I'm not insulting anyone. I'm merely stating common medical knowledge. Right after, I glance at the servant Carrion. The Xing family servant's uniform over there. My gaze instantly becomes sharp, asking me to wear the Xing family's servant clothes. I let out a cold laugh. Mr. Song Ching, have you forgotten who brought me here? I am the companion brought by Xing Yao herself, the fiancé she has publicly acknowledged. At this gala, I represent Xing Yao. I represent the Xing family. I press closer, Song Ching's voice suddenly rising. By telling me to wear his servant's uniform, are you trying to humiliate me or slap Xing Yao in the face? Or is it that, in your eyes, the entire Xing family is only fit to wear the clothes of servants? This heavy accusation falling upon him makes the surrounding spectators' faces instantly change. They draw back one after another. Song Ching is in a complete panic. You're talking nonsense. I didn't mean that. I give him a cold glance, no longer having the patience to waste time. If you didn't mean that, then don't trouble yourself, Mr. Song Ching. If I were to change clothes, Xing Yao would have to do it for me herself. As for you, I look at his face distorted with rage, my gaze bone-chillingly cold. You better mind your own business. After all, it seems that stench can no longer be hidden. As soon as I finish, Song King raises his hand to push me. The moment he lifts his hand, Mot Muid Chua Let La Lem, Kom Bao Truk Ma Sop Tang Val Mui Han. Song King movements come to a sudden halt. What is that smell? At first, it's just a faint sourness, but then, the scent begins to mutate and spread with terrifying speed. When his expensive perfume meets the red wine that splashed on him, a disastrous chemical reaction occurs. The herbal notes used to mask body odor in the perfume quickly break down under the influence of high-concentration alcohol, emitting a stench like rotting fish. One of the young masters standing closest suddenly covers his mouth, his face turning pale as he gags. Good God, what is this smell? It's so foul, it's like a sewer pipe exploded. The crowd immediately becomes restless, searching in horror for the source of the stench. The smell is so pungent, mixed with the scent of alcohol and cosmetics, it's no different from a biological weapon. Soon after, everyone realizes with horror that the source of the smell is none other than Song King, whom they had admired for so long. Song King is completely stunned. He frantically sniffs his wrists and collar, his expression shifting from anger to pale white, and then from white to ashen gray. It's him. It's really coming from him, emitting that overwhelming stench. It's like a decaying corpse. No matter how much he weighs it away, it won't go. It really is coming from Song King. Mugo was right just now, saying he couldn't hide his foul smell. Turns out his daily elegance was all a sham. The young masters who were just surrounding him are now frantically backing away as if avoiding a plague. In the blink of an eye, a wide space opens up around Song King, with no one within a 3-meter radius. He's wearing a priceless suit, yet he exudes a disgusting stench. That's not it. Listen to my explanation. Song King completely breaks down. He tries to grab Xing Tham, but she brushes his hand away. Don't touch me. You're reeking. At this moment, Song Qing finally understands what it means when the wall falls and everyone gives a push. I stand quietly a few meters away, even though I'm covered in wine stains and looking quite disheveled. Just as the scene is in chaos, and Song Qing is about to go mad, a sudden sound of footsteps echoes from the second floor. Everyone falls silent at once, unconsciously looking up. Under the shimmering lights, Xing Yao is standing at the top of the stairs. She looks down emotionlessly at the chaotic drama below, her gaze sweeping over the stinking Song Qing and finally coming to rest on me. Despite being drenched in wine, my back is still straight and proud. Xing Yao hand grips the railing. As her long legs take each step down the stairs, every footstep carries a heavy pressure. As she approaches, the crowd automatically parts to make way. The foul-smelling Song Qing, seeing her approach, shows a flash of panic in his eyes, yet he still struggles to step forward and explain. Xing Yao, listen to me. This is just a misunderstanding. Before he can finish, Xing Yao's eyes suddenly narrow, an overwhelming murderous intent surging in her gaze. A bone-chilling cold laugh rings out. Xing Yao, expressionless, walks right past Song Qing, not even deigning to give him a single glance. She walks straight to me. She reaches out her hand, though her fingertips are trembling slightly. The cold fabric brushes against my warm skin as if wanting to absorb my body heat. Xing Yao can feel me trembling. An hour ago, she was still holding me in her arms, not even letting a breeze touch me. But now, on her own turf, these people dared to soil the gift she always cherished in the palm of her hand. It's all right now. Her voice is strangely gentle as she drapes a coat over me. Having done all that, she finally turns around. Those dark eyes boldly lock onto the stunned Song Qing. Her voice is bone-chillingly cold. To make someone look like this, and even turn yourself into such an ugly sight, is this your Song family? Xing Yao narrows her eyes, her tone frigid. This face you're so proud of. A surge of extreme terror rises in Song King's heart. He knows Xing Yao all too well. Xing Yao, calm down. This really is just a misunderstanding. He points at the waitress trembling on the floor, quickly deflecting the blame. Her hand slipped, that's why she bumped into Mr. Mu Ji. Besides, I offered to take him to change, and he didn't say anything either. Why must you overreact to such a small matter, and damage the harmony between our two families? However, Xing Yao doesn't even bother to turn her head. She completely ignores Song King excuses. Her gaze moves past Song King, coldly falling upon the waiter kneeling on the ground. That waiter is so scared his whole body has gone limp, trembling violently all over. My hand slipped. I look at Xing Yao, she just calmly stares at the person. Your hand slipped? The waitress, like someone grabbing a lifeline, kowtows desperately. Yes, Miss Xing Yao, please have mercy. I truly didn't mean it. My hand just slipped a little. Xing Yao repeats those words, nodding as if in thought. Immediately after, she pulls out a pure white handkerchief, leisurely wiping her fingertips. Her tone is so detached, it's terrifying. Since you can't even hold a plate steady, she lowers her eyes, looking with disgust at the waitress's trembling hands. What's the point of keeping those hands anymore? The waitress's pupils contract. Miss Xing Yao, ruin them. Xing Yao carelessly tosses the handkerchief away, indifferent as she orders the bodyguards behind her. Since they're useless hands, there's no need to keep them. Take her away and deal with it cleanly. A simple sentence, yet it's a death sentence for a person. Yes. Two bodyguards immediately step forward, directly dislocating the waitress's jaw and quickly dragging her away like a dead dog. Everyone present turns as white as a sheet, covering their mouths, not daring to make a sound. How cruel. To ruin a pair of hands just over a glass of wine.
Song Qing limbs go even weaker, nearly unable to stand. He knows.
Xing Yao is killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, dealing with the subordinate first. Xing Yao finally turns around slowly. Her dark eyes look directly at Song Qing for the first time. Song Qing stiffens, feeling like a corpse on an operating table. Song Qing. She calls his name, her voice low but carrying a suffocating pressure. That slipped hand excuse might fool a 3-year-old. She approaches him step by step, each footstep treading on Song Qing nerves. In my place, there are no accidents. Xing Yao stops in front of him, her aura completely overwhelming him. She narrows her eyes, murderous intent swirling in them. You touch what's mine. Now it's time to settle the score. Having said that, Xing Yao turns back toward the nearby wine. Her gaze sweeps across, finally landing on a bottle of Romani Conti, the famous wine known as the King of Burgundy. The next second, she lifts the heavy bottle of red wine with one hand, facing Song Qing once more. Song Qing watches the woman steadily approaching and finally realizes what she intends to do. Extreme fear chokes his throat. Xing Yao, what are you doing? His voice screeches, a roar trying to suppress his trembling. Don't do anything reckless. In the eldest young master of the Song family, if you dare touch me. Unfortunately, Xing Yao acts as if she didn't hear a word. She walks up to Song Qing, her dark eyes looking at him coldly. The Song family? She slightly parts her thin lips, full of contempt. Immediately, Xing Yao expressionlessly raises her hand. That priceless bottle of red wine is held high above Song Qing's head, and then her wrist tilts. A stream of red wine pours down like a waterfall, drenching his meticulously styled hair. I watch as the cold wine instantly soaks Song Qing's hair, then flows down his cheeks. The wine seeps into his expensive suit, dyeing his noble figure into a pathetic mess. But Xing Yao still doesn't stop. She continues to pour slowly, her movements elegant, leisurely, and extremely patient, like a gardener, watering a withered cluster of flowers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Everyone is agape with shock, watching the young master of the Song family get his hair washed with red wine in public until the very last drop is gone. Xing Yao slowly pulls her hand back. Song Qing is soaked through, hair matted to his face, the purplish-red liquid dripping onto the floor. I see the humiliation he just heaped upon me, now repaid tenfold by Xing Yao, 100-fold in the exact same manner. Well? Xing Yao holds the empty bottle, looking down at him from above. Is the taste of this wine refreshing enough? Song Qing finally regains his senses. Screaming like a madman, he clumsily wipes the wine from his face. His styled hair now looks like a soggy clump of seaweed. His smeared eyeliner mixed with red wine makes him look like a demon crawling out of a pool of blood. Xing Yao, you're crazy. You're a complete lunatic. For a worthless man like this, you dare treat me like this. Facing his screams, Xing Yao's expression is terrifyingly calm. The empty bottle worth hundreds of thousands of yuan is carelessly tossed onto the carpet. Then she pulls out a fresh handkerchief, leisurely wiping her fingertips clean. After wiping her hands, Xing Yao throws the handkerchief at Song Qing's feet. This is the response to his earlier act of throwing a handkerchief. She slightly raises an eyebrow, her voice devoid of sincerity, but filled with extreme sarcasm. My hand slipped. She repeats Song Qing's excuse, each word like a reverse arrow piercing him. I didn't do it on purpose either. Song Qing is so angry his whole body shakes, nearly fainting. As for these clothes, Xing Yao glances contemptuously at his soaked formal wear, then turns to her special assistant, Xu Yang. Director Xing Yao. Xu Yang immediately steps forward, checkbook ready in hand. She asks, how much did this suit cost? 800,000 yuan. Xing Yao nods, a cold smile of pure humiliation on her lips. She tilts her chin towards Xu Yang, her tone like giving alms to a beggar. Write a check. The Xing family will compensate you with 10 suits. Xu Yang immediately writes a check, presenting it to Song Qing. The long string of zeros on the check is incredibly dazzling. Young Master Song Qing, here is your compensation. Xu Yang says without emotion. It's enough for you to buy out this season's luxury collection. Song Qing looks at the check, feeling it's even hotter to the touch than the red wine. He trembles, about to tear it up to save his pride, but it's 8 million yuan. His hand freezes midair, unable to tear it and unwilling to accept it. While Song Qing is still in a bind, Xing Yao speaks coldly, deciding for him. Take the money and we're even. The next second, Xing Yao turns her back to him, pointing her hands straight toward the exit. Ow. She tilts her head back, murderous intent clear in her dark eyes. Get out. That single word makes Song Qing shudder in terror. I see that he finally understands. Xingyao gaze truly holds the intent to kill. Don't force me to have someone throw you out. Xingyao voice is soft, yet it makes one's skin crawl. By then, the last bit of the Song family's face will be nowhere to be found. This immense fear and humiliation finally crush Song Qing. He lets out a desperate scream, grabs the check, covers his face, and bolts for the door. He doesn't even care about the leather shoe left behind, fleeing barefoot in total disgrace, no different from a fleeing clown. Everyone watches this spectacle, then turns back to the center of the hall, toward the cold-faced Xingyao. At this point, no one dares to even glance at me, because they know I am Xingyao reverse scale. Whoever touches me has only the path to death. With the bang of the door closing, the entire banquet hall falls into a deathly silence. But in the air, the mixed smell of wine, sweets, and drinks still makes Xingyao frown deeply. She looks down at the wine stains and footprints on the floor. Filthy. Xingyao doesn't even bother to hide it, waving her hand in front of her nose, her eyes showing clear physiological disgust. The air in here is terrible. Without turning her head, she instructs Xu Yang, place all the carpets. Next, she scans the horrified guests, her voice indifferent. Open all the windows to air out the smell. After handling everything, Xingyao finally turns around. She walks toward me as I huddle in the corner. Are you cold? Xingyao comes up to me, extending a warm hand, gently pressing it against my freezing cheeks. I nod, a little. It's my fault. Xingyao whispers, her thumb brushing the red mark at the corner of my eye, her gaze full of regret. I came late. The next second, she gently embraces me. I murmur, Miss Xingyao, my suit is very dirty. It will soil your clothes. I remind her softly. The ones who are filthy are them, not you. Xingyao casually interrupts me as her arms tighten around me. She looks down at me in her arms, a faint smile on her lips. Besides, you know I have mysophobia. But with you, I don't feel dirty at all. This sentence makes my heart skip a beat. She holds me gently, saying no more. Let's go. Xingyao leads me toward the side door. I'll take you to change, it reeks too much in here. Everyone in the hall breathes a sigh of relief. This killing god is finally about to leave. However, just as Xingyao is about to out the side door, a heavy cane thuds against the floor, suddenly echoing from the second floor. The sound is massive, causing a ringing in the entire hall. Stop right there. An aged but dignified voice booms from above. On my grand birthday, you dare strike my people, ruin my business, and expect to just walk away? I look up in horror. At the end of the second floor stairs, an old woman with white hair is standing. Leaning on a dragon head cane, her face is as dark as a stormy sea. Behind her are the elders of the Xing family, along with Xing Tham's gloating face. The person arriving is the true power holder of the Xing family, the Xing matriarch. She looks down from above, a fire of fury burning in her sharp eyes. Xingyao, do you think your wings are fully grown now, to the point where you no longer respect your own grandmother? Have you caused enough trouble? That angry roar makes the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall instantly freeze over. Xingyao immediately stops in her tracks, but she doesn't turn around at all. She gently pats my back. Don't be afraid. She whispers in my ear. The old lady is just all bark and no bite. This blatant disregard completely ignites the old lady's fury. Insolent girl, I am speaking to you. She points at the mess on the floor, her voice hoarse. For the sake of a man, you not only hit your own family, but also humiliated the Song family's boy in front of everyone. For this worthless thing, you dare offend the Song family? You are playing games with the Xing family's future. Facing the torrential criticism, Xingyao finally turns around slowly. Her eyes narrow slightly, looking straight at the old lady on the second floor. The Xing family's future. Xingyao sneers. In that smile, there is only bone-chilling coldness and irony. Grandmother, have you grown senile? With one hand in her pocket, her tone is lazy, yet every word is as sharp as a knife. The Xing family is where it is today, because of the bloody path I carved out on Wall Street. Her gaze suddenly becomes incredibly sharp. Since when did a giant empire like the Xing family become so pathetic as to rely on selling off a granddaughter for marriage, sucking up to the tongs to maintain status? These words are so venomous, no different from exposing the matriarch's true face and trampling it underfoot. The words selling off a granddaughter are like a burning slap, striking the old lady and making her stagger, nearly unable to remain upright. You little brat. She's so angry her finger trembles as she points at Xingyao. Are you going to betray your clan for this man? The matriarch's gaze suddenly shifts to the person huddling beside her. In that moment, a terrifying killing intent explodes in her eye. Good, very good. The old lady takes a deep breath and suddenly waves her hand. Her voice is incredibly resolute. If you've been blinded to this extent, then let me help you wake up. Dozens of men in black suits appear, emerging from the secret doors of the banquet hall.
They charged out instantly, flickering like ghosts. This group didn't wear sunglasses or suits, but wore identical dark gray uniforms. Their eyes were empty and soulless, exuding a dangerously suffocating, murderous aura. This was the squad of death soldiers raised by the Xing family for years, who obeyed only the matriarch's orders. In the blink of an eye, dozens of death soldiers formed a perimeter, tightly surrounding Xing Yao and me. Seize that bringer of calamity at once. The Xing matriarch coldly gave the order from above, staring intently at Xing Yao, growling every word. If you don't provide an explanation to the Song family today, don't even think about anyone stepping foot out of these doors. Instantly, the relatives who were silent just a moment ago found their moral support. Standing outside the safety line, they pointed at me in the center of the encirclement and began hurling terrible insults. The matriarch is absolutely right. He really is just a parasitic freeloader. Since he arrived, our Xing family hasn't had a single peaceful day. A man of such lowly birth, it's just a pretty boy leeching off others. Kick him out. Hand him over to the Song family to atone for his sins. Malicious words surged toward me like a tidal wave, each word emphasizing my baseness and guilt. My face turned slightly pale, but my gaze did not flinch. I looked at the steady, tower-like back in front of me. She had shielded me from every storm. But I am her medicine, not her burden. I took a deep breath, let go of her sleeve, and stepped forward. I wanted to speak up. I wanted to tell everyone on what grounds I am worthy of standing beside Xing Yao. Yet before my foot could even touch the ground, a pale white hand suddenly gripped my wrist tightly. Xing Yao didn't turn back, but with an irresistible force, she pulled me, as I was halfway through my step, back behind her. "Be good," she ordered softly, her voice strained. "Don't let this filthy water splash onto you. But be quiet." Xing Yao cut me off, then slowly raised her head. Those gloomy eyes were now clouded with a blood like crimson. She looked around at the relatives preaching their morals, her gaze as if looking at a swarm of ants. "Are you done talking?" Her voice was gentle, yet it caused insults around us to cease instantly. Xing Yao leisurely smoothed her sleeves, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. "Calamity?" She pondered these two words, as if she had just heard an incredibly ridiculous joke. The next second, she took a step forward, and those death soldiers, suppressed by her aura, instinctively backed away half a step. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Xing Yao pointed at her temple, her gaze so lucid it sent shivers down one's spine. "I am Xing Yao, diagnosed with severe mania since I was 10, a lunatic who could go on a killing spree at any moment." Everyone's faces turned pale instantly, as the smile on Xing Yao's lips grew colder. "Why do you think the Xing family has been so peaceful lately? Did you think? Why I haven't burned down this old mansion yet and strangled every single one of you useless pests?" She suddenly turned around and gripped my hand, in a gesture as if exposing the fatal weakness upon which her life depended. "It's because of him." Xing Yao stared at the matriarch, then at everyone else, emphasizing every word, her voice booming like thunder. "Without him, I would have gone mad long ago. If not for his scent, every night I would just want to kill. If not for his voice, I couldn't stay calm for even a single minute." She stroked my hair, a pathological dependency showing in her eyes. "You say he's a calamity? Wrong, he's my medicine. The only rope that can tie this mad woman down." Xing Yao suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as a knife, scanning every single person present. "The reason you're still alive to stand here talking nonsense, and still enjoying the Xing family's wealth and glory," she lowered her voice ominously, "is all thanks to this medicine keeping me alive, and by extension, protecting your very lives." These words were like a sledgehammer, striking down upon everyone's heads. Only now did they remember Xing Yao was a lunatic, and I was the only switch that could stop this mad dog from biting people at random. If they really kicked me out, then this completely out-of-control, vicious dog would kill them first. The shouting relatives fell silent instantly, their faces drained of all blood. The way they looked at me changed, no longer seeing a soft target to bully, but a red button that could detonate a nuclear bomb at any moment. Xing Yao looked at the cowards, scared out of their wits, gave a cold snort, and squeezed my hand again. Therefore, she spoke indifferently. "Never say he's unworthy of the Xing family again. Without him, this Xing family is just a graveyard." These insane words had truly suppressed most people. Unfortunately, the matriarch was an exception. Not only was she not intimidated, but she was also enraged by her granddaughter's defiance. "Fine, very well. A life-sustaining medicine for you?" The matriarch gripped her cane with both hands, her knuckles turning white. She looked down at me from above, her gaze thick with even more intense loathing. "If he is medicine, then he must have the self-awareness of medicine.
Medicine is to be used, to be consumed, and once used, it is nothing but disposable trash. The matriarch's voice resonated, each word aiming straight for the heart. She was trampling on my self-esteem in front of so many people. You can keep him, pamper him. I have no objection to that. Suddenly, the matriarch's tone shifted, her words as resolute as stone. You want him to step through the Xing family's doors, to become the official master of this household. In your dreams. Unless I die, this lowly man will never touch the Xing family's threshold, not even by a fraction of an inch. These words were decisive, effectively sentencing my status to death. Just when everyone thought Xing Yao couldn't talk back to the matriarch, she suddenly lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly as a chuckle escaped her. Then her laughter grew louder and colder. Grandmother. Xing Yao stopped laughing and leisurely raised her head, pervasive coldness in her eyes. Have you mistaken something? I didn't bring him here to ask for your permission. I came to notify you. The moment she finished speaking, Xing Yao suddenly grabbed my limp left hand, and under the spotlight drawing everyone's attention, she raised my wrist high. With a swish, the beads wrapped around my wrist shook violently, emitting clear but powerful sounds. Light pierced through the 108 beads, each smooth and warm like jade, radiating a holy aura. It wasn't an ordinary piece of jewelry. It was the 300-year heirloom of the Xing family, passed down only to successive heads of the family. Cold white jade Bodhi, the symbol of supreme authority. It's the family head command, grandmother. Xing Yao continued to hold my hand high, as if hoisting her victory flag. She looked up at the second floor, at the matriarch standing there with a frozen expression. A sarcastic curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her voice echoed throughout the hall. You're old now. Has your vision become blurred? Look closely at what this is. The Xing matriarch's back, which was standing tall, suddenly slumped the moment she clearly saw the beads. It was as if someone had drained all her strength. Her pupils contracted sharply, and the hand gripping her cane began to tremble uncontrollably. This. The matriarch's voice trembled instantly, out of extreme shock. Cold white jade Bodhi. She pointed at Xiao, then at the beads on my wrist, so enraged she nearly stopped breathing, her voice screeching and breaking. You actually dared to give the family head command to this man. As soon as they heard the words family head command, the faces of all the Xing family members present turned pale instantly, their knees weak, nearly kneeling on the spot. In this family, to see the command is to see the head. Whoever owns these beads has the right to mobilize everything in the Xing family. Xing Yao wasn't joking. She had truly placed the entire Xing family completely into my hands. But this still wasn't enough. Authority alone was not enough to completely silence these leeches. Xing Yao wanted to use the only language they understood, money, to pave a path for me that no one would dare block. Surprised, she didn't let go of my hand. Instead, in front of everyone, she leisurely stroked each cold jade bead on my wrist. Grandmother and aunts as well. Xing Yao slightly raised her eyes, scanning the relatives who were just shouting, a contemptuous smile on her lips. Weren't you all just making calculations? Saying that for a traditional medicine student like him, offending the multi-billion-dollar Song family is simply not worth it. She sneered, her gaze suddenly sharpening. If you like calculating, then let me do the math for you. Xing Yao grabbed the tassel of the Bodhi beads, her voice calm as she dropped the first bomb. These beads are more than just a token. 3 years ago, I established an irrevocable trust at a Swiss bank. That contract. She looked into the matriarch's dilating pupils, emphasizing every word to release even more shocking news. These beads, tied to them, are 51% of Xing Group's undilutable core shares, along with all my overseas personal assets, mines, ports, and 237 world-leading patents. The entire hall gasped in unison, everyone's brains instantly stalling. Xing Group shares. That's a fortune of trillions of dollars. Whoever owns these beads is the true master of Xing Group. Understand now? Xing Yao looked at the swarm of ants overwhelmed by the money, her eyes full of mockery. She lightly shook my wrist, causing the beads to chime clearly. In other words, the value of these beads alone. She raised one finger, pointing toward the Song family members in the crowd, her tone extremely arrogant, is enough to buy out 10 Song families. Even if you dug up the Song family's land and ancestral graves, it wouldn't be worth a single bead on this Bodhi string. The Song family's faces turned livid instantly, but they didn't dare utter a single word. Xing Yao turned back to the relatives who had called me a gold digger. As for you, she snorted, if you so pleases, just a bit of jade dust falling from these beads is enough to buy out all the savings of you useless pests, with plenty to spare. The young masters who were so disdainful earlier now looked at me with completely different eyes, no longer looking at a poor boy, but at a walking mountain of gold. I just felt my wrist was heavy, almost impossible to lift. I knew it was precious,
but I never dreamed it was this valuable. This wasn't just a gift. It was clearly Xing Yao's entire fortune and her life. My voice trembled. Miss Xing, don't move. Xing Yao squeezed my hand again, not allowing me to back down. She turned around, coldly eyeing the stunned crowd. Now her voice resonated through the hall, carrying a dominant aura that overwhelmed everyone. Does anyone else want to discuss his background? Does anyone still think he's unworthy of the Xing family? She pulled me into her arms, resting her chin on my hair, declaring her logic to the whole world. Still want to compare family status with him? He himself is a prestigious house. On the second-floor corridor, the Xing matriarch was so angry her whole body shook, her wrinkled face having turned a terrifyingly livid shade. She slammed her dragon head cane onto the floor, producing dull, heavy thuds. Xing Yao, you rebellious child. The matriarch pointed at Xing Yao below, her voice hoarse and broken. For the sake of a man, you treat the ancestral legacy like a joke. Do you want to drive me to death to be satisfied? Facing the matriarch's thunderous rage, Xing Yao's expression remained perfectly calm. She slowly lowered my raised hand, sliding her fingers between mine, our 10 fingers interlocked. Grandmother is old and can't bear to hear the truth, so let me put it another way. Xing Yao turned around, her deep, cold eyes scanning the entire hall. Wherever her gaze went, everyone subconsciously lowered their heads. Listen closely. Her steady but icy voice echoed through the banquet hall. The Xing family's rules have never been set in stone. The Xing family was before, but as of today, she raised our interlocked hands. I establish a new law for the Xing family. In this capital, Muga rules are the rules. These words were like a bolt of lightning, making everyone's scalps go numb. Isn't this like changing the Xing family's name to Mu? Before anyone could even process the information, Xing Yao's next words were even more terrifying. From now on, wherever he is present, everyone must bow down for me. She tilted her head to look at me, a flash of indulgence in her eyes. If he wants to walk over others, I will level the path for him. If he wants to kill. Xing Yao narrowed her eyes, her voice cold yet carrying a strange tenderness. I will hand him the knife. This wasn't just normal pampering anymore. She clearly wanted to turn the world upside down. You dare. The matriarch on the second floor clutched her chest in rage, her breathing heavy. Xing Yao looked up, a cruel smile on her lips. What wouldn't I dare? Grandmother, times have changed. She coldly swept her gaze across the pale-faced Xing family members, leaving them with a final verdict. This is my rule. If you're not satisfied, just endure it. And if you can't endure it, the killing intent in her eyes became clear. Then you can go be reincarnated. Who would dare to be dissatisfied? Who would dare touch this madwoman's reverse scale? Right at that moment from the second-floor corridor, an agonizing groan suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up in horror, seeing the Xing matriarch, who was just scolding her rebellious granddaughter, suddenly turn a livid purple. Holding her chest with both hands, her eyes rolled back, showing only the whites as her pupils began to dilate. The butler standing next to her screamed in panic as the dragon head cane slipped from her hand and fell, crashing onto the floor below and breaking in two. Immediately after, the Xing matriarch's body fell straight backward, and in an instant, the second floor became as chaotic as boiling gruel. She fainted. The matriarch fainted. Call a doctor quickly. Something's wrong. The matriarch is having a seizure. Looks like a stroke. The birthday party instantly turned into a chaotic emergency scene. Xing Yao stood downstairs, her brow furrowed. Although she hated the old woman, she never thought she'd drive her to death today. Call an ambulance, now! Xing Yao ordered in a low voice, about to head up to check, but a white figure was even faster than her. While everyone was panicking and losing their way, I let go of Xing Yao's hand, regarding the heavy formal attire. My gaze was terrifyingly calm. Move out of the way! I shouted at the useless weeping lot, with all the authority I could muster, voice carrying an undeniable professional majesty. I am a doctor. Everyone get out of my way. Before I even finished speaking, I rushed up the stairs like a bolt of white lightning. I keenly recognized the matriarch's condition after her fall. Eyes closed tight, face rigid, teeth clenched, with a wheezing sound in her throat. One look and I knew it was phlegm blocking the heart's orifices. In traditional medicine, this is a typical symptom of a closed stroke, and furthermore, it's the most dangerous type. If the golden window for rescue is missed, death or permanent disability is certain. However, on the second-floor corridor, Xing Yao's second uncle was kneeling beside the matriarch, weeping bitterly while frantically shaking her body. Mother, please wake up. Don't scare me like this, Mother. Stop. Don't shake her. I charged through the crowd, screaming at the sight. Shaking is the worst thing for a stroke victim. Doing this is practically taking her life. I tried to rush over to treat her, but before I could get close, get lost!
A shrill curse rang out right in front of me as Xing Fam suddenly turned around fiercely, her red, teary eyes filled with malice. Seeing me, old and new grudges surged within her. She sprang up and shoved my shoulder hard. "You jinx!" She screamed frantically. "It's all your fault, and now you've driven the matriarch to this. Do you want to kill her?" Pushed unexpectedly, I stumbled backward, nearly tumbling down the stairs. I didn't. I'm a doctor. I steadied myself, anxious, watching the matriarch turn more purple on the floor. She's suffering from a closed stroke. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late. A doctor? Who do you think you are? Xing Fam also barged in, using her intact left hand to block me. Traditional medicine fraud dares to touch my grandmother? Get out. The whole group formed a wall of flesh, blocking me out completely. They'd rather watch the matriarch, lying on the floor convulsing, waiting for death, than trust me for even a second. Seeing the matriarch's lips beginning to turn black, I was so anxious I almost burst into tears. That's a human life. Just then, a dull thud of physical impact suddenly rang out. Xing Fam, who was blocking me and shouting the loudest, was sent flying as if hit by a truck. Everyone turned back in shock to see a dark figure, carrying an overwhelming murderous aura striding in. Xing Yao's face was expressionless, her eyes burning with an even more terrifying presence than before. Everyone get the hell out of the way. Xing Yao, you still want to shield this murderer? The second uncle shouted. A murderer? Xing Yao gave a cold laugh, pointing at the matriarch dying on the ground. If you useless pests keep shaking her, then you're the ones who will actually kill her. She suddenly pulled a folding knife from her waist and plunged it into the wooden pillar nearby, handle vibrating with a radiating killing intent that silenced everyone instantly. Xing Yao looked down at me in her arms, her previous violence instantly withdrawing, placed by absolute trust and entrustment. Go. She gave my back a gentle push, her voice steady and heavy with weight. Do what you need to do. Save the person you want to save. I glanced at her and nodded firmly, no longer hesitating, as I quickly rushed to kneel beside the matriarch. But some people around still tried to speak up. Xing Yao suddenly turned around, like a black guardian deity, standing guard behind my back. She stood with her back to me as I performed the rescue, facing the rest of Xing family members. Let him treat her. She unbuttoned her collar, her voice hoarse but carrying an ultimate determination. One who still dares to stand in my way, I'll have them buried alongside the matriarch right now. Let's all die together. The surroundings finally fell silent. I knelt beside the Xing matriarch, completely pushing those malicious glares out of my mind. In my world right now, there was only the patient before me, hanging by a thread. The thick wheezing in the matriarch's throat grew heavier, her complexion having turned from livid purple to black, on the verge of suffocation. I lowered my head and glanced at my formal shirt. Feeling restricted, his brows furrowed slightly. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Under everyone's horrified stares, I didn't hesitate for a second. I decisively tore off the sleeve of my expensive shirt. Immediately after, from my trouser pocket, I pulled out a small palm-sized leather roll. This was my acupuncture kit. The kit unrolled, and under the brilliant crystal lights, rows of silver needles of various lengths sparkled, emitting sharp, cold glints of light. What does he think he's doing? Acupuncture? He must be insane. In an emergency like this, what good could acupuncture do? A relative couldn't help but cry out in shock, but I completely ignored them. My fingers brushed lightly over the needle lots. In a flash, I drew 3 sharp, 3-edged needles. Since there was no rubbing alcohol, I had to use those cold white jade prayer beads again. I quickly wiped the needle tips against the jade surface. Then I grabbed the withered, bone-thin hand and stiff body of Xing Lao Funan, 10 fingers bloodletting, opening the orifices to resuscitate. I softly muttered the formula, my focus becoming terrifyingly intense. I struck with the needles as fast as lightning. The forceful 3-edged needle pierced straight through without mercy, going right through the old lady's thumb. The sound of the needle piercing flesh was faint, yet it made everyone's scalp tingle with numbness. I gave it a hard squeeze with my fingers, and a thick drop of dark, bruised blood was forced out from her fingertip, falling heavily onto the carpet. Next was the index, middle, and ring fingers. My movements were as fluid as drifting clouds and flowing water, fast, precise, and daring. Every needle strike released a stream of black blood. 10 fingertips, 10 drops of black blood. Once everything was finished, the old lady's breathing seemed to ease slightly, but her teeth remained clenched tight. It wasn't enough. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I twirled the silver needle once more, aiming straight for the rim of the old lady's ear. Ear apex bloodletting. I pinched her ear, folded it, and stabbed firmly into the highest point, letting another stream of black blood flow. This scene was truly horrifying for the elite gathered here.
Good heavens, blood is all over the floor. Is he saving her or killing her? Mi Thuk of the Xing family fearfully covered his mouth, but he was too terrified of Xing Yao power to utter a word.
However, as a full minute ticked by, the old lady on the ground still had her eyes shut tight, with no sign of waking up, and the quiet second floor began to buzz with commotion. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Look at how much blood he's drained. Mi Thuk was the first to jump forward, pointing a finger at me and screaming, I told you he was just being reckless. This is clearly elder abuse. His shout was like a fuse to a powder keg. The others began to join in, their voices growing increasingly shrill. It's over. The old lady has stopped moving entirely. Did you just kill her? Mu Ji has committed murder. Xing Yao, look at the man you brought back. If anything happens to her, you're an accomplice. You'll have to pay for this with your life to the whole clan. The curses and wailing buzzed in a chaotic mess like a swarm of flies. Xing Yao stood right behind me, her expression so dark it looked ready to drip. She didn't care whether the old lady lived or died, but these people were disturbing me, and I was in the middle of saving a life. The hand must not tremble. The mind must not be disturbed. Shut them up. Xing Yao coldly ordered the bodyguards behind her. Her gaze was full of bloodlust. Muzzle all of them for me. Just before bloodshed and conflict were about to erupt, I seemed not to hear the vicious curses all around me, seeing only the patient's vital signs. She's still not awake. The stimulus isn't enough. I must force the cerebral cortex to activate. I gritted my teeth, cold sweat trailing down my cheeks. The next second, I pulled the longest needle from the kit, and the thickest one too. My wrist hovered over the old lady's face, my eyes locking precisely onto the Renjong point. This is the body's final gate for saving a life. Pardon me, I whispered, my wrist suddenly exerting force, using the high-difficulty bird-pecking technique, driving the long needle deep into her Renjong acupoint, while rapidly twisting it for intense stimulation. You're crazy. That's her face. Are you trying to disfigure her? The surrounding relatives were scared out of their wits. Xing Yao patience had also reached its limit. Before the word move could even leave her lips, a deep, heavy intake of breath suddenly erupted from the throat of the old lady lying on the floor. Like a drowning person suddenly surfacing, followed by a fit of violent coughing, the thick phlegm blocking her throat was finally expelled. The coughing caused her previously purple complexion to turn rosy again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those eyes that had been shut for 3 minutes suddenly flickered with intense tremors. With a start, they flew wide open. Though her gaze was still cloudy, they were clearly the eyes of a living person. The relatives who were just screaming for a life to be paid now looked like ducks being strangled by the neck. Their expressions shifted from rage to blank stares, and from blank stares to the terror of seeing a ghost. She's awake. She's actually awake. Just a few needles and some blood, and he pulled an old woman with 1 foot in the grave back so miraculously. Mother! Neetha cried out in disbelief. The old lady didn't even acknowledge him, merely gasping for air. Her gaze gradually regained focus. The first person she saw wasn't any of those filial descendants, but me, kneeling right beside her, drenched in sweat. I knelt by her side, seeing she was awake. I let out a long sigh of relief. I wiped my sweat, my voice raspy yet entirely professional. It's good that you're awake. The chi and blood are flowing. Your life is saved. I pulled the silver needles out and added flatly. However, you'd better keep your temper in check from now on. I glanced meaningfully at Xing Yao standing nearby. You won't always have someone with needle guarding you right at King Yama's door. The old lady stared at me, her lips trembling, her eyes filled with shock and extreme complexity. Good heavens! He's a miracle worker. This is truly a miracle. The guests finally snapped out of it, bursting into uncontrollable cries of amazement. Xing Yao stood behind me, staring at my blood-stained pants and my upright back, a fire of pride burning in her eyes. At that moment, the urgent wail of an ambulance siren approached. Then, the family doctor and an emergency specialist team rushed in. Specialists carrying a stretcher charged up to the 2nd floor. Quickly, everyone out of the way. The leader was Professor Tran, a prestigious expert from Hipua Hospital. When he received the call, he was scared half to death. What's going on? What is the patient's current condition? Seeing the professionals arrive, Ni Thuk immediately found his confidence, pointing at the blood on the old lady's fingertips and crying wolf. Professor Tran, look at this. A crazy kid was just stabbing her with needles, making the old lady bleed so much. Acupuncture bloodletting? Professor Tran's brows knitted together. As a Western medicine specialist, he feared these folk remedies being used recklessly in stroke emergencies. They usually just cause chaos. How reckless! He shouted in anger, immediately rushing to the old lady's side to conduct an urgent examination. The relatives around them wore gloating expressions waiting for a scene. Even Professor Tran called it reckless.
Now, even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash away your guilt. Once Professor Tran confirms this is illegal medical practice, you'll be marked as a murderer with nowhere to run. Mi Thuk glared at me from the shadows, about to voice a sarcastic remark. Unexpectedly, Professor Tran suddenly froze during the exam. He checked her pupils, measured her blood pressure,
and scrutinized those needle marks. His tightly knit brows gradually relaxed bit by bit. His face even showed shock and disbelief. Professor Tran looked up, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. Who did this? It was him. Mi Thuk instantly pointed at me in the corner. It was that delinquent, Professor Tran. Quick, call the police and have him arrested. Arrest what? Professor Tran cut him off abruptly, looking at him like he was an idiot. If it weren't for his needles, the old lady would be cold by now. What? Mi Thuk's expression froze on his face. Professor Tran took a deep breath, his voice full of admiration after the crisis. This is a classic stroke case. Intracranial pressure spiked in an instant. Delaying even 5 minutes would have caused a cerebral hemorrhage. He pointed to the needle marks, his voice resenting. But this bloodletting was so timely and precise. This is called clearing heat and opening orifice. It's like a pressure cooker about to explode, and someone timely released the steam valve. This didn't just save the old lady's life, it also protected her brain's nervous system. Otherwise, even if we revived her, she would have spent the rest of her life paralyzed. The relatives who just labeled me a killer now felt as if they'd been struck by lightning, their faces turning from red to white, then to a sickly green. It turned out I really was saving her, using a life-saving technique that the manhwa expert felt humbled by. Everyone, move back a bit. Professor Tran stood up, his eyes full of urgency. Which master performed this just now? Is there a Grand Master of Eastern Medicine present? Everyone's eyes simultaneously fell upon the slightly disheveled figure in the corner of the room. I just stood there holding a wet wipe, calmly cleaning the remaining black blood from my fingers. Hearing the question, I raised my head slightly, an air of indifference on my overly youthful face. It was me. I replied softly. Professor Tran's eyes nearly popped out. Young man, how old are you? 20. I tossed the dirty wipe into the bin and continued calmly. A third-year student at the Medical University's Eastern Medicine Department. Professor Tran gasped. 20, third year. Good, very good. A true young hero. Professor Tran emotionally tried to step forward to shake my hand, but a dark shadow blocked him. Xing Yao stood in front of me, shielding me from all outside gazes. She looked at the pale, bloodless relatives, her lips curling into a cold, sarcastic smile. Weren't you all cursing so fiercely just now? She casually fixed my slightly messy hair, her voice dark, calling him a jinx, calling him a disaster. Now listen closely. Xing Yao pointed to the old lady on the stretcher, then to me, emphasizing every word for these blind fools. He's the lifesaver of your Xing family. If it were for him right now, you all could be getting into your mourning clothes and preparing for a funeral feast. Everyone was beyond ashamed, bowing their heads to their chests, especially Mi Thuk, whose face was as red as pig liver, not daring to utter another peep. As vicious as his insults were before, the slap to his face was just as painful now. I watched everything from behind Xing Yao, feeling no sense of triumph whatsoever. A healer is like a kind mother. Saving lives is for the sake of life, not to hear the fake apologies of these people. But feeling the protection of the woman before me, the prayer beads on my wrist seemed to grow warm. Soon after, the ambulance wailed as it left, taking not just the old lady, but that noisy bunch of relatives too. The banquet hall was left in a shambles after the chaos. Broken glasses lay on the floor, the carpet was soiled, along with shocking streaks of black blood. I stood there. As my frayed nerves finally relaxed, fatigue washed over me like a tide. I looked down at my hands. My naturally fair index finger was now stained with dried blood. The nail crevices darkened, looking incredibly filthy. I subconsciously frowned. I knew Xing Yao had severe germophobia. She couldn't even stand the scent of others' perfume, let alone dirty, bacteria-laden blood like this. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed from behind. My heart tightened, and I instinctively hid my hands behind my back, not wanting her to see me in this filthy state. What's this? Xing Yao walked up to me and stopped. Miss Xing, don't come near. I took half a step back, bowing my head awkwardly. I'm very dirty. There's blood. And a smell, too. But Xing Yao didn't stop. Ignoring my warning, she stepped forward and decisively pulled my hidden left hand out. Let me see. She lowered her gaze, staring at my blood-stained fingertips. I tried to pull back. It's really dirty. Don't touch.
Xing Yao gripped my wrist firmly, her strength not overwhelming but irresistible. She didn't show any of the disgust I had imagined. Instead, the way she looked at those bloodstains held a strange, inexplicable heartache. Immediately after, she pulled a silk handkerchief from her pocket. That handkerchief was clean and carried the pleasant cedarwood scent of her body. Xing Yao lifted my hand, using that expensive handkerchief to patiently wipe every one of my fingers. Her movements were very gentle, and her focused expression suggested she wasn't holding a hand covered in filthy blood, but a rare treasure of the world. I stared at her, dazed. This woman with severe germophobia was now using her own handkerchief to wipe away someone else's blood from my hands bit by bit. Miss Xing. I felt a sting in my nose. Are you tired? Xing Yao asked casually as she looked down. I shook my head. Not tired, just a bit tense earlier. Xing Yao hummed in response. Finally, my hands were clean. Xing Yao casually tossed the bloody handkerchief to the ground. She looked at the slender fingers that had just held needles, saving a life, a darkness swirling in her eyes. The next second, she bowed her head and placed a soft kiss on those cool fingertips. The warm sensation made my whole body tremble. Xing Yao looked up, staring straight into my eyes. In those eyes, only a deep obsession and profound heartache remained. Don't save anyone next time. I was stunned. But that was Xing Lao Funan. So what? Xing Yao gave a cold snort, her tone frighteningly indifferent. If she dies, she dies. She held my hand to her lips, gently rubbing it, a defiant, unreasonable pride showing in her gaze. Even if you added up all those old fools' lives, they wouldn't be worth you dirtying these hands. Even if the entire Xing family died out, she wouldn't even blink. She couldn't stand seeing my hands stained with blood, couldn't bear to see me saving those people, and looking so disheveled because of it. But I'm a doctor, I protested feebly, yet my heart felt incredibly sweet. But Xing Yao, full of conviction, pulled me sharply into her embrace, pressing my face against her clean clothes. You are a doctor, but most importantly, you are my medicine. This medicine only needs to focus on healing me. As for the others, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Let them go and pray to the gods. I won't allow you to suffer for them anymore. Having said that, she took my hand and strode out the door. Let's go home, it's too stinky here. Let's go and wash up. I held onto her hand, my lips curling up uncontrollably. This crazy girl was truly, hopelessly adorable. Soon after, the two arrived at the top private hospital in the capital. It was 2 a.m. Along the VIP corridor, Xing family members stood crowded together like a flock of crows. In some eyes, there was even a hidden expectation for the old lady's death. However, the moment their gazes met the woman sitting on the long bench, all their schemes immediately froze. Xing Yao sat with her long legs crossed, idly twirling a lighter in her hand. The clicking sound of the metal cap sounded like a deathly countdown. I sat quietly beside her. Right then, a click was heard. The heavy, soundproof door of the patient's room opened. The head nurse stepped out. How is it? Nituk was the first to rush forward. Is the Xing Lao Funyan awake? The head nurse nodded and said respectfully, Everyone, please be at ease. Xing Lao Funyan is fully conscious and out of danger. A series of relieved sighs echoed through the corridor. Some relatives began talking while trying to push their way in, but the head nurse stopped them, looking quite awkward. Xing Lao Funyan said, She only wants to see one person right now. Everyone was stunned as the nurse's gaze scanned the crowd, finally landing precisely on me. The matriarch said, The head nurse swallowed hard. She wants to see Mr. Mu Gay, and only him. Nithuk's face instantly twisted with envy. On what grounds? I was also a bit surprised, pointing at myself. Me? Yes, please come in. I was just about to stand up, when a fair hand suddenly pressed down on my shoulder. Xing Yao spoke coldly, not going. She stood up and shielded me, her valiant, spirited eyes staring at the head nurse. Tell that old lady, I've already saved her life. If she wants to thank someone, crawl out here herself. Wants a private meeting with my person? She gave a cold, faint smile. In her eyes was mockery and wariness. In her dreams, she understood that stubborn old woman too well. A private summons surely meant no good. Xing Yao turned to look at me, her brows knit tight, her overbearing tone allowing no protest. Shall bully you. I can't let you out of my sight, especially when meeting that old lady. The head nurse trembled in fear. Excuse me, President Xing. The matriarch insists. Let her wait. Xing Yao cut her off impatiently, the situation reaching a deadlock. She was like a great mountain, protecting me from all external storms and malice. But some mountains I must climb myself, and some tribulations I must resolve personally. So I reached out my hand, softly grasping Xing Yao's cool fingers. Miss Xing. Xing Yao turned her head, her brows still knit. Mugo, listen to me. Don't go. It's okay. I pointed to myself, then toward the patient's room. I am a doctor. She is the patient. In a doctor's eyes, there is only a condition, not grudges. I held her hand firmly, using my fingertip to gently scratch her palm, like soothing a large, bristling dog. Besides, I am your fiancé now. I even have your family head beads in my hand. I raise my left hand, the cold white jade prayer beads shining under the lights. I know my limits, and I have the ability. She won't be able to bully me.
Xingyao stared at me for a long time. The light in my eyes was so brilliant that she was momentarily stunned. After a long while, Xingyao finally nodded in agreement. She bowed her head and kissed my forehead firmly, as if staking her claim, and as a warning, I'll give you 10 minutes. She narrowed her eyes at the closed hospital room door, her voice terrifyingly dark. If you don't come out in 10 minutes, either she's in there making you suffer, then I'll go in there and pull her oxygen tube out myself. The next second, the heavy soundproof door slowly closed, completely shutting out the noise from the hallway. Inside the VIP ward, it was eerily quiet. I took a deep breath and stepped toward the hospital bed. On the bed, the Jing matriarch was leaning against the headboard, her face a sickly shade of grayish-white. At this moment, she looked like an ordinary old woman with one foot in the grave, but those eyes were still as sharp as ever, staring at me without blinking. But I wasn't afraid at all as I walked to the bedside, professionally checking the parameters on the monitor. Matriarch, I withdrew my hand, my voice calm. Your vitals are stable. Consider this crisis over. The Jing matriarch suddenly gave a cold laugh, her voice hoarse and harsh. Are you feeling quite smug right now? I was taken aback. Smug about what? I saved you. The old woman struggled to point at herself, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Are you thinking that now that you've become a lifesaver of the Jing family, I'll be eternally grateful to you and recognize you as Jing Yao's fiancé? She gasped for breath, her gaze growing even sharper. Boy, your schemes are truly not bad. First playing the victim to gain trust, and now putting on this act of returning evil with kindness before me. You want to use my life to flatter me, to make me change my mind, so you can climb the high social ladder of our Jing family. Faced with these malicious assumptions, I didn't get angry at all, and even a hint of pity flickered in my eyes. Matriarch Jing, you're overthinking it. I didn't save you because you're the head of the Jing family, but because I am a doctor. I pointed to the stethoscope on my chest, then back at the old woman. And you, in the eyes of a doctor, the patient. Lying on this bed is just a life, a body in need of healing. That's all there is to it. I paused for a moment, meeting the old woman's astonished gaze, slowly speaking words that were both gentle and sharp. Never mind you today. Even if the one collapsed on the roadside was a stray dog, as long as I were able, I would rush to save it just the same. Because all living beings are equal. In my eyes, your life and its life are no different. The Jing matriarch choked on these words and began coughing violently. A dog? You dare compare the head of the illustrious Jing family to the stray dogs in the street? How utterly outrageous and rebellious. The old woman was so angry her eyes bulged, and she was just about to fly into a rage. But when our eyes met, all her anger suddenly vanished. My gaze was too clear, lacking the schemes she usually saw, lacking the greed in her relative's eyes, and lacking even a hint of intimidation toward power. I was telling the truth. I truly felt that saving her and saving a dog were essentially the same thing. I didn't seek her money, I didn't seek power, and I certainly didn't seek recognition. The Jing matriarch's lips quivered, and the words she intended to use to insult me suddenly couldn't be spoken. This was the first time in her 50 years of ruling the Jing family that anyone had dared to speak to her like this. A long time later, the old woman finally recovered her breath, turned her face away, her voice less harsh, but layered with a complex heaviness. Truly a sharp-tongued one. No wonder that crazy girl Jing Yao has been so completely infatuated and obsessed by you. The atmosphere in the ward once again fell into silence. The old woman gave a cold snort, seemingly trying to cover up her recent loss of composure. She turned her head, her voice becoming somber and distant. Boy, don't think that saving my life means you can stand firm in the Jing family. You understand fundamentally nothing about Jing Yao. Do you know why she's called the living Yama? Do you know how much blood is on her hands? Do you know how terrifying she looks when her illness flares up? The old woman suddenly turned back, those cloudy eyes staring intently at me, trying to find fear on my face. She is ill. It's an incurable hereditary mental illness. She is nothing but a maniac. By following her, sooner or later you'll be scared to death. Hearing these words, my hanging hands immediately clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms with a sting. I remembered that stormy night when she burned herself with a cigarette butt, just so she wouldn't hurt me.
I remembered her in the car, how she would rather crush her prayer beads than dare open her eyes to look at me. I remembered her back in the hall just now, how she stood against the entire world for me. My heart ached as if pierced by 10,000 needles. She is not. I suddenly spoke up, interrupting the old woman's curses, my voice trembling with anger but crystal clear. What did you say? The old woman frowned. I said she is not a maniac. I raised my head with bloodshot eyes, but staring back at her with fierce determination. She is ill, but she is not a monster. And furthermore, I took a deep breath, taking all the suppressed truth, and threw it in the face of the one who started it all, speaking with utter resoluteness. If she truly is crazy, it's because you people force her to be. How insolent! The old woman shouted. Is it not the truth? Instead of backing down, I took a step forward. From childhood until now, what have you ever given her? Aside from cold training, aside from endless schemes and calculations, aside from forcing her to be an emotionless tool for fighting, have you ever given her even a shred of warmth? When her father jumped to his death, where were you all? The first time her illness flared up and she hid in a closet out of fear, where were you then? You only knew how to lock her up, only knew how to inject her with sedatives, only knew how to call her a maniac and a curse. All you care about is the Jing family's reputation, the framework of the Jing Corporation, and nothing but those damn interests. Then I remembered the hideous cigarette scar on the back of Jing Yao's hand, a wound she showed off as if it were a medal. No one had ever asked her if it hurt. My voice lowered, carrying infinite sorrow and heartache. None of you ever asked, my eyes fixed with absolute firmness on the stunned old woman, emphasizing every word. But I care. I will ask if she's in pain. I will apply her medicine, and I will hold her. I'm not afraid of her, no matter what she becomes. I will never be afraid of her. Therefore, Matriarch Jing, I looked at the speechless old woman, offering my final conclusion. I don't need your approval, nor do I care about the Jing family's status. I stay by her side not for a transaction, and certainly not to climb social ladders. I simply want to protect her, that's all. For a moment, the ward fell into a dead silence. The Jing matriarch leaned against the headboard, looking at me with my reddened eyes, yet my whole being filled with defiance. Her lips moved as if to retort, intending to scold me for being ignorant of the world, but the words died on her lips. In that moment, through me, she seemed to see the shadow of her equally defiant son-in-law from decades ago, the man who had finally committed suicide in front of her. But this time, Jing Yao was luckier than her father. She had met someone willing to, for her sake, dare point at the head of the family and scold her, daring to trade even his life to protect her.
A long while later, the old woman closed her cloudy eyes, looking as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. She was tired, or perhaps ashamed. Get out. The old woman didn't open her eyes, only waving her hand tiredly, her voice raspy. You may leave now. She didn't say yes, nor did she tell me to scram, but this was the greatest concession this lifelong, stubborn old woman could ever make. I gave her one long look, said nothing more, turned to push the door, and strode out. Inside, she was waiting to take me home. The heavy, soundproof door slowly opened. A soft click sounded, exceptionally clear in the silent hallway. Jing Yao was standing guard at the door like a statue, and reacted instantly.
She was like a fierce dog guarding its territory, staring intently at that door. Had a single cry from me come from within, she would have absolutely kicked the door down without hesitation. The door opened and I stepped out. I was still wearing my wrinkled white lab coat, hair loosely tied back, my face full of exhaustion, but my phoenix eyes were unusually bright. Muge! Jing Yao strode forward, seized my wrist and pulled me close. Her grip was strong, betraying the impatience she was trying to suppress. How did it go? Her gaze was like an X-ray, scanning my body thoroughly, confirming there were no new injuries, and staring into my eyes, her tone darkly ominous. Did that old woman scold you? Or did someone dare lay a hand on you? I looked at the woman before me, her eyes full of aggression, her entire body taut as a bowstring. I knew she was afraid had been mistreated, afraid had been bullied. My heart softened in an instant. I reached out, taking her large, cold hand, my fingertips lightly scratching her palm. It's not like that. I shook my head, a relieved smile on my lips. She didn't scold me, nor did she hit me. Thinking back to the soul-touching conversation in the ward just now, a flicker of relief crossed my eyes. We actually had a decent talk. Jing Yao raised an eyebrow, obviously disbelieving, as if that old woman could have anything good to say. I didn't detail how I had defended her, only summarizing casually. She let me out,
and she probably won't make things hard for me anymore. Jing Yao was stunned for a moment. She looked at me. The pale white lights of the hallway shone upon me, but couldn't hide the sparkle deep in my eyes. It was confidence, it was composure, and above all, the resilience of one who has weathered a storm. Before, what was I in Jing Yao's eyes? A personal vessel she had spent a fortune to buy, a songbird that had to be kept, by her in a gilded cage. In her eyes, I was weak and timid, unable to survive if I ever left her. That's why she wanted to collar me, wanted to wrap prayer beads around my hands, wanted to shield me behind her, block all the world's storms for me. But today, in this chaotic and turbulent night, she had seen me lift my hem and rush up the stairs, seen me calmly perform acupuncture amidst insults, seen me pull the matriarch, who had one foot in death's door, back from the brink in spectacular fashion. Even now I could face alone. Stubborn woman, even she, had to be somewhat wary of, still emerge unscathed. Jing Yao's heart was pounding wildly. A stream of molten lava flowed through her limbs and bones in an instant. It wasn't possessive desire, nor was it a protective instinct, but pride. This was her man. This was the one she, Jing Yao, had chosen. I wasn't a mistletoe that only knew how to cling to her, or a songbird just for display. I was a trumpet creeper that could take root on a cliff, blooming brilliantly amidst the storm. I didn't just heal the ailments of her body, but could even rely on my own abilities to stand firm in this trap-riddled Jing family. Miss Jing? I saw her staring at me without blinking, and curiously gave her hand a gentle shake. What is it? Shall we go home? Mu Ji. Jing Yao snapped out of it, reaching up to gently caress my cheek, her voice low and alluring. Do you know that you were truly amazing today? I felt a bit embarrassed. It was nothing, really. Jing Yao shook her head slightly. She didn't want to hide her feelings anymore, suddenly reaching out to pull me into a tight embrace. Mugi, you are my pride. She whispered into my ear, her breath hot. The luckiest thing in my life was catching you on that stormy night. I held her, and hearing this sudden confession, my eyes grew warm. I knew this wasn't just a compliment, but her recognition of my character. Let's go. Jing Yao let me go, then took my hand again, interlocking our fingers. She turned around, not even sparing a look at the Jing relatives with their complex expressions, and strode toward the elevator with her head held high. Let's go home. Tonight, I will reward you properly. 3 a.m. The black Maybach sped along the elevated highway. Soundproof partition was raised, turning the back seat into a small private world. After a night of so many ups and downs, my physical strength was exhausted to the limit. Are you tired? Jing Yao lowered her head, her chin lightly rubbing against the top of my head. I closed my eyes and hummed a drowsy response, but my hand instinctively clutched the hem of her shirt. Jing Yao looked at my reliant posture, and her heart softened once again. Muji, she suddenly spoke, her voice low, sounding incredibly solemn in the quiet dawn. I struggled to open my eyes and looked up at her. What is it? Jing Yao didn't speak immediately. She took my hand, interlaced our fingers, and brought it to her lips. Upon those cold white jade prayer beads, she placed a reverent kiss. From now on. She looked me in the eye and word by word gave me a promise concerning power and dignity. You no longer need to stand behind me. My eyes were slightly dazed. Jing Yao corked her lips slightly, her gaze as deep as the ocean. Before, I always wanted to hide you away, wanted to lock you in the Jing garden, thinking that was how to protect you. But I've realized I was wrong. She let go of my hand and looked at me. Muge, I want you to stand beside me, watching this world together with me. From now on, you are the male master of the Jing family, the only partner for this Jing Yao. She would give me the knife, and she would grant me the crown. My heart skipped a violent beat. I understood this was more shocking and profound than 1,000 I love yous. Yes. I gave a radiant smile and lunged into her arms. It's settled then. We'll be together from now on. Jing Yao tightened her embrace, pressing me into her chest. Yet at that very moment, a soft sound rang out. The phone in the seat crevice suddenly vibrated. It was my phone. The sound was very faint, and Jing Yao was too immersed in the moment to notice. But I felt it and reached out for it, somewhat dazed. Who would be texting this late? I picked up the phone and the screen suddenly lit up. Dazzling white light looked out of place in the dark cabin. I narrowed my eyes, seeing the WeChat notification window. Ender, Senior Gu Qing. The content made my heart thud. Uji, are you asleep? I heard something happened at the party tonight. I'm very worried about you. A simple word of concern, but at this sensitive 3 a.m., in a private space where a deep bond had just been established, this message was like an ill-timed thorn. I was stunned for a moment, instinctively about to reply to say I was safe, but suddenly I felt that. The warm embrace from behind had dropped several degrees in temperature. Jing Yao couldn't see the screen, but she keenly sensed my stiffness.
Who is it? She asked lazily. My fingertips trembled slightly, and strong survival instinct made me instantly turn off the screen, turning the phone face down. It's just spam. I lied.
I understood Jingyao too well. If she knew another woman was thinking of me, then this mad dog who had just been petted would surely bristle instantly. Jingyao didn't think much of it and hugged me again. Ignore it. Go to sleep. Yes, I replied, but I felt a vague sense of guilt in my heart. However, what I didn't know was that the moment the screen lit up earlier, on Jingyao's wrist, the smartwatch connected to my collar had silently flashed a red light. Early Monday morning, the black Maybach stopped in front of the lecture hall. I got out of the car with my backpack, waving to Jingyao, who was reading documents inside. Miss Jing, I'm heading to class. She looked up, confirmed I looked fine, and then gave a slight nod. Let the bodyguards pick you up after class. Don't go wandering off. I closed the car door, turned around, and headed toward the lecture hall. In the past, walking this path, I was always greeted by whispers and malicious mockery, but today, the once bustling hallway seemed to have its mute button pressed the moment I stepped in. The joking boys immediately stood to attention, pressing themselves against the wall, not daring to move. The girls who were gossiping fell silent, their eyes shifting to avoid mine. I took a step forward, and the crowded mass automatically parted to both sides, opening up a wide path for me. Senior Mu. A stuttering freshman greeted me, bowed 90 degrees, and then scrambled away. I helplessly rubbed my nose. After that birthday gala over the weekend, the name Mu Ge had become a taboo that no one dared touch. Everyone knew I was the apple of Jingyao's eye, future male master holding the family head beads. Offending me meant an end 100 times more disastrous than Ling Shan's. I entered the tiered lecture hall, habitually heading toward the front row. Those were seats reserved for top students. But the moment I set down my backpack, the students who were sitting near me acted as if their seats were spring-loaded, instantly leaping up as one. Clutching their books, they scrambled to the back rows. In a heartbeat, with me as the center, within a 2-meter radius, an absolute vacuum zone was formed. The vast lecture hall was packed with people, but it was empty around me, like a solitary island. No one dared sit next to me. What if they touched my multi-million dong clothes? What if they misspoke, and my crazy fiancé heard about it? The price would be broken arms, expulsion, or even total ruin for their families. I looked at the evasive glances around me, my fingers tightening on my steel pen. This was the side effect of power. Jin Yao had cleared all obstacles for me, but she had also personally cut off all my normal social relationships. At that moment, on the podium, the famously strict pathology lecturer walked in, but upon seeing me, his severe face squeezed out a fawning smile. Mu Ge, your performance in the last exam was excellent, and your direct admission to the master's program has been approved by the Institute with a unanimous vote. In the future, if you want to use the lab, just let me know at any time. I'll keep a separate key just for you. I politely stood up to thank him. The teacher hurried to wave me down. Quickly, sit down, as if he were afraid of tiring me out, the living ancestor. Throughout the lecture, I listened intently, taking extremely meticulous notes, but that sense of loneliness at least surrounded me. No one borrowed my notes, no one passed me notes. Not a single person even dared to walk beside me. I was the most powerful student in this school, but also the loneliest. The bell for the end of class rang, and I packed my backpack, walking out of the classroom alone. I told myself that this was fine. I remembered Jing Yao's words from that night. Stand by my side and let's behold this world together. I must have the strength worthy of that position. I must have the leverage to silence everyone else. If I am destined to be alone, then I shall enjoy the loneliness of the strong. I lift my head, my gaze gradually becoming resolute. But just as I am holding my books ready to head to the library, a sudden commotion breaks out not far ahead. Who is that? She's so beautiful. I instinctively look up to see. I see a woman standing on the steps of the administration building, wearing a khaki trench coat and gold-rimmed glasses. It is a warm kind of tone, completely different from the coldness of Xin Yao. At that moment, the woman suddenly turns her head, her gaze piercing through the crowd, landing accurately and squarely on me. The eyes behind the glasses narrow as she offers a gentle, familiar smile. It turns out to be Gu Qing. The next second, the bell for class rings. The lecture hall, large enough for 300 people, yet there's not a single empty seat. Even the aisles are packed with people, and the reason is none other than because this course has a new lecturer, a young genius who just returned from abroad, a female Eastern medicine doctor, a visiting professor. Invited by the medical university with a massive salary, I am still sitting in my oasis right, in the center of the front row. Just then, the classroom door. There are no bodyguards clearing the way. No terrifying low pressure. Only a gentle warmth like a spring breeze brushing my face. That aura follows the woman as she enters, a tender breath that immediately spreads to every corner of the classroom. Gu Qing steps onto the podium and just stands there, with eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as a painting, looking both pure and confident. If Xing Yao is an asura in the dead of night, then Gu Qing is a warm cup of tea in the middle of winter. Immediately after, she puts her books down, rests her hands on the lecture desk, and scans the entire hall with a gentle gaze. Hello everyone, I am Gu Qing. Her voice is clear and warm, neither too fast nor too slow, carrying a rhythm that settles the soul. The male students below immediately grow excited. Oh my god, is this the legendary senior sister Gu? She's so gentle. Compared to his certain terrifying tycoon, they are truly polar opposites. Sitting in the audience, watching the woman on the podium, my tense nerves suddenly relax unconsciously. It's her, the one who gave me coffee at the library. When everyone else isolated me, the only senior sister willing to talk to me. Gu Qing quickly gets into the lecture content. She teaches without ever needing to look at her books, as if those obscure ancient words were etched deep into her brain, spoken naturally and fluently. I listen with total fascination. This is the academic world I long for the most. Just then, Gu Qing pauses at a difficult point in the lecture. She nudges her glasses, her gaze piercing through the crowd, landing accurately on me. For this question, I would like to invite a student to share their perspective. Gu Qing smiles at me, her eyes full of encouragement. Student Muji, what do you think? Every eye in the hall immediately turns to me. I am stunned for a moment, then I immediately stand up. Facing her, I don't feel a hint of tension. On the contrary, it feels very natural. I think for a moment and answer clearly. Aconite is extremely spicy and hot in nature and toxic. I believe the key lies in the processing method, if it can be combined with modern techniques to control the alkaloid content. I talk on and on, explaining everything from pharmacology to clinical application. Gu Qing listens in silence throughout, the smile in her eyes growing more pronounced. After I finish speaking, she picks up where I left off, asking a more in-depth question. Then, if you encounter a severe case of yang collapse, would you dare to use raw aconite? My gaze is resolute. I would, as long as it is properly combined to restore yang and rescue the patient. Raw aconite is indispensable. What a fine claim. Raw aconite is indispensable. Gu Qing closes her book and is the first to applaud me. Doctor needs this kind of metal. Student Mugi is absolutely right. The conversation between the two flows naturally, their thoughts perfectly in sync. The whole classroom seems to hold only the two of us. I look at Gu Qing's admiring gaze and give a shy, slight smile. But I don't realize at all that, at the very moment I smile defenselessly, inside the necklace around my neck, hidden by my sweater, that high-resolution miniature listening device has transmitted my clear laughter without missing a second, along with every single word of that heartfelt conversation between me and another woman, several kilometers away, to the top floor of the Xing group. Into the CEO's office with its hellish low pressure. Inside that office, the bell for the end of class rings. I pack my bag and prepare to leave, but a warm voice calls out from behind, stopping me. Student Muji, please wait. It turns out to be Professor Gu. She steps down from the podium, smiling, and hands me a craft paper bag. I take it doubtfully and open the packaging. Next second, my eyes suddenly light up. It is a yellowed, ancient, thread-bound book, a Qing dynasty manuscript of Lei Gong Pao Ji Lun, a unique copy, the treasure I have been searching for 2 years without a trace. My voice trembles. Senior sister, where did you find this? Gu Qing looks at my joyful expression, her gaze incredibly tender. I happened to see it while attending an academic seminar last time. She smiles with total sincerity. I think it has found its true owner. The gift is too precious, I'm about to refuse, but she directly throws out a discussion topic. I saw a record of an ancient 9 steaming and 9 drying method in the book. As soon as professional matters are mentioned, my restraint vanishes. Hugging the book tightly, my eyes sparkling, I start discussing with her. From Romania to Angelica, from traditional processing to modern extraction. I only finish half a sentence, and she can already complete the rest. I mention an obscure pharmacological term. She understands immediately and offers deeper insights. This feeling is just like high mountains and flowing water meeting a kindred spirit. Unintentionally, my stiff shoulders have completely relaxed. At this moment, I don't have to guess if the other person is angry, nor do I need to worry about saying something wrong. I don't have to play the role of a remedy, much less be a pet. I am simply Muji. It turns out that being with someone can be this effortless, but just then Gu Qing glances at her watch and smiles apologetically. It's almost 5 o'clock. Aren't you going to eat?
The number 5 o'clock is like a splash of cold water, instantly extinguishing all my excitement. I snap out of my trance, instinctively touching the necklace beneath my collar.
It is the curfew that Xingyao established for me. The smile on my face vanishes in an instant. I hug the book tightly to my chest, a flash of panic appearing in my eyes. I have to go. Someone is waiting for me at home. Gu Qing notices the change in my emotions, but she doesn't ask much, just nods slightly. All right, hurry home then. Thank you, senior sister. I take one last look at her. It's my final bit of lingering regret for this normal world. And after that, I turn around and stride quickly out of the classroom. I have to leave this warm academic paradise to rush back to that Xing garden, filled with repression and madness. At the same time, on the top floor of the Xing group, Xingyao is sitting behind her desk. An acquisition file has been in her hand for 10 minutes, but she hasn't processed a single word. In her right ear, she wears a black Bluetooth earpiece, connected to the miniature bug inside the necklace around my neck. From the moment I stepped into the classroom, she has been listening. At first, hearing it was Gu Qing's class, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Hearing the two discuss dry Eastern medical theories, she felt it was still within acceptable limits, as my tone was serious and my words purely academic, without containing any personal feelings. Until the sound of a book being gifted comes through the earpiece, followed by the other woman's voice. Academia is priceless, gifted only to a kindred spirit. Kindred spirit? Xingyao fingers gripping her coffee cup tighten unconsciously. A kindred spirit indeed. She built a fragrance lab for me, bought me medicinal materials worth millions, yet all she received in return was my cautious flattery. And yet now, just an old book makes me this happy. Through the earpiece, the two talk so harmoniously, that perfect understanding, even through an electric current, she can feel it vividly. It is the resonance of two souls, while she, like a despicable voyeur, is blocked outside that warm world. Suddenly, a soft laugh comes through the earpiece. It's my laugh, clear and radiant, without a hint of guard. Every movement of Xingyao completely freezes. The Muga in her memory is the one crying, and begging not to kill, blushing while following orders. Immediately sleeping in her arms. Have I ever laughed with her? I have, but it was a formal smile, carrying flattery. I have never laughed so happily in front of her. Nor have I ever been that relaxed. Thank you, senior sister. Those two words, senior sister, are more jarring than the world's most poisonous curses. Mad jealousy, like a pitch-black fire, instantly erupts from the bottom of her heart. Why? Why do I pour my heart out, only to get Mu-Ge's fear and submission in return? While that stranger woman only needed a book to make Mu-Ge smile so brilliantly, she won't allow it. She absolutely will not allow anyone to make me feel happier than when I am by her side. Xingyao breathing grows heavy, her eyes bloodshot with terrifying veins. Her right hand holding her coffee cup loses control and gradually tightens, tighter and tighter until a crisp crack rings out. The priceless antique ceramic cup is crushed to pieces by her single hand. Hot black coffee mixes with fresh blood, dripping down between her fingers. Yet Xingyao seems to feel no pain, not even knitting her eyebrows once. She only dully moves her eyeballs in a gloomy way, her gaze falling on that terrifying pool of blood. President Xing. Zi Yang, having just entered, sees this scene and is scared out of his wits. Your hand. Call a doctor immediately. He rushes over in a panic, only to be met with a strangely calm remark from Xingyao. Get out. She slowly opens her hand, letting the blood-stained porcelain shards clatter onto the desk. Then she lifts her mangled hand, staring at the bright red blood in her palm, and a ghostly devil-like smile actually appears on her lips. Zi Yang. She calls softly, her sinister gaze looking as if she wants to swallow someone alive. Investigate the new visiting professor at the medical university for me. She lightly licks her lips, the murderous intent in her eyes no longer possible to hide. I want to know if her bones are as soft as her voice. And at this moment, I am completely unaware of any of this. I am in the botanical garden behind the mountain at the medical university. It is a giant glass greenhouse with a temperature control system. The sunset fades, the air filled with the scent of herbs, warm and quiet. I am with Gu Qing, trying to save a rare medicinal plant on the verge of extinction. I kneel by the flower bed, my hands covered in mud, but inside I feel unusually light and focused. In this place, I am finally no one's remedy, just a simple medical student. Who knows how much time passed before I finally let out a sigh of relief, looking at the little plant standing tall again. Senior sister, it's alive. Gu Qing looks at my mud-streaked cheeks. She can't help but laugh, handing me a handkerchief. Wipe your face. I'm just about to reach out and take it, but at that exact moment, the phone in my pocket suddenly vibrates wildly. In this quiet flower room, that sound is no different from a death warrant. A smile on my face freezes immediately. I glance at the clock on the wall. Exactly 5 p.m., Xing Yao check-in call. The call is precise to the second. That punctuality makes one feel hopeless. Relaxed atmosphere from before vanishes instantly, and fear rushes in like a tide. Senior sister, I have a call. I jump up in a panic and stride quickly toward a secluded corner. On the screen, the 3 words Ms. Xing are like a pair of cold eyes staring at me. I take a deep breath and answer, Xing Yao. Is class over? The woman's cold voice comes through the phone. Class is over. I steal a guilty glance at Gu Qing in the distance. Where are you? My heart suddenly leaps into my throat. I know full well that once she finds out senior sister and I have been alone in this secret base all afternoon, the consequences will be dire. That lunatic will hurt senior sister and lock me up forever. Fear has overwhelmed my reason. I lie instinctively. Am at the library. I grip the phone tightly, my voice full of tension. The lecturer assigned an essay. I need to look up more materials, so I'll probably be home a bit late. To make it more believable, I even lower my voice to add, is it okay if I'm about half an hour late? The other end of the line suddenly falls into a deathly silence. Cold sweat immediately soaks my back. Did she believe me? Or has she discovered something? Just as I feel like I'm about to suffocate, her voice finally speaks on the other end. Her tone is as nonchalant as ever, even sounding somewhat milder than before, without a single ripple detectable. If you're studying, then focus on it. Don't let yourself get too tired. Hearing this, my hanging heart finally settles down. I let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Xing Yao. I'll head home immediately once I'm done looking up the materials. After hanging up, I wipe the cold sweat away, feeling of luck as if I've just returned from the dead rising within me. I think to myself, as long as I get back quickly and don't get caught, it should be fine. But I will never know that, at this very moment, in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Xing Group. Standing before a giant floor-to-ceiling window, Xing Yao is looming there. She still holds the phone she just disconnected, less than greater than, while her left hand, less than greater than, is wrapped in a circle of stark white gauze. Less than greater than. The gauze is now oozing with faint traces of blood. Less than greater than. What's more terrifying is that on the desk before her, a tablet is glowing brightly. On the screen is a real-time city map. On the map, a glowing red dot is flashing continuously. The location of that red dot is nowhere near the Medical University Library. Instead, it is clearly shown in the area behind the school's mountain at that remote medicinal botanical garden. Not only that, the heat map next to the red dot clearly shows a woman is there with him. The library? Xing Yao stares at the flashing red dot, the corners of her mouth slowly curling into a mocking smile. The last bit of warmth remaining in her eyes has completely frozen over at this very moment. I lied to her. Because of that woman, I actually learned how to lie. The guilt and tension in my voice truly too dramatic. Xing Yao lifts her injured left hand, her fingertip lightly touching the red dot representing me on the screen, as if stroking a prey about to be crushed. Mugi. She whispers softly, her voice so gentle it makes one's skin crawl. I gave you a chance. If you don't want to be a good boy. Her finger suddenly applies pressure, her nails scratch against the screen glass with a piercing sound. Then don't blame me for welding this cage shut. The night at Xing Garden has never been as quiet as today. This is not peace, but a terrifying silence before a tsunami. When I push open the door of the main building, I shiver instinctively. In the living room, only a single floor lamp glows dimly. Servants are nowhere to be seen. In that vast space, there is only a faint scent of blood and disinfectant. My heart tightens. I change my shoes and quickly enter the living room, immediately seeing the woman sitting right in the center of the sofa. Xing Yao, with an expression both focused and vacant, is treating her left hand herself. That hand is mangled and bloody. The gauze wrapped around her palm is soaked through with fresh blood, turned a bone-chilling dark red. Xing Yao. I let out a cry of horror. Before I even have time to put down my bag, I rush over. What happened to your hand? I kneel beside the sofa, tremblingly lifting her injured hand. The wound is very deep, the flesh torn open, and blood is still oozing out. This is clearly a fresh wound. How did it come to this? I look at her bleeding palm, my eyes turning red instantly from heartache. It was just an accident. Xing Yao lets me hold her hand. Her tone is indifferent, as if she were talking about someone else. The teacup broke and cut me a bit. She doesn't mention that the teacup was crushed. With her bare hands because she heard me, laughing in front of another woman. How could you be this careless? I sniffle, quickly pulling out the first aid kit, moving very gently to clean her wound, apply medicine and bandage it up. My expression is intensely focused.
tear even clinging to my eyelashes, as if she were my priceless treasure. But Xing Yao just sits in the shadows looking down at me, watching me shed tears for her, aching for her. Truly a perfect pair of eyes. If she hadn't seen the GPS location with her own eyes and heard that lie with her own ears, then she would have almost been deceived by my fake affectionate appearance once again. Muji! Xing Yao suddenly speaks, her voice ringing out in the terrifyingly hollow and deep living room. My fingers, knotting the gauze, pause for a moment. She reaches out her right hand, tucks a stray lock of hair behind my ear, absently twirls it around her finger, and suddenly asks, "Did you have fun at school today?" My heart skips a beat. I don't dare look her in the eye, focusing all my attention on the gauze in my hand to hide the guilt in my gaze. I recall the joy of saving that medicinal plant with Gu Qing this afternoon, but I don't dare speak this truth. So I try to appear calm and utter the second lie of the day. Read a lot of books at the library, and looked up quite a few materials. Although I'm a bit tired, I feel very satisfied. To make her believe me, I even look up and offer her a smile, but little do I know a nearly inaudible cold laugh has just flickered through the air. That smile I thought was sweet looks so fake to her that it feels like a knife cutting through her heart. Reading books at the library? Or was it playing in the mud in a garden with that strange woman? You smiled at her, called her senior sister, and even lied to me for her sake without hesitation. At this moment, her injured left hand begins to throb violently, a tyrannical bloodlust wanting to destroy everything, screaming incessantly within her body. The next second, her fingers slide from my lock of hair, slowly moving to my slender and vulnerable neck. The pulse beneath her fingertips is beating rapidly. With just a little more force, just one squeeze, then this little liar full of deceits will never be able to smile at anyone else again, nor will he ever be able to leave her. Xing Yao. I feel the hand on my neck gradually tightening. I look up anxiously. What's wrong? Did I wrap the bandage too tightly? But as Xing Yao looked into my clear and innocent eyes, that soaring murderous intent suddenly came to a strange halt. She couldn't bring herself to do it. Even if I lied to her, even if I betrayed her, she still, damn it, couldn't bring herself. Hurt me even in the slightest. Xing Yao squeezed her eyes shut, trying to suppress the sweet metallic taste of blood in her throat. She released her hand from my throat, shifting to caress my cheek instead. It's nothing. Her voice was raspy, as if forced out from the depths of her chest. You've read so many books, you must be tired, right? Get some rest early. She stood up, looking at me still kneeling on the floor, and her eyes' final spark of warmth was completely extinguished. She slightly curled her lips into a sinister smile. There are even more special lessons waiting for you tomorrow. I watched her back as she turned and headed upstairs, and for some reason my heart suddenly surged with indescribable panic. Early the next morning, the dining table was unusually silent. Xing Yao words from last night weighed on my chest like a heavy boulder, giving me nightmares all night long. Ziyang. Xing Yao set down her coffee cup and spoke coldly. Right after that, she actually canceled all of today's meetings, even including an extremely important acquisition deal in Germany. Her special assistant was stunned. But President Xing, this deal is incredibly important. Xing Yao coldly interrupted again. I have something more important to do. My hand holding the spoon froze. Something more important. In the eyes of this woman who treated work as her life, what could be more important than a multi-billion-dollar acquisition? I cautiously asked, Miss Xing, aren't you going to the office today? Xing Yao turned her head, those deep eyes lingering on my face, the corners of her mouth curling into an arc that was impossible to read. I'm not going. The next second, she stood up and walked behind me, leaning her hands on the back of my chair, enveloping me within her arms. She leaned close to my ear and declared every single word. Today, I'm taking you to school.